and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. They into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
It's another day of intense Wild Rift action as we get to see new teams, old faces, go head-to-head at Group C and Group D. Welcome to the 2021 Sea Icon Series Philippines Fall Season Group Stages, Week 2, Day 2. My name is Riku, and joined by Yuko and Osiris, and I bet it's going to be another exciting day. I gotta ask, though, before we head on over to our intense matches and schedule for today, Yuko, how are you feeling today?
I would like to say I'm hungry. 4 more matches, 4 more intense games. Because of course, it's already week 2 and day 2. So let's see, how were the teams able to adjust coming in from game 1 and day 1?
That is true. Yes, that is true. Week 2, day 2. I mean, it is just the start of the first round robin for Group C and D, and I know we did manage to see a couple of adjustments because of the 2.4 patch. If you guys are just joining us today, how about you, Osiris? Anything exciting that you've seen so far? Any exciting changes that the patch brought to Group C and D?
We're still at day one, and we saw some changes, but so far I wanted to explore more of those. I wanted to discover how everything is being used, especially the Solari Charge Blade, who's really working wonders right now.
Solari Charge Blade, yes, and especially with the Lucian. I cannot wait what the pro players cook up with their build paths and everything. But I know we're all very excited to get through the action. But of course, this tournament wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors. Of course, big thanks to Globe and as well as Mineski for organizing this tournament. And with Globe, you can #reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with a new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and more. Get it now via the Gcash app and Globe One app. Also, thank you very much to Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. With its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches full HD, plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts VOOC flash charge. 4.0 victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Alright, so guys, I know you're looking at how fresh Osiris's face is. You're looking at his well-kept hair. But you know what? You guys forgot to look at what he's sitting at. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable arm rest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
Yeah, so I love the wink there. You got a little wink at the end, but
right
yes, super duper comfy. It's great, and yes, very excited to see what the matches are going to be. What's in store for us, rather, for today. But of course, before we proceed to our schedule and to check out what happened yesterday, we do have a very, very special guest that we will interview and get to know a little bit more from Group C. I believe we have from Lakan Esports, and very, very excited to check him out. Hey, Isen, what is up? I'm very casual. Big congratulations from your win yesterday. I'm sure you guys are incredibly happy with the team. I'm very, very curious, though. I gotta ask, because of your performance from yesterday, how confident are you guys in Group C? Thinking that maybe are you guys aiming for the top, or do you feel that it's an insta top placer after even the second round robin?
Pwede po po ng question na.
Sorry. How confident are you guys in the tournament?
100% confident po kami kasi yung last Summer Cup di po maganda yung run namin doon. Bali, lahat po nung talo po namin, ginawa namin confidence yun. Inspiration din po sa lahat po ng talo. Tapos, ginagamit po namin yun as experience. Doon di po kami kumuha ng confidence.
That's great. That's great. It's one of those things, lessons from the past, and then you bring them over to the fall season. How about you, Yuko? Is there anything that you'd like to ask?
Alright, so first off, hello, congratulations for winning your series yesterday. I just have to ask, you guys lost game number 1 against Mirmooo Esports. How were you able to bounce back from that?
It's about adapting the situation naman po kasi doon po sa titingnan po namin kung saan po kami nahihirapan na madalas, then pag-usapan ng team kung ano ba yung magiging plans throughout sa next game. Then yun po na naka-adapt naman po kami agad, unlike po sa game 1, kumakapapa po kami kasi po it's first time, First time ulit po namin makatungtong po ulit sa Fall Cup.
I see. Ooh, first game syndrome. Osiris.
Yeah, first game
Yeah,
single.
as for me, how does it feel playing under Lakan? I mean, what made you decide to stick with the 4 members and play again with them?
For us, nag-decide naman po kaming 4 na nag-stay po kami, then tutuloy po namin yung pangarap namin na ma-achieve yung manalo kami throughout Fall Cup. Then ayun po, nakahanap po kami ng org dito po, nag-stay po kami sa Lakan. Which is, ayun naman po, maganda naman po.
Okay, so of course, follow-up question. I know that you're going to have your first battle of the day. I just want to ask, what did you have for lunch? Because we know that we love food here in Icon series as much as how hungry you go. So what's in for lunch, Ison?
McDo po, pero sana
Ooh.
PPGL, Dorito, baka naman.
Oh! I love it!
Wala
I
akong
love
Dorito.
it!
That was good.
Hindi
You
kami
kinda did
kayo.
that.
Nice one, nice one. You guys have a long day ahead. Well, it's just one series, but before I let you go, just want to wish you good luck, and I'm sure you guys are gonna do great.
Thank
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
you po.
Bye.
Good
Thank
luck,
you.
good luck.
Yeah.
Get their lunch, and I'm sure they're ready for their schedule for sure in the later. I believe they are going for the second match or first match actually today, so it's good. It's good. But yeah, it seems that they've managed to learn from their lessons of qualifying for the summer season, and now they're here. All their hard work has paid off, but of course it is still the beginning of the Group C and D first round robin. We still have a second, which is going to happen in 2 weeks. But let's take a look at today's schedule to see what is in store. For sure, we know it's Group C and D, but we'll see who's going to be going head-to-head today. First off, we got Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity, and following will be Leon Knights Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. The third will be Omega Esports versus Chasing Dreams, and match 4 will be DR Esports versus Jamie's Esports. I gotta ask, Yuko, which match do you think is going to be one of the hottest today?
I would have to give it to match number 2, Leon Knights Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. Still looking forward to seeing what kind of play style do both of these teams has, and at the same time, how will they be able to, bring us the thrill or more wild drift surprises.
Yeah, definitely more Wild Rift surprises for sure. Maybe a little bit of the picks here and there. I mean, we did see Soraka last night, the first Soraka of the fall season. How about you, Osiris?
Well, of course, I'm excited for Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity because it feels like they have the same strategy. You have the aggression, you have these Lucian players, you have the star-studded lineup from top lane or Baron lane to mid lane. Everyone is really on fire for the first match.
Oh, I bet, because we were talking about the off cast or off the panel rather on how intense the Lucian players are in Group C in particular. So we're looking at maybe 100% Lucian ban after last night's performances, and it's going to be interesting what the other build path shakeups we're going to be seeing in the AD carry role. There's just so much to look forward to, so much adjustments. Again, it has been only 3 days drop, and so far there's so much creativity from the support builds to as well the AD carry builds. Of course, let's check. You weren't there yesterday, but you're here now. Yuko, which match do you think was one of the impactful and hottest match from last night?
Funny that you mentioned or called my name because I was about to say Fennel versus Leon Knight, and it is the first highlight for the day. It was just a solid back and forth of they have the lead, but no, Fennel actually games and just adjusting right on the spot. I loved how they were able to play around with the draft too.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, go ahead, Osiris.
Yeah, I mean, sorry about that because I was so excited because of this game. Because remember, this is the first time that Leon Knights jumped in, and we know that the storyline was Fennel Adversity denied them. So I believe that was a really good game for them. But of course, one feed to watch also is Mirmooo Esports versus Lakan Esports. This is what I love, the same as what we saw on the screen, because this is the first 2-1 that we saw, and there's no hold bars on the Mirmooo side at first game. It's just that Lakan Esports returning the favor, and the favor was doubled as they were able to snag 2 wins against Mirmooo.
Yeah, I feel like it's so crazy. This is the first time I guess we were seeing, at least for the fall season, the full crit and at high CDR Lucian. So it was just, and as well as the Tante, Riven. Yuko, what do you have to say about Lakan's performances as well in the entire series?
We talked about this way back in the caster's desk. It could be a forming rivalry, which I think that's pretty high. That's likely to happen because again, like what Osiris said, it was the first game 3 of this fall of the week 2, rather, for our new groups, and it was just a back and forth. And I loved how they have this new plan. I guess if you notice, Lakan did not break their positioning or their formation. Struggles here and there from Mirmooo, even though I actually like the no ADC composition, but sadly it just did not go through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why. What happened?
We were
at that
enjoying the
point.
highlights. It's okay, Osiris.
Yeah.
Enjoy watching the highlights.
I was really enjoying it. I mean, the fight is still there. We are looking at everything that's everything is really looking hot from week 2, and it feels like there's no slow game. Everything is always an early game kill. So we saw, yes, a bit of the towers being brought down, a total of six kills early on, but after that it will be a snowball of kills. And they're Chasing Dreams against DR Esports. Yes, Chasing Dreams, a bit of a new team for now, so technically you are the new kids on the block trying to knock on the doors of the old guards. So it's somehow understandable that they are still having the adjustments, but this is what I love also from yesterday's game. Omega versus Jamies, and Jamies, it feels like they are giving a run for the money of Omega, but how well Omega is well established, and though of course the fourth placer at the playoffs being respected, and they were really able to put up a fight and get a 2-0.
Yeah, that's true. I fully agree with you. Jamie's debut in the fall season was incredibly strong. I mean, especially when you pit them against Omega. You mentioned 4th place, and they did their best to even out the gold as much as they can. But the objectives, the calls, Omega, definitely their veteranship in the scene has definitely shown, and that's the reason why they did a 2-0.
And
Oh, yeah. Anything to add?
I was still looking at the highlights. Honestly, I was like, I know he's gonna get the Baron, but why am I so into the highlights? That's just
It's
how
impressive,
intense
of course.
this
It's
match
impressive.
was. I remember
Always has
Otelo
been.
saying if he were to choose one player to smite for him, just to decide if he is gonna win or is he gonna live or is he gonna die, he is gonna choose Impressive. That's how amazing this player was.
Yeah, it's just one smite to rule them all, and it always has been impressive, and that's understandable. I mean, a while ago I was enjoying the highlights, and then there was Yuko. It feels like
Enjoying the
everyone
highlights
is,
too.
Yeah, I wanna
In the
watch
zone.
it again, and we are moving into week 2, day 2, and I'm excited for what's in store for us.
Yeah, there could be a bunch of shakeups for sure. Okay, go ahead, Yuko.
Yeah, I was about to echo what Osiris said because we have a new matchups here and there, and I'm still looking forward to seeing more new item builds from our players.
Yeah, I think the item builds are definitely one of the most exciting things because, again, 2.4, how many items have been added? 10 9 items in total. And so far, I feel like the Solari Charge Blade has been the most popular, and as well as a little bit of Navorius here and there, just because it synergizes well together with just so many crits, and as well as proccing the passive. And now there's just so much more to look forward to for sure, how the meta is going to shape out. But before we take a look at the matches, don't worry, we're gonna head on over there soon. Let's check out the Globe Cup point system, there has been a little bit of changes here and there from the previous season, as we check out the leaderboard actually from Group C and D. And as we can see, Lakan and as well as Fennel Adversity at the top of the standings with their first win with 75,000 Globe Cup points. Leonite, Mirmooo have yet to score a point, but that's okay because it was just the first day yesterday. For Group D, in the meantime, Omega and DR Esports has won their match, and they get 75,000 apiece. And I'm sure the standings are gonna move a little bit here and there as the days go by. But of course, let's check out the Globe Cup point system as well and see how these teams are able to rack up points. Especially, we're looking at 5 million pesos worth of Globe Cup points in total, with 16 teams as well. As we look at the group stage first, there is 48 matches that will be played here on the current stage, and each series win will earn a team 75,000 Globe Cup points, and that is a total of 3.6 million Globe Cup points as well. And that is just the group stage. What about the playoffs, Yuko?
Alright, so 3.6M is already a lot for the playoff. For the lower bracket, match 5 to 6, we will have 25,000 Globe Cup points, 9, 10, 50,000, 12, 100,000, and 13, 150,000. All in all, it's 400,000 Globe Cup points for the lower bracket total.
And that's the lower bracket. What more if you are playing onto the upper echelon of the bracket, and you can see that 1 million Globe Cup points. And I just want to remind you guys that 1 Globe Cup point is equals to 1 peso. So that's a shiny prize or reward right there. And you want to play on the upper bracket part to stay safe and, of course, get that 1 million.
That's insane. That is insane. That is a lot. Group stages, you get a lot. Lower bracket, upper bracket, you get a lot as well. And that is a total of 5 million pesos worth of Globe Cup points. That is sweaty. That is intense. That is a lot of pressure for sure. And yeah, the exchanges, one Globe Cup point is equals to 1 peso. So that is definitely a lot. But of course, we still have a lot of things. I mean, the players get to win something, but of course, you viewers, you lovely viewers out there, can also get to win something. What can our lovely viewers win, Osiris?
Of course, we know you love to share your fearless forecast with us, and now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild course. Here's how. 1, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. 2nd, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, hashtag SISPH playoffs, hashtag #CIcon Series PH, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. Number 3, during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat, and the best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
Also, guys, to the viewers out there, I have a question. Are you the biggest PPGL fan? If you are, whoa. First and second, you could be one of our Secret Lab gaming chair winners. Just follow the mechanics below. First off, make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtags. You guys have to note this. Hashtag SISPH, hashtag CIcon Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGLX Secret Lab. Number 3, before the end of each broadcast today, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the live stream chat, which you need to answer. This will count as your raffle entry. One winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the Fall Season PH Playoffs broadcast, which is going to happen on August 29, 2021.
Yeah, better mark your dates. There's so much prizes to be won, from wild chorus that you can use to buy skins, to buy the newest champions like Shan that just arrived in the 2.4 patch, and as well as the Secret Lab chair just for beautiful comfort But anyway,
Very comfy.
I know you guys are very, very excited to see the matches that we have in store for today. But of course, before that, we are going to head on over to a short break. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back everybody to the panel. Just so excited to head on over to our first series of the day. And it is going to be Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity. And the thing about these two teams is that they've ridden the wave, the momentum from their win yesterday. And it has been, while for Lakan it was 2-1, not a 2-0, but it still showed how much flexibility they have when it comes to the draft, and their mental reset as well was very apparent in a BO3 series. Meanwhile, for Fennel Adversity, again, this team is a very experienced team, just because, again, when we look back at the summer season, they were 8th. They were part of the top 8 that moved to the playoffs, and they've shown a lot of improvement from before, and I'm so excited to see them in action once again today. Especially, we're going to look into Group C first. And with that said, it makes me wonder what other changes we're going to be seeing, what type of adjustments. I think the reason why this match is absolutely exciting is because both of these teams won their matches yesterday. So Yuko, we're going to take a look at Lakan Esports first. Who do you think are they going to be playing around with? Especially, Isen had a phenomenal performance from yesterday.
Right, so right off my mind, the first two players that came into my mind was Aizen and Tante. So Aizen, he's basically the one in charge of the late game. He is this crazy ADC that can just be safe at the back line, but at the same time cause or dish out a lot of damage. For Tante, he is kind of passive, maybe in the early game, but he can just win you out against the duels. Again, we saw that yesterday with his Riven, he was able to literally shut down his opponent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I got excited also because this team is highlight mechanics because of what Tante with the Riven. It has been also Boy J stepping up, and I don't know, he is a pretty consistent mid laner, showing what he is capable of. Aizen and Arjuk are taking the Dragon lane by storm. They're just being themselves at what we saw from summer season. It's just that this time around, it feels like they are not on the controlled side. They let it out yesterday, and they are all over the place.
They were basically everywhere. It's like, even though you wanna what do you call this, initiate this pick potential composition, and then you can't because basically they're all together. And I feel like that could be the potential struggle that that Fennel adversity may face. And I feel like that is one of the reasons why it's going to be absolutely exciting. Where are they going to play around with? Is it still going to be Aizen? What if the Lucian gets banned this time around? What are the other choices? We've seen how Tante can be such a killer Riven player, as we've seen on the highlights earlier with the the 5-man, 4-man Riven stun. Let's take a look at our solo player highlight. Just as we were talking about him, it is the Riven. Osiris, what do you think is the magic that he brings to the team?
It feels like this guy is mostly getting the setup that he wanted to go for. Yes, he is playing on a Riven, but we remembered the highlight that he did, the flashing in goes for the stun, wherein they can focus on put the nail in the coffin. That was a 54% kill participation. This guy is making himself presence felt every dragon fights or every herald. He can also play Darius, who can absorb damage with the damage taken per minute, which is 821.57. Really good Baron laner, and really stepped up at fall season.
How yeah, I fully agree with you there. He is that stable rock at the top portion of the map. Just as Yuko said, maybe not as exactly flashy in the early game, but he does his job come mid game and come late. I'm so excited to see what other picks as well he can shine, or can show rather, at the top lane. I mean, we did manage to see an Irelia yesterday as well, but of course they are going to be facing another very scary opponent as well. It is going to be Fennel Adversity. And Fennel Adversity, again, we talked about them. They were in the playoffs last summer season, and they had this play style that we dubbed as controlled aggression, and it seems to be working so far and so well, and it's just one of those things where I'm curious if that sort of strategy will work towards again up against Lakan. I gotta ask Osiris, actually Yuko, once more, what do you think as we take a look at the team roster of Fennel Adversity? Where do you think, which lane are they going to play around in?
I was about to say power, but something dawned on me. Shaw has quite the power in the early game. As well, and he is just all about these controlling his opponent, making this kind of space, making plays for his team. So I guess Fennel, they could try and play around the mid laner this time around. We see them play around the ADC, but yeah, few switch ups here and there, and I just have to say, the controlled aggression that we knew from Fennel Adversity, it improved a lot jumping into the fall season. And to answer Rico's question, yes, this controlled aggression could be the key for them to win against Lakan, maybe even with a 2-0.
Yeah, and we also saw how Shaw and Danny dominated as their primary carries. That Orianna full damage item in that early game. We also got the one of the highlights that he goes one versus one with Leonite's Dragon Laner and prove that he is on a dominating side, and everyone at Fennel Adversity is on point. The one who dominated the previous season on their respective region is now back, and it feels like they have the upgrades that they needed.
I have to agree with you there. Shaw is what? He used the Orianna like a duelist. He was able to 1v1 the AD carry basically from yesterday. And it's just going to be so amazing what else he can bring in the mid lane. Especially there's just so many players that shine from Fennel. It's like no one exactly outshines the other. You get to see Doming as well, right? No, we get to see Doming as well on the Lee Sin, which is going to be again that player that will stabilize the early game. But of course, we're going to look at the top lane for Fennel Adversity, and we got their solo player highlight, which is Power over here. Osiris, what else do you what kind of magic? What other picks do you think he can utilize for him to shine?
Well, so far, I'm really loving that everyone on the Baron lane is pushing out to their comfort zone. We are not looking mostly onto the Garen. We are now on the Darius and Renekton, who's being first picked by a lot of teams, and you can see that he is only around 6% higher than Tante. That was he is on 54, but this time it's 60% for power kill participation, and the damage taken per minute is 1,383.99. That you know that this guy is mowing down the front lines and making sure that he gets the right target with the upper hand, and even the stun coming in from the Renekton. So I must say, Power is indeed delivering, and the one who's pushing even further the power of Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, 100%. This I just wanted to add that this guy is such a menace as well. Just as Osiris has mentioned, that he is with the team. He may play all these split pushing champions, but he is going to shine much more, especially in the 5v5s. Oh, Yuko, you wanted to add about Power.
I was just about to say that both of these Baron laners, they use Darius. So could this be a possible steal against Darius? Although honestly, Power had the better start with the use of Darius, but we did see Tante pushing through with this champion too. So that could be a possibility. Or are we gonna be seeing, I don't know, Tante use Renekton or Power use a different tanky Baron lane? Looking back into the summer season, we usually see this player with the Fiora, sometimes even a Kali, basically just this assassin type of Baron laners. But now he transitioned to something or a champion that's more tanky.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. More on the bruiser side of things. But of course, excited to see what our Globe Key player highlight is going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be focused a little bit more on the AD carry role. It's going to be funny if I'm wrong. Yes, it is. It's going to be Ison versus Danny. And it's so important because of the AD carry. I wouldn't say AD carry changes, but because of the AD items coming in, they are definitely one of the lanes that are most affected. Osiris, what do you think about this Globe Key player clash?
I mean, Ison and Danny, you can see that KDA disparity, but I'm loving that they are coming in close with the damage per minute and the kill participation. Even the gold per minute, because Globe is somehow a gold mine right now with the rewards that we are giving here at Icon Series, but the damage percentage also is fairly close. So Ison, it feels like the KDA is a bit far because he loves to jump in with those reckless plays, and that kind of cost him some of the deaths. But Danny is more, we are talking about the controlled aggression, and there's the reason why he is sitting on that 15.50 KDA.
Yeah, he's definitely higher on that scoreboard, just a tad on that KDA, but the rest of the stats look pretty similar. Yeah. They're always with the team. They are, I would say, semi-quiet on the lane, just because they want to focus on farming, get their either 2-item power spike or maybe more items, just to make sure, depending on the picks rather. But of course, I gotta ask, now that we've seen the team lineups, we've seen our highlights as well, curious to see what the predictions are going to be. The dreaded question, I have to ask Yuko.
Oh no.
How do you think this match is going to go?
All right, so next question, please. Just kidding. Both of them showing up really strong in the previous day. I believe you're going to be seeing a game 3, but I have to give this one to Lakan. I just have a lot of trust on their ADC, and the CCs or just the pin downs coming through from Tante could be a huge problem for Final Adversity if not taken care of earlier.
Well, as for me, I thought that Yuko is going for Fennel Adversity and Riku. So I thought we're going to see panel Adversity, but this time it's going to be me. I'm the one who's going to put myself into Fennel Adversity. I mean, the controlled aggression. But I greatly respect Lakan with their quick adaptation, the download game that they did against Mirmooo. So there's still a possibility that they can win this. But for now, it's going to be Fennel for me.
Fennel and Lakan. Okay, I'm gonna be like this sandwich here. I'm sorry, Yuko, you're gonna get sandwich. I vote for Fennel Adversity. I feel like it's gonna be 3 games, but it's gonna be 2-1, and it's gonna be a very hard and tough journey. Well, not journey, tough series for Fennel Adversity for sure. But of course, let's hear from our tweet casters, or rather our tweet analysts, or no, 4th panelist rather, with our tweets here. Wow, wait, I was right. Our tweet caster, that's Gigi Spear. And it says, week 2, day 2 of Wild Rift Icon Series fall season. Looking forward to Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity and LK Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. Also, I like Osiris Cast's outfit. Detective Conan cosplay.
He did it.
It feels like, who am I cosplaying with?
The real murderer is.
It's Lakan versus
You're young
Fennel,
Sheldon, though.
Anyway, I can go both ways. Baziga.
Bazinga. Gotta love the little cute banter from Sphere and as well as Osiris. Shout outs to the Philippine broadcast as well over there for the fall season. And of course, if you want to join in the conversation, just tweet at us and use the hashtags of Icon Series PH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And who knows, your tweet might get featured over here, and we get to have fun and as well as discuss together, as you know, as you being the 4th panelist for today. But of course, we're ready to enter the first series, and I'm sure the casters are gonna be excited to cast this one. Yes, sirree. So I ain't gonna keep it long. Casters, take it away.
Minions have spawned.
At ayun na nga, pinakainintay natin. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. And welcome back mga kaibigan sa ating Wild Rift Icon Series Fall Season. Kami ang magiging shoutcaster ninyo para sa ating Game 1 at Series 1 ngayong araw na ito. I am Sphere together with Yasmiao.
Yo, and magandang hapon nga sa inyo. Medyo maulan pa din, pero syempre ingat-ingat pa din tayo, of course. And ito na naman, isa na naman araw ng walang katapusang bakbakan. This time, ang magkaharap yung dalawang nanalo kahapon. Hindi man 2-0, yung dalawang first 2 series natin, pero sila yung nagwagi. Kumbaga sila yung nasa top right now, Lakan and Fennel Adversity. Sabi nga ni Rekdi, ito yung dalawang teams na may potential na mag-third game. And hindi na tayo magugulat to kasi sabi din ng panel natin, almost the same, sabi natin, power level itong dalawang teams na to, and hindi natin ma-predict pa since the meta, kanya-kanyang meta pa sila, and also sort of medyo experimenting pa. May ibang nag-i-stick sa mga dating nakagawian, which is nag-work pa din naman sa kanila, pero may iba din naman unti-unting nag-a-adapt, like using new items sa kanilang mga lineup dito, especially sa mga Lucian user natin.
Yeah, and kahapon nakita rin natin iba't ibang champions na ginagamit dito together with a lot of different items na sinusubukan pa nilang i-test out pa. We have seen yesterday Soraka na meron dito staff of yung ating pagbigay ng, of course, the ability haste, no? Giving a lot of advantage para sa ating mga players dito. Pag gumamit siya ng ultimate matic, lista mo na yan, a lot of ability haste, lahat kaagad sila ay meron pa. And then we have also Riven with the Solari Charge Blade na nakikita natin kahapon, also the Volley Kick Blades kung saan sobrang effective talaga dito. At parang yun yung mga target champions natin, mga champions na merong maraming skill na pwedeng gamitin. Like you mentioned kanina, si Lucian. We also have Corky na kahapon, we've seen a Corky na wala ng 3-4s. A lot of options are now being available para sa ating mga players dito to use para sa kanilang mga champions. And again, yung pinag-usapan natin kagabi, yung pinaka-gamit na gamit ngayon sa ating mga AP champions. Wala iba kundi ang Crystalline Reflector kung saan talagang nag-benefit yung ating mga AP burst champions because they can, additional survivability pagdating ng mga team fight. Kasi karamihan ng mga lineup ngayon more on the AD side talaga.
Yeah, indeed. Karamihan din talaga ng mga item natin. More on the AD side. Okay lang din. Kasi yung mga patches natin, previous patches natin, wala halos na nababuff na mga ADC. So, probably kasi in preparation, ito pala, no? O sige, hindi naman natin binabuff yung mga ADC natin. Why not bigyan natin sila ngayon ng mga items na magpapa-shine para sa kanila. And yun nga, ang ganda kasi, ang dami na nating nakikitang ADC. Dati, umiikot lang kay Kai'Sa, tsaka kay Kai'Sa. Ngayon, meron na tayong Lucian, even considering Corky nga. Doon pa din naman si Kai'Sa. But, makikita natin yung draft natin right now. Speaking of Kai'Sa, nakaban si Kai'Sa together with Lucian and Senna dito sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Habang sa side naman ng Lakan, we have Camille, Akali, and etong si Rengar. Kumbaga mga jungle or mga BR lane yung binanaman ng side ng Lakan.
That is right, Yasu, no? Seeing Kai'Sa being banned now in the game dito for Fennel Adversity against Lakan Esports, I would say na respect ban to for Aizen, no? Aizen being one of the AD carry talaga. Sinabi ko nito ni Yuko kung saan nilulook forward din niya si Aizen ko para siya maglaro as the AD carry of their team. So isa din to yung reason kung ba't kailangan nilang i-ban itong si Kai'Sa together with Lucian, no? More on the respect talaga kay Aizen. Pero looking at the picks, we have of course the chickening bottom lane, Dragon lane going for Adversity. We have Lakan and Saya, the chicken duo, the lovers duo. And we also have Tonte for that Gragas, Corky, and Galio. Parang agad sa kanila first two picks dito. So mukhang wala tayong makikita Riven. We'll see about that dahil pwedeng gawing jungle or baron lane itong si Gragas.
Yep, indeed. And yun nga, speaking of Riven kahapon, Lakan sila yung ma-Riven dito eh. Pwede pa naman sila mag-pick ng Riven actually if they chose na maging isang support, either Gragas or itong si Galio nga, pwede pa silang mag-Riven dito. Pero Fennel Adversity, hindi na sila mag-Riven kasi pinakita na nila yung Darius and, as an off-lane champion nila. Olaf will be picked ng Lakan dito, pero J4. So Olaf, Baron lane. Or pwedeng J4, Baron lane, gaya na nakita natin kahapon na sobrang tanky na ginawa dito ng Omega Esports.
Yes.
Pero eto, we have Lakan Esports. Malay naman natin, baka itry din nila yon para sa kanila.
Possible, no? And could be a thing as well since last pick dito ang Fennel Adversity. Ayaw nilang bigyan ng Jarvan na pwedeng kunin dito na Fennel Adversity to counter out itong si Olaf na gagamitin ni Boy J. Kung siya nga ba talaga magiging jungle ng kanilang team, sobrang versatile ng kanilang lineup dito, no? They could go for different a lineup dito, could go for different role at kung sino man yung pwede nilang kunin sa kanilang mga champions. That would be very interesting, which is what we're seeing right now. Wala iba kundi mukhang Tonte will be using si Olaf for the Baron lane. That would go against kay Darius. Si Power nagagamitin si Darius. So we have a very interesting lineup coming from both teams dito, no? They have the gap closing ability coming from Lee Sin together with Harry sa kanyang Spirit Rush dito. And also, syempre, yung effectiveness ng ating ng chicken duo, ng ating manok on the bot lane. So, very interesting, but they have the tank support, no? With Galio, no? In the Dragon lane of Lakan Esports. So, I'm really looking forward kung paano nila ito may utilize. They have 4 melee champions, and pinag-usapan namin to kahapon ni Otolus na medyo negats kapag ganito yung lineup. Pero tignan natin, no? Lakan Esports could do a different thing dito sa ating magiging first game.
Yep, and indeed, kita nyo naman, fog of war natin, no? Huwag na kayo magwala dyan sa chat. Pero this is the first game ng first series natin, Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. And it seems like El Clasico. Standard laning lang, kumbaga, and hard leash na magagaling yan. Coming from the side ng Lakan. Habang sa Fennel, hindi natin actually nakikita kung nag-hard leash ba sila, dito. Pero judging doon sa mga lanes na wala pa yung mga top lane and even the dragon lane dito ng Fennel Adversity, probably nag-hard leash din sila dito sa kanilang mga jungler. Of course, wala pa masyadong mangyayari. Aside from the top lane, nagkaroon tayo ng switch lanes from Fennel Adversity. Baron lane to Dragon lane to Baron lane as of now. Of course, middle laners to middle laners, pero standard lane lang samantala yung side ng Lakan Esports.
Since yesterday, they're always doing this, no? Fennel Adversity sila, lagi ginagawa nito. 2-0 yung kanilang laban kahapon. In those two games, lagi silang nag-lane swap. Always in the Baron lane ng ating mga Dragon laners dito, yung kanilang duo. But we're seeing a lot of movements kagad coming from Domeng. Pero that's gonna be the knockup coming in for the members of Fennel Adversity. That's gonna be the first blood. Para sa kanila, look at that juggle. Simula pa lang ng laban. Pero ito na si Dene. That's gonna be the flash in. Together with that, body slam, securing that one kill para sa kanila. Take note, that's a mid lane Gragas. So, burst kagad yun.
Oo. Yep, indeed. Pero yun nga, no, kailangan rumisponde doon ni Dede. Yes, nakabawi naman siya ng isang kill. Pero, good pa din yun para kay Shoy, nakapag-farm siya freely, and Tonte, umiwas na siya sa gulo kasi nga naman Egol siya pero yung bottom lane.
Ooh, power! That's gonna be another kill para naman sa Lakan Esports. Tig 2, tayo dito, tig 1. Yun nangyari sa ating top lane, pero another kill has been taken taken by Lakan Esports. Pero Dene, nasa top lane siya ngayon, inahabol siya ni Domeng. May red buff siya, may blue buff siya, pero na-burn na nila lahat dito. And that's gonna be another kill for Fennel Adversity.
Nako po, Fennel Adversity, punishing the top lane is the name of the game. Guys, sinong luminya nakatapat dito? Si Tonte ulit. Exchange ulit tayo ng lane. Tignan natin kung mapapunish nila. Hopefully, Lakan Esports, alam na nila yung ginagawa dito ng Fennel Adversity kasi hindi umaalis itong si Domeng at the top lane. Kita mo, pumoposition na naman itong si Domeng. So, medyo nagdedelikado na naman ang vapor. Ito na nga, GG.
Wala pa siya dito Ragnarok. So, delikado ang kanyang buhay. Kung tumama yung grand entrance na yon, that could be the life of Tonte. Once again, isa na namang kill sa dito for Fennel Adversity. And ganito talaga yung magandang play na pwedeng gawin ng Fennel Adversity dito, no? If they really want to go and ma-pull off ng maayos itong ganitong klase ng strategy by doing this, yung lane swap na ginagawa nila, kailangan nilang i-keep yung pressure para dito kay Tonte, which is working pretty well. Si Tonte, 2K pa lang yung kanyang gold dito. This goes to power as well. 1.6 pa lang yung kanyang gold. So, ang gusto nilang gawin dito is i-shutdown talaga si Tonte.
Yep, indeed. Pero ito nga, no, Fennel Adversity. Naku po, meanwhile at the bottom lane, si Power Man.
Delikado ang buhay ni Power dito. Wala niya siya ng power against 4 members of 3 rather ng Lakan Esports. Hindi pa umabot doon si Gragas. And that's gonna be 1 once again para sa kanila. Pero that's gonna be the first break ng ating turret at sa kamay ito ng Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, pero sasagutin din naman yan ng Lakan Esports sa the bottom lane. So, parehas lang sila, putting pressure sa mga Baron laners nila sa bawat isang team and also taking down the first tier turret nga, no, sa taas naman sa side ng Lakan habang sa baba naman yung Fennel Adversity dito. So, walang papahuli pa din.
Yes.
Close pa din naman yung ating network actually. Konting kembot lang talaga yung nilalamang dito ng Fennel Adversity. Halos nagkakahabulan lang sila. And hindi pa nag-rotate like totally itong si Sho. Maliban na nga lang yun sa may bottom lane doon. Pero yun nga, Fennel Adversity and Lakan Esports dito, pantay pa din. Pero dito kasi tayo magkakatalo Mag-i-spawn na yung Rift Herald at the same time yung Dragon din. Pwede silang magtag-isa, pero it seems like magkakabundulan sila dito sa may Dragon lane kasi nakaposition na yung parehas na jungler natin sa may baba.
Dito mo nga talaga makikita ko ano yung priority ng mga teams dito, no? Since the Dragon laners are now in the bot lane, they are more focused on getting this Dragon. This is the first Dragon of the game at Infernal Pythro. Ito, no, they cannot let this one go kasi pag ito ay nakuha ng kahit sinong team, of course, that 6% damage na makukuha nilang benefit from this one will really benefit them very well. Lalo na pag dumatagal lalo yung laban. Domeng, together with Ravi and si Danny, sinusubukan nilang matahan ang ating Dragon lane dito, but they have this Cutler na pwedeng kunin dito ni Domeng para magkaroon sila ng lead sa vision control and the movement speed buff coming from that Cutler habang sinisimula ng members dito ng Lakan Esports ang ating first Dragon of the game. Sinusubukan din ng pwestuhan ng mabuti. Medyo delikado. Layo-layo sila. Out of position ng members dito ng Fennel Adversity. That's gonna be the delivery package coming in from Aizen. Mukhang makakabutan sila dito. Rafi will fall down. Healing spree na si Aizen dito at sunod-sunod na namamatay ang Mirmooo ng Fennel Adversity. One more hit para dito kay Shaw. Shaw will be falling down, pero trade para sa kanya. Triple kill para sa kanya. Definitely will fall down din naman dito. Pero yun nga lang, that's gonna be 4-4-3 in favor pa rin ito ng Lakan Esports.
Yep, indeed. And Fennel Adversity, just so happen sila yung naunahan ng initiation dito na side ng Lakan Esports. That Cataclysm, yes, nakawala dito itong si Danny, pero hindi na nakatakas doon itong si Rafi. Alam naman natin, si Rafi, kailangan natin yan for the quickness, for the grand entrance. Pero mukhang round 2 dito sa may beat ulit natin.
Round 2 nga, ito nahuli si Arjok. Mga kaibigan, wala silang bato dito. Pero power, nasa loob pa rin. Taking so much damage coming from the Gatling Gun. Dito mismong si Aizen. Pero masyado kang malalim kaibigan Oso. That's gonna be another kill para sa kanila. Si Rafi nasa loob din. Super low na siya dito. Pero meron siya kasama. Power of love lang pinapairal nila dito. Dante, super low na. Habang ang members dito ng Lakan Esports, medyo half na nila kanilang mga HP. Habang meron pa tayong Dragon, hindi pa rin nakukuha ito, Yasos.
Yep, indeed. Eh nakita ko yung ping ng Fennel Adversity doon Pining nila, attack the Rift Herald sa may top lane. So, lagi nilang pinupush kasi yung issue on that Drake. Pangalawang round na nila yon pero wala pa rin nakakakuha. Namatay pa nga doon si Domeng, pero lucky for them para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Low health din itong si Boy JR, si Tonte, even Tonte, no? And hindi sila nakapag-dragon doon. Pero again, joke lang daw, Fennel Adversity. Sige, once again, try natin on the Drake.
Try natin on the Drake indeed. That's gonna be the decimate. Hinabi dito ng power para lang makadishan so much damage. That's gonna be one champion falling down kagad sa kamay dito ng Fennel Adversity. Lakan Esports. Pero nakataklisim na si Rafi dito. Nagtalbugan ng members ng FLA. Double kill na naman para kay Aizen. Dadali buhay pa rin. Dragon nga ba ito? For Lakan Esports, pero triple kill na naman si Shaw, for Shaw. At naging 2-4-3 ang trade natin. In favor yung trade na yon sa Fennel Adversity, pero Dragon ay nasa kamay ng Lakan Esports.
Yep, indeed. Yes, the trade pagdating sa kill nasa side ng Fennel Adversity. Pero kasi ano ba yung pinaglalabanan natin doon? Pangatlo, third charm is the king nga naman para sa side dito ng Lakan Esports. At least na-secure nila dito yung Drake for themselves. Pero Fennel Adversity, mukhang hindi na makakaabot yata itong si Boy J or pwede niyang i-Superman Punch yan. Sabay Smiter! Oh my God! Hindi na kailangan ng Superman Punch. Pwede na wala pa siyang smite noon, men.
Tinusok niya lang yung Dragon Lance yun. That's gonna be a solid referral. At nagulat sila doon for sure, no? I think wala rin smite dito si Domeng, pero may mata ng referral sa likod. Kung kahit na burst kagad dito, and with the last second na gamit dito ni Boy J yung kanyang Dragon Lance, securing that referral para sa kanilang team. That they was able to get away, pa-slam lang over the wall habang nag-push ang members dito ng Lakan Esports sa ating top lane.
Grabe yun, Boy J. Parang nakikita ko na kung ano-ano nasa chat ngayon pasundot din, Boy J, ganon. Pero, Fennel Adversity, they are struggling right now. Kanina, medyo hindi malaki yung gap natin. Hindi pa din naman malaki as of now. Konting kembot pa din naman. Lakan Esports, after that, Rift Herald, makakapag-push pa sila ng another turret at the top lane. And pwede pa nilang gamitin yung Rift Herald. It's either to push the middle lane or gamitin nila na diversion later on. Pero as we see, Fennel Adversity, sila na yung on the defensive side. Mukhang si Danny medyo matapang, walang ton.
Masyado siyang matapang dito. Ginamit niya kanduran pero wala tinamaan na kahit isa from the Fennel Adversity. Pero Arjuk, onting patchi na lang. That's gonna be kill para dito for Fennel Adversity once again. Pero sa Boy J, nahabot nila. Sinubukan niya gamit ang kanyang grand entrance. Pero Dedele coming in from behind. Body slam tumama sa isa. Pero na-kill niya ito with explosive cut. Boy pa rin si Shaw. Excited siya. But super low na si Dedele dito. Tumama kanya Sonic Wave. Si Tonte na yung mag-isa. Wala siyang kasama. That's not a good strategy dito kung sakali na pinili pa niya pumasok sa loob. Pero ginamit niya lang yung kanyang Ragnarok para mag-disengage.
Yeah, Lakan Esports, maganda yung pinapakita nila dito pagdating sa objective. Pero pagdating sa team fight, medyo napapansin ko, nagkakaroon sila ng sort of audition pa isa-isa. And yun nga, si Tonte as an Olaf, hindi naman kasi siya talaga yung pinakamakunat na Baron Laner. Actually, wala pa siyang pangkunat na item dito. He only have the Black Cleaver. Hindi siya nabibigyan ng ganong kataas na Kakunachi na pagkatao dito para kay Tonte. Pero yun nga, Lakan Esports, they're doing good. Pero at the same time, pagdating sa team fight as a team sana, kasi nagkakaroon talaga sila ng audition
That is right, Yasu, no? At makakapansin mo sa lineup or sa items dito ni Tonte is really starting to respect ito si Shaw because of the magic resist na meron siya. But that's gonna be connecting to two members of Fennel Adversity dito. Pero si Domeng, sobrang kunat ni Domeng. And with that safeguard, giving him more shield and lifesteal as well para sa kanyang champion dito. Ang may Sonic Wave kay Arjuk. Medyo delikado kanyang buhay. This goes to Boy J as well. But meron silang mark coming from the font of life. Not gonna risk this one. At top lane being pushed slowly by Tonte dito. Patay Ignite, may attack speed siya dito when he use kanyang second skill, giving him more edge to get this turret. Kung sakali na ipilit niya ito. But power already responding in the top lane.
Yeah, pero again meron pa sila ditong Rift Herald and yung ating next dragon mag-i-spawn na siya in less than a minute. So again, pwede nilang gamitin ito as a day version pero isang Rift Herald na bangga na lang kasi yung middle lane dito ng side ng Fennel Adversity. And Lakan Esports, again, they're just buying time I guess kasi considering na si Tonte nagpe-pressure lang at top lane, medyo nilalaro nila dito, minamind games nila yung Fennel Adversity which is good. Pero Lakan Esports, wag lang silang mag-overextend like to the point wala silang information sa position dito ng Fennel Adversity kasi they can punish them. Fennel Adversity, may mga charms sila dito, not only one but dalawa pa nga. In this Ari and this Rakan, meron pa, pwede pa sila ditong ma-apprehend. And again, 4 silang melee. So ang dali lang pukin sa muka nitong lineup ng Lakan. Pero bottom lane, si Tonte medyo nagdedelikado.
Delikado talaga boy Tonte dito. Meron pa siyang Ragnarok na pwede niya gamitin pang disengage. Pero nagkakaroon ng team fight dito sa may Dragon Fight. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari. Pero show, basta mo get away. Hindi pala yun makakatakas dahil look at that rocket. Coming from basic attack dito ni mismo si Aizen. But that's gonna be the ultimate being used. Coming from members of Lakan Esports dito. Cataclysm. Meron pa siya. Wala na pala. Sado dito. Pero nagkaroon na ng mga charms. But gonna be the Ragnarok being used.
Galing sa likod.
Coming kay Boy J. Pero Aizen from behind. Cutting gun lang sa likod mga kalaban. Pero Danny will fall down as well. Nautira dito si Domeng. Dito naman si Rafi. Pero Robbie has to back away na. Super lalim pa. And that's gonna be 4-4-9. 4-4-1 rather.
4-4-1.
In favor of Lakan Esports.
Yep, grabe naman si Aizen dito. Pero Lakan Esports, not only na makukuha nila dito yung Drake, makukuha din nila yung middle turret with that effort coming from Tonte. Pero going back to Aizen, ADC na siya yung nagpa-flank, men. Usually ADC nakikita natin sa likuran yan eh. Pero for Lakan Esports, si Aizen nasa likuran ng kalaban. Grabe naman yun.
Yes.
Just so happen na manipis lang din talaga dito si Corky. And syempre kapag ka ikaw yun ang galing sa likod, more likely masasandwich ka din nung mga nananakbo na Fennel Adversity dito. But still, yung team fight na yun na ipanalo pa din dito ng Lakan, Fennel Adversity, sila yung nagre-react sa ginagawa ng Lakan sa ngayon. And Lakan, mind you, 2 na yung dragon na nakuha nila, uncontested pa yung pangalawa.
What happened in that particular team fight is nakita natin na pitas kagad si Shaw dito and si Shaw, knowing na siya yung main damage dealer talaga ng Fennel Adversity, that's really a risk para sa kanila na may panalo pa yung mga team fight dito. And once again, yun nga, nanggaling dito si Aizen, nag-flank siya doon, coming from behind the members of Fennel Adversity and yep, slowly pushing lang si Tonte, trabaho lang, walang personalan, habang members of Fennel Adversity is slightly being confused kung ano yung gusto nilang gawin dito talaga, no? And Shaw is just hiding in the bush. Naghanap siya ng magandang timing dito to pick up one shot. Pero nahuli si Boy J. Boy J, tinamaan ng charm. That's gonna be the ultimate being used. Heroes entrance, matulungan na kanya tropa. Pero si Domeng, malis na ligang pinasok. Look at the damage coming from Aizen with a red buff na meron pa siyang summoner spell. Ginamit niya na kanyang heal. Patulungan na kanya tropa. Charm connected dito kay Aizen pero meron siyang quick silver sash. Pero ensemble dito, ang kaibigan natin si Tonte because of that Ragnarok. Dedinay, tumagsak sa dito. Malakol ni Diva. Aizen isa pa. Pero si Power super low na. Sinabi na sa loob. Ginamit na dito ni Shaw yung kanyang broke the belt but he was able to get away with the Spirit Rush as well. Pero okay lang yan. 2 miyembro dito ng Lakan Esports ang nawala habang 4 sa Fennel Adversity.
Isa lang masasabi ko paring Gigi, pagka dikit-dikit ang Lakan Esports dito, ang kukunat nilang lahat. So worth it yung 4 frontliner lineup nila, 4 melee lineup nila dito. Aizen is also, actually preheating lang din sa may bandang likod habang tinatrabaho nung 4 na nasa harapan yung mga kalaban nila. And mind you, this is a Mo of Memortius na kinuha dito ni Aizen. Hindi natin usually na nakikita to itong item na to sa kahit anong champion. Kasi what's good about Mo of Memortius, preventing the damage, probably respecting the damage coming from the Shaw. Kasi si Shaw laging siya yung target almost ng Ari na to for this Corky. Siya nga lang naman kasi yung manipis and probably na kayang i-combo dito ni Shaw. So, unable to survive, Mo or Memortius ang kasagutan dito. Pero they're doing Baron right now. GG.
Baron right now already in the hands of Lakan Esports. Pero may ward sila doon. Alam nyo na yung nangyayari dito. Pero Power pasok sa lobby, the Blasting Code. Pero si easy lang sa kanila yan. Makukuha na yan ng Lakan Esports. Pero si Domeng, masyado siyang malalim dito. Valkyrie ginamit ng mga kaibigan. Coming in from Aizen. Now Aizen, 1v1, 2v1 pala ito. Pero nabuhay pa si Rafi. 1 more hit na lang. Nakatakas pa siya. Si Shaw dito pa sa loob. Pero siyang red and blue buff. Slow si Tonte dito. Pero the damage, the burst is just too much for him to handle. Tumoy niya naging trade dito. At meron bang Baron ang Lakan Esports.
Yeah, and ang ganda din talaga ng mga heroes entrance nito ni Arjuk. Talagang always to save his teammates, to sustain them, or either to extend the team fight. Fennel Adversity, every time na nag-a-attempt sila dito ng assassination sa isa sa mga Lakan Esports, andun lagi yung, asahan mo lagi, yung heroes entrance dito ni Arjuk and saving them. Just so happen, Isen, namatay siya on that team fight kasi nga naman, naabutan na naman siya doon. Probably neto ni Shaw, pero yun nga, Fennel Adversity, nag-i-struggle. Meron pa naman silang dalawang outer turret, kaso naghihingalo na lang din dito, top lane and yung bottom lane. And medyo threat pa to sa kanila kasi Lakan Esports, meron silang Baron buff. So, i-utilize nila yan, and ito na nga yung ginagawa ng Lakan Esports, pinipressure nila lahat ng lane kanina. Si Tonte kasi yung nagsiset ng mga tore. Si Tonte ang may dahilan kung bakit bawas-bawas yung tore ng Fennel Adversity ngayon. And ngayon, Fennel Adversity, saan ba tayo magde-depth? Top lane or bottom lane? Kasi lahat ng lane, kinukulit ng Lakan dito.
Yes, making sure they can utilize the Baron talaga dito. At nakuha na nga ni Tonte yung kanyang turret sa top lane. Secondary turret yun. This is gonna be a 4v5 situation. Pag nagkataon, 4v4 pala rather. Pero si Power nandito mag-isa sa top lane. Tonte kasama niya dito si Dedenay. Slowly minamataan niya yung top lane dito. Pero turret the bot lane did fall down as well sa kamay ng Lakan Esports. They have the ward their vision para makita nila yung kanilang kalaban dito. Habang si Tonte ay nakabatas na naman ng isa. Power did fall down naman siya sa items dito. Pero si Domeng, si Nandomeng, mahuli siya dito. The shield is pa as bump up para kay Tonte dito. Ginamit niya yung kanyang barrier. Pumasok na dito si Dedenay. Dito mama yung kanyang charm. However, the explosive cast didn't connect as well. But that's gonna be heroes entrance. Ginamit dito mga kaibigan. Dito si Arjok Bar, tulungan na kanyang tropa. Turret, naiwan mag-isa dito. That's gonna be turret. Being taken down as well by Lakan Esports. Wala na silang turret dito. And happy death nga ito, indeed.
Yep, indeed. Lakan Esports, pwede pa nilang daanan dito yung Cloud Drake para nga naman makumpleto na yung tatlong dragon nila as of now. Saka nila tatapusin yung game kasi hubad na dito yung base ng Fennel Adversity pero hindi pa sila natapos.
Hindi pa sila nga tapos dito dahil dito ng members ng Fennel Adversity para subukan silang mapigilan. However, that's gonna be double kill para kay Aizen. Dani na yung mag-isa. That's gonna be a chicken falling down. Naging chick na lang siya dito. At sunod-sunod na mga miyembro ng Fennel Adversity ang nawawala because they can pretty much push this one. Of course, 5v2 situation and Power. Nawawala siya ng power level dito. Nawabawasan ang kanyang kapangyarihan. Arjok ginamit ang kanyang taunt. That's gonna be connecting to Power. Power falling down. At ilabas na ang ace dito. And to end this game, straight to the Nexus. 1-0 mga kaibigan ang ating game 1. And that goes to Lakan Esports.
Mine po sa short ni Kuya. Pero anyway, Lakan Esports dito, talagang pinakita nila yung kanilang not only aggression, pero yung prioritization. Medyo nagkaroon tayo ng a little bit of audition nung medyo early pa ng game natin, pero na-pull off naman nila yan. Ang ganda nung paggamit nila actually kay Olaf or Tonte. Kinukulit niya ng kinukulit. Again, para siya nagiging Fiora dito, pressuring the lanes, doon sa kabaliktaran kung nasan ngayon yung mga nasa side ng Fennel Adversity. Fennel Adversity, mid-game to late game, wala silang magawa kundi mag-react sa ginagawa dito ng Lakan Esports. And Lakan Esports, ang kukunat nilang lahat, Isen, talagang what's unique about him, yung pag-flank niya talaga sa may bandang likod dito ng Fennel Adversity. Namatay man siya, pero look at that number of kills. Kung gaano siya kaalagang-alaga ng 4 melee brothers niya. 18-4 lang naman mga kaibigan. Siyempre, siya na yung magiging MVP dito. Siya na yung pogi dito. Inadako niya kanina, di ba? Ayos ba yun? And I said, on that 4-key, with the Maw of Malmortius, alam niya kung ano yung weakness niya. Alam niya yung kung sino yung humuhuli sa kanya. Look at that respect para kay Shaw, para kay Ari. Meron siya ditong QSS, meron siya ditong Maw of Malmortius. Kailangan ko makasurvive kasi siya lagi yung target dito ni Shaw eh. And more likely, Lakan Esports, si Aizen kasi talaga yung nagbibigay din ng damage para sa kanila, para mapabagsak yung mga kalaban. Especially kay Power, no? Medyo nang ninipis itong si Power. By the way, guys, this is the Oppo A94 play of the game. Dito natin makikita yung early aggression na pinapakita ng Fennel Adversity. Yes, it worked out. Pero ito yung sinabi mo din kanina, no, Gigi. Kailangan nilang makip yun. Which is hindi nakip ng Fennel Adversity, Gigi.
Yep, nagsimula dito yung mga a lot of trades na nangyari starting with that dragon fight, no, kung saan nakabawi kagad dito ang Lakan Esports despite the fact na kanina talagang malaki yung lamang dito na Fennel Adversity, making sure that they can utilize yung top lane advantage dito, the aggression is there as well, pero hindi nila nakip yung yung momentum dito, no, triple kill did go to Shaw. At eto nga yung sinasabi ko, halos karamihan ng kill syempre dun lang napupunta kay Shaw, so hindi siya evenly distributed, kaya medyo nahirapan sila dito na ma-maintain yung advantage na meron sila each of their members na meron dito ang Fennel Adversity. And ito yung isang team fight kung saan I think finally dito na nagdikta na makukuha talaga yung Dragon. Pero mutik na mahuli si Tonte dito. He was able to get away. And another set para sa kanilang team. Sinimula na ng FLA itong ating Dragon. Pero they have the advantage dito, manpower advantage and the positioning na meron ng Lakan Esports. Always in the backline ng si Aizen. Alam niya kung kailan siya dapat knock-out. Ginagamit niya yung Valkyrie niya on the right timing, always going for the right target as well. At again, same story ang nangyayari dito. The target na napupunta lang, the kill is always going sa kamay ni Shaw. And the slow-mo with that Dragon Lance coming from Boy J.
Yeah, hindi. Then yung after ng sundot niya, talagang flash away siya agad para dito kay Boy J. Kasi nga naman, grand entrance is on the way. Pero eto nga, Fennel Adversity at that point onwards, actually, parang after ng Rift Herald natin, doon na nag-downhill almost yung lahat ng nasa Fennel Adversity. Kasi almost Lakan Esports from that point, talagang sila na yung nagbibigay ng pressure, hindi na halos makatungtong dito ng River yung Fennel Adversity. Simula nung Rift Herald na yon, since kinukulit na sila ni Tonte at the top lane. Tapos kapag ka nagsasama-sama sila, Aizen, lagi siyang nasa likod, pumipreheat lang. And yun nga, sabi mo nga, no, on time lagi yung Valkyrie niya kung kailan siya magre-reposition. And napakaganda ng nagiging position dito ni Aizen kasi talagang pumipreheat lang siya. Yes, naaabot siya doon ng mga Orb of Deception. And though minsan, siya yung tinatamaan ng charm, pero may pangkawala naman siya doon. And yes, very well commended din si Boy J. At the same time, ito din si Dedenne kasi hindi sila nakaka-cross-crossan nung Cataclysm and nung explosive cast neto ng Gragas nila. And of course, ang master of the match natin walang iba kundi itong si Aizen on his Corki na merong KDA na 6.0, kill participation na 53%, GPM na 1,221 with a DPM na 1,770, DTPM na 728, pero that damage para kang binagsakan ng bomba na nuclear bomb. Grabe naman yun. Phosphorus bomb pa lang, men. Binomba ka na agad. And yung item build niya, more shoes, conditional kasi situational, kumbaga, as well as QSS. Gaya nga ng sabi ko kanina, kasi siya, most likely, ang pumapatay sa kanya is si Ari, itong si Shaw. So, kailangan niya protektahan yung sarili niya. Siya lang naman din kasi yung manifest doon sa mga ka-teammates niya.
Yep, and it did benefit them really well sa kanilang game dito, no? And alam mo kanina na-mention ko dito, medyo negative kapag we have 4 melee champion and 1 range champion only on your lineup or yung position ninyo. Pero with that lineup alone, nakita mo, they have parang protect the Aizen lineup, no? Protect itong Corki lineup dito. In a way, they have Jarvan to go for the front line. They have Galio as well with the Hero's Entrance together with, of course, yung Gragas natin to go for the back line. Nakikita mo, apat na champion dito ng Lakan Esports is more on the backline penetration na pwede nilang gawin against dito sa Fennel Adversity, and it worked really well para sa kanilang team kung saan talagang nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si Aizen na makapag-free hit dito, and with those free hit na nagagawa niya, the damage is there as well, 1,770, parang mid lane na Oriana or Ari yung ganong kasi ng damage, the burst damage. And sakit, no? It's really a good thing na ito yung ginawa ng Lakan Esports dito, no? And I feel like nagulat dito yung Fennel Adversity sa strategy na ginawa dito ng Lakan Esports. So we'll see para sila magkaroon ng adjustment dito. I would say that they can still do kung ano yung ginagawa nila kanina kasi gumana ng una Gumana siya dito nung first 2 minutes ng game, pero hindi lang din na-maintain. Mahirap talaga pagdating na ng mga objective.
Yep, indeed. And yun nga, yung pag-maintain, mahirap talaga yun. Kasi, ganun din You see, yung first moments ng game natin, yung ginagawa dito ng Fennel Adversity, hinaharas nila yung top lane. So, sabi ng Lakan dito, why not gawin din natin yon sa kanilang Baron lane na si Darius na nasa baba. So, hinaharas din nila, kinukuyog din nila sa may bottom lane. Itong si Darius, so it's a take. Kaya nga hindi tayo nagkakalayo pagdating ng nung early game to mid game, hindi tayo nagkakalayo when it comes to network. Talagang nagkatalo-talo na lang din kung sino yung nakakuha ng Dragon, and at the same time, yun nga, nung na-sniperu itong Rift Herald ng side ng Lakan Esports, and from that point onward, tuloy-tuloy na yung pagmamarcha nila dito sa may base ng Fennel Adversity. And going back tayo, no, kay Aizen, kanina nabanggit mo din na grabe din yung damage dito ni Aizen, no? So this is yet again, a Corki with no Triforce. Hindi na kinailangan ng Triforce, Solari at Essence River lang. Pero alam mo ang kailangan ng ating mga viewers ngayon. Alam mo yan, Kuya Gigi.
Alam natin yan. And sigurado, hindi lang kayo magiging masaya sa panonood dahil magiging masaya din kayo na pwede kayong manalo ng 790 wild course. Of course, courtesy of PPGL para malaman ninyo ang ating maghanag seto na. Para manalo ng wild course, walang ibang gagawin. Napakadali lamang. Number 1 kaagad. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtag. So, yung kalimutan yan, SISPH Playoffs, Icon Series PH, PPGL Wild Rift. Hashtag yun lang naman yan sa inyong pag-post at pag-share ng ating live stream. At number 3, during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your right ID on the stream chat. The best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast week. So, napakadali lang. So, make sure lang na gawin nyo lang ang ating mga mechanics dito dahil, kung hindi nyo makukuha yan, sayang naman ang ating wild course dito na ipamimigay sa inyo.
Yeah, tama ka doon. And bukod dito sa pamigay ng 790 wild course, oo, men. Meron pa nga tayo na mas malaki at mas mabigat kasi magpapamigay ang Secret Lab Gaming Chair. 6 na upuan. So baka isa kayo sa 6 na yon. Make sure lang na nakapollow kayo dito sa 3 simple steps. Siguraduhin yung naka-like and follow kayo sa PPGL and sa Secret Lab official Facebook pages, and i-like at i-share nyo syempre itong live stream natin with the hashtags #SISPH, #CIconSeriesPH, #PPGL Wild Rift, #PPGLXSecretLab. And syempre, bago matapos ang broadcast day natin, magkakaroon tayo ng link sa ating weekly Icon Series quiz na kailangan nyo sagutan at kailangan tama ang sagot nyo na isi-share dyan sa ating stream chat, and yun ang magiging raffle entry nyo. Tandaan nyo, 6 na lucky winners yung pwedeng manalo ng Secret Lab na gaming chair. So baka isa na kayo sa maswerteng manalo. Ang panihintay nyo, men, upo na.
Upo na, indeed. Sigurado. Pinag-usapan dito kahapon, no? Pwede kang makatulog dyan. Ako nakatulog na. Tested na kagad. So, kung gusto ninyo, i-try. Gusto nyo i-try? Hindi nyo pala gustong i-try. Kung gusto nyo manalo at magawa nyo yan, alam nyo na. Sali na kayo dyan. Madali lang yan. Maya-maya lang, malalaman nyo yan. Siyempre, yung ating quiz na form para pwede kayong mag-fill up as one of part of the raffle entry. Pero ito nga pala ang ating draft history kung saan makikita natin, of course, ang ating picks and bans coming in from these two teams, Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Makikita natin na, of course, Lakan Esports banned out already Camille, Akali and Rengar, 3 jungle respect para dito kay Domeng. And Domeng, even with Lee Sin, maganda rin naman yung performance dito. Talagang mahirap lang, no? Makip up yung face sa buong game na ito, and how Lakan Esports is dominating talaga yung buong game. Nagsimula sa Dragon. And the ban as well, we have Lucian, Senna, and si Kaisa,
no? Pero ito looking at the bans and sa picks ng Lakan Esports dito, it's not actually a response sa lineup or sa composition ng side ng Fennel Adversity like directly. Kasi bans pa lang, parang may nire-ready na sila dito. Alam naman natin, Camille can go backlines, even Akali can go backlines, Rengar can go backlines. So, yung kanilang composition dito, talagang ginawa nilang foolproof para kay Corky. Talagang protect Aizen. Hindi natin hahayaan na makapag backlines dito yung mga kalaban. Kasi alam naman nila, 4 yung melee nila dito. Yes, andoon yung chance na pwede silang ma-apprehend 4 agad. Maganda naman actually yung composition na binigay dito or pinakita ng Fennel Adversity.
True.
Kung na-execute nila ng maayos. Just so happen, Lakan Esports, mas na-execute nila ng maayos yung kanilang composition na talagang nagawa nila na protektahan itong si Aizen. At the same time, hindi din enough yung naging damage or na i-farm dito na Fennel Adversity to deal great damage nga against these 4 frontliners ng Lakan Esports. Kaya sila yung napapanish kasi mas marami silang HP, mas marami silang habol. And gaya nga nung sabi ko kanina, Arjuk always present para to extend the team fight or to save his teammates na nag-i-struggle na pagdating sa HP. More likely kay Tonte siya nag-heroes entrance dito to extend the life ni Tonte.
Yep, tama ka dyan. No? Madalas tayo nakikita na pag gumagamit dito ng Heroes Entrance, itong si Arjuk always on the right target, no? Which is yung kung sino talaga yung focus fire ngayon ng Fennel Adversity or kung sino yung tinatamaan ng charm. And mas madalas talaga dito si Tonte kasi siya nga yung frontliner na kanilang team dito. And pag tinignan mo mabuti yung lineup dito ng Fennel Adversity, they have Darius, no? They have a champion na pwede naman talagang pang counter out kay Olaf kasi Olaf has to always keep on, alam mo yun, pag yung distance laging malapit siya sa kanyang kalaban. Kasi Olaf yan You know, you have to make sure na tumama yung mga basic attacks mo para doon ka maging very effective talaga. Pero hindi na nagagawa ng paraan ni Power dito kasi nga medyo na behind siya sa items. I think ang naging score niya dito is 2-7 yata, di ako nagkakamali or kanina nakita ko yon. But more or less nakita natin yung effectiveness talaga dito ni Tonte sa kanyang Baron lane. And even at the bot lane kanina, nakita natin first 2 kills is nakuha dito ng Fennel Adversity sa ating Baron lane. Pero behind pa rin talaga ng husto itong si Power. So I would say na mas naging effective yung ginawa dito ng Dragon lane ng Lakan Esports against sa Fennel Adversity pagdating sa pag-shutdown ng ating mga Baron laners.
Yeah, tama ka doon. And yeah po, babalik tayo kay Tonte ulit with that Olaf and etong kay Power on his Darius. Kasi Olaf, mas malakas nga naman. Mas lumalakas actually itong si Olaf kapag ka medyo maliit na yung kanyang HP. And of course, Darius nga naman yung kasagutan dyan. Pero ang sagot din kasi naman nila dito, hindi lang naman kasi dapat si Olaf yung ipo-focus nila. Ang dami nilang dapat i-focus dito. And kanina hindi natin masyado napapansin din itong si Gragas. Grabe din yung mga body slam-jama dito na ginagawa ni Gragas. Talagang on point din. And gaya nga nung sabi ko, hindi nagkaka-cross-crossan yung ultimate neto ni Jarvan, the Cataclysm, and yung explosive cast neto ni Gragas. There's not one time na merong Cataclysm tapos may explosive cast. Laging una yung Cataclysm and then explosive cast. Or, if they wanted to, ang ginagawa kasi dito ni Gragas, pinaghihiwalay-hiwalay niya muna yung mga dikit-dikit, lalo na kapag ka nakadikit lagi itong si Lakan kay Saya. So, explosive cast sa mukha nila, magkaka-break, walang magjowa dito.
Walang lover do.
Walang forever. So, kakarnihin
hater
nila.
si Gragas.
Oo. Kakarnihin nila ngayon yung ma-isolate dito sa may kabila and then dire-diretso na sila ng ragasa sa lineup ng Fennel Adversity.
Yes, and it worked perfectly no sa lineup dito ng Lakan Esports. I would say na nung una, syempre medyo magulat ka eh. They have Olaf, Gragas, tapos Jarvan. Parang ano bang gagawin nila dito? And then surprisingly, they did go for the top lane Olaf. Yep, nagkaroon ng mga first shutdowns dito kagad, mga first blood, first 2 kills kagad sa Fennel Adversity. Pero isa pa pala gusto kong i-point out dito is yung doing yung ating lane swap, no? If you do the lane swap, mas maganda, lalo na kung gusto nyo kunin kagad yung first tower. If you're going for the Dragon lane or duo sa Baron lane natin, after makuha yung kagad first tier, tapos 4 minutes, andyan na yung Dragon at referral. Mag-referral na lang kayo. Kasi yung nangyayari, madalas ang nakikita ko dito, katulad ganito ng ating game 1, nagpunta pa rin sila sa Dragon. So, medyo, parang di nila ma-utilize yung advantage nila na meron silang turret na destroyed kagad sa ating first tier top lane. Kasi, mas kontrolado dito ng Lakan Esports yung mapa sa bot lane dahil may tower na sila eh. So, pwede, kung dumating yung point na super load na dito yung Fennel Adversity, hindi sila pwedeng tumakbo doon sa kanilang bot lane para parang tumawag ng tulong sa kanilang turret kasi wala ng turret. So it's just a matter of parang kina-craft ko lang dito yung different theories na pwedeng gawin ng ating mga players. Pero ito na ang ating Game 2 sa ating Series 1 pa rin. Draft history na naman tayo dito. Drafting phase na naman tayo dito. Wala pa tayong history. Yeah. Pero first pick kagad, Gragas na naman. Pero this time it will go to Fennel Adversity.
Yep, inagaw na dito ng Fennel Adversity yung Gragas. And kanina nabanggit natin, no, pinoprotektahan nila itong si Corky. Since first pick na naman ng Lakan dito is this Corky, of course, together with that Galio for our Juke na naman malamang. Pero Kha'Zix naman ang kasagutan kasi dito ng Fennel Adversity. Kanina, lacking sila ng champion na mag-go sa backlines na mag-i-sniper talaga directly para kay Corky dito. So, ang kasagutan ay is going to be this Kha'Zix. Pero they will have Ezreal. Hindi na ako magugulat kapag itong Ezreal na to nag-build ng either Solari, Essence River, and yung mga new items natin para dito sa Ezreal na to for the side of Fennel Adversity. Hopefully, it works for them para may makopya na naman tayo ng mga build dito. Pero as for now, Lakan Esports, ninakaw din nila dito itong Ari and finally nilabas nila itong si Riven again for Tonte.
And Singe will be, I think, the Baron laner, I would say, or the support. This is a support Singe para sa Fennel Adversity. Kasi about that, Rafi, alam natin lahat na medyo unorthodox talaga siya. Pero Power will be using Singe pala, no? At least hindi siya magiging support Singe dito kasi baka gayahin niya ng mga players natin na naglalaro ng ranking. Wag naman sana. Pero ito na nga, no? Tontay Riven, as you mentioned kanina, we have of course Boy J, Wukong ang kanyang gagamitin dito. Uy, Detonation na naman ang gagamit ng Ari ngayon. Nagkapalit na ang ating mga mid laners kanina. Hindi pala, no? It's gonna be a support Gragas to counter out a Gali support. And they have Oriana versus Ari. And I would say that Ari for sure bubuo siya dito ng Crystalline Reflector because we have Kha'Zix, we have 2 AD champion for sure could assassinate her pag nagkataon. Pero ito na ang ating game 2 sa ating series 1. Medyo mainit ito dahil for sure gustong makabawi dito ng Fennel adversity.
Yep, hindi. Tama ka doon, GG. And as we see, no, Aizen, mukhang magle-lane sharing. XP sharing muna sila dito at the middle lane. And of course, Fennel Adversity going for that hard leash sa kanilang jungle. Habang Lakan, hindi pa naman sila nag-hard leash. More on nag-hard leash siya doon sa may mga bato-balani na nasa top lane. Hindi doon directly sa kanilang buff. Pero si Power, I don't think na magkakaroon ng magandang time itong si Tonte at the top lane kasi nga naman nandun lagi yung kumbaga yung threat neto ni Power, pwede siyang itapon and then followed by yung mga toxic trail na pwedeng lakaran niya kung sakaling gusto niyang bumalik sa kanyang tower dito parang kay Tonte. So, playing safe and of course, be aware lang din dun sa mga gankings na pwede gawin nung mga junglers. Pero ito, si Power, siya yata yung pinapower dito, binubruto ni Tonte, man.
Nabiging powerless na naman siya dito sa kanyang Baron lane. And alam mo ngayon ko lang napansin, no? Pero this could be a counter, no? Singe could be a counter to Riven kasi pagka yun nga lang, it will require, you know, yung magandang mechanics. Kasi pag tumama yung mega adhesive niya, yung nakita mo yun, yung parang lason dito or that skill coming in from Singe, that would disrupt yung potential nitong si Riven to use yung kanyang mga skills dito to keep the distance or no, alam mo yun, para mas tumapit siya dito. Kasi grounded nga siya. So, alam mo yun, di niya magagamit yung kanyang Blade of the Exile and the Chill as well. So that's one thing to keep in mind. It's about ating Baron lane. Pero ito na naman mga kaibigan ng first blood nga ba. First blood attempt coming in from Boy J. Kinapigyan niya decoy. Pero that's gonna be damage. Being taken down by Power dito. Pero buhay pa rin siya. Habang nagkaroon ng 3 sa bot lane din naman. At nakuha nila ang tigisang scatter for the jungle.
Yeah, pero worth it pa din naman yun, no? Para sa side ng Lakan Esports kasi na-burn nila dito yung barrier as well as the flash galing kay Power. Pwede sila ulit mag-attempt ng first blood attempt or kill attempt at the top lane kasi mamaya wala nang pantakas dito. Etong si Power, yun nga lang, Power probably magpe-play safe na yan knowing na wala na siyang pantakas. But bottom lane din, nagkaroon din yung attempt ng Fennel Adversity at the same time doon sa may mga duo lane natin. But just so happened na under protection ng turret and they don't have enough damage pa coming from this Fennel Adversity. And Lakan Esports, safe pa rin naman sila as of now. And mukhang wala ulit lamangan. Early pa lang din naman, pero looking at the ward position ng both sides natin, napakadaming wards at the bottom lane. Coming from the side ng Fennel Adversity, bawal tayo mabulag, pare.
Talaga marami silang mata dito, no? Just to prepare for what is about to happen. Ito na, kinubukan na lang ulit ang top lane natin. Wala siyang summoner spell dito, pero Dominic will be responding there as well. They were able to dish out so much damage against Lakan Esports, pero wala silang nakuwang kill dito. And na-burn pa yung flash ni Tonte.
Yep, nice save yun actually. Para galing kay Doming kasi kung hindi talaga dadayban nila yun under the turret. Of course, kailangan nilang respetuhin yun para sa side ng Lakan Esports. Under the turret nga naman yun and 2v2, medyo duguan na din naman sila for Tonte and etong si Boy J. Might as well try again later pero mukhang hindi na sila makakatry. Again, si Alin yung ipaprioritize nila pero ito, si Shaw.
That's gonna be first blood para kay Dedene. And Shaw, for sure will fall down kaagad dito kay Dedene. Tumama yung kanyang charm. He was able to use yung kanyang ignite. Again, the disadvantage of having Ghost as your summoner spell. Yun yung naging, probably I think, naging problema niya doon. Pero ginamit niya naman yung kanyang flash and the ignite was there as well coming from Dedene and hindi niya pala gamit yung kanyang shockwave.
Yeah, Ghost Walk no, si Shaw dito. And actually, dulong-dulo na ng mana ni Dedene yun eh. Yung kill na yun for Shaw. Pero just so happen, first blood nakuha na dito ng Lakan, and yung dalawang objective natin up na din. Is it gonna be the Ref Herald or talaga magko-contest pa rin talaga dito sa Dragon yung dalawang teams natin?
Dragon to for sure, no? Kasi right now, walang lane swap ang ginawa dito ng Fennel Adversity. They really want to pull off different strategy this time. I would say na medyo risky ito for whoever's going to try and attempt this one first. Ito ginagawa ngayon ng Lakan Esports. Sinusubukan nila kunin ito kagad ang ating first Dragon. Habang minamataan ito ng Fennel Adversity, they have the manpower advantage, rather the item advantage. Pero balikin coming from Ice. Sinubukan po na sa mana isa. That's gonna be the cycle connecting to Shaw. Shaw nakatakas mo siya dito. He was able to flash away. At surut-surut na nagkakaroon ng trade. Tonte will fall down. And the damage coming from the members of Fennel Adversity is just too much for them to handle.
Yep, focus kasi yung damage dito ng Fennel Adversity. Sabihin natin, yes, may mga AOE, pero those are bursts, and as well as ito din, si Danny na pumipreheat din from behind. And Lakan Esports doon, yung ginawa ni Aizen na yun, medyo delicates yun kasi siya yung tumalon doon eh. Yes, nandun yung special delivery package, pero hindi nila na-maximize yung pwedeng gawing slow, yung pagguhit na yon sana with that delivery package. Wala halos tumapak doon eh. Sila lang din yung tumapak doon para sa side ng Lakan Esports. This time, Fennel Adversity, sila yung nakasecure ng Drake as of now, and mukhang dalawa, syempre, mamatahan na naman nila dito yung Rift Herald natin. This time, tingnan natin kung makukuha pa din yan ng Lakan Esports, kung masusundot yan neto ni Boy J, kasi wala siyang pansundot ngayon actually, and nagkaroon na rin tayo ng lane swap for the Baron lanes and sa duo lanes, and nagkakaantayan na nga. And I think mukhang hahayaan na lang ba ng Lakan to, kasi out of position itong si Boy J.
Mukhang this could be a referral din naman for Fennel Adversity, pero at least ando naman dito si Arjuk para mag-buy ng enough time to stop itong Lakan Esports, Fennel Adversity rather, for getting that referral para sa kanilang team. What happened kanina, I would like to add lang sa team fight doon is ginamit pala dito ni Shaw yung blasting cone, not the flash, kasi cooldown pa yung kanyang flash doon. And imagine with that Rod of Ages, being able to survive all those damages coming from Lakan Esports is really a big thing. And even si Aizen kasi, hindi pa ganoon kalakas yung damage niya. So, unti pa lang yung kanyang damage item dito. Now, Lakan Esports, medyo nire-reset lang to ng Fennel Adversity, yung Rift Herald. They have the ward over the wall. At alam nila pwede pwesto ni Shaw dito habang naipit ang members dito ng Lakan Esports sa ating turret. And Tote, without those items pa, without enough items pa para sa kanya Riven, medyo nahihirapan siyang manalo sa mga team fights dito.
Yeah, pero as of now, no, meron na siya Black Cleaver sa ngayon, pero dalawa yung Roa ng side ng Fennel Adversity. They have Roa para dito kay Shaw and kay Power na din. So they have the magic damage as well as pwede silang makasurvive somehow. Pero we'll see, wala pa namang tumatouch-touch ulit dito sa Rift Herald. Pwede siya ma-despawn actually, kalahati na lang yung timer ng Rift Herald dito. Lakan Esports, ayaw din nilang mag-totally go in para sa Rift Herald kasi andun lagi yung threat na pwede silang ikutan dito ni Domeng. Alam naman natin, kapag ka nasa loob ka ng pit, pwede kang ma-isolate din agad-agad, and that damage na pwedeng i-dish out dito ni Domeng, napakasakit as a K6. Pero ito si Boy J, man.
Boy J, nag-proc na dito yung kanyang decoy, pero that's gonna be the repair being taken down by Lakan Esports. Medyo naiwan na sa loob si Power dito. Ay, ito na nga ba yung sinasabi ko, naipit siya doon. He cannot use the Valor and yung kanyang broken wing, but he was able to get away. Napilit siya mag-flash doon. Andito na si Rapi, almost low na yung kanyang HP dito para sa Power with that charm. Double kill para ay Ice na naman. Ice na dito dito. Inabot dito ni Domeng. Mali yata ang pag-flash mo doon, kaibigan. But Domeng was still able to get one champion. Boy, did it fall down. At naging 2-for-1 pa yung trade. Pero Rift Herald ay nasa kamay ng Lakan Esports.
Yep, hindi. Nakuha nila dito yung Rift Herald. Boy J, gusto lang naman niyang tumulong kay Dene dito. Pero tatlo kasi yung hinahabol niya doon. And nandun itong si Domeng. And they have a certain distance between the Dene and itong kay Boy J dito. So isolated siya doon. Easy lapang coming from this K6 ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Doon na-translate din naman agad ng Lakan Esports yan. Nakuha din naman nila yung top lane, top turret dito ng side ng Fennel Adversity as of now. Kaya yung net worth natin in favor sa ngayon ulit ng Lakan Esports. Ang konting kembot lang naman, pero Lakan Esports kailangan nilang makapagpa-item dito gaya nung kanina. Pero this time, we have a Corki na naka-Triforce. Hindi siya nag-Solari ngayon, pero pairing up with that Essence River sa ngayon.
Kanina din medyo ganito yung item build niya, no? Pero wala pa tayong charge blade. So, that's one thing to keep in mind. Without the charge blade pa muna sa kanyang item. Not as strong as he is earlier, of course, kasi medyo late game na yun. Pero ngayon, with those items alone, no? The Trinity Force, at of course, Essence Cleaver, medyo malaking damage na ito para sa kanya. FLA was able to get, I think they're gonna be able to get this one, Uncontested Dragon, pero naipit na naman dito mga kaibigan. Itong si Arjo, wala siya magawa, pero 3-man taunt, kaling sa kanya, secured kill. Ito para sa FLA. Imagine, Singed, itong si Power, on point palagi yung kanyang mga toss dito, yung mga fling niya.
Yup. Ito nga, ito pa. Mukhang round 2 pa, men.
May round 2 pa nga. That's gonna be the attack. And Shockwave hindi umabot dito, pero umabot lang yung isang damage doon para sa FLA, securing another kill. Arjo did fall down, Tonte did fall down as well habang si Deden ay busy sa bot lane na kumuha ng turret. Dalawang turret na, Yasuo, dalawa na ang meron ng Lakan.
Yep, indeed. Kaya nakakakabol pa sila dito. Egolman sila pagdating sa team fight na pa isa-isa silang napipitas dito ng Fennel Adversity pero nakakabawi naman sila pagdating sa mga turret. And mind you, Kuya Gigi, katulad nung sinabi mo kanina, nagiging strong lang yung sinabi mo kanina na maybe ang Siege ay counter para sa isang Riven. And as well as si Arjo, hindi natin siya makapag Superman punch away kasi nga grounded siya at that point kaya napatay siya una at the middle lane. And then same with Tonte, hindi siya makapag Valor, hindi siya makapag Broken Wings, talagang naging literal na broken wings yung kanyang pakpak doon kasi hindi siya makaalis. The moment lang na makakaalis ka doon is lalakarin mo. Paano ka lalakad kung may slow ka dito? Pwede ka pa mapabalik dito ng sabihin natin Shockwave and also andun pa yung explosive cast. Pwede na din siyang ma-burst down doon agad ni Danny as an Ezreal pero kumakatok na yung Fennel Adversity sa may middle turret pero hindi naman sila mag-all in kasi wala silang minions.
I just realized din pala dito yung lineup ng FLA no, ng Fennel Adversity. They have the Shockwave or the shield pala rather and the second skill coming in from Oriana para lang ito na naman sinasabi natin, Tonte will fall down. The movement speed bonus coming from the reconnaissance itong si Shaw will give the advantage para sa kanila at lagi ma-secure ni Power yung kanyang mga fling dito and the mega adhesive.
Yeah, actually parang sagot ni Power lahat. Yung line-up ng Lakan Esports, may dash dito si Tonte, yes, may dash dito si Boy J, even Dedenne, even Ice and River Carry, Arjok din. Halos lahat ng dash masya-shutdown niya with that skill coming from this Singe. And kita mo naman, okay, bawal kayong lumapit dito, kundi maaaliup ko kayo doon sa aking mga kasangga. That's gonna be an easy turret para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Not only one, but dalawa pa nga yung nakuha nila dito, mid turret and bottom turret agad-agad yan. Dalawa na nga pala yung dragon nila. Pero grabe naman yun. Ipit kung sa ipit. Explosive kasi ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, men. Nakatatakas ka, hindi ka talaga makakatakas. Hindi ka papatakasin ng Fennel Adversity.
Sakit ang puso ni Boy J doon. Nag-reward lang naman, napatay pa. Tingnan niya doon. And I really like how Fennel Adversity is playing this game right now. No? Talagang try to distract lang yung mga pangtakas na meron dito ang Lakan Esports.
Yep.
And to think that tuwing tumatama dito ang kanya mega adhesive, laging secured yung mga kill. Pero ito na nga, the DNA has to stop the rest of the members of Fennel Adversity. But Fennel Adversity was able to get this first button of the game. At dahil doon sila na may kalamangan sa laban na ito.
Yep, quick lang. Kasi nga naman, that's a K6, man. Mabilis lang talaga mag-takedown ng mga objective yan like Baron and Dragon or even Rip Herald. And that moment, patay itong si Boy J. They have the damage para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Kompleto pa sila dito. Alam din nila na hindi papalag yung Lakan Esports. Sila yung nag-i-struggle sa ngayon. Though yung network natin, again, hindi naman masyado nagkakalayo as of now. Pero pagdating kasi sa teamfight, ang nai-egol dito yung Fennel Adversity just because of that skill coming from Power as a Singe.
Yep, indeed, no? Talagang solid. Solid yung pang-disrupt ng pang-disengage dito ng members of Lakan Esports. Imagine, hindi ka na makakapag-Valkyrie, hindi ka makakapag-Justice Punch, hindi ka rin makakapag-disengage with Tonte. At kahit yung decoy mo ay di mo magagamit, even the Spirit Rush. So, counter sa lahat ng kahit na sinong mapitas dito ng Fennel Adversity. Ito na naman, pumapasok ko siya sa loob. Pero ito yung dapat gawin ng Lakan Esports to burst him down every time na gagawin niya yun. And the Dragon is up, but with one champion na wala dito ang University, this could be a big deal para sa kanila. Dahil they still have the Baron buff, pero out of position dito. Manpower advantage is in favor
may teleportation,
of Lakan Esports. Teleport is there. Boy J, wala siyang cycle. Ginamit niya kanina against kay Domeng. Power rather. But that's gonna be a champion. Kill kagad for the FLA. Tumulong si Domeng dito. The Dragon is just being taken down by Fennel Adversity habang mapayapa ang buhay ng FLA dito.
Yeah, mapayapang buhay. Talagang focus lang ang ginawa nila doon on that Drake. Kasi alam nila, kaya nila. They have the damage, they have the burst. And ang ganda ng pagkaka-box out dito ng Fennel Adversity doon sa Lakan Esports. Ano ngayon kung 4 lang kami? Di bawasan namin kayo ng isa. Arjuk is also dead at that point. And hindi na din nakalapit doon yung Lakan Esports sa may Dragon Pit natin. Another turret na naman. Ang napabagsak dito ng Fennel Adversity, Lakan Esports, kailangan nila talagang mag-item. Pero Dedene, delicates yan ha.
Delegates talaga yan. That could be another kill dito for Power. Pero tropa daw muna sila. Friends muna sila in that situation. And Power, the Dene rather was able to get away properly. Tamang recall lang muna pa uwi. And again, gaya na sinabi ko kanina, ito yung dapat gawin ng Lakan Esports dito. Every time na makita nila dito, si Power na rumaragas ang Sage, they have to use a lot of resources para lang ma-secure yung kill na yun. Pero, what is happening is kapag ganun yung nangyayari, syempre, may pagkakataon dito ang Fennel Adversity to go for another round kasi nga lahat ng mga resources ng Lakan Esports ay nagagamit na. So, even the Cyclone is being used as well just to secure that kill. Imagine,
Para
yung threat ni Power sa laban na ito talagang intense for Fennel Adversity.
Well respected. Mega adhesive lang ang katapat nung lineup dito ng Lakan Esports. Talaga sakit sa ulo nila yan no? Etong si Power. Pero yun nga no, kung imagine, kailangan nilang ibuhos even the Cyclone para lang kay Power, para ma-eliminate tong threat na to. Pero later on, ubus na din yung kanilang mga ultimate dito, ubus na din yung kanilang mga utility at mga tools dito para sa side ng Lakan Esports to commit another team fight. Pero team fight again at the middle lane.
Team fight again indeed. That's gonna be the hero's entrance. Boy G na iwan sa loob. Wala siyang pwedeng magawa para makatakbo dito. But that's gonna be teleport being used by Tonte para lang mamatay. Dalawang miyembro na dito ng Lakan Esports ang namatay mga kaibigan. That's gonna be 3v5 situation and the Baron is up. Nako, mukhang secured naman to for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, secured na naman yan. Boy J is absent, even Tonte is absent. Pero Lakan Esports, I don't think it's wise na i-contest pa yan kasi box out na sila dito. Neto ni Rafi. And mukhang hahabol pa nga kay Dedene. Pero Dedene, kailangan niya naman out Pero ito, Narjuk, napakomit na siya doon ng flash out para lang iligtas yung sarili niya,
Medyo mahirap talaga. Risky play always. Yung pag-recall talaga sa gitna, no? Lalo na kung di ganun kalayo yung minion wave nyo. So, yep. Another flash was used by Arjuk. So, medyo delikado ito para sa kanila sa paparating na team fight. They only have 3 flash at the moment. So, medyo, lalo na may Baron buff pa dito ang Fennel Adversity. So, this could be a problem para sa kanilang team dito, no? But we'll see about that. Dante is still alive, the man then stop lane para mag-defend. And to think, nahirap siyang ma-counter out si Power. Ito yung reason kung ba't hindi siya makapag-split push ng maayos unlike kanina.
Yep, tama ka doon. Actually, unlike kanina, unlike kahapon, Tonte, sabi ko sa'yo, umpisa pa lang, it doesn't seem like magkakaroon siya ng magandang time against this Singe. And talagang napapanish siya. And not only him, pagdating ng mid-game natin na nagsama-sama, lahat na sila napanish dito ng isang Singe na to. Pero ito na naman, 1v1 with a great one. Pero kita mo naman kung paano nangingiyak yung HP ni Tonte, pero middle lane.
Middle lane indeed. That's gonna be the Cyclone being used by Boji dito. Nasa loob na. Mali ka ng ligang pinasok. Aizen with the delivery package. 1 star ka muna, kaibigan. At namatay siya doon. At unti-unti nang nauubos ang miyembro dito ng Lakan Esports. It's an ace. And straight to the Nexus, mga kaibigan, with the Baron buff. And that's gonna be the 1-1 score para sa ating laban na ito. Series 1 pa lamang. Bawing-bawi ang Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, go high Q jersey. Yep, indeed. Pamain ulit sa shorts ni Kuya, no? Pero, yep, isa lang ang masasabi natin dito sa game na to, sa match 2 na to ng side of Fennel Adversity. Power on that Singe. Period. Yes. Yun na yun kasi lahat sila na counter hindi sila maka-dash out. Lahat ng champions nila dito para sa side ng Lakan Esports dumadash out, and with that mega adhesive na nanggagaling sa isang Singe, talagang di sila makaalis doon. And lalo na kay Tonte na talagang siya yung pinaka nahirapan na ka-lane itong isang Singe na to. Hindi niya naabot halos yung power spike niya. Lagi na lang siyang patakbo the moment na pagpasok niya. And yun nga, nung last team fight natin, nag-teleport pa para lang mamatay dito. And as well as Aizen, napa-overextend. So to the point na 1 star nga siya para kay GG kasi nga dineliver niya yung sarili niya para sa Fennel Adversity doon on that last team fight, no? And just so happen, Fennel Adversity. We told you guys na ito, yung dalawang team na di malabong mag-third game. And yes, third game nga tayo, Kuya Gigi.
Grabe, ang lakas ng Fennel Adversity dito. When you think about what they did in this game, no, talagang nandun yung mind game. Nandun yung thought sa kanila na ano bang pwede natin gawin dito. Riven, Tonte, with that Riven. We have Ari na pinili ni Dedene. Mamaya makikita natin yung draft history. I cannot remember exactly kung pang ilang picks itong si Cinch. I think last pick siya dito kung di ako nagkakamali. Pero mamaya makikita natin yan, di ba? Imagine, hindi nila naisip na pwedeng gawin ito ni Power and the whole members of Fennel Adversity na ito yung pwede nila talaga palang magawa, no? And sinabi ko rin kanina, no? Simula pa lang ng ating lineup dito or ng match-up sa ating mga laning phase na it will require a lot of mechanical skills para lang mapatama mo na maayos yung mega adhesive mo and then ma-fling mo ng maayos yung kalaban. Alam mo kung ako yung gumagamit niyan since ibabato ko yung mega adhesive ko sa kalaban. Pero yung ginagawa ni Power dito, yung mega adhesive nasa likod niya. Tapos
diba?
i-fling niya yung kalaban, di ba? I cannot do that. Hindi ko pwede gawin yan. Hindi ko kaya gawin yan. Pero ito, ang ating Oppo A94 play of the game kung saan mas intense talaga ang highlights natin for this Game 1, Game 2 sa ating Series 1.
Yeah, tama ka naman doon, Gigi. Yun nga din yung gusto kong i-point out kanina na medyo nakalimutan ko kasi lagi na sabi ko, bakit lagi nasa likod yung mega adhesive nito? Yun
diba?
pala, yun talaga yung ginagawa niya. Para nga naman, mas more time para makahabol kasi nga naman may slow siya doon para kay Power. And kita mo siya yung humaharap din dito para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. And ito nga kawawa dito, ito si Boy J. Gusto lang naman niya mag-reward. Mukhang kinarne na agad siya doon ng 4 or 5. Humabol na siya doon. Kita mo naman kung gaano sila nag-i-struggle just to kill etong si Power. Committing almost everything para sa side ng Lakan Esports. Pero hindi pa rin kasi naging masyadong nagbigay ng advantage para sa kanila yan. Kasi after that, ganun na naman yung ginawa sa kanila. Ito yung nag-teleport sa muka para lang mamatay dito si Tonte. And hindi niya nakaya din i-1v1 etong si Power.
And ito yung isang team fight na sinabi natin na nag-delivery package siya kanina. Pero yun nga lang, medyo malalim ng gusto and shock. Got the opportunity to use the shockwave and secured ace na ito for Fennel University. That was a pretty huge fight para sa kanila. And syempre, ang ating master of the match, walang iba kundi si Danny, na kahapon din naman ay naging master of the match din with his marksman role. Ang gamit niya ngayon ay Ezreal. Not as flashy pagdating sa kanyang items dito kasi hindi pa umabot talaga ng super late game dito. Pero pag tinignan nyo yung stats niya, KDA na 14.0, we have kill participation na 78%, ang kanyang GPM ay 907, and the DPM, damage per minute, is 1,647. To think na lagi lang siyang nasa likod at nagkakaroon ng pagkakataon dito si Power na gamitin lahat ng pwede niyang gamitin dito para magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng ating backline na mag-free hit ng maayos, is just working pretty well for Fennel Adversity.
Yep, you know what? Kada kasi, di ba, sabihin natin, imaginein mo, hindi ka na makakalis dun sa mega adhesive neto ni Power. Ang dali mo na lang patamain nung true shot barrage mo. Tapos, way in the backlines ka pa. Kasi bago ka dumating kay Ezreal, dadaanan mo muna. Andun yung si Kha'Zix, and andun pa si Gragas na pwedeng either mag-isolate or mag-push back. May shockwave pa nakasama dito. The AOEs are just massive coming from the lineup doon ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Lakan, mukhang kailangan nilang mag-think twice kung gusto nilang mag-pick dito ulit ng Riven. Kung gusto nilang mag-pick dito again ng Riven, they might want to consider banning itong si Sinch. Pero yun na yun parang kapag kabinan mo na si Sinch, matik na yan. It's either magre-Riven ka or mag-aari ka ulit. Kumbaga, that's information mamaya sa drafting natin pagdating ng third game.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Yasser. And I'm really looking forward sa pwedeng gawin dito ng Lakan Esports after what happened sa ating Game 2. Kasi pwede kang, alam mo yun, kung ganun yung situation dito, ano ba pwede natin gawin? Ano bang gagawin natin dito? Mag-isip ba tayo ng champion na pwede nating, na hindi na kailangan ng mga dash skills or ng mga may pang gap closing ability? Ano bang pwede natin pang-iwas dito sa Singe na to? And could be that also na hindi na rin mag-Singe ang Fennel Adversity dito. Pero eto mga kaibigan natin draft history, makikita natin ang ating mga bands. Tama, no? Last pick nga dito ng Fennel, itong si Singe. So, Riven pa ang pinili ng Lakan Esports. So I think hindi nila in-expect, no, na ganun yung pwedeng gawin dito o yung ganun na gagawin dito ni Power. Talagang pinakita ni Power yung kanyang power. Sa Game 1, medyo nawala yung kanyang power, pero Game 2, andun yung super power niya.
Super power niya na kay Sinch pala, no? Kailangan niya lang idikit nga naman sa lupa ang kanyang mga kalaban dito. And honestly, Fennel Adversity nag-work out so much yung kanilang composition dahil nga lang doon big percentage dahil kay Power, no? Sa ginagawa dito ng Singe ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Kasi sagot niya lahat talaga yung composition ng side ng Lakan Esports. So, kumbaga naging additional na nga lang din dito yung mga na-isolate din with ni Kha'Zix, then yung with the help ng Explosive Cast, even yung mga shockwave dito ni Oriana. Hindi nga natin masyado na napapansin yung shockwave ni Oriana kasi mas tinitignan natin etong si Power. Kasi nga naman, kapag nag-grounded yung mga kalaban dito, syempre ang dali na lang patamain. Ang shockwave, true shot, barrage, and tatalo na lang ni Kha'Zix dito. Yes, manipis dito si Kha'Zix, pero okay lang din na kumaltok siya ng kumaltok sa harapan ng kalaban dito kasi busy sila tumakas doon sa mega adhesive na binabato sa kanila ng isang siege na to. So yun nga, Lakan Esports, they might want to consider kung ano yung magiging lineup nila kanina, kung mamaya, kung ano yung magiging lineup nila mamaya, kung magre-revent pa din talaga sila dito. Pwede din naman kasi mag-cinch ulit yung Fennel Adversity. And yeah, same bans lang din halos kasi yung both sides natin, no? And talagang they have someone na gusto nilang protektahan. Lalo na sa side ng Lakan Esports, ayaw nila ng champion na nag-go in the backlines. Talagang first pick Corky. And then ito na yung ban nila, first pick Corky. Alam mo na kung ano nang gagawin nila next so mga susunod na steps Kasi ganun yung ginawa nila nung first game. So far, Fennel Adversity nakahanap sila ng kasagutan doon.
Yes, and pag inisip mo mabuti yung lineup ng Lakan Esports dito, no, they lack the tank. Meron silang value dito, but I don't think na naging very effective yung pagiging tanky champion niya dito. Somehow, they lost the laning phase sa ating Dragon lane. And Riven is supposed to just, alam mo yun, mag-split push, gumawa ng maayos ng strategy dito, give the confusion to Fennel Adversity to win the matchup or yung laning phase natin dito. Kahit na natatalo sila sa mga team fight, kanina ginawa nila ito ng game 1, nanalo naman sila sa mga push. Pero in this particular game, di kita nagawa. Medyo nahirapan talaga siya ng gusto dito because yun nga, kaya siyang balagbagin ni Power, no? Itong si Power with that Singe. Talagang pinakita niya yung kanyang power dito. And kaya niyang solo kill palagi itong si Tonte. And I would say na this is a huge deal, no? For Fennel Adversity. And I would say na pwede na gawa ng paraan to sa ating next game. Kasi pag nanalo dito ang Fennel Adversity, mainit ito. They could be the top 1 team sa ating Group C if ever na sila ang manalo.
Yeah. Totoo yan. And again, actually, sabi mo, this is gonna be a huge deal for them. Actually, huge deal for all the teams kasi information with that, how to control Riven. Alam naman natin na almost all the teams na kasama ngayon sa Full Icon Series, ginagamit nila si Riven or can use etong si Riven knowing na meron pang counter dito sa Riven na to na nagiging hot right now. Mukhang medyo magiging cold nga dahil sa pinakita na yon ng Fennel Adversity. Pero pagka nanalo nga dito Fennel Adversity, sila ang magiging top 1. Habang top 2, of course, yung Lakan Esports dito na pwede din naman mapantay kung sino yung mananalo sa susunod na series natin mamaya.
Yes, malalaman natin yan. We're just waiting for the next game to start para sa ating Game 3. And ito, simula pa lang ng araw natin, Game 3 na. Nako, paano pa yung mga susunod na games dito? We have ang next game mamaya lamang, Leonite Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. This could be 2-1-3. Tignan natin. Dahil kahapon, nagsimula tayo ng 2-0. Second series, naging 2-1. But ngayon, 2-1 kaagad ang simulang game natin. So, medyo mainit ang ating simula ng ating day 2. Kung kaya alam mo, maganda talaga tong game na to Hindi ko talagang na mind game sila dito na Fennel Adversity. And I'm really looking forward sa pwedeng gawin ng Fennel Adversity ulit sa ating game 3. Kung paano nila i-mind game ulit yung Lakan Esports kasi medyo parang walling dito napapa-wall hug dito ang ang Lakan Esports talagang
tower hug.
Tower hug muna sila dito kasi kailangan nilang isipin anong pwede natin pang counter dito. So doon nila dinaan sa utak. And tignan natin kung Lakan Esports in this game ba they could have a different strategy or lineup to have in their mind. Syempre pro players sila, I'm sure. Meron silang something up on their sleeves sa game na to.
Yep, indeed. Kung sabihin natin something up on their sleeves, nung judging from kahapon na performance nila and champion picks nila, especially on Isen dito, meron silang Kaisa on the first game which natalo sila under against Mirmooo, no? Pero the moment na nakuha nila si Lucian, yes, nanalo sila doon. That's the reverse sweep na nangyari kahapon, yung 2-1 natin kahapon. Pero this time kasi, binaban against them etong si Lucian as well as etong si Kaisa. Sen, alam naman natin kung bakit binaban yan kasi she's a very, very effective support, lalo na pag dumating ng late game, hindi na siya support. Pero yun nga, I think kung magkakaroon ng chance yung Lakan dito, makuha yung Lucian nila or yung Kaisa nila. Actually, dalawang teams na to, nagwi-wield sila ng Kaisa. And I do think na kaya din namang mag-Lucian dito ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Of course, aral na din nila yan, malamang. Pero as for now, kasi ang napapansin ko sa Fennel Adversity, sticking sa old meta, sticking sa old items, sa mga dating nakagawian na, 'di ba? Kung napapansin mo, halos walang bagong item na nakikita dito na binubuo for the side ng Fennel Adversity, pero it still worked for them. And yun nga, Lakan Esports, na utakan lang talaga sila ng husto dito ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Pero we'll see, kung same bans pa rin tayo, malamang hindi na ako magugulat kung magkakaroon pa rin ng halos same lineup yung side ng Lakan, like prioritizing etong si Corky, and then pwede nilang gawin ulit Olaf. Kanina sinabi mo din, they might choose a champion na hindi masyadong kailangan ng tumalon-talon-talon. Alam naman natin si Olaf pag naka-Ragnarok, 'di ba? Hindi mo mapipigilan yan. So pwede baka again para sa side ng Lakan Esports dito, kasi yung first lineup nila nag-workout talaga sa kanila yun eh.
Yeah, and to think na maraming maganda yung maganda din kasi yung champion pool nitong si Power talaga. To think na kahapon he used Renekton and Darius sa kanyang first 2 games. So medyo talagang the versatility is there, pwede mo pag-isipan na iba't ibang champion na pwede niyang gamitin, kaya nagbibigay sa'yo ng confusion talaga. Tontay naman on the other hand, I think yesterday he used Density Riven 2 times and isang beses niyang ginamit dito si Darius. So Darius could be also a huge deal para sa kay Power dito, kay Tontay, na pwede niyang gamitin na walang pangtalon. Pero again, this could be a problem din naman for Lakan Esports kasi nga maraming pwedeng gamitin na champion itong si Power. So Power just showing talaga yung kanyang power dito sa ating game. Pero again, this is 5v5 match, no? We're more on focus sa pinag-uusapan natin sa ating Baron lane. Pero I would say that overall, doon kasi nagre-revolve around yung naging pagkapanalo ng Game 2 dito na Fennel Adversity. So I would say that sa Game 3, tignan natin kasi Kha'Zix, itong jungler ng Fennel Adversity also was able to, I think wala siyang death, kung di ako nagkamali, or kung nagkaroon mo siya ng death dito, isa lang or dalawa. Si Boy J naman, nahirapan siya sa kanyang Wukong. Kasi nga, meron pa din tayo ditong yung Mega Adhesive. Again, to stop si Wukong from using the decoy. Minsan, kanina nakita ko yung isang moment na wala siyang choice kundi gumamit na lang ng Cyclone. Kaysa wala siyang magawa nung nahuli siya dito ng Mega Adhesive ni Power. So, overall, it's a matter of syempre teamwork pa rin, execution. Again, pinag-uusapan natin dito kung paano nila masisecure yung pagkapanalo sa ating Game 3.
Yeah, tama ka doon, Gigi. And we're still waiting para sa draft natin for the Game 3 ng Lakan and Fennel. Tignan natin kung sino talaga ang may upper hand dito sa dalawang teams na to. Kasi, again, umpisa pala, sinabi natin, pareha sila ng power, kumbaga, as a team. Hindi sa as sa player, si Power sa yan. Fennel Adversity. Pero, power levels, halos parehas sila. And, Fennel Adversity, sticking sa kung anong nakagawian, habang Lakan naman dito, yes, adapting sa kung anong bago, pero Fennel Adversity, even though medyo sticking sila sa nakagawian, it works. If it works, it works. Wala tayong magagawa doon. And kailangan na lang talaga humalap dito ng way ng Lakan kung sakaling nasagot talaga sila dito ng Fennel Adversity sa kanilang sabihin natin prioritize Corky and protect the Corky line up for them. And it's just the Singe na nasagot para sa side ng Fennel Adversity dito. Yun lang naman yung naging sagot ng Fennel Adversity so far. And yun yung pinaka nagpa-work sa lineup ng Fennel Adversity. Again, Lakan Esports, pwede nilang i-consider banning out this Siege kung gusto pa rin nilang magstay on sa mga champion sa composition kung saan merong mga pang-pounds, merong pang-talon, or gusto nilang pumik dito ng mga champion na panglakad. Kung walang pang-talon, panglakad na lang kayong lahat. Pero, we're still waiting for the Game 3 drafting natin.
Hinintay lang namin guys, no, yung ating game team
Oo.
dito. I think nagpe-prepare na yung ating mga teams dito. But sa mga nanonood dyan, don't forget to like and share the stream. Siyempre, meron tayong mga giveaways dyan. Of course, the 780 wild course na pwede nyo mapanalunan by just commenting, sharing the stream, liking and following the Facebook page of PPGL. And syempre, i-share nyo lang yung stream niya. Napakadali lang yan. Ito yung ating analysis na. No? So, sobrang dali lang. Kung kaya may pagkakataon kayo na gawin yan, make sure to do that. The mechanics, kanina sinabi namin, mamaya sabihin namin ulit yan. And para lang magkaroon kayo ng pagkakataong manalo, laro-laro na ngayon. Daming skins. We have Sentinels of Light. Nakita natin kanina si Sentinels of Light Riven. Tapos kahapon si Sentinels of Light naman na si Irelia na napakaganda. At talagang kumikinang-kinang. Kumikinang-kinang talaga dito. And kung mapapansin nyo, yung mga players natin dito ay gumagamit din ng mga skins talaga na talagang nagbe-benefit sila ng gusto. Kasi may dagdag eh. Siguro plus 1. Plus 180. Ganyan. Plus
180. De, joke lang. Walang plus yung mga skins dito.
Wala.
Pero more like plus charisma, ganon. Plus 1 confidence, ganon. Plus 1 pogi points. Pogi points yun, pare ko. Kaya pagka nagka-skin kayo, alam nyo kasi, kapag ka may skin kayo, tapos naglaro kayo sa rank games, mamamind blown na yung mamamind games yung kalaban nyo. Sabi, ay, may skin to. Ibig sabihin, magaling to, di ba? Ganun yung presence ng skin dito. Plus plus mind games sa kalaban. Kasi bakit mo naman dadamitan ng isang champion kung hindi ka talaga magaling doon, di ba? And plus flex points na din yun.
Pag may mga kalaban ka na nagsabi na na skinner ka. Sabi mo sa kanila skinless kasi wala silang pabili ng skin eh. So, di ba? Ikaw meron kang skin. So, pasensya naman tayo. And yun nga, again, winning wild course dito, no? Make sure to share the stream lang and follow the mechanics. And we have also Secret Lab Gaming Chair. Ipamimigay din natin yan. Pero ang ating form for the quiz or yung ating short exam ay makukuha ninyo no mamaya before the stream ends sa ating last series for the day. So we're just waiting for the game to start, and again this is going to be the game 3 ng ating Lakan Esports versus Fennel University. Medyo mainit ang laban na ito. I would say that again sa ating game 3 na magsisimula na nakita natin sa wakas the Signal of the Light. Ito, kung may Sentinels of the Light tayo, ito ang Signals of the Light. Tontay mga kaibigan sa ating first pick for Lakan Esports. We have Kaisa. Walang nagban ng Kaisa. Sa amin si Kaisa.
Akali din actually. Nakalabas dito itong si Akali kasi nag-change ng bans dito yung side ng Lakan Esports wherein binan nila dito si Kha'Zix at the same time binan din nila dito itong si Gragas. Pero that will open up to an Akali pick and a Lee Sin pick na mapupunta sa side ng Lakan. Fennel Adversity, sabi sa inyo, sticking sa kung anong nakagawian. They have Brom, Kaisa, combination, time and time again na nakita natin yan sa Summer Icon. Even Fiora, di ba? Alam nyo na kapag may Fiora, alam nyo na kung anong job neto is to split push, to poke the enemies, and sometimes to go in the backlines, di ba? Pero we'll see, Lakan Esports kung ano isasagot nila dito. Wala pa silang ADC, pwede silang mag-40 if they wanted to. Janna ang magiging next pick nila dito as a support. Ezreal, focusing na puro single target to actually yung first 4 picks ng side ng Lakan Esports, single target Lee Sin, even the perfect execution dito ni Akali, and lalo na neto ni Ezreal. Yes, may true shot barrage pero more on nagre-rely siya sa first and second skill niya dito, and third skill neto ni Ezreal.
Yeah, and pag tinignan natin mabuti yung lineup dito naman ng Fennel Adversity, medyo baliktad yata yung kanilang mga pangalan dito kasi nandito tayo. Kasi Lakan Esports on the right side habang nasa middle side dito ang Fennel Adversity.
Which is which?
So
Lakan pala yung naging stay. Okay.
They actually have Galio. Para sa is this gonna be a mid lane Galio? Yep, mid lane Galio support itong si Rafi. They also have Jarvan and Fiora para sa last 2 picks ng Fennel Adversity, question mark, you see about that? Pero this is going to be very interesting for both teams. I would say na maganda na meron sila ditong Kaisa, Brom ulit na classic na lineup nila.
Yeah, I think so blue side natin, baliktarin nyo na lang yung kanina sinabi namin kanina, no? Kasi Lakan Esports, they seem to okay. So yeah, Fennel pa din. Fennel pa din yung may Kaisa Brom talaga. So, ang baliktad lang is yung pangalan nila kanina. So, Fennel pa rin talaga yung may kaysa Brom. O, balik tayo sa sinabi ko kanina. Same pa din naman pala with Fiora, Jarvan, and Ari. Again, sticking sa kung anong nakagawian nila since nung beginning ng ating Icon series. Habang Lakan, they will open up for a single target composition dito. Maliban lang kay Dedenne on that Galio. Pero, here we are sa third game ng Fennel Adversity and Lakan Esports para sa ating first series. First series pa lang, Kuya Gigi, ang init na agad.
Mainit nga, kahit medyo maulan kanina, ngayon ay wala ng ulan, mainit pa din ang ating Game 3. Dahil handa na mga kaibigan, sigurado mainit ang dalawang laban natin, ang dalawang koponan. Yan. Dalawang, let's go! Dalawang. Ito na nga, ang ating Game 3 mga kaibigan. Going for the standard laning phase, medyo nakikita natin yung aggression kagad coming from members of Fennel Adversity dito. Going straight to the jungle of Lakan Esports, knowing that they have Brom. Alam nilang may kalamangan talaga sila dito. Pero si Brom, nasa ilalim ng tribush dito. Ng bot lane ng Lakan Esports.
Parang going beyond the line lang yung ginagawa dito ni Rafi, no? Para lang maglagay ng wards at the same time, vision nga din naman para sa kanila yon. And also, syempre, konting haras na lang din using that first skill coming from this Brom. Pero wala pa tayo action Jackson na magaganap, of course. Kasi busy pa sila sa pagkuha ng kanilang mga lanes dito, jungles and everything. And wala namang nagkaroon ng nakawan. Even though, yun nga, bottom lane, Fennel Adversity, medyo nag-overextend sila sa may jungle mismo na Lakan. Pero nag-ward nga lang din naman sila dito. And I think both teams natin makakuha naman ng respective scuttler. Though Lakan Esports, I'm not sure kung makukuha niya pa yung scuttler na yun. Pero Boy J, ang layo ng nilakad niya, men. From top, papunta ng bottom river. And hindi pa naman din kasi kumukuha kasi ng buff etong Fennel Adversity. Kaya i-claim nila yung dalawang scuttler natin.
Inuna dito ni Boy J, yung kanyang blue buff. And because of that, kaya sinabi mo, Yasu, they were able to get 2 scuttler para sa kanilang team. Nako, dalawang 120, 40 gold, 140 gold para kay Doming dito. Pero susubukan nila makabilis ng isang champion. And then they take so much damage. It's gonna be a flash out para sa kanya. And sulit yun for Fennel Adversity dahil that's a flash. Lalo na Galio yan.
Oo, wala halos pantakas yan. Sabihin natin kapag naharangan mo din yung kanyang Justice Punch dito para kay Galio, hindi na yan makakaalis So, pwede nilang balikan itong si Dedenne at the middle lane kung sakaling gusto pa nilang mag-gank dito. Kasi Lakan Esports, hindi pa din nagkakaroon ng movements coming from Boy J. Hindi pa siya nag-a-attempt na mag-gank or mag-rotate sa kahit saang lanes natin as of now. Pero good thing for Lakan Esports, mukhang maganda naman din yung pagpa-farm neto ni Aizen sa may bottom lane with the help of Arjuk nga. And makakapag-reset na sila dito, probably getting some T2 items na bago pa mag-start yung ating mga Drake. Matagal ba naman? Medyo yung Drake and the Rift Herald. Pero as you see, no, talagang preparing na rin agad yung stage for both teams natin. Fennel Adversity, sila na nga yung unang nakalagay ng wards agad dun sa loob ng Dragon Pit. So, malamang, ang contest na naman na mangyayari nito, talagang focus on the Dragon.
Yes, that is true though. Since we have the Dragon Lane, staying in the Dragon Lane, which is really important right now. And alam mo yun, Yasuo, just saw pala rather, no? Tonte already have yung kanyang Seeker's Arm Guard for, I think, gotta go for the Crystalline Reflector. Kasi ang kalaban niya is AD Champion, Power. Siyempre, may damage din yan para sa kanya. Pero yun nga, that's the priority item para kay Tonte. Kasi physical damage to return, parang medyo may pagka-Bramble Vest Thornmail in a way. Kasi reflect yung nagagawa dito. So power in the top lane, medyo mahirapan siya kay Tonte kapag nabuo na niya yan. And also has the damage potential to win the Baron lane. 5 seconds on the clock mga kaibigan bago magapang ating mga objective dito. The Dragon is the Rift Herald for the first 4 minutes of the game.
Hindi. Tama ka doon, no, Gigi. Kasi nga naman, Akali, hindi ka pwedeng mag-Bramble Best kay Akali, no? Parang, ang strange kasi pag may Bramble Best. So, Crystalline Reflector, talagang bagay na bagay sa kanya, pero middle lane natin.
Na-burn ka agad dito ni Shaw yung kanyang Spirit Rush. last stock nung kanyang Spirit Rush yung ginamit niya dito. So that's an information para sa members of Lakan Esports. Alam nila dito na wala na silang ultimate. That's gonna be the Howling Gale coming from Arjo. Para mapigilan sila dito out position sila. Pero ginamit na ang True Shot Barrage. That's gonna be a Dragon being taken down para sa FLA. Pero nandito na ang Heroes Entrance. Si Tetenay, tulong-tulong na ang members dito. First blood ay napunta sa kamay ng Lakan Esports. But that's gonna be Domeng at si Danny na kailangan mag-back away to get rid na super low na sa kanyang HP.
Yep. Yeah, kailangan nila irespeto dito, Lakan Esports. Sila yung nanalo pagdating sa mga kills. Pero in terms of objective, Fennel adversity, worth it na rin para sa kanila yan. Even though kailangan nilang isakripisyo etong si Power and etong si Rafi. Kasi at the end of the day, permabuffs are permabuffs. Pero rotate agad. Kaso nag-reset yung Lakan dito. Kita naman nila na nagre-referral yung Fennel adversity as of now. So stop na lang muna kasi low health ito si Boy J, man.
Yup, low health si Boy J dito. So medyo delikado ang buhay niya kahit niya i-attempt niya kunin ang ating Dragon referral.
Ipit ka lang.
Pero nakuha ito ng Fennel adversity. Not a good plan para kay Boy J dito. Instead of another steal para sa kanila, naging isa pang casualty for Lakan Esports.
Yep, indeed. Feeling ko mas okay na sana na sinimulan nila ng early. Baka sakaling mas mabilis yung pag-take nila nung referral. Pero yun nga, no, medyo duguan sila dito para sa side ng Lakan Esports. But, yun nga, in the end, sila pa din na natalong that team fight. And makakakuha pa din ng Torre dito yung Fennel adversity. Iniwan na nila sa kamay ng referral pero just so happen, di pa sila nakakuha ng Torre. Hindi naging enough. Etong si RH para makapag-push konti na lang, oh. Konti na lang yung Torre sa may top lane. But still, nailigtas pa rin naman yan ng Lakan Esports. Pero you see, hindi again nagkakalayo. Network natin, early pa din naman. Nagkaroon na tayo ng switcheroo pagdating sa laning natin. And mukhang magkakaroon din tayo ng 3 versus 3 skirmish at the top lane habang minding their own business yung mga nasa middle lane as of now.
Nako, Danny 1v1 against kay Boy J. Pero dito na kanyang tropa. Rafi will be there to support his comrade dito. Nag-connect yung kanyang passive skill. For that alone, kaya kailangan mag-back away ni Boy J. Ngayon, nakita natin kanina na naka-Seeker's Arm Guard kagad dito si Tonte. Pero hindi tinuloy yung kanyang Crystalline Reflector. Instead, going for the Lich Bane kasi medyo makukulangan nga siya sa damage pag nagkataon. Pero True Shot Barrage connected to 2 champions ng Fennel adversity habang busy si Tonte na nagpo-push sa bot lane doing his job as a Baron laner.
Yep, hindi. Tama ka naman doon. Uy, naku, Tonte, ba't ka nagtitipi nga naman dyan? Pero sundot lang yan. Sundot lang yan and trying to taunt him away para dito kay Tonte. Pero meanwhile, no, may duguan na umalis doon si Rafi. Muntik na siyang mamatay. Mamatay siya doon sa middle lane.
Dinaan sa pintuan, no? Hinarangan niya na pintuan ng kanyang kalaban nito just to deflect the damage coming from members of Lakan Esports. Right now, wala pa tayong nakikitang turret destroy dito sa ating mid lane. Pero may isa na dito ang Fennel adversity, which is the advantage na meron sila. Pero si Tonte, may Twilight Cell siya dito. Medyo nakakatago siya ng mapayapa. Uubusin niya ang buhay dito ni Power. Pero ignited siya ni Power dito para lang medyo bigyan ng konting threat at takot itong si Tonte. And Tonte has to back away. Ginamit niya yung kanyang perfect execution. But not so perfect para sa kanya. Dahil that's gonna be the charm coming from Joe. A hero centers as well para tumulong ang kanyang mga tropa. Ginamit dito ni Arjok yung kanyang monsoon. Pero si Rafi ay naiwang mag-isa habang nandito pa over the wall ang members ng Fennel adversity dito. Sila the damage. Danny is only there para mag-t-shirt ng damage. Pero konti pa lang yung kanyang items dito. Si Boy J pumasok sa loob. Mali yata natin nalon si Aizen dito. Tumalon sa kanyang kamatayan. Si Power with the grand entrance dito. Rather, that ultimate has been used doon sa ating bot lane. Pero 2 for 3 pala in favor of Fennel adversity.
Yep, indeed. Parang na-rubber band sila dito ng Fennel adversity. Yung Lakan Esports, na bait lang sila na lumabas under the turret to chase. And Tonte, mukhang na isahan din talaga siya doon. Akala niya na wala pa, na hindi na magko-commit furthermore yung side ng Fennel adversity. Pero ang plan talaga is to go all in. Para nga naman ma-prepare nila yung stage for this Dragon na iti-take ng Fennel adversity. I don't think na mako-contest pa ng Lakan kasi ang layo dito ni Boy J. So far, nagiging solid ang mga pag-rotate dito ng side ng Fennel adversity. And kita naman natin, yung ating net worth, 5K kulang-kulang na yung lamang ng Fennel adversity as of now. And what more, meron na silang 2 Dragon advantage. True Shot Barrage, yes, nandoon. Kaso hindi ito masyadong mapapa-ouch kapag ka nanggagaling kay Aizen. Si Tonte though, medyo lamang na dito, kumbaga out level, pero dito na naman.
Nakapitas na dito si Rafi.
Walang
Hindi sapat Hindi sapat yung pinto niya doon. And again, nag-group up together na ang Lakan Esports dito habang trabaho lang walang personalan para dito kay Power. Now, Domeng, you were able to stop the bot lane na ma-push habang busy si Power sa pag-push dito. Tontay will be responding there. Nakalitsubi na siya dito. Hiyasin nag-damage para sa kanyang champion. Pero Power has to back away lang freely and at least isang plate sa top plate ang nakuha nila doon. So, 2 more plates para masira yung ating second tier sa top lane.
Yep, indeed. Actually, lamang in all aspects dito yung side na Fennel Adversity. Objectives, towers, and everything. Pero ito na naman, GG.
Ito na naman ang Cataclysm. Dani ginamit ang kanyang killer instinct para mahabol si Aizen. Pero Aizen, andito na ang kanyang tropa na si Tetene. Ginamit ang kanyang ultimate with the Hero's Entrance para tulungan ang kanyang mga tropa. Pero Grand Challenge will be used by Boy J dito. Power rather. And Boy J will fall down. At nahilang kanyang mga tropa dito. Healing for everyone in the bot lane. 8-6 ang ating score. At 3-for-1 ang trade natin. Mukhang makakaisa pa dito. Ang Fennel Adversity dahil si Tonte, paikot-ikot lang ng kanyang ano ba tawag dyan? Kanyang palakol or kung ano man ang hawak niya dito. Ang kanyang chained weapon. Pero papasok si Tonte. Ginamit niya kanya perfect execution. Nag-proc naman ito. May isa pa siya dito. So that's gonna be true shot barrage connecting to 2 champions sa Fennel Adversity. Yun nga lang. Not enough damage. Medyo malalim ka. Pero Eye of the Storm saving the day. And Tonte was able to get away. May barrier na. May plus pa siya.
Yeah, buti na lang may Arjok sa tabi niya, no? Kundi yatarp shiwap siya doon, coating hinanga na lang siya doon para kay Tonte. Pero ang haba ng team fight na yun, nagsimula tayo sa may bandang baba hanggat sa nakaabot na tayo doon sa may middle lane. Pero still, Lakan Esports pa din yung nag-i-struggle at that moment. Kasi hindi na nila halos mapantayan dito si Power. Alam naman natin kapag ka nabigyan ng power spike agad ang isang Fiora, talagang dire-diretso na yan eh. Medyo napasidetrack nga kasi din ng buo dito ng item itong si Tonte. Just hindi na ina, pero si Sho!
Si Sho nahuli dito with that Dragon Rage coming from Boy J, pero boy pa rin siya. Tama ka dyan, Yasu. With that HP na meron siya, kaya-kaya niya makapag-turn around ng team fight dito dahil ginamit niya na kanyang Spirit Rush together with that flash out kanina, pero may ignite pa siya. You can still use yung kanyang charm habang busy lang si Power sa pag-clear ng Minjibay with the bot lane habang minamatahan na ng ibang Fennel Adversity yung ating Baron. Pero mukhang mahuli si Tetene. Mamba out.
Mamba out. Actually, Lakan Esports ngayon, out-level sila ng Fennel Adversity. And the fact na Fennel Adversity dito, piniping na yung Baron lane. Probably sabi nila may wards dito, may wards dito. Kasi pining nila agad dito eh. And yun nga, Lakan Esports, kapag sila nawalan ng Boy J, pag sila nawalan ng Disin dito, that's my rekta Baron na naman to para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Baka kapag ka nakuha ng Fennel Adversity, yung Baron na to, ubos yung kanilang outer turrets. Maybe, even mapush yung kanilang mga inhibitor. Kasi nga naman, yung pressure na binibigay ni Power sa lahat ng lanes, bayad na bayad para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Even Tonte, nag-hesitate na din pasukan itong si Power. Sa sitwasyon ngayon, eto ni Tonte, medyo tagilid yung kanyang vapor kasi he's got the damage sa isang Fiora and sabihin natin, kaya niya na din masustain yung sarili niya. Habang Tonte, manipis lang din naman tong akali na to. Yes, malikot ka! Sumalang!
Saan ka pupunta, kaibigan? Hindi niya yata alam na papasok siya doon over the wall. And with that, 1 champion down. Ngayon ang Lakan Esports, hindi pa tumama yung kanyang throw shot parage sa kahit na sinong miyembro dito ng FLA. Now we have the Dragon up. And without 1 champion from Lakan Esports, this is a huge deal para sa Fennel Adversity. Hindi ko alam kung ano exactly yung nangyari doon. I think nag-shuriken flip siya sa blue buff. And
nagbo-blue buff siya noon. Tapos nakaabang yung tatlo coming from the side ng Fennel Adversity.
Sumobra yata, no?
Oo, napasobra. Or talagang gusto niya din talagang mag-go beyond the lines. Pero ito, nag-go beyond the lines na yung killer instinct dito ni Danny. Bayad na bayad din kasi napatay nila yung isa. At the same time, mapupush din nila. I think yung middle turret or mamaya na kasi pwede sila mag-rotate on that Baron. Kaso may nakaabang sa may bandang
out muna. Yes, out muna sila dito. Wala silang minion. But Aizen and Dedene slowly waiting patiently pa rin naman ang charm si Arjuk dito. Arjuk, nahuli naman si Sho. That's gonna be the grand challenge na ginamit dito si mismo ni Power. Pero Tonte nasa loob pa rin. That's gonna be the stasis engine para lang mabuhay siya dito. And he was able to survive that one. Nasa loob siya ng team fight. Pero Dedene, stasis din siya dito. 3 members na ng Lakan Esports ang wala. Habang si Rocky lang ang napitas na sa team fight na yun.
Yeah, alam mo ba, not too wise para sa side ng Lakan Esports dito. Nagte-take sila ng team fight kung saan wala silang mata. We're in FLA. Yes, wala din naman sila halos information doon, pero kita mo sanggang dikit yung FLA dito.
Sanggang
Pagsama-sama
dikit.
sila, malakas sila eh. For the side of Fennel Adversity, hindi sila halos nagkakalayuan, hindi sila halos nagkakawatak-watak para sa side ng FLA. Pero for Lakan Esports, lagi silang naiisahan, lagi silang nauhuli, or kung sa terminologies natin, most of the time, nagkakaroon ng death bush dito, death brush yung side ng Fennel Adversity, and it's really worked well para sa kanila kasi lagi silang may customer doon. Isa na nga doon si Tonte, and just so happen, maninipis din kasi yung lineup dito ng Lakan Esports. Dedenne, hindi naman din siya yung Galio na tanky since this is a mid lane Galio, so going for the damage siya. And as for now, hindi enough yung damage niya, hindi na din enough kung magiging tanky pa siya. Even Boy J, hindi din siya makakuha ng sabihin natin, mga impressive steals ba. Pero Lakan Esports really struggling. Masyado na malaki yung gap natin pagdating sa network dito. And that's just the second turret pa lang na nakuha dito ng side ng Lakan. Habang yung Fennel Adversity kumakatok na sa top lane dito ng Lakan Esports.
May 4 sila ditong turret, pero that's gonna be the hero's entrance mga kaibigan para connect against the members of Fennel Adversity. Pero si Sean, nakita niya na tinamaan ng charm.
Hinihintay niya.
Umabot yung QSS, pero kinarinstig papunta sa loob, Katchan Ray. Wakakakaka, so, ngayon, sinusubukan nga bulin si Boy J dito. So, dapat kami nakanak si Bingus by Domeng, habang mabaklang muna sila ng konti. Nasa loob na dito si Rafi, ginamit niya yung kanyang stand by me, stand with me, kung ano man yan, nag-connect tayo sa kanyang kakampi. Pero si Domeng, nasa kami naman soon, being used by more Arjuk, pipigilan lang silang ma-push yung ating turret sa top lane, pero the second tier of the bot lane ay nakuha ng mga minions.
Yeah, and I think that's the first monsoon na nakita ko coming from Arjuk na nasulit niya. Kasi lately sa mga team fights natin, every time na magmumonsoon siya dito, always na siya shut up agad, hindi niya masyadong nasusulit yon as a Janna, no? And hindi nagiging enough yung sustain ng Janna dito. Again, nabanggit na natin to first moments pa lang, draft pick pa lang Lakan Esports, they have a very single target composition, maliban nga lang dito kay Dedenne, and hindi nag-work out in their favor yung lineup na to or yung composition na to para sa side ng Lakan Esports. Where in Fennel Adversity, they have all the AOEs and the sustain din. Domeng, yung mga pasukan din dito ng Cataclysm, talagang kulong huli at kulong ang ginagawa niya dito sa side ng Lakan. Ikaw na yung nagsaing, iba ang kumain, nakuha pa ng Fennel Adversity itong Scuttler na sinimulan ng Lakan Esports. And that's upper hand para sa side naman ng Fennel Adversity. Pwede na naman sila mag-take ng Baron later on kung sakali mapatay nila dito itong si Boy J. Boy J, ang layo na naman niya. Nasa likod na naman siya dito
Medyo delikado nga ito for Lakan Esports pag nagkataon, no? Dahil merong lamang sa pwesto dito ang Fennel Adversity. Speaking of pwesto, we have the Dragon up. Dedenne, medyo low na kanyang HP. Delikado kanyang buhay dito. Pero that's gonna be the God challenge ginamit dito mga kaibigan ni Power para pumasok sa loob. That's gonna be the Glacial T-shirt as well na pinasok din naman mga kaibigan. And the Hero's Entrance para tulungan na kanyang mga tropa. Pero one by one, isa-isang nabibuta sa mga Lakan Esports dito. Si Arjuk, low na yung kanyang HP. Pero Killer Instinct, sumama pa ng Protobel, securing that double kill para kay Danny. Tatluhin mo na dahil triple kill para sa kanya. Anong Dragon? Direkta na natin to hanggang dulo ng mundo. And Nexus, walang magde-defend dito from Lakan Esports. Inhibitor turret, open din for Fennel Adversity. At ang ating Team Ace, of course, is powered by Oppo Reno 5. Oppo, ang ating mobile official partner. And that Nexus ay makuha na.
Si Arjuk.
Pabalik-balik na hanggang dulo na wala na ng item si Arjuk. And that's gonna be 2-1 score mga kaibigan. And 75,000 Love Cup points para sa Fennel Adversity.
Yes. Yay, Haikyuu. I mean, yay, Fennel Adversity dito. Ang ganda talaga ng jersey nila. Pero that game, sila ang nanalo on that game. Just so happened, they have a better composition against Lakan Esports. Sabihin natin, all demand kung tawagin ang kanilang lineup. Dati nang nakagawian, sabi sa inyo, it works well, really well for them. Talagang napaka-classic din talaga. Standard lang ng kanilang mga laning as well as yung mga items din na binubuo on their champions. Pero still, nananalo pa rin sila dito. And I think ang flaw na yon kaya natalo sa side ng Lakan Esports, it's all about the composition. Umpisa pa lang kasi they have nag-pick na dito yung Fennel Adversity ng Brom. And then, pinush pa nila yung issue na magiging single target sila. They have they have Ezreal, they have Janna. Alam naman natin na pwedeng i-block ng isang Bromia, isang pintuan ka lang. 'Di ba? Para sa side of Fennel Adversity dito. And yep, lagi silang nahuhuli on the death brushes coming from the side of Fennel Adversity. Lagi silang may customer. Kumbaga, Tonte, hindi naging maganda again yung game na yon or even the laning para sa kanyang Akali on that second game against Fennel Adversity. Kita mo yung item dito ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Walang bagong item. This is just the classic Kai'Sa build. Same with Ari. Actually, medyo may iba lang dito kay Power. Nagbuo siya dito ng Frozen Heart. Pero dati na din kasi yung item na added on Wild Rift. Pero wala sa kanilang nagbuo ng mga bagong items. Bakit ba? Dito sila sanay, no? Lakan Esports, wherein nagbenta na din ng item dito. Si Arjo, wala po siyang item. But then again, Fennel Adversity, sila ang nanalo on that match. By the way guys, this is Oppo A94, play of the game, and tignan natin ulit kung ano nga ba nangyari on that third and last match between these two teams.
It was all about the advantage na meron ng Fennel Adversity. Again, Power with slightly unorthodox build para sa Fiora. We don't normally see a Fiora with the tank build, pero instead, we'd go for the 3-4. Okay na yun na yung damage ko. And sunod niyang binili is yung kanyang Abyssal Mask, and then after nun, Frozen Heart. So more on, yun yung one of the reason why nakikita mo na madalas ginagamit yung kanyang grand challenge dito para pumasok sa loob. He is one of the front lines na meron ng Fennel Adversity dito to stop or disrupt the positioning na meron ng Lakan Esports. Ito ay isa sa mga team fight kung saan nakita natin, yep, Power is not there, pero binibait lang ng Fennel Adversity na bumaba kayo dyan. Pagkababa nila, eto na si Danny. Eto na rin ang kanyang tropa na si Power para tumulong sa loob, not thinking of any casualty na pwede maging matanggap nila. Pero Danny with those killer instincts, I think siya pa rin. Siya na naman ang may pinamataas sa damage dito for sure sa game na ito because of that AD Kai'Sa. And I think ito yung one of the reasons why they are always banning itong si Kai'Sa. These two teams has been banning out Kai'Sa for the first 2 games na meron sila dito. Pero at the end of the day, it will work. It worked sa favor ng Fennel Adversity. Danny did use that one, and the standard Dragon Lane na Baron, Kai'Sa, gumana sa kanila ng gusto. Pero ito yung isang team fight kung saan naubos na naman ng Fennel Adversity ang Lakan Esports. The grand challenge always going inside. Napakalalim. Itong si Power, hindi pa siya namatay doon. And unti-unti nang naibawi ito ng Fennel Adversity. Hindi pa siya namatay doon sa team fight na yun. And to think that taken is this one. And Danny, pag sinalo mo yung i-catch-on range, siguradong ulan hanggang dulo.
Oo nga, si Mang Danny, no? Siya yung taga-report ng na
Mang Danny.
Si Mang Danny. Yeah. Danny is going to be the master of the match with this Kai'Sa. 16.0 KD and an 89% kill participation. GPM na 1,003 with a DPM na 1,422 and DPM na 525. And yep, gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, no, classic build lang dito sa isang Kai'Sa na to. No new items, but kailangan sumunod sa trend, no? It's not always about new trends or new items. Kung nag-workout pa din naman yung mga dating items, sure, why not? Kitang-kita. Ito ang living patunay na talaga ang dati ay kaya pa din talaga even in this new patch. And yep, that's just Fennel Adversity having reverse sweep against Lakan Esports, man.
Sobrang nagulat dito for sure ang Lakan Esports, and Fennel Adversity just proving themselves talaga. And tama yung ating predictions ni Rico and ni Osiris. They were more on leaning towards Fennel Adversity winning this game, pero 2-1 nga indeed, no. Medyo nagkulang lang si Yuko ng konti siguro. Siyempre, tiwala sa Lakan Esports dito, pero at the end of the day is just Fennel Adversity winning this game. Talagang they deserve this win. Sobrang hirap ng laban na pinakita nila, pero at the end of the day, it's just, alam mo yun, starting with Power, with the Singe, tapos ngayon naginawa nila dito sa ating Game 3. Pero mga kaibigan, alam ko na nag-enjoy kayo sa ating Series 1. Series 1 pa lang yan. Meron pa tayong 3 series pa ngayong araw na ito. So make sure na mag-stay tuned na kayo dyan. Kami naging shoutcaster ninyo sa ating Game 3. I'm Gigi Sphere together with Yasumi. Kita tayo ulit after a few minute break.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Everyday siya kung dumating. Kaya parang institusyon na siya dito sa area namin. Minsan, sobrang late na. Andun pa rin si Manong Fishball.
Ginagabi kayo, Manong!
Enrollment eh.
After some time, yung kariton ni Manong Fishball nadagdagan ng may bike.
Hanggang kabilang kalye, nagtitinda na rin kayo, Manong?
Pang notebook.
Sunod na taon, pati menu nadagdagan.
Nax, may squid balls na!
Mahal kasi ang lapis. May kikyo pa dyan.
Bilib na bilib ako kay Manong Fishball. Akalain mong yung maliit niyang kariton, napalaki niya ng ganun? Ang nagagawa nga naman ng pangarap ng isang magulang.
Manong, anong grade na ba yung anak nyo?
Tagal nang tapos sa mga bata. Ako naman ngayon.
Manong Fishball ang tawag sa kanya. Pero sa mga araw na yun, many years ago, higit pa sa fishballs ang binigay niya sa akin. He taught me na walang di natutupad na pangarap sa taong handang magsumikap.
Dami niya na.
Panghapunan.
Pantoga.
Atin ang pangarap. Atin ang pagsisikap. Atin ang mundo. Globe.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
And welcome back to the panel, everybody. And of course, I'll be your host, Riku, joined by Infinity and Osiris. And what a match that we just witnessed, right, Infinity? What a match that we just casted over there. It was such an intense and close series between Lakan versus Fennel Adversity. But at the end of the day, it was Fennel that was able to top 2-1. So excited to see this rivalry building up. We're getting mini rivalries actually in Group C. It's that close. It's that close. So with that said, I gotta ask, Infinity first. I know you've shared your thoughts already, but of course, what are the other, well, I wouldn't call it lessons, but what are the things that stood out as we take a look at the series highlights of Lakan versus Fennel Adversity?
Reverse sweep for Fennel Adversity in this game. In game number 1, Lakan Esports was able to capitalize their hyper aggression in this particular game, and this is where we see it, right? Lakan Esports slowly but surely pressuring against Fennel Adversity in this game, wherein they have Corky with the new patch items, and I think that's just the new flavor that Lakan or Fennel Adversity needs to adjust, which they did in game number 2 and game number 3.
Yeah, I just love how well Lakan Esports showed their hyper aggressive movements from game one. They didn't stop. Actually, they looked for the right places at the right time. They just took those team fights by hand. And what I love about game two is that Fennel adversity. Their answer there is doming on the Kazakhs. So it kind of puts more onto the champion pool of this guy that the jungle isn't mostly about the utility. We saw Kazakhs in a few teams. One notable team would be Liab. And as for game three, this is what I also love, the way that they move to stop Lakan Esports objective. Boy J is on Lee Sin, but it was technically doming, really making sure that they can find the backlines and jumping above them and make sure to kill them all as Danny is on his comfort Kaisa.
Yeah, I 100%. This is Doming shining not only in the game but also in the draft. I think this is one of the first instances where we see a full-on ban against one jungler, especially this is all assassin junglers. And Doming was forced to dig inside his pool, sometimes even on the Jarvan 4 in case the Fennel adversity needs a tanky frontliner. So it will really depend. I like the shifts of power. Power to Doming, either one of them becomes an assassin or one of them becomes a tank.
Yeah, it kind of looking like that it's mostly a power show, and then it's gonna be a doming highlight, and then a different spotlight again. Game one, I said that it was powerless, but he really put his name back onto the board with those mega adhesive coming in from Autolus. He observed that there was a good throw on the priority targets, and overall power as well on the Fiora really did step up on this reverse sweep.
And then it's just the return as well of the Singe that we haven't actually seen Singe at topside recently. I think it comes way back from the summer season as well. So it's a really nice throwback, and it's also cool to see these counter picks popping up here and there. But of course, that is the result of the Lakan versus Fennel adversity. It is Fennel winning 2-1. But of course, we still have 3 series for today. In our second series, it's going to be Leonite Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. Yesterday, they weren't able to score their first win, but of course, it's still the first day. There is still 2 more days coming up for them from Saturday today and as well as tomorrow to rack up points to put their names on the current standings. And of course, I believe we're going to check out Leonite Esports first. So, Infinity, I have to ask you, who do you think are the standout players from yesterday?
Leonite Esports, I think one of the standout players in this team rather, is row 1. We're in mid lane, he just brings in like the Yana, the Gragas. These sort of flexible picks are just so amazing. Just puts in a different type of storyline for your composition as a whole to be drafted in. And I'm expecting him to put this type of flexibility once again against Mirmooo Esports.
I mean, Sean, of course, being consistent. Yanzu also looking for the right targets into those key objectives. So in terms of macro, Leonites can answer. It's just that in terms of mid to late game, they tend to fall off. They're having a hard time closing the game.
Yeah, that just means that their early game looks really solid. And just as you mentioned, maybe a bit of cleanup from mid to late game. I mean, we did manage to see how a lot of these members shine, just as you mentioned, Infinity. It is Row that was able to be one of those possibly late game threats as well into the particular match that they had yesterday. So excited to see if they're able to rise to the occasion, score a point as well on the current standings for Group C. Again, this is just the first round robin anyway, so there's still the second round robin, but of course every single game will count. I believe we are going to be checking the solo player highlight as well, coming from the side of Leonites. And again, this is a lot of focus on a particular role or lane for sure. And excited to see what the solo player highlight is going to be.
Yeah, I want to also give emphasis as Jash also got this Renekton play. He is dominating the Baron lane. It's just that once again, other lanes isn't functioning as much as it seems. So I think Leonites need to have those all cylinders firing. And there's also a disparity in terms of how the Dragon laners are being controlled. I mean, there's a huge emphasis onto the Baron laners for the reason that you want that Herald. So it somehow left the Dragon laners left out in the open. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was row one who had a 1v1 with Shaw with Oriana. So it was an outplay, of course, but the Rowan really did put a really good amount of damage overall in that game. It's just that that was a single mistake that somehow cost them the game, because at that point it was Shaw who was able to have his all damage items on that Oriana. So this time around, I hope he's trying to be more careful with the 1v1s that he's going to take, because it might cost him the whole game.
Oh, I 100%. It's one of those things where you have to choose your battles, and of course he has with him Yanzu, and we'll see as the draft, at least what we saw earlier, focused a little bit more on the heavy engaged support. So now our player to watch is Andy69 over here as the AD carry of Leonites.
Yeah, and I believe that he got that kill participation 63%, and really looking good that he can put a lot of those. Want to make sure that he is on point in terms of the damage department, delivering those punches. I believe that Leonites can technically have it in their hands, but I believe also that this is row one with the data.
This is row one. This is row
Right,
one.
because
Yes.
because Andy is the jungler, so I mean it's fine. We still got the stats over here that it's 63%. That was a Corki and Saya, which is the marksman, the flavor of the month because of the patches, especially for the Solarity. So I think it was fairly good.
And I gotta ask you too, Infinity, as well, because I know you're a big fan of the 80 changes. So far, how do you think Zaya is gonna perform? Because we've seen the power of the Corki, but Zaya, maybe not yet.
Right. I think Saya is a good champion right now with the Essence Reaver changes, with the ability haste. I think it was just not really utilized to the maximum in the earlier matches wherein Saya was picked up. Right, we saw Saya, but only BRK, Static Shiv, and the Infinity Edge, which is sort of the traditional type of build, and no new items being built by the Saya. So I think if Saya is being picked up, you can put in Essence River, BRK, Infinity Edge, and this tree alone can be a massive output for Saya.
Yeah, I can't imagine. It hasn't been as prominent yet with the 2.4 patches, similar to how we've seen the power of a Lucian can be. And I feel like the Zaya, just as you mentioned, Infinity, has a lot of potential once the builds have finally solidified, because again, there has been an adjustment period for 2.4 when they dropped. So excited to see what Leonites bring to the table as well. Are they going to switch it up, or are they going to follow the same path from the first series, which is heavily focused on those early jungle and as well as those carries as well in the later stages?
Yeah. And I mean, the Unites, they have this potential. I mean, for the reason that they are here, it means that they already surpass some of the big teams. And considering that they come in close with their games yesterday, I mean, that was a pretty good answer. When Fennel Adversity tried to cut the lines on the Baron lane, it was an immediate response coming in from Yanzu that with a triple taunt. And I must say that Yanzu also is really looking good on that Galio. It's just that there's so many loopholes for now for Leonites, but the Ila Pride, of course, still will push on. And considering also that they have these opponent that might put them even more on their growth.
And they're going to be facing as well Mirmooo Esports. On the other hand, they still have yet to score a point as well. They came close though, because they have managed to win that one that one win in the series. But Infinity, tell me more about their performance from yesterday.
Right, in day number 1, they won one game against Lakan Esports but lost the succeeding games. And I think Mirmooo is a very, very proficient Lucian, and I think if it's left open, we can expect Mirmooo to pick it up. But also what is very interesting for me is Yaohan. He picked up Irelia yesterday, and I think this was relatively the first time that we saw this champion come through, and he dominated the Baron lane. And I'm expecting more of these sort of picks with the new patch, with these new champions to come in.
Yeah, and that's one thing to consider. We talked about this, that the Baron laner for Leonites is really making waves. This is also the answer of Mirmooo, as Yaohan also plays a Renekton. In that might be a big contest for both of the players or both of the teams exactly. And I wanted to touch on also from Wura and Emperor, as they are very consistent. They were able to look for those key plays when they won game 1. It's just that once again the reverse sweep coming in, that was Lakan, and it feels like Lakan really excels in this kind of 3 games. So Mirmooo, they just need to have this kind of control aggression. They are aggressive already. It's just that their decision making isn't really looking crisp. They are losing a lot of those small skirmishes as well. And yeah, I think that's something they need to consider.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the plan is for side of Mirmooo as well, because yesterday, just as we have witnessed, it is more focused on Mirmooo having a beautiful game on the Lucian, but fell into this Olaf composition coming from the side of Mirmooo. So I gotta ask Infinity first, though. How do you think? What are the options, rather? But let's take a look at the first, the highlight player for Mirmooo. It's gonna be XDXP on the jungle.
Right, XDXP as a jungler for Mirmooo Esports. So what I am thinking about right now is his 2 picks. Rengar is his one of the most used champions. But if you're looking at yesterday's match, Rengar was banned away by Leonites Esports against Fennel University, and I see no reason why they cannot do it once again. So if they choose rather, to target ban once again onto the jungle to have a safety onto their AD carries, onto their mid laners, as we saw from the earlier matches, I think this is going to be a very devastating for XDXP to go for these certain comfortable picks. The question is, how far can XDXP's champion pool go to match it up against Leonites Esports?
Yeah, and XDXP, this is a bit odd. I wasn't really able to break it down from yesterday, but having the 2 same comp with the one losing, it feels iffy. I mean, they drafted already the Olaf, and it feels like we saw this. This is the same mistake as Team Secret did, that they drafted twice an Olaf with a Sona and Seraphine being punished by the opposing team. So I didn't really get it. If they're going to continue with that kind of trend, that's a big no-no, and that might be another weakness coming in from Mirmooo, and can be exploited rather by Leonites.
So we are curious to see how the draft is going to be then. If they're going to fall back into this Olaf, if it is going to be the solution, if it's going to be one of their staple compositions as well. Maybe second day is the charm. But let's go first to predictions. I know this is one of the dreaded moments because it could be incredibly close. But I'll start with you, Infinity. How do you think the Leonites versus Miramo Esports matchup is going to go?
I do believe that Leonites Esports has the potential to beat Mirmooo Esports, but with how much that Mirmooo Esports has performed in day number 1, I think they're gonna take it 2-0 against Leonites Esports.
How about you, Osiris?
I mean, the aggression of Mirmooo is there, but it feels like they are committing a lot of these mistakes, especially at the drafting way back. I mean, from yesterday's game 1, if they're going to play that, they're definitely going to take down Leonites. But if Leonites also find a way to have those loopholes being exploited, I think it will be Leonites. But this time, I'm going to bank on Leonites.
Oh, Leonites. I see. For me, I think I might have to go Mirmooo again. Mirmooo, but 2-1. in favor for them, just because I really like their game 1 performance. It's
Yeah.
just that the game 2 and 3 that most likely needed a little bit of polishing, and I feel like after that they'll look pretty solid. But of course, before we proceed to our very spicy game today, we are going to take a look at your tweets, your reactions, your messages, and we're going to read them to you guys, and it's going to be very fun. Let's see what the tweets are for this second panel that we have today. First off, from Ziggy Chavez: watch the Wild Rift C Icon Series PH Group Stage Week 2 and join the PPGL community on Discord. Discord.gg BEQ39EVU. Wow, I love it, Ziggy. Thank you so much for promoting the Discord. And yes, we're gonna hang out with you guys. Maybe not in voice chat right now, but most likely on the chat, as we're gonna sort of bond together and watch the matches together. You share your reactions there too. Thank you very much, Ziggy Chavez, for that promotion. I love it. Very cute. I believe we have a second one as well. Mika! Mika Fabs, watch the Wild Rift SC. Wait, it's like almost the same tweet. Watch the Wild Rift SCI Icon Series PH Group Stage Week 2 and join the PPGL community on Discord. There is the Discord, everyone. This is the Echo. Echo telling you to join the Discord and to watch the Wild Rift Icon Series every weekend from Friday to Sunday for the group stages. All right? Okay, good. Thank you, Mika, for that tweet.
Yes.
Lovely support coming in from Mika and as well as Ziggy Chavez. And there you go. If you want to join in the conversation, maybe share how much you enjoyed the draft. Maybe share a build that you really like to try in Wild Rift. Maybe show your never mind. Okay, Mika Fabs.
This is the right one.
This is the right tweet. Osiris Cast. Kamusta kayo dyan? Osiris,
Hi.
go.
Hello. Yeah, we kind of miss you here at the panel, but of course, Riku Infinity and Yuko are doing a great job. And if you guys wants to hear Otluz, he is still on the Discord. We had this discussion, and also we had a special appearance of one of our guests a while ago, which is Chisto, breaking some analysis onto the game. So if you wanted to hang out with us and have this analysis, jump into the Discord.
Awesome. Yes, Mika, we're holding the fort. And now I believe we are ready for our matches. So excited to see how this is going to go. Again, this is going to be Leonite Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. Casters, take it away.
Minions have spawned.
Kami nagbabalik sa inyong mga screen, and kami na naman, Yasumiao and Gigi Spear Tandem para sa Leonite Esports versus sa Mirmooo Depon. Wala lang, nakakapanood ko lang ng intro ng Mirmooo nung ngayon lang. And yep, this is our second series of the day, and these two, kahapon sila yung natalo against Fennel Adversity and sa Lakan Esports. Ngayon, titingnan natin kung sino ba sa kanila ang makakaisa sa paghaharap nila dito sa ating second series. Pero Kuya Gigi, ano naman masasabi mo sa tapatan na to?
For sure, makikita natin dito na medyo kakaiba yung mga playstyle nila, no? With regards to kung paano nila laruin yung kanilang mga playstyle dito. Kahapon, nakita natin si Leonite Esports na medyo nag-struggle ng husto going against Fennel Adversity. Pero I would say that they have the potential, you know? Kayang-kaya nila to for sure na makabawi sa ating magiging next game, ating magiging Series 2. Kasi this is a different story. They're going against sa Mirmooo Esports. Nakahapon din ay nag-struggle against naman sa Lakan Esports. Another I think that's a reverse sweep din na ginawa dito ng Lakan Esports against Mirmooo Esports, no? And knowing na yung playstyle ng Leonite Esports is more on relying towards kung paano nila maipanalo yung I would say the Dragon Lane. That's more on the advantage na meron sila dito, no? Just have to keep up kung paano nila laruin yung kanilang Dragon Lane dito and how they're able to control yung ating objective. Mirmooo Esports naman on the other hand, revolving around Mirmooo as well. So the Dragon Laner as well ng kanilang team. So Mirmooo Esports, so alam mo na yun, player ka na, ikaw pa yung may-ari, ikaw pa yung pangalan ng team mo. So, tignan natin kung ano pwede din ang gawin dito, no? I'm just, tignan natin kasi kanina, we have different, parang mga kanya-kanyang sariling piniisip ng ating mga panelists dito kung sino talaga yung team na gusto nilang manalo. So, medyo balance out. Piniisip ko na parang medyo may konting kalamangan dito ang Mirmooo. Meron din naman ang Leonites Esports.
Yep, hindi. Tama ka doon, no? GG. And speaking of panel, nabanggit din nila kanina na Mirmooo is just so happen yung kanilang lineup kahapon for the second game and the third game na ginamit pa nga nila ulit. Diba? Kapag hindi na nag-work yung second game pero pinush pa din nila on the third game. That's why natalo ulit sila for that third game. But I'm not saying na baka hindi siya mag-work. Probably meron lang kulang sa kanilang mga item builds dito. Sabihin natin, nakuha natin sa Team Secret yon na nanggaling na healing galing nga, no? Wala naman halos problema on that healing galing. Pero I do believe na medyo hindi nila na-maximize yung current patch. And yun nga, nabanggit ko dito sa'yo kanina na what if they tried yung Staff of the Flowing Waters dun sa dalawang support nila. Kasi Serasona yan, so you've got AoE heals, meron kang ability haste kapag ka na-heal or na-shield mo yung mga kasangga nyo. And I believe meron silang Irelia kahapon para sa side ng Mirmooo. Could have been Irelia, magbe-benefit siya ng sobra doon sa pwedeng ibigay ng dalawa na yon with the Staff of Flowing Waters. Actually, even Sona lang pwede na yun kasi support naman siya. But Irelia, hindi siya masyadong nag-benefit doon. Again, hindi nag-work out ng ganun ka-effective sa side ng Mirmooo yung healing galing na nakita natin firstly sa Team Secret. And yun nga, we'll see kung makikita natin ulit yan. And kung sakaling makita natin ulit yan, this time ma-pull off kaya nila. Or Leonites dito, baka meron din silang baon sa atin na bago din. Kumbaga, kahapon kasi mga games kahapon, pwede kasing possible na download game, no?
Yes, tama ka dyan, Yasu. No? Knowing na yung ginawa dito ng Leonite Esports is medyo naging medyo naging experimental in a way kasi kalaban nila yung Fennel adversity. And I think ganun din naman yung ginawa ng Mirmooo Esports dito, having that kind of lineup na meron sila. You know, the healing galing lineup na ginawa nila ulit ng second game at then third game dito na medyo mas naging nabasa na ng Fennel adversity. This could be a different story. Of course, this is a different game, bagong series na ito. Again, you mentioned kayo na baka yung first day natin is just a download game ng dalawang team na ito. And tignan natin if they can keep up kung ano yung pwede mangyari dito. You mentioned kanina yung Staff of the Flowing Water na pwedeng gamitin ng ating Seraphine and Sona. Hindi lang yung mga kampi nila pwede mag-benefit doon but also them, no? Parehong si Sona ni Seraphine. They could also benefit that the ability haste could, reduction ng kanilang cooldown dito could give them a lot of advantage to utilize more pa yung kanilang mga healing dito and the damage as well. Pero ito na mga kaibigan ng ating drafting phase, of course, para sa ating game 1 ng Series 2. We have Galio, Lee Sin, and Renekton kagad sa first 3 picks ng Mirmooo Esports.
Yep, we did. Habang sa Leonites naman, we have Kaisa, Gragas, and Jana. Yes, they will go for Jana dito para sa side ng Leonite Esports. Ooh, this is going to be a mid lane corgi. So, meaning, Gragas, pwedeng jungle, or hindi na siya magsusupport dito, jungle or top lane na lang. Yung pwedeng maging lane dito neto ni Gragas. Pero we'll see, meron pa naman silang isang pick later on. Pero for Mirmooo, last 2 picks para sa kanila, we've got Ezreal para sa kanilang ADC, no? Actually, mag-work naman din kasi ng todo dito si Ezreal. Lalo na kanina na napanood natin na Ezreal na talagang nag-work out for them. And this is hot, no? Etong si Lux, nagbabalik muli dito sa Fall Icon series natin. Medyo nag-fall off siya pagdating ng Summer Super Cup natin. Medyo na nahimik itong si Lux. Pero with the current patch, feeling ko, napaka-worth it kay Lux, lalo na binanggit natin kanina yung Staff of the Flowing Water. Kayang-kaya niyang mag-benefit not only kay Ezreal dito na lagi niyang kasama. Probably yung mabibigyan na ng barrier dun sa kanyang skill dito. And this is a battle Lux. Hindi lang siya yung basta-bastang support. He's also got the damage. And andun lagi yung threat na hindi ka makakapag-initiate ng basta-basta kasi may light binding itong support na to.
Iniisip ko pa tuloy dito, kaya na sinabi mo na that could be a battle Lux, tapos naka-battle Academy Lux pa siya dito, no? So, very interesting coming from Mirmooo Esports. And alam mo kanina, at first when I saw the final lineup of Mirmooo Esports, why is it like parang pareho sila talaga ng drafting ng Team Secret dito, no? Again, Lux na ginamit din dito ng Team Secret even before. I think they're one of the, they are one of the teams na talagang nagpauso ng Lux support dito sa North qualifiers natin during the group stage ng ating summer season. But of course, we also have sa ating Leonite Esports, makikita natin, we have the bot lane. Kaisa, Jana matchup dito. I mean, combo na bot lane. So, very interesting as well coming from their team. And we also have the Baron lane na si Diana. So, I would say that medyo may konting struggle pagdating sa duel dito. Pag naglaban si Josh at si Yauhan, Renekton has the upper hand. We all know na may kalamangan talaga siya dito pagdating sa kanyang 1v1 situation dito sa Renekton. Lalo na, pag nagamit pa dito ni Diana yung kanyang Moonfall, maglalay siya sa normal attack niya, diba? Sa attack speed niya and the passive as well. So we'll see kung paano ito survive ni Josh yung kanyang Baron lane dito. And seems like we're going for a standard laning phase kung saan mid lane muna and then saka sila maghiwalay.
Yep, hindi. Tama ka naman doon for the side of Mirmooo Esports. And nagkaroon nga lang ng XP sharing. Yun naman lagi ginagawa nila dito sa middle lane. Para nga naman may upper hand. Pero ito si Mirmooo, mukhang delikado ang kanyang vapor dito at the bottom lane dahil nasasaktan siya ng sobra. Coming from this Kaisa sa poke and as well as yung slow din neto ni Yansu. No? Medyo napanish siya doon pero meron pa din naman siyang honey fruit para makapag-regain ng konting HP man lang and makapag-stay pa din dito sa my lane. Pero Mirmooo Esports, I'm not saying na medyo nahihirapan yung bottom lane nila. Usually kasi kapag kalak, masakit din sa ulo yan kapag ka nangaharas itong support na to. Lalo na kapag kakatapat mo tong support na to. Of course, andun yung pwede kang mas low, coming from that third skill neto ni Lux, and pwede kang ang malight binding, harassment, and what's more, meron silang Ezreal. Usually, sila yung nagdo-dominate on the lane. Pero as for now, hindi natin yung nakikita. Meanwhile, at the top lane, no, eto nga, si Yauhan. Medyo nasasaktan siya dito kay Diana kasi hindi pa naman kompleto yung kanyang skills doon. Pero ito, pinasok ni XDXP yung Corki na nasa may middle lane. They just wanted to take etong scuttler natin. Pero I guess, 1-for-1 scuttler lang din ang mapupunta. Mapupunta dito sa both teams natin.
Actually, nakikita natin na mas kinukuha pa ng Leonites.
Yansu? Is this gonna be a chance para kay XDXP para nakuha niya nga yung kill dito kay Yansu kasi pag-alagala nga naman dito itong si Yansu. Pero actually, Leonite Esports, dalawang scuttler yung nakuha nila on top and the bottom scuttler.
That is the price that they have to pay, no? After getting that scuttler sa bot lane. Talagang, sabi ni Rowan, i-box out mo sila, Yansu. Ikaw nang bahala. Iligtas, make sure lang na hindi sila makakabot sa scuttler dito para makuha ko ito. And that is why, yun nga yung nangyari. A trade for a scuttler for the life nga lang nitong si Yansu. Hindi siya nagkaroon ng chance na may panalo yung trade na yun. But still, that's a pretty good match so far na nangyari dito. Going back and forth ang ating situation. Pero naghihintay sa Gedli. Itong si Andy69. Makakaisa siya sa bot lane.
Yep, indeed. Pero ito pumuposition itong si Andy. And yun nga, mukhang hindi naman mag-overextend dito itong sila Mirmooo sa may bottom lane. So parang nakaramdam din sila na wala itong Gragas, asan yung jungler nila. And di hamak naman kasi Leonite Esports dito, mas marami silang CCTV na naka-place sa along the river. Pero speaking of CCTV, no, Mirmooo Esports probably nakita nila yung rotation coming from this Gragas. Yung placement na kanilang wards. Pero ito, natataka nila dito itong si Josh. Pero hindi naman siya na-pash-pash. Alam niya naman din na nandun itong si XDXP because of that wards. Andy will be at the top lane nga lang din. Pero hindi pa din naman naalis dito si XDXP. Ang maliban nga lang, si Andy hindi alam na nandito ni XDXP. Pero yun na nga, nag-reveal na dito si XDXP na hello par, nandito ako. So bakawi ka muna. Jungle ko ata yan. 30 seconds before mag-respawn ang Dragon natin and Rift Herald.
Ito na yung simula, no, ng ating objective na kung sino man ang may mas makakauna dito mag-control ng objective natin to get the early lead kaagad sa laban na ito. Kahit na nakikita natin ang Mirmooo Esports, they have around 800 gold advantage dito sa ating network. Hindi pa yan ang talaga magdidikta, no? This could be the deciding factor sa early game natin kung sino makakuha ng Dragon and ng Rift Herald. But in terms of the movements, mukhang mas uunahin ng Mirmooo Esports ang ating Rift Herald. And hayaan nila muna yung ating Dragon because they have the vision there. May vision naman sila, so okay lang yan.
Pero mukhang hindi din papayag dito yung Leonite Esports kasi nandito si Andy, umaaura-aura lang, explosive cast will be thrown. Kaso alam, nakuha pa din nila, delikado sa Mirmooo, mga par. Naunahan na isahan at hinabol pa nga nila dito si Galio to fall down. Napalutang naman yung dalawa pero mahabol pa rin dito yung Lion Esports kasi nga naman buo pa sila. Pero hindi na nila ipupush pa yung issue, hindi sila magiging greedy. Back away na lang muna pero ikaw yung nagsaing. Leon Knights ang kumain.
Kung meron tayong replay nun, makikita natin na medyo last second talaga literal dito na
Oo,
nakuha ng ni Andy mismo with that smite. Actually, hindi niya yata yung smite. Yeah, he used the smite kanina kung di ako nagkakamali to steal that referral. At now, making sure that they can utilize this one by summoning it in the mid lane.
Yeah, muntikan pa nga dito mapatay etong si Andy. And yun nga lang, buhay pa din naman siya kahit papano. Pero that's an upper hand again para sa side of the Unite Esports. Not only na nakuha nila dito yung Rip Herald, bas makukuha pa nila itong Dragon ng uncontested. Meanwhile, itong si Josh mapapashpash ng dalawa sa may top lane. Kinagat ng Crocodile pero the kill will still be given para kay XD dito. And yun nga lang, it's not really a worth trade para sa side ng Mirmooo Esports. Yes, nakakuha sila ng tower sa top lane pero nakakuha din kasi yung Leonites ng Torre sa middle lane. At the same time, meron silang Dragon and mukhang kinakatok na nga din nila dito yung bottom lane. Mapapalipad dito si Mirmooo pero hindi din naman mag-overextend dito si Yansu and si Rowan.
Still being very careful dito ang members of Leonite Esports despite the fact na syempre may lead sila dito sa ating Dragon Lane. Okay lang yan kasi may isang plate na lang naman, 1,000 HP left para sa ating first tier bot lane. Pero baka magkaroon ng movement kasi si Yao na sa bot lane.
Ang ganda ng light binding doon sa dalawa pero the follow up medyo matagal pa. Yung final spark neto ni Das, mukhang final breath na lang din ang natira sa kanya doon after that final spark dahil siya ang unang babagsak, siya ang natatanging bumagsak doon. At dito naman si Emperor, magkakaroon kaya dito ng ton pero try to ton si Andy, mukhang naipit and Andy to go down as well pero Rowan with the killer instinct, killing itong si Renekton. Hindi man na lang natitira with the true shot barrage pero hindi enough, pero the barrier is enough to sustain him at the same time. Kasama na din yung Eye of the Storm neto ni Yansu. Buhay na buhay pa si Rowan at ang bandera ng Leonites pero hindi titigil ang Leonites. Mag-isa na lang dito si Mirmooo, even committing that moonfall para kay Josh to secure lang kahit hindi na tumama. XXP trying to chase itong si Josh pero he's still safe, man. Na wax out ni Josh yon. Hindi daw siya papayag na mapashpash ulit.
Hindi na talaga babae mapashpash dito dahil pag nagkataon, malaking casualty na ito for Leonite Esports. But once again, ang laking tulong talaga na ginagawa dito. Itong si Yanzu with all of those Eye of the Storm and the Monsoon na ginamit niya kanina to help his comrades win that trade. And hindi na nila nakuha yung first year sa bot lane pero lamang sila doon sa nangyaring trade sa mga champions natin. Now, sige, doon kayo sa bot lane. We are now going to transition this one into the top lane habang naghihintay ang ibang member dito ng Mirmooo Esports to get that one kill sa ating Dragon Lane.
Yep, indeed. Pero ito, naiwan na naman dito itong si Josh na mapapashpash. Early stasis yung kinamit niya dito, ha. Pero ito, nagdash siya kay Emperor. Hindi na lang yung kanyang damage. Pero hindi din enough yung damage ng Mirmooo dito. Pero at this point, walang malakas marami. Napapatay nila dito itong si Josh. Mukhang susunod na sa listahan itong si Sean. Sean, the ship is back doon sa kanilang base. Pero buhay pa din si Sean. Mind you. And hinahabol siya dito ni Emperor. Pero si Emperor mukhang gigil na gigil with that Winds of War. Isang gera ang dinala para dito kay Sean. He's still dead after all. Pero space created actually sa Leonites. Men, dalawang torre yung napabagsak nila sa top lane.
Yes, walang nakuwang champion dito ang Leonites. Yes, pero okay lang yan because 2 towers has been taken down by Leonites dito by pushing the top lane straight rekta mula sa ating first tier hanggang sa second tier. At dahil doon, pressure to being given kagad sa Mirmooo Esports.
Yep, hindi. Tama ka doon. Para sa side ng Mirmooo Esports, sila ang pressured right now. Sabihin natin, nakabawi sila ng kill. Pero yung kill kasi natin, 5-5 Pantay lang. In terms of the network, konting kembot leaning on the side ng Leonites as of now. Pero Mirmooo, kailangan nilang mag-farm pa dito. Kailangan nila ng items kasi di hamak na merong mas magandang items na dito as of now. Yung side ng Leonites. And Leonites, mukhang set sila sa goal nila na gusto namin mag-push. Ito na naman, si Wura, mukhang mauhuha with that moonfall coming from this Josh and taking that kill as well. Si Emperor na lang matitira dito pero wag yan, natma ko yan. Doon tayo sa ibang objective kasi the Dragon will be up in a few seconds.
This is not looking good talaga for Mirmooo Esports. I don't know why he's recalling there. Pero walang vision. Walang vision even in a tri-bush. Kahit sa mismong Dragon Pit pa. So, hindi talaga siya magandang idea na ganun yung nangyari dito sa situation, And Leonite Esports, alam nila na meron silang lead pagdating sa mga team fight. Kung kahit pinipilit nila na magkaroon ng mga clash dito. Pero XXP, with yung kanyang serrated dirt and Black Liver, for sure, ang laki ng damage siya agad dito. Pero kulang sa tankiness.
Yep, indeed. Kulang sa tankiness. Pero ito, makikita yan ng Mirmooo to. Itong Drake na to, sila nag-umpisa. Pero ayan, hindi naman pasmado this time inside of Mirmooo. Pero hinahabol nila dito si Rowan. Rowan with a wax out doon sa may pader na yon. Just to dodge. Hero's entrance magagamit na din si Andy69. Low on HP. Same with XP. And mukhang respetuhan na nga lang. Yung magaganap dito, hindi na mag-chase ang bawat isang team. Sabay back away na lang muna and then try again later sa side ng Leonites Esports. Pero 1-1 Dragon na sila.
Hindi pa nagamit ni Sean yung kanyang delivery package kanina. Medyo naghihintay siya ng magandang timing to use it properly. Pero take note, may tig-isang dragon na tayo sa ating dalawang teams dito. No? So malaking bagay ito na for Mirmooo Esports, they have the Mountain Drake, of course, kahit na wala tayong defensive item para dito kay XTXP at kay Yawan. At least kayo pa, meron naman tayong enough shield coming from the Mountain Drake kagad at the start of the team fight. So right now, nakikita natin na meron na siyang Black River dito and Vampiric Scepter for Death Renekton. So still, medyo palag-palag siya dito going against kay Josh na sinusubukan niyang hindi mapash-pash dito. But with the items na meron si Sean, take note, no, meron na siyang Essence River and slowly going sa kanyang Trinity Force. Pag nakumpleto niya na yan, more damage can be done as well sa mga mangyayaring team fight. Tapos may Moonfall pa sila ni Josh.
Yup, ito yung kagandahan kapag meron kayong 2 ADC lineup tapos ano pa, well-fed pa, no? Kasi at the end of the day, dalawa pa din yung mapipreheat sa may bandang likod. Lalo na nga kapag ka na-setup pa na maganda-ganda dito ni Josh. Wag lang, medyo mapasma yung explosive cast neto ni Andy, no? Pinagsama-sama mo sa gitna, sabay papasabugin mo. Medyo questionable yan. But then again, we're waiting para sa ating susunod na objective na pwedeng gawin dito ng bawat isang team. Again, bukas top pa. I mean, buhay pa yung Torrent of middle lane, pero ito, si Yauhan mo ang mamamatay na din with that killer instinct. Committed pa nga coming from row 1. Pero explosive cast, galing sa likod, galing kay Andy. May kasama pang body slam, pero pampatigas muna, lipad ka muna, and biyahing langit dahil patay dito si XDXP. Hindi magkoconnect. Yung final, yung pang-stun neto, pang-root rather, neto ni Wura, just to happen na sana masagip, kaso wala na. It's already too late to apologize. Emperor though, andito pa din umaaura-aura, pero wala na din siya magagawa dito kasi wala naman din talaga siyang vision sa side ng Leonites Esports.
Yes, and nag-benefit ng gusto dito kay Rowan yung pagkakaroon ng red buff kaagad in the bot lane as well with the help of Yanzu. Tama nga yung storm lang and the bonus of speed. Why are they still trying to defend this bot lane? Wala na! Hindi ka hapilit is going through.
Naku po, mukhang nira-right click damage na lang ni Rowan. Etong si Emperor walang walang kunat walang kunachi. Si Emperor doon, hindi na kinailangan ng halos. May catch and range, pero walang kakunatan. Men, online na itong Kaisa na to with the Solari, Charge Blade, Bork, at may IE pa. Mamaya, Mortal's Reminder na po. Iiyak ka talaga.
Yep, could be a Mortal's Reminder, yung kanyang focus item dito, or could go for attack speed dito para ma-upgrade niya, I think, yung kanyang third skill dito. Or kung bibilangin kung mabuti na, hindi pa siya, I think, hindi pa nag-upgrade yung kanyang third skill dito, no, for that invisibility, kasi wala pa yung attack speed niya. So, probably attack speed, pero after nyan, sigurado Mortal Reminder, bubuhay niya na yan. Pero may more in the mid lane, going very careful lang muna, at nagintay na maayos ang Leonites Esports.
Yeah, pero ang gandang graphic punch nun. Kasama pa ng true shot, barat niya tumama pero Hero's Entrance. Ang ganda din ng pagbagsak ng Moonfall pero wala nang follow-up kasi nagkamatayan sila dito para sa side ng Leonites Redemption para naman makasurvive kahit papaano. Nakahiwalay by the way itong si Sean. So ang ganda ng pagtago at paghihintay ng side ng Mirmooo Esports on that rush, executing 2 from the side of Leonites and taking that chance para makapag-baron. They have the damage. Nandito naman si Andy pero iba-back out siya ni Emperor. Hindi siya makakadaan. Teleportation though, coming from one of Leonites. That's gonna be row 1. Kaso lang, it's already too late to apologize. Hindi pa din naman mananakaw ni Andy. Nice try pero that Baron still gonna be mapupunta pa din para sa Mirmooo Esports.
Yes, nice try nga, no? Nice attempt para dito kay Andy na sinubukan niya agawin yung Baron dito. But, naipit siya with the light binding, nahuli siya kagad ni Ahura, and secured kill kagad para sa kanila. So, medyo malaking pagkakataon ito for Mirmooo Esports to take the advantage of using that Baron buff na makapag-push ng lane dito. Take note, hindi lang yan basta-basta Baron buff because they have the turret in the mid lane pa na buhay for Leonites Esports. Pwede lang gamitin to push this one hanggang second tier mismo. Lalo na, wala pa silang jungler ngayon.
Indeed. And mukhang dalawang tore nga talaga ang balak nila. Actually, 3 ang balak nilang pasabugin dito. Pero si Josh, mauhuli yata at muling mapapash-pash. Moonfall will be used. Para nga lang pantakas nga ba. Nandito na yung kanyang mga sangga explosive cast para mataboy Yung Mirmooo, it could have been an single champion, isolate sana. Kaso okay na din, at least buhay pa dito itong si Josh and successfully na depende lang yung tower nila. Pero Heroes entrance, wala namang mapapa-knock up. Pero Ton para sa isa, hindi na din naman magpupush pa ng issue dito. Yung side ng Mirmooo and magro-rotate na lang talaga to push that turret sa may bottom lane ng side ng Leonites.
This is how they're utilizing the Baron buff, so making a lot of plays as well dun sa ating jungle camp, kung saan sinusubukan pa nilang bigyan ng pressure dito ang Leonites Esports kung saan talaga sila pupunta. And muntik na nilang mapatay dito si Mirmooo. Imagine the damage output coming from Mirmooo dito. Yes, malakas si Rowan, pero malakas din si Mirmooo. With those items na meron siya, talagang na-survive niya yun. And talagang kudos din dito sa paggamit mismo ng Heroes entrance coming from Emperor. Kasi without the Heroes entrance, sigurado patay na si Mirmooo doon. But right now, 15-minute mark mga kaibigan, we are now slowly going towards the late game. Still in favor of Mirmooo Esports pagdating sa Baron buff, pero Leonites still have the advantage sa ating net.
Oh, hindi natatakan. Yes, hindi natatakan dito si Rowan, pero ang sakit ng true shot barrage, man. Ilang bars yung nawala doon kay Rowan. Pero still alive though, and patuloy pa din kakatok dito yung Mirmooo at the top lane. Though wala na silang Baron buff, pwede nilang i-push yung issue na yan. Kaso nga baka maseta pa sila dito ni Josh and si Sean na pa-Valkyrie away. Last to reposition himself, pero dikit-dikit yung Mirmooo. Though walang information as of now yung Leonites kasi tinanggal yung wards nila kanina na nakalagay dito sa may bandang jungle. And Mirmooo waiting for another wave ng minion dito. Matagal pa yung wave nila eh. Just keeping the pressure. Coming from the side ng Mirmooo, wala pa din namang nagkakakumitan and wala pa din naman nagkakatatakan dito. Mirmooo daw, hindi na din nila kukulitin pa yung top lane. O sige, nandito yung minions natin sa may middle lane. Dito naman tayo ngayon mag-away-away. Redemption to redemption ang magiging labanan, pero wala pa rin naman magkakapasukan.
This time, Mirmooo Esports is controlling the map. No? They're going for different places. So, different places para mapilitan din mag-respond dito ang Leonite Esports. Galing sa top lane, binigyan nila ng pressure dito. Slowly na-clear nila yung minion wave sa mid lane. And after nun, saka sila nakapag-push yung mga minions. And, sige, hayaan rin sila nandito sa nag-group up sa top lane. Punta tayo sa mid lane ng konti. Bigyan natin ng pressure. Push the tower. Tapos, nakuha pa nila dito yung first and second tier sa ating top lane. Right now, of course, 10 seconds na lang bago mag-gap ang ating Baron. At kapag nakuha na naman ito ng Mirmooo Esports, sigurado sila ang pwedeng makapag-decide pa dito saan ang next objective nila. Na-utilize sila ng maayos yung Baron nila kanina kasi right now 5-4 ang ating turret. At ito yung next objective na kailangan ng pigilan ng Leonite Esports na simulan ng Mirmooo.
Yeah, pero ito, light binding para kay Josh. Meron na huli na ng follow-up doon itong si XD, no? Medyo malayo na din kasi yung distance pagka na-close niya yung gap. Pero Mirmooo, alam mo kung may information lang si Josh sa mga positioning dito ni Mirmooo, kaya niyang pasukan ng magandang moonfall yan and then follow-up na lang coming from the side ng Leonites, no? Kasi dikit-dikit sila, more likely. Pagka gumalaw dito yung side ng Mirmooo, yes, humihiwalay dito sa XD pero the rest of them dikit-dikit lang din. And mahilig sila sa death rush. Mahilig silang manap ng customer dito at maghintay sa mga damo-damo. Pero ito, kanaan at the middle lane, nag-flash in si Andy for the body slam. True shot barrage, sumama naman sa marami kasi hindi masyado masakit yan. Napaunang mapabagsak nila dito itong si Emperor. Lumuhod na ang Emperor, pero si Andy namatay pa din. Pero ang kapalit naman yun is gonna be Mirmooo. Hindi, buhay pa si Mirmooo dito sa Stasis. Pero Mirmooo is still gonna fall down. Pero hinabol pa rin nila dito sa XDXP. Hindi napapap yung GA niya. Pero tatlo ang bumagsak sa side ng Mirmooo at mukhang kasama din nilang babagsak yung middle turret nila dito. Though Leonites, wala silang smite, wala silang ADC. They can go and simulan itong Elder Drake na to, pero matatagalan eh. Ang tagal pa ng death timer dito ni Andy, buhay si XD sa side ng Mirmooo.
Ang ganda na ginawa dito ng Leonite Esports. The moment that they saw na nasa top lane si XDXP, hindi na sila nagsayang ng oras. Binuhusan nila lahat na pang-initiate nila dito just so they can pick off a champion from Mirmooo Esports. At nag-benefit ito para sa kanila dahil mas lalo pang lumaki ulit yung gap natin. Picking up these 3 champions na nakuha nila against Mirmooo Esports, and now that the Dragon is up, they have the upper hand dito because they have the scatter vision. They also have the wards there. Kanina nandagay dito ng Mirmooo Esports naman. So tignan natin kung sino mas mauna dito. Nag-reset na ang Leonite Esports, and looking at the items na meron sila, for sure they can dish out so much damage. However, medyo tanky naman dito si Renekton. And Bloodthirster nga kay Corky for that lifesteal. And critical na pwedeng magbigay sa kanya using that missile barrage. We'll see about that. Dahil nag-reset na rin dito si Josh para siya naman ang magpash-pash mamaya sa laban.
Men, hawak na din ni Corky si Serilda. Ang galit ni Serilda, merong items
sama ng
dito.
loob.
Ang sama ng loob. ni Serilda. Pero see, with the redemption, nakita nila na timbrehan nila na nagbabaron attempt yung side ng Mirmooo dito and preventing them furthermore para makapagbaron pa nga dito yung side ng Mirmooo. Pero yeah, sa Serilda's grudge kasi, it's like a mortal reminder. Pero at the same time, sa mortal reminder kasi may Grievous Wounds, sa Serilda wala. Pero ito nga, Mirmooo, they're still going for that baron attempt. And the Unites, alam din naman nila yan, Voidseeker will be there and natimbrehan na nila yan and place yung mga wards. Pero nandito, pinasabog sa mukha, pero after all, makukuha pa din yan ang side ng Mirmooo Esports. Napatay na nga nila dito ito si Adi Woonfall para dun sa may dalawa, nagkapapan na ng GA dito. Galio is dead, XDXP, Stacy's buying time, pero going for the kill pa din, giving a double kill para dito kay Josh na pinapashpa sa kanyang mga kalaban, pero mapapatay pa rin nila dito itong si Sean, pero he won! Itong si Rowan na napatay ni Mirmooo, pinauwi sa base, pero 1v1 with the Great One. Nasa kanya din naman yung Baron buff. Pwede niyang mabutas dito yung middle second tier. I'm not too sure about the middle inhibitor.
Pwede niya makuha to because he has yung kanyang second skill dito to dish out so much damage in that turret. And the survive niya pa yung teamfight kanina. Kaya-kaya talaga itong mabuhayan. Now that they were able to get that first, the inhibitor turret sa ating bot lane at mid lane, mas kontrolado ngayon ng Miramo Esports ang game na ito. Again, the damage output from Miramo alone is just too much. Pero nagkaroon ng trade ang ating Minions. Nakuha nila yung inhibitor turret sa ating top lane. Now, open yung ating Infernal Elder Drake. So this is gonna be a huge thing. Pag nakuha ito ng Miramo Esports, mas more damage pa kay Miramo lalo.
Yep, indeed. Lista mo na. Kapag nakuha pa to ng Mirmooo. Leonites, kapag nakuha nila dito yung Elder Drake, may chance pa silang makapag turn around against Mirmooo. Lalo na kapag naubos nila dito yung Mirmooo. Isang diretso na lang yan. Pero ito mahilig talaga magtago sa damuhan ang Mirmooo. And ayun na, light binding and Benga. Kaso nga lang, nakapag-stasis itong si Sean sabay mamba out with the delivery package. That will result with the death para kay XDXP. -1 yan para sa side ng Mirmooo. Pero matapang pa rin sila dito kasi nasa kanila yung Baron buff. Or rather, si Mirmooo lang kasi may Baron buff dito Matapang pa rin talaga sila kasi they decided to go for the Elder Drake despite not having a smite sa kanilang lineup as of now. Pero hindi pa titigil dito yung side ng Mirmooo. Parang risky nga kasi talaga sa kanila yan. Si Josh hindi na siya nakapag-commit ng Moonfall, pero Moonfall sa 3 kaso walang follow-up men. 3 sana yung nakuha niya pero yatap din siya doon with a flash in coming from Yauhan and hindi niya naman masyadong nasulit din yun kasi masyado siya nasaktan. Kasi nandito itong si Rowan and yung top lane nila kailangan din nilang bumalik kasi pressured and mukhang papasukin na yung base nila dito para sa side ng Mirmooo.
Josh now, napashpash na siya doon sa ginawa niya. Medyo nagkaroon siya ng konting hesitation at first kung papasok mo siya talaga dito and the moment na nag-decide na siya na mag-push in, wala siyang follow-up. Wala siyang kasama dito. Walang members from Leonite Esports to follow up with what happened there. Yep, Moonfall sa 3, pero hindi rin yun max stack, so konti lang damage dito. And at the same time, Mirmooo is still keeping up the distance, making sure na meron siyang enough distance dito to poke the damage against the enemy team. 4v5 situation, wala sila ditong Baron laner. That's one more damage, that's one burst damage na wala dito ang Leonite Esports. So, medyo delikado itong sitwasyon nila.
Yep, indeed. And ito na nga, sinisimulan na nga na naman ng Mirmooo dito yung Elder Drake, pero here comes Emperor. Hindi bangga, pero final spark and litaw muna doon sa dalawa sa may bandang likod sa side ng Leonites, pero napabagtak nila. Etong si Emperor, kasama na dito si Yauhan, pero JLK Josh, mukhang hindi tatama yung kanyang Moonfall dito, pero killer instinct coming from Rowan. Normalin mo, lasitin mo, pero nakapag-stasis dito. Etong si Mirmooo, inabangan naman ng Gale and lipad muna. Yatarp ang lima. This is a straight to the base with an ace from Leonite Esports. Wala nang dadaan sa Baron at sa Elder. Rekta namin, rekta Nexus na.
Tama ka dyan, Yasu, dahil eto na nga mga kaibigan ng ating first win sa ating Series 2 and that is in the hands of Leonite Esports sa ating Game 1. Grabe. At first, when you think about it, kung makikita mo yung mismo nangyari dapat dito, ang ganda na ginagawa ni Mirmooo. Yep, palag-palag lang si Mirmooo. Always getting all the kills, especially highlights para sa kanya. Yung ginawa niya doon sa ating Baron fight. Pero, siya lang yung talagang merong, parang, syempre Mirmooo Esports nga Kumbaga, nasa pangalan na. Siya lang yung titira madalas sa mga teamfight dito.
Mirmooo is a one-man team.
Yeah, he's the only one who's trying his best talaga na may panalo yung game. Pero nakita ko naman yung effort dito ng buong Mirmooo Esports. Pero ang hirap. Kasi Leonite Esports, especially si Rowan, with all those killer instincts na ginagawa niya, the damage as well, nagsimula lahat ng bot lane, yung red buff niya, tapos naka-double kill siya. At the support as well coming from the members of Leonites Esports is talaga too much for Miramo Esports to handle. And yung huling team fight na yun, nakita natin yung disruption na ginawa dito ni Andy with that explosive cast, giving them the opportunity na ma-out of position kagad ng Miramo Esports dito. Doon sila nagkaroon talaga ng malaking lamang. Tignan mo naman, yung badge dito, ang dami kay Miramo.
Oo nga kumbaga siya siya ang valedictorian ba sa school. Ang dami niyang medal para kay Mirmo dito. Pero nice try. Siya din halos kasi yung nagdi-dish out ng napakalaking damage. Pero hindi naman kasi pwedeng siya lang yung pwedeng gumawa yung may nagbibigay ng effort para i-carry yung kanyang team dito. Yes, sama-sama sila dito. It just so happened on that last team fight, yun sila medyo natali. Maganda na yung pag parang natagilid nila yung vapor ng Leonite Esports nung nag-abang sila sa middle lane. At that point, nakaahon sila dito para sa side ng Mirmo. Yun nga lang, I think that's not really good call doon sa may Elder Drake na last team fight nila. And yeah, Leonite Esports, alam naman natin, dalawa pa din yung ADC nila, hindi natin pwedeng gawing biro din yan. And yes, tama ka naman doon sa sinabi mo na mga explosive cast din dito ni Andy, yung nagpanalo, especially on that last flash. By the way guys, this is the Oppo A94 play of the game. Dito natin makikita na early game, talagang Leonites naglilin yung ating game. Lalo na, nakuha agad ni Rowan yung kanyang power spike. Kita mo naman yung mga explosive cast dito ni Andy going isolating yung isa sa mga side ng Mirmo. And ito yung turnaround na sinasabi ko. Nag-abang sila sa damo, 3 yung naton, 3 yung nabangga nung Justice Punch na may swak na true shot barrage coming from Mirmo. And then from this point onward, nakakuha sila ng baro, nakakuha sila ng mga kailangan nila dito for Mirmo and up until that last flash sa may Elder Drake.
Yes, and nakita natin, no? Again, I would like to highlight what happened talaga kanina is that Miramo talaga is going very dominant sa buong game na ito. Pero Rowan is also getting the kills na kailangan niya and the gold for his champion dito and the items as well. Talagang nandun natin nakikita na nandun pa din yung effort coming from Rowan. And at the same time, they also have the damage coming from Sean. And ang nangyayari dito, si Josh, si Andy, they're just the baits, no? They are just the baits of their team. Andy always inside. Inubos nila lahat ng resources ng Miramo Esports para sa kanila. At ito yung huling team fight na nakita natin na muntik nang maging mitya ng buhay dito ng Leonites Esports because of Miramo doing the job. The burst damage, you cannot let that happen talaga pag si Ezreal yung ADC ng kalaban nyo. Because kapag nababayaan mo siya makapag-free hit, he can stack yung kanyang mystic shots dito. The passive with 5 stacks, more attack speed para sa kanya, and the damage as well. Again, the disruption of position na ginawa dito ni Andy with that explosive cast, giving them more opportunity para makapitas sa mga champion dito. And with the help of Yansu, yung kanyang Eye of the Storm and the support coming from that Monsoon, it's just giving a lot of benefits para sa Leonite Esports na manalo sa mga team fight.
Yeah, and yeah, of course, ang ating master of the match, walang iba kundi si Rowan para sa kanyang Kaysa na may KDA na 9.50, kill participation na 86%, GPM na 947 and na DPM na 1,766 with a DTPM na 1,076. And yung item niya, item lock po siya with the IE and Mortal Reminder, Bork, Solari, no? And Phantom Dance para nga naman survive kahit papano may lifeline siya with a QSS just in case na meron siya ma-light binding nga naman siya dito ng isang locks. Pero just so happen, nag-struggle man sila mid-game for the side ng Leonite Esports, sila pa rin, nasa kanila yung huling halakak at least for the first game natin. Tignan natin anong mangyayari sa ating second game.
Inisip ko tuloy kung yung moment ba na nasa bot lane itong si Rowan, naka-Solari charge build na siya. Hindi pa siguro, no? I don't think naka-Solari charge build kagad siya dito. Maybe just the IE, tapos naka-Blade of the Ruined King na siya dito, then yung kanyang execution
bot
calling.
lane.
Kasi kung nakabuo na siya kagad ng Solari Charged Blade, sobrang sakit na talaga niya. Pero I would say that the bonus AD coming from the shield of Janna is yung nagbibigay talaga ng benefit sa kanya para maging sobrang sakit ng damage siya dito. So overall, again, the support is there coming from the shields and the AD bonus coming from that Eye of the Storm coming from Janna mismo. Talaga nag-benefit kay Rowan dito. And hindi lang naman siya, hindi na talaga siya nag-benefit dito, but also si Sean with that Corki. And overall, good effort coming from Mirmooo Esports sa buong team team ng Miramo Esports. I know for sure that they can still get the second game. This could be a potential game 3 kung based sa nakita ko kaninang play dito ng Miramo Esports. Pero we'll see about that. Adjustment has to be made, of course, and of course, different playstyle din na pwede mag-apply dito for Miramo Esports.
Yep, indeed. Then ito nga, akala ko talaga, Mirmooo, magaling siya as a player itself, na mag-isa. Pero, yeah, we can't deny yung effort nung kanyang mga ka-teammates dito. It just so happen na sabihin natin, palong-palo dito si Mirmooo, yung kanyang mga sangga is palo lang. Kumbaga, hindi napapantayan yung aggression and the energy neto ni Mirmooo. And yes, just so happen na si Mirmooo natitira sa teamfight and mas may damage dito si Mirmooo. Of course, Ezreal yan, laging nasa distansya. Pero in terms of relying on his teammates, hindi ganon ka-effective yung mga nasa frontline niya. Yes, andun din sila for the light binding, pero minsan kasi hindi tumatama ng on point yung light binding. And there are chances na even though tumatama yung light binding, ang tagal ng follow-up, just like what happened kay Josh at the mid lane, na light binding siya pero there's no follow-up right away coming from XD. Kaya nga medyo nakatakas pa dito si Josh. It could have been a kill para sa kanila. Kumbaga, insect place yun, alley-oop. 1-1 agad yun para sa side ng Leonite Esports. Pero yeah, yun nga, Mirmooo Esports, all in all, andun pa din naman yung team effort, pero again, dun sila natalo sa may attempt ng Elder Drake. Kumbaga, wrong call, pero ito na nga. This is the right call because we have a giveaway, of course. 790 wild cores lang naman para sa inyong mga viewers. And alam namin na ito yung hinihintay nyo bukod sa second game natin. Again, kailangan nyo lang, of course, sundin yung mga kailangang sundin na steps, kompletong hashtag for this giveaway. And yeah, matutuwa kayo dito ng husto.
Yes, at eto na nga, syempre yung ating giveaway na hinihintay ninyo at hinihintay din namin dahil 15 lucky winners ang may pagkakataon na manalo ng 790 wild cores. Paano ba yan? Madali lang yan. Ito ang ating mechanics. Number 1, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Number 2, like and share the live stream with the hashtag SISPH, SISPH Playoff, Icon Series PH, PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, sa number 3 natin, of course, comment your gameplay analysis along with your right ID on the stream chat. So, madali lang yan. Ano nga ba yung mga analysis nyo sa nangyaring na ating Game 1 sa ating Series din kanina at sa ating Series 2? And then, best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast week. So, ibig sabihin, magkakaroon na tayo ng pinned comment after ng series na to. So, game 1 pa lang tayo, papunta na tayo sa game 2, so wala pa tayong pinned comment. Maya-maya, kung mananalo dito ulit, ang, of course, ang ating Leonite Esports, they will be earning 75,000 Globe Cup points and sila, at kung sino yung mapipinned na comment natin, yun ang mananalo ng ating wild course.
Yep, indeed. And baka kung ayaw nyo ng wild course, kung marami na kayong wild course, baka gusto nyo ng upuan. Diba? Kasi meron pa tayo isa pang giveaway from Secret Lab Gaming Chair. And kailangan nyo lang i-follow itong mga steps na to na naka-like and follow kayo sa PPGL and sa Secret Lab na official Facebook pages. And pangalawa, like and share live stream. Kasama na itong mga hashtags na to. Hashtag SISPH, hashtag Icon Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGL X Secret Lab. And of course, bago mag-end ang broadcast day, magli-link tayo ng ating weekly Icon Series quiz na isi-share sa stream chat mamaya na kailangan yung sagutan ng tama, and that will count as your raffle entry. Kaya naman, ano pang hinihintay nyo? Gawin nyo na tong mga steps na to kung gusto nyo ding makatulog ng kailangan, ng hindi nyo na kinakailangan ng higaan. Gaya ni paring Gigi.
Yan, oo. Talaga, matik yan. Nakatulog ako dito isang beses habang naglalaro ng Wild Rift. Pero tapos na yung game na nakatulog ako. Baka sabihin nyo, nag-AFK ako.
AFK, report.
Baka i-report nyo ako na nag-AFK ako. Hindi, nakatulog na ako nun kasi sobrang, alam mo naman, minamasahe natin ang ating utak. Ha?
Masarap matulog kasi nag-win streak ba?
Oo, masarap matulog.
Kaya
Pag puro talo, isa pang game. Last games.
Isa pang game. Last games.
Last games ang mangyayari dito. Pero ito, ang ating draft history mga kaibigan para sa ating Game 1, sa ating Series 2. Kung saan makikita natin ang ating bans and picks dito. Darius, Sakali, and Camille has been banned out by Leonite Esports. Habang sa members naman dito, of course, ng Mirmooo, we have Olaf, Rengar, and Fiducian. Ooh.
Yeah, and I think respeto kasi doon sa Lucian kahapon ni Mirmooo. Again kahapon na kay Mirmooo yung highlights ng ng game halos sa first game nila against Lakan Esports with that Lucian play na talagang namanhikan na sa base nun ng Lakan. Pero this time, hindi ganon ang naging storya para kay Mirmooo. Though siya din naman, halos yung naging highlights for that first game against Leonites. But, eto nga, Leonites, nagkaroon sila ng advantage in the early game. Pagdating nag-mid game, medyo lumaylo and medyo na-egul sila doon. And muntikan pa nga silang matapos doon because of that Baron na ginawa ng side ng Mirmooo Esports. But, yun nga, Leonites Esports dito, wala naman halos din problema sa kanilang composition dito. Na-execute naman nila ng maayos yung kanilang mga combination, mga combos, and even yung mga moonfall dito ni Diana, though sometimes hindi nga rin nagkakaroon ng mga follow-up since yung magpa-follow-up is Nayaya Tarpchi na. Just so happen na Leonites Esports dito, na-turn around lang talaga sila ng mga death brush na ginagawa ng side ng Mirmooo. And that's what's good sa Mirmooo. Again, sa Mirmooo, wala din halos mali sa composition nila. It's just that, yes, na-utilize nila ng sobra-sobra. Lagi sila nagkakaroon ng customer with that death brush. Kaso nga lang, yung last call lang talaga on that Elder Drake. Yung naging nagpatagilid sa game na yon.
Yes, out of position kasi sila dun eh. Meron kang makikita na ibang champions ay naghihintay sa bush. May iba nandun sa kabilang sa bottom part ng ating Dragon Pit. So yun naging call para sa kanila na naghiwalay sila dito out of position and naging the deciding match nga dito for the members of course, the United Esports. Pero overall, syempre, good effort. Kaya sinabi natin dito. And I would say na talaga doon kasi nanggagaling yung strength nila sa bush play na ginagawa nila dito because they have Lux. Pero yun nga lang, kulang sila sa damage kasi because they only have Mirmooo talaga na makapag-damage ng gusto dito. And also, I don't think na nag-benefit para sa kanila ng gusto yung Renekton and Galio. Kasi sabi ko nga, kung gusto nila ng mga bush play dito, they have to make sure na meron silang enough damage. Pero nangyayari, kulang yung damage. Even the Winds of War is not enough to dish out so much damage sa kanilang kalaban dito. And even Renekton, hindi siya makapasok dito dahil nalalambot siya sa members ng Leonites Esports, especially with the shield coming in from Jana and the Monsoon as well, na pwede niyang itulak lang yung kahit na sino pang sumusubok pang makapatay ng kanilang backline. And of course, the Stasis Enchant coming from the Leonites Esports kung saan nagbabay sila ng enough time para makatakas.
Yep, indeed. Same din naman sa side ng Mirmooo Esports. They have the stasis and just so happen, every time na nag-stasis nga lang, it's already too late na din kasi naiiwan sila sa gitna mismo ng kumpulan ng kabilang koponan. Pero we're just waiting for the draft ng ating second game kung meron bang i-adjust sa draft nila ang dalawang teams natin. Kasi so far, wala naman halos naging problema sa kanilang composition. It's just the positioning, the prioritization pagdating sa objective, and at the same time, yun nga, Mirmooo Esports, talagang sa kanila, talagang i-capitalize nila ng gusto kasi effective nung death brush nila eh. Leonite Esports though, ang tingin ko na naging kulang sa kanilang composition is yung pang face check. Kasi halos wala silang pang face check, and kung magpe-face check man sila, katawan yung ginagamit nila. Doon si Gragas may pang face check naman dito eh. Just so happen, hindi nila masyadong na-maximize yung face checking na yon. And hopefully Leonite Esports, magkaroon na talaga sila ng champion na or mag-face check na sila before attempting na pumasok dito sa jungle ng kalaban.
I think dun sa part na yun, nakakommit sila ng mistake dito sa ating jungle brush dun sa may mid lane, no? I think isang part lang din dun na yun nga, nakommit nila yun, is that they saw a lot of champions in the mid lane as well. So parang sinugal na nila. Pero hindi yung talaga nag-imit siya ng buhay nila dito. And with a lot of skills being used already by Mirmooo Esports na ginamit nila dito, Dragon's Rage tumama din sa tatong champion dito. The Light Binding, tapos pero pa silang Hero's Entrance. And those damage alone, na talagang nanalo sila sa team fight na yon. And there are some miscalculation, I think, wrong calls coming from Leonite Esports as well, kung saan may mga moment na nakikita natin na pumapasok si Josh dito and then hindi naman nakakahabol kagad yung members of Leonite Esports. I would say na kailangan nila maging maingat, no, sa mga calls nila dito, sa mga decision making. When it comes to decision making sa ating next game, kailangan nilang gawa ng paraan na wala sila gaanong mistake na makommit. Kasi this is gonna be the game for them. This match point already. Kung manalo man sila dito, again, 75,000 Globe Cup points. Pero Mirmooo Esports, I know for sure that they have the potential once again. Pero this is really important para sa kanila. Dahil pag natalo sila dito, isa sila sa mga wala pang wins currently sa ating Group C
Yeah, tama ka naman doon. And again, add ko lang doon sa sinabi mo na pumapasok si Josh. Merong one time na pumasok si Josh at the middle lane. Could have been a nice moonfall kung nabato niya yung moonfall. Just so hapon pumasok siya, na-stun siya, hindi siya nakaalis agad doon. Pero I think nabuhay pa din naman siya doon, and I think nagkaroon pa din ng casualty on their end. But, yep, hindi, miscommunication, and yun nga, sabi mo nga, ingat na lang din sa pag-i-initiate for the side ng Leonites Esports. And for Leonites Esports din naman kasi, isa sila sa mga teams na gumagamit din ng flanking, kumbaga ng lilikod, and talagang sinasandwich, binuburger ba yung kanilang mga kalaban even under the turret. And yun nga lang, talagang nafa-find out sila or nade-death brush sila dito ng Mirmooo. And I think kagandahan din dun sa Mirmooo kasi nape-prevent din nga nila yung pangburger ng kalaban dito kung sakaling mag-iintay nga sila dito sa kanilang mga brush and waiting for customer dito para hindi sila ma-burger. And then, gaya natin, waiting tayo for the second drop ng ating maybe the last game para sa series na to, or baka makabawi nga naman yung Mirmooo Esports by, let's say, changing a little bit sa kanilang draft.
Yes, take note, kahapon, ganito din yung nangyari, no? We have the first game kagad din nakuha ng Lakan Esports, tapos Mirmooo inalo ng ating second game. And maybe this time, ganito rin yung gawin nila. Pero sila naman ang makaka-reverse sweep kasi kahapon Lakan Esports yung naka-reverse sweep dito.
Yeah.
So we'll see about that. Medyo malaki ang at stake dito. Of course, this is 75,000 Globe Cup points, and yung point system natin papunta sa ating playoffs na mangyayari din, of course, is August, kung saan talagang we have 2 teams per group ang maglalaban-laban for that particular playoffs natin, and to go para sa ating next I think, hindi ko alam kung magiging fall cup tayo dito, no? We'll see about that. Ma-announce natin yan once na maging okay na. But yeah, we're just waiting for the game to start again. Sa mga nag-iintay dyan, alam ko gusto nilang mapanood ang ating game 2. And kami din. And pero don't forget to share the stream para lang syempre magkaroon tayo ng maraming players or of course mga viewers na pwede maalam pa ng mga iba't ibang strategy dito. Kung ano pa yung pwede nilang matutunan coming from our players. And speaking of our players na nandito na ngayon sa ating drafting phase para sa ating game 2. Now, once again, Leonites Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. We have the first pick. Gragas nga ba para kay Josh?
Kay Josh or pwede din naman kay Andy ulit, no? Or yeah, speaking of draft, Galio is up again, and ang ganda ka sa Leonite Esports, talagang nire-respect ba nila dito yung Rengar and Olaf na ginamit kahapon ng side ng Mirmooo Esports. Pero Mirmooo Esports, they will go for a Corki, and Leonites, kaysa pa din sila. Actually, kaysa pa din sila dito. Gragas and Darius this time ang magiging kanilang Baron lane. Kasi nga naman, Diana kanina, nag-workout naman para sa kanila. Pero, yep, miscommunication. But then, Mirmooo, they still have Galio. This time with Corki, hindi na Ezreal. Pero, baka mag-Corki pa rin sila dito para sa side ng Mirmooo if they wanted to. Kasi, pwede namang mid lane Corki. Or pwede namang ADC, iba pang ADC, basta mid lane Corki.
But since they have Ari, I think this is gonna be the AD Corki na, no? As you mentioned kanina. And I think one of the reasons why Corki has been popping off everywhere is because syempre yung mga items is talaga nag-benefit para sa kanya. You know, being able to critical properly sa kanyang mga items dito. Imagine, pag naka-Essence River na siya, tapos naka Trinity Force pa, then yung kanyang Solari Charge Blade na ako talaga mag-charge hanggang dulo. Meron nga ako nakitang Twitter dito na naka-icon siya ng pangalan niya is Solari Charge Blade. At ang sabi niya, kapag ipiliin mo ako para manalo ka. Oh, I have broken item. Yeah, we have the lineup. Field B to win. Tama ka dyan. Yeah. So, tingnan natin dito. We have now the final lineup ng ating mga teams dito. Jarvan. Also, Shin Zhao. Nako, dalawang pang Dynasty Warriors to mga to. Na meron ng Mirmooo Esports.
Pang Dynasty Warriors. Ito yung sumasagip kay Jiangju. Diba? Pero, yep, kidding aside, ito nga ang composition ng both teams natin. So, we have Jarvan, Shin Zhao, Ari, Corki, and Galio para sa side ng Leonites. Okay. And para sa side naman ng Mirmooo, parang baliktad yung nakita ko kanina. And sa side naman ng Mirmooo, sila naman ay may Renekton, Gragas, Darius, and Kaisa and Jana. Pero not too sure kasi parang baliktad yung nakita ko kanina. Leonites nga yung may Kaisa. Baliktad lang yung logo natin kanina. Pero Leonites nga yung may Kaisa, Mirmooo yung may-ari. And yup, just doing their thing at the middle lane, sharing the XP. Para nga naman meron silang one step forward doon sa kanilang katapat. Mamaya pagbalik nila sa kanilang respective lanes.
Nagpalit sila ng sides dito. This time, Leonites Esports ang nasa blue side. Habang may naman ang nasa red side dito. So, syempre may changes din pagdating sa kanilang positioning dito as well as yung playstyle nila because hindi naman yan basta-basta sides lang eh. Kadalasan may mga stats tayo kung saan nakikita natin na mas madalas na nanalo yung blue side and the red side sometimes. So it's just a matter of kung paano nila ma-execute na maayos yung kanilang mga positioning dito. Right now, lane swap ang ginawa dito ng Leonites Esports. We're going to be having same, of course, Jana, Kaisa pa rin sa ating top lane going against Yawan. Gamit ay Jarvan this time. At naka-ignite siya.
Lane switch to lane switch para sa Leonites Esports. So this is an Baron lane Jarvan nga. Malay mo naman, gayahin nila yung ginawa ng Omega Esports kahapon wherein may Jarvan na sobrang kunat. Ano din yun Baron lane Jarvan. Pero mukhang kinuyog na nga din ang tatlo. Walang malakas sa marami. Andy, Rowan, Tianzu. Talagang pinapabagsak na nila yung Torre dito habang pre-pressure din naman dito na side ng Mirmooo Esports yung bottom lane. Medyo mabagal nga lang mag-push dito yung Mirmooo kumpara sa ginagawa ng Leonites kasi nakakakalahati na sila dito ng HP ng Torre para sa side ng Leonites habang yung bottom lane naman din ng Mirmooo, bottom lane ng Leonites, may another wave na naman. So walang pansinan ngayon. Torre-torre na lang muna. Wala nga naman mananalo kapag hindi nagpapabagsak ng Torre, di ba?
Napansin mo yung ginawa dito ng Mirmooo Esports. Dalawa lang silang nandun sa tower. Remember na yung buff ng tower is the more champion around the tower, the more makunat. Kung kaya dalawa lang silang nandun habang tignan mo, Leonites Esports hindi pa rin tapos hanggang ngayon. Kasi ang dami nila doon.
Ang kunat ng Torre, men. Mas nauna pa yung bottom. Egul pa nga. Mas na-egul pa sa push.
Buong barangay.
Buong barangay ang sinama. Akala nyo walang malakas na marami. Mas malakas ang Torre kapag marami nga naman. Yun lang ang natatangi na malakas, men. Ang Torre lang kapag marami ang katapat. Pero still, the same, no? Kasi 1-for-1 turret ang exchange natin. And this is to expect na Leonites, since top lane yung napabagsak nila dito, pwede silang mag-go ng Rift Herald mamaya. Habang Mirmooo Esports, pwedeng sila yung mag-go ng Dragon. Pero depende pa din yan para sa side ng Leonites Esports. Gusto pa rin nilang i-contest yung Dragon later on. Kasi honestly, Mirmooo nakaset up yung kanilang mga wards deep in the jungle ng side ng Leonites sa ngayon.
Yes, and right now, going tayo slowly sa ating 3-minute mark and makikita natin maya-maya lang ang ating mga objective dito. Of course, Dragon and Rift Herald. And alam mo yun, I'm expecting parang medyo na-predict ko na dito na magkakaroon na naman tayo ng buff sa ating mga turret, sa ating mga first year turret. Kasi ayaw ni Riot to Ayaw ni Riot na nasisira kagad yung mga turrets nila. Kasi wala pa lang. So expect a buff sa ating turret. Siguro mangyayari, bawal lang sirain ng turret kagad before 4 minutes.
Yep! Explosive cast with the body slam para kay XP dito kaso na-flash away na siya. Kaso nga lang hindi siya makaka-away. Flash lang, walang away. Kasi the first blood will be secured ng Leonites Esports. Habang sa bottom lane, 1v1 with a great one. Pantay lang naman si Yaohan at saka si Josh. Yes, being very careful dito sa ating situation in the bot lane. And magandang simula na naman ang ginawa dito ng Leonites Esports once again with that explosive cast na nag-set up ng face ng kanilang clash doon. And the Dragon is up. Umuwi na dito mga kaibigan. Of course, ang nakakuha ng kill dito ay si Yanzu. Pero umuwi na dito si Sean to get enough item for his champion. Now meron na siya dito to get that Black Cleaver soon enough for his champion. Pero inuuna na naman ng Mirmooo Esports ang referral. Yeah, referral na naman talaga ang kanilang inuuna dito. Pero sige, sa inyo na yung referral, sa amin na yung Dragon. Kanina baliktad yung prediction ko actually. Kasi Leonites nakakuha ng top lane tapos bottom yung Mirmooo. Pero same lang din, 1-for-1 objective, referral para sa side ng Mirmooo dito, Dragon naman para sa Leonites. Tahimik lang, hindi sila masyadong nagko-commit sa isa't isa. Sabihin natin, yes, may natatama ng stuns, ng charms and everything. Pero focus lang. focus lang. Ito na naman tayo sa Torre, mamen. Tatlo sa Mirmooo ang nasa top lane. Mas mauuna naman sila makakapag-push ng top lane dito ng Leonites. Habang Leonites, mukhang makakuha din naman sila ng Torre as for now. Kaso nga lang, Mirmooo kumakatok sa top lane din.
Mas mauuna dito ang Mirmooo. And with that tower being taken down by Mirmooo Esports, medyo sinusubukan nila mag-rotate sa mid lane. Meron pa silang package. Wala na pala, no? Nag-expire na yung package ito ni Mirmooo. Minamataan nila yung mid lane. This could be a tower down para sa kanila. Pero may shield coming in from Yanzu to protect yung ating first tier sa mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane sa mid lane na lang yung tapatan ng Torre dito kasi yung dalawang first tier turret on the top at the bottom lane, luhod na. And pansinin natin yung mga wardings as of now. Mirmooo, mahilig din sila dito maglagay ng mga deep wards inside the jungle. CCTV nga naman sa loob ng jungle ng side ng Leonites Esports. Habang Leonites, hindi sila nag-go beyond ng talagang deep wards para sa side ng Leonites dito sa jungle ng Mirmooo Esports. Kasi nga naman, hindi pa sila halos nagpapang-abot, hindi pa sila halos nagpapangita, maliban lang dun sa first blood kanina na hindi na din natulungan ng Mirmooo dito sa XP. As of now, busy sila and apakatahimik lang ng ating mga lane, ng ating matchup as of now, kanya-kanyang defend. And kita mo yung ginawa ni Sean, nag-antay lang siya. Meron naman siyang option doon na pwedeng umabante kahit papano, pero bakit pa ako aabante? Malalagay lang ako sa tagilid na vapor. Of course, waiting game lang tayo kung kailan magpapang-abot itong dalawang to.
Malalagay siya sa alanganin kung sakali, no? But 6-minute mark, waiting lang, patience. Patient games muna ngayon and naghihintay naman sa bush. Ginagawa naman nila ito na ginawa nila kanina. Leonites Esports still going very careful lang muna for a while. And nakikita natin na si Yanzu and Andy is always together. Katulad ng first game natin kung saan mas madalas sila magsama talaga. At mukhang mas mamamataan nila si Yaohan. Pero Yaohan, paying it safe lang din naman. Dahil alam niya na pag lumampas siya dun sa guhit na yon, yun ay pwede maging decision dito ng Leonites Esports na i-gank siya. Habang tama na sinabi nito Yaso, no? Talagang basahan lang sila ng galawan, just farming lang muna for now. At maghihintay sila sa ating next dragon.
Magkagalit sila ngayon, iwasan muna. Social
bati-bati
distancing.
muna, bati-bati.
Social distancing din muna. Ngayon pat mag-i-ECQ na naman tayo. Kaya, yon, makikita naman nila dito si Emperor with the body slam. Pero, Charm magko-connect din yan. Heroes entrance, mapapalipad ang isa. Pero explosive gas, hindi masyadong masulit dito ni Gragas. Pero ito na nga, Protobel na gagamitin. Ito ni Hura, pero inikutan. With the Crescent Guard coming from XP, mapupush back yung the rest of the Leonites. Pero nandito na din yung backup nila. Josh with the Dominus. Pumasok beyond the lines. Just to stand si Mirmooo dito. Mirmooo struggling habang nakulong sa tatlo yung kataklisin dito ni J4. And naubos dito yung mga kampe ng Leonites Esports. Hindi pa din nagawang patayin ni Josh etong si Mirmooo at mukhang si Rowan mamamaalam sa kamay dito ni Yaohan. And in the end, Mirmooo Esports ang nag-come on top on that team fight. Wala pang dragon yun, men ha. Ito yung inaabangan natin na magpapang-abot sila.
Nagkulang sa damage dito ang Leonites Esports because medyo late nang niting si Josh and si Sean ay nakuha kagad yung kanyang buhay kanina. Sinubukan niya magkaroon pa ng magandang trade dito. And even Yanzu, syempre Jano support yan eh. So unlike sa support dito na Mirmooo Esports, they have the Winds of War coming in from Hura and yung kanyang Justice Patch as well that could benefit their team properly. And tatlo yung tinamaan ng kanyang Tonton, no? So nagbigay pa sa kanila ng position dito, advantage, at nakaresponde sa kagad sila ng maayos. Now, Referral is being summoned in the mid lane habang nag-up na yung ating second dragon of the game. Pero ito na, 5 members of Leonites Esports there.
Diversion lang yung ginawa nila ng Referral. Kita mo naman yung Mirmooo Esports, they could take this this dragon without any contest. Actually, pwede pa sana nilang maabutan yan pero hindi na sila nag-commit dito para sa side ng Leonites. So, distansya muna kasi nga naman natalo sila on the team fight. And wala din kasi talaga silang solid na vision. Alam naman nila na nagda-dragon na doon yung Mirmooo. Pero I guess, playing it safe, chill lang for the side ng Leonites. Pero explosive cast, dalawa, hindi naman nila na-isolate. Nauntog lang nakakarampot. Pero another charm will be connected. Pero hindi nga lang nila din papasukan. Kumbaga, tapyas-tapyas lang ng paunti-unti dito sa middle turret ng Leonites.
Wala kasi si Rowan doon, no? Medyo malayo pa siya doon. Even if he used yung kanya killer instinct, that could have been a casualty para sa kanila. Tumama yung charm kay Sean. Tignan natin kung makakaisa pa sila dito. Bala sa cutter has been taken down by Leonites Esports. Still slowly pushing sa ating mga lanes. Pero mas may lamang dito ang Mirmooo Esports sa mid lane.
Indeed. tama ka doon, GG. And hindi din nila hinahayaan na hindi ma-pressure yung mid lane dito ng Leonites. Kasi konting ano na lang yun normal attack. Kami from side ng Mirmooo Esports. And alam naman natin, importante
charge
ang
blade agad.
middle turret dito sa ating game.
Yes, and right now, naka-charge blade kagad si Mirmooo dito. Not gonna go for that Trinity Force build. Meron siyang konting attack speed and more on the critical damage coming from that item and the critical strike as well. So, muntik nang pitas dito ang isang miyembro ng Leonites Esports. Pero picking down the barrel, Sean.
Yeah, pinahabol nila dito si Sean with the taunt, pero asa ng follow-up. Redemption will be there, Bad Islam as well will connect. Flash will be committed dito ni Hura, pero Mirmooo Valkyrie to reposition. Pero Moonsoon makukomita din dito ni Yansu, and hindi na nga din magpupush ng issue yung side ng Mirmooo dahil malalim na yon, men. And nagkakomita na sila dito ng Flash and some ultimate. Pero Baron! Early Baron coming from the side ng Leonites. I mean, ng Mirmooo Esports. Pero alam naman yan, ng Leonites. Kasi may ward sila doon sa Tribush. Pero may i-stop kaya nila yan. Charmon Connect. Ay, Cassian Ray medyo masakit. And the Badis Love. And sama-sama sa gitna. Nanakaw pa nga. Para silang na-vacuum. And sa kamatayan sila lahat babagsak. Si Mirmooo Pumlash na aabutan pa din XCX. Pinag-flash harap dito ni Sean with the stun. Coming from the Directon. Hinikutan. Pero hindi na makakawala. Another 4 down. Pero this time, Mirmooo Esports ang nawalan ng 4 na miyembro.
Howling Gale! Talbukan lahat sila doon. Hindi nila in-expect na tatalon sila doon. And yung dulo kasi, the more range na mas mabot dito ng Howling Gale, mas tumalaki yung AoE niya. And 3 champions from Mirmooo Esports ay napatalbog ng Howling Gale dito. And because of that, nakuha pa nila yung Baron. Because of the help, of course, of Andy dito with the body slam and flash damage niya kanina. Yep, wala siyang ultimate doon. Wala siyang explosive cast. But again, the Howling Gale, namatay kagad si Emperor. Kung nag-survive si Emperor doon, that's a different story. Pero namatay siya kagad because of the knock-up and the damage from the Baron.
Yup, and nag-ano na din nasalo niya din yung mga eye-cast niya during the moment na pumasok siya sa may Baron pit. Napaliguan na siya ng eye-cast niya yung explosive cast na pushback naman nila dito itong si Mirmooo. Pero hindi niya naman si Emperor doon, si Andy medyo nagdadalikan siya dito. Pero ton, para sa kanya galing kay Rura. Pero yung Moonsoon, sino hinihimod dyan? Nasa labas yung katropa mo. Si Sean. Si Sean is dead, Andy is dead. Si Yansu na lang yung natitira na magde-def dito. Pero wag daw kayong maingay. Kasi nang-pressure itong si Josh at the top lane. Though mawawalan sila dito ng middle turret para sa side ng Leonites. At mukhang hindi titigil dito yung Mirmooo. Charmon Connect and pasustain lang ng turret dito, pero ayaw nilang pabalikin nga ba? Pero si Josh kasi umuwi na Mukhang delicates na nga daw kung mag-i-stay pa siya doon, pero yun nga, better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, and yun nga lang, that's again different story because he did go back home. Siguro kung it could be a wiser decision kung natinuloy niya yon because he have the Baron buff naman and he has a lot of minions as well. And they can sacrifice a second tier sa ating mid lane. Lalo na at this, in this situation. And yep, could be the Dragon decision para sa kanila. At inaabangan na nila ang members dito ng Mirmooo Esports. And because of that, they will be having this third Dragon.
Yeah, ang bilis lang ng Dragon dito ng Leonites, pero magkakaiba silang target. May
Mahiwalay?
target sa likod, may target sa harap, pero distansya muna. Try natin i-rubber band. Si Josh, low on HP, and hindi na din nakahabol dito yung side ng Mirmooo. Kasi na-check na din sila nung Gale, pero umiikot ba dito? Itong si Yauhan, hindi na. Akala ko alam niya na nandun itong si Josh, no? Pero ito, pressure naman at the bottom lane, yung ginagawa ng Leonites as of now. And mind you, 2 na yung Dragon dito ng Leonites, GG.
Yep, and wala nang kakunatan dito. I mean, in terms of kakunatan, mas makuna talaga si Yauhan dito like the build of DLC kahapon.
Kataknisin para din sa may dalawa, pero napagitnaan yata dito yung Leonites sa patay ni XDXP yung isa, pero kung pingin pa din naman with and with a killer instinct coming from Rowan, inuubos isa-isa, yun nga lang, nakuhod din talaga siya, pero here comes Josh. Sino ang target nyo? Oo nga naman, si Mirmooo ang may damage dito and si Yauhan na lang yung natitira. 1 for 1 ang natira sa kanila. 4 na miyembro sa 4 na miyembro. If it's blood you want, blood I give.
Blood I give indeed, and blood you shall receive. What happened in the bot lane once again? Yung Crescent Guard ni XDXP is just a matter of going in, tapos sa loob siya lagi, pinipenetrate niya lagi yung backline dito ng Leonites Esports so he can take the damage coming from Leonites Esports dito, which is working very well para sa kanilang team at nabibigyan ng pressure talaga ang Mirmooo Esports, ang Leonites Esports dito kung sino yung dapat nilang i-target. Pero yun nga lang, in that particular team fight, nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si Rowan na makapag-free hit. Take note, pareho silang meron ng Infinity Edge and
Oo.
the Solari Charge Blade. So once again, kung nagkaroon ng pagkakataon ng ating mga AD carries to do a free hit, kaya-kaya nilang manalo sa mga teamfight dito. Pero yun nga lang, XP is always going kay Rowan para pag nag-crescent guard siya, nagmi-miss lang at hindi dumadamage dito yung mga range champion sa kanila.
Yep, hindi. Tama ka naman dyan. Pero this time, another explosive cast. Pero at the same
Ay,
time,
yun!
uy! Ang lalim nun, Rowan with a killer instinct. Meron naman daw siyang stasis dito. Masasagit kaya siya with the moonstone. Nandito pa din naman ang hinihili si Rowan. Medyo konti na lang agaw buhay. Yata pa din. Pero one down sa one down. Make the two down sa side ng Mirmooo. At tinaga sa mukha neto. Nirenekton. Itong si Emperor. And another casualty na naman yan because Mirmooo naigit na din sa tatlo. Si Yauhan na naman ang natira, men. Butas to, tong inhibitor ng Mirmooo.
Pwede
nilang
Nexus
idiretso. Makakapag-dep pa rin kaya dito itong si J4 pero mukhang hindi na.
Diana eh.
Dalawang heart, oo. Diana, Gana. Pero focus na lang, men. Ayaw namin ng motivational slot. Pero si Andy, mamamatay pa dito sa Nexus. Pero that's the game. Leonite Esports 2-0 against Mirmooo and the dance.
The dance, ang ating victory dance na ginawa ng Leonite Esports. What a play! Yaso, hindi ko maano sa isipan ko. Paano nila, yung alam mo yun, decision making is there. Yung huling team fight kung saan Rowan gumamit ng kanyang killer instinct nasa loob. Alam mo yun, parang ipinirisinta mo na yung sarili mo sa kanila na ako, anak, itabi mo, ako na ang patayin nyo. Pero, with the support coming in, of course, from that Chana, yung monsoon, yung kanyang Eye of the Storm, nandun na yung kanyang sagip dito, buying enough time for the rest of the members of Leonite Esports na rumisponde doon. At grabe talaga yung ginawa nila dito. That was a really impressive game and for sure, hindi ito in-expect ng Miramo Esports.
Yeah, at saka choke way yun choke point para sa Miramo Esports. Maliit lang yung place na yon para sa side ng Mirmooo. It could have been a disaster nga lalo talaga kapag ka nagkataklisin pa itong si Yauhan on that spot. Kasi nga naman, pwede niya pang ma-block yung mga nag-fleeing na mga kasangga niya. Kaso nga lang, it's already too late kasi patay pa din naman yung apat na yon. And yeah, Leonite Esports, kinabahan talaga ako doon sa killer instinct ni Rowan. Kasi siya na yung initially nag-initiate. Sabi niya, ayaw niya makapag-teamfight. Eto, killer instinct. Pero joke lang kasi stasis is the key. That's why I asked kung masusundan ba yung decision agad ni Rowan doon. Kasi kailangan mo ng tiwala talaga sa teammates mo kapag ikaw yung nag-initiate, nakakaisa ka, tapos killer instinct, tapos stasis, it's either you die or your family got you.
Your family got you. Talagang nakuha. Yeah, tama ka dyan, Yasuno. And with the items na meron si Yanzu dito, yung kanyang Ardent Sensor, then of course, with the Redemption, alam mo yun, talagang ligtas na. Sagot kita, kaibigan, wala ka problema dito. And it's really benefiting yung hindi lang si Rowan, no, but the rest of the members, of course, of Leonite Esports dito. Kasi nga, yung kanyang monsoon, and then meron pa siyang harmonic echo. To take them with those items alone, giving the shield sa kanyang mga teammates dito, and keeping the distance from behind, talaga nag-benefit ang uso sa kanila. And the monsoon, and the howling gale as well, could give them a lot of benefits. Tapos, andun pa din, once again, no, 1-5 yung score dito ni Andy, pero again, the explosive cast, talagang malaking tulong para sa kanila.
Oo. Tsaka speaking of explosive cast, si Andy hindi siya nag-aaksaya ng oras. Kapag ka nag-up yung explosive cast, isa man o 5 man, kinocommit niya na. Just like this highlights coming from Oppo A94 play of the game. Una pa lang, explosive cast agad. They got the first blood doon kay XDXP. Talagang hindi siya nag-aaksaya ng moment. Kung kapag ka magagamit niya, gagamitin niya talaga right away para dito kay Andy. And I think yun din yung isa sa nagpanalo sa kanila dito. At this point, no, medyo struggling pa talaga yung Leonites. They are lacking the damage. They are lacking the setup din. Ito yung, I think medyo mali ni Josh. Okay lang na yung decision niya, gumaw kay Mirmooo. Kaso naiwan yung tatlo Kita mo, yung tatlo, hindi makaalis doon sa kataklisib ni Jarvan. And this one, on this moment, Mirmooo, this is a very wrong call on Baron.
Ayan, no? Grabe, tatlo yung tumalbog doon from the howling game. And tama yung sinabi mo, no? The Ekachan Rain also sinalo din mismo nitong si Emperor. Ito yung turnaround talaga ng Leonite Esports. Kasi without that clash na naipanalo nila sa Baron at kung di nila nakuha yung Baron na yun, sila talaga ay magla-landslide dito sa vapor ng Miramo Esports. Another team fight kung saan nanalo na naman dito with that with a killer instinct once again coming from Rowan and the save from Yansu. Okay lang kahit namatay siya dito. And si Josh, alam ko yung kakunatan nitong si Yauhan. Naramdam niya yung kakunatan talaga at ito na naman yung nakita natin. Tignan mo, buying enough time para sa kanyang mga tropa. Stasis, ginamit niya, shield, and the monsoon. Look at that damage. Look at that HP. And litong-lito na ang miyembro dito ng Mirmooo Esports kung sino yung dapat i-target at nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si Darius at si Renekton na mag-free hit and get that 30 bro sa laban na yon.
Yep, indeed. Wala na talaga din nagawa doon si Yauhan, and this is Leonite Esports. Alam nila, they have the damage, they have what it takes na makapag-push. Alam din nila na hindi na makakapag-dep ang isang J4 sa ganitong sitwasyon. Though he tried, ang pinupokus niya na nga lang yung mga minions Kaso it's already too late, no? Kasi hindi din naman, tinangkin na ni Andy yung Nexus doon para nga naman mas mapabilis pa yung push nila. Of course, ang ating master of the match, walang iba kundi si Rowan na naman, men. Kaysa na naman with a 4.33 KDA kill participation na 100% walang absent. GPM na 866 with a DPM na 15, DTPM na 917. And this is a Kaysa na Solari charge, no, even before the Mortal Reminder.
Yes, at ang 100% killer participation niya, of course, killer instinct always being used properly talaga. Killer instinct talaga to, hindi siya assister instinct. Kasi always getting the kill para sa kanya.
Hindi din siya killed instinct.
Yeah, so hindi na siya killed instinct and more on talaga na nagawa niya na maayos yung kanyang trabaho being the AD carry dito. And I think this is one of the players talaga na they have to look at right now. Rowan with the skills, yung kanyang yung kiting skills dito and the mechanical skills as well. Really respect towards this guy, no? Especially kung paano niya naiiwasan or nasusurvive niya. Alam mo yun, mahirap kasi talaga maglaro ng AD carry. You know, survive, iiwasan mo yung mga skill shots ng kalaban, tapos makakapag-kite kasi yung kalaban, and also dishing out damage na nandun, and tiwala sa kanyang support. And that goes to the synergy of the support and the AD carry sa buong game natin. Pero once again, MVP, Master of the Match, mga kaibigan, Rowan, si Rojan, sa kanyang Kaysa.
Yep, indeed. Kala ko Rowie with the 1 for an eye, no? Pero Rowan nga naman kasi talaga. And yep, learn from this Kaysa, guys. Pero yun nga, no, yung Kaysa kasi ni Rowan, talagang tiwala sa pamilya.
Yun
kasi
din.
hindi naman pwede talagang killer instinct. Ang risky kasi talaga ng killer instinct. Kita mo naman after all, namatay pa din siya on that last flash, di ba? Pero yun nga, just so happen, kung hindi siya nag-initiate, baka sila pa yung hinabol pabalik doon ng Mirmooo. And at the same time, they still won the game with the 2-0. Akala ko mag-aano tayo, 2-1 ulit. Kasi talagang nananalo again yung Mirmooo mid-game. Parang ito yung naging trend sa series na to. Early, lumalamang yung Leonites. Tapos, mid-game, nababawi ng Mirmooo. And then, with the wrong calls, nababawi din pabalik ng Leonites.
Yeah, yun nga yung sinabi natin kanina, no, kung paano talaga mahirap talagang i-make sure na that you can win the game. And the moment na isang mistake lang makomit ng team ninyo, especially in that Baron na nangyari dito for Mirmooo Esports, yung Baron fight nila with that Howling Gale and the steal coming in from members of Leonites Esports, yun na yung naging talagang dikta ng laban dito because the Baron buff was there, of course, utilizing na lang yung problema dito. And I would say na talagang okay lang yung ginawa ni Josh dito, no? Every time na umuwi siya, instead of diretso pag-push. 2 beses na nangyari kasi yun Yung Baron fight na yun, di ba nasa bot lane siya? Hindi siya nag-push sa bot lane. Instead, talagang nag-war siya sa kanyang mga tropa at tutulong siya sa kanyang mga kaibigan dito. At the end of the day, Leonites Esports, mga kaibigan, they will be earning 75,000 Globe Cup points para sa ating Series 2.
Yep, indeed. Tama ka naman doon. Parang GG Spear. And yep, second series pa lang ng ating araw. Ngayon, meron pa tayong third series at fourth series. And syempre, mamaya na lang yan after ng break natin. Again, kami ang naging shoutcaster nyo for this series. Yasubio nga po pala. And kasama ko dito, si paring GG. Diyan lang kayo. Babalik kami.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Globe Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
If you ever felt that close game, sit back and relax because we're going to break down every fight that we are seeing. Of course, served by two of the best analysts here in the Philippines. You got Yuko and Infinity in this panel desk. So how was that game, guys? I mean, we saw it. It was a fairly close match. Actually, you look familiar. You look the same as the casters that I saw a while ago, which is really looking good.
Yeah, actually,
We teleported.
we kind of have a similar facial features to the casters in the English stream earlier,
cool.
but just a little bit. But yeah, to break down on the previous series, it was just basically the Unites being able to play in their element. I said this earlier, they were able to get a hold of their lead, and that was just them being able to storm Mirmooo to the ground.
How about you, Infinity?
Yeah, it's just how Leonites Esports was able to outplay Mirmooo Esports because Mirmooo played very, very well. They played very, very well in game number 1. They were matching it up, especially in mid-game. But this one clash changes everything. Leonites Esports came back to it. They really just struggled down. Even if Mirmooo got the Baron Nashor, look at how much Leonites Esports removed the Baron Nashor buff. Only Mirmooo was alive in that game, right?
Yeah, and considering also that they have those errors, so we saw a lot of those towards the game, even in game 2. I believe also that Mirmooo had this kind of off draft with Sin Zhao. So I think what's the better way to bounce back as Mirmooo, or what could have done better? I'll start with you, Yuko.
Okay, basically treat the draft a little more. And again, even though they have the lead, they tend to have struggles when it comes to closing out the game. So maybe they can work on that, because when it comes to the initiate and counter engages, they're pretty good.
Yeah, how about you, Infinity?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. Maybe onto the draft composition, maybe for Mirmooo Esports, because they bring in those untraditional picks. Yes, that's a good thing. When it comes to having that really a mix and match type of strategy, a mix in composition wherein you can surprise your enemy team. But they bring in Sin Zhao, for example, in game number 2, wherein the only one that can be on target onto the ultimate of Sin Zhao is row 1, which wasn't really particularly the case to an overall mid-game, late-game type of strategy to bring down the Unites Esports.
Yeah, and considering that you're going to put a Sin Zhao who's going to focus a row 1, but it feels like you forgot that there's Andy, there's Jash, there's Sean. You are technically throwing yourselves in the den of wolves. So at that point, it was at the draft, it was pretty questionable. But so far, I really love how well that they come in close with this battle. But for now, we are going to check out the next game, the third match of the day. We're going to see Omega Esports versus Chasing Dreams. So Omega Esports, of course, the top 4 team onto the playoffs, while Chasing Dreams, they are the new kids on the block. They are the ones that's going to be put in the trial of fire, because this will be a tall order for them to finish. So what do you think was going to happen about this match, Yuko?
Alright, so I feel like off the bat, Omega is gonna try and push Chasing Dreams out from their comfort zone. They are gonna try and invade or maybe beat this very scary team in the early game. I mean, you have impressive with Mr. Steal Your Baron, Steal Your Dragon, maybe at some point even Steal Your Heart. But yeah, a lot of things definitely on the table. But I believe that Chasing Dreams, they can make things happen at the very least. Like what you said, they are the new kids in the block. We have a lot of new things. We have a lot of secrets too. So let's see if they'll be able to push through.
Okay, so let's check the opponents of Chasing Dreams, the Omega lineup. We know that Glaysox and Horizon recently transferred. They are the ones who's playing right now under the banner of Omega. And it was still the same for other players. We saw JLC yesterday, but this time it's going to be Horizon. What are your thoughts about the Omega squad Infinity?
I think they're ready, and they're really gonna be punishing this type of group stage here in the fall season Icon Series, because they bring in Glacios, former Alliance coach, into Omega Esports' lineup as an analyst. And Horizon is also one of the strongest Baron laners that we know thus far in the Filipino Wild Rift scene. So having these two accumulation of players and persons coming into the roster means a lot of things for Omega Esports that can change a little bit on how they play, especially Horizon having sort of a different type of champion pool onto the former Baron laner for Omega Esports. Or not former, but rather the other Baron laner for Omega Esports.
Yeah, I mean, JLC and Horizon, they are putting different things into the table, making them more unpredictable, and also having a stronger into their side who can play different kinds of unorthodox support. So I want to touch also the next one, which is our player highlight, or the spotlight himself of who's going to be the center of Omega squad. And everyone really is functioning as a whole, and I really love how everyone is proving that they are the ones who needed or being respected by other opponents. Some teams also are looking into phasing them. But overall, I really love how the aggression comes into play with Impressive and Arise whenever that they get ahead. You have this insurance play from Time Lapse, and it's stronger, just doing stronger team things. And of course, guys, for our viewers out there, fun fact that is stronger is a former pro player of Dragon Nest. So that's where it all started. And this guy, he is making waves whenever he is trying to change games. And right now he is on Wild Rift, and he is also, really competitive and a friendly guy. And so far, everyone from Omega Squad is at their peak.
Yeah, that is true. And I guess it just goes to show how much experience he has in the gaming world. And you did mention this. This is going to be a rise spotlight on this guy. Most used champions is going to be Darius and Zed. So far, KDA of 6.20. Damage per minute is 1,175. This is the guy that would run a Gragas mid way back in the summer season.
Yeah.
Way back when we did not believe that it was even possible. But now looks like he is going to be the player that's going to give us the variety or new flavors this fall season.
Yeah, and most of the assassins are going back into play. We saw RRQ from last week that they were able to play Zed, and this time it was Arise. And of course, another fun fact that this guy is one of the fan of Azir. So far we don't see Azir, so no Emperors for now. So he is banking on more on that Zed, on that on that Darius, but I really love that we are getting the Darius mid right now. We saw Sean a while ago that it was being played mostly into the mid lane, making sure that it can survive, still serving a lot of damage. So how about you, Infinity? What is the your thoughts about Arise?
Yeah, I think Arise is a very, very strong player coming in, right? You guys talked about how he is really just potent into the mid lane. He even brings on Darius, right? So I think coming into the series, he can really just put in a lot to show, especially with those untraditional picks coming into this series with the Darius and Zed. And I think priorly speaking, past this panel, we talked about how Zed is sort of only Arise's champion thus far in fall season like in series.
Yeah, yeah, and actually, Omega not the stranger of the Rift, and of course, they're also the nemesis of the former gods of Wild Rift Philippines, which is Next Play Esports, the Uncrowned Kings. And as far as we're concerned, they have their own. They have their own plans for now, but what I love the most is that Arisen, okay, that's the end there, is already at the Omega, and which is a better, not better, but a new place for him to grow in his talents. And at this point, it was really a good opportunity for him to once again try to snag some championship rounds after after he played at the Next Play. But guys, do you think that Chasing Dreams got the caliber in terms of taking down the giants, the titans, which is Omega?
Honestly, for me, it is going to be a yes. Why? Because they made it this far. So even though they did not have the best start in day number 1, I still believe they should go with the mental reset. Still try to, I keep on saying this, but still try to get their footing, get into the element, find that sweet spot, and just eventually take down the giants. We all love an underdog story.
Yeah, about your Infinity, is there any weakness that you are looking into Omega that might be potentially exploited by Chasing Dreams?
Really, it's a difficult question because you know Omega Esports is history, and history dictates that Omega Esports are the one who molds the meta. They were the ones who started the Sage coming into the meta. They were the ones who built onto a Kali tank. And which team else has the greater potential to really dominate their respective group? It's Omega Esports. So I think there is a potential for Chasing Dreams to win it, but it's going to be very, very difficult with how much experience and how much flexibility that Omega Esports has.
I mean, it was pretty understandable. We are looking at the undefeated South for the reason that also that they know how to play aggressively. They can close out games. We also saw that they even played yesterday with Jamie's, that they had a lot of fun. It was emotes flying all across the map, and there are so many solo kills that we saw, and even a smoothest team fight in the hands of Impressive. So let's see and check right now the team on the other end of the spectrum. That's gonna be Chasing Dreams, of course, composed by Cool, Ryujin, Motivate, Ashino, and Kame. And we talked about this, that there's this tall order to beat the veterans for the reason that they are fairly new, and 3 of the members of Chasing Dreams are studying, and they played at the collegiate level. So this is the most likely, we can say, the trial by fire or the promotion level, wherein they get to experience the highest competitive level of the battle of Wild Rift. So I think it's something that they need to consider, having to step up and go up against the top 4. So I want to ask Yuko, and then of course next Infinity, who are you looking into at Chasing Dreams? Which member?
Okay, lately I'm a huge fan of the junglers, and Ryujin, looking back into the game yesterday, he did really well in the early game, so I'm hoping to see more of that, and eventually he is just going to be this huge helper from the early game, which he will be able to help his team to transition into the mid and eventually the late game.
How about you, Infinity?
I'm looking at 2 players specifically. I'm looking at Kalme, because he has this foundation of playing professional League of Legends tournaments, and I think that foundation can lead into a power play for Chasing Dreams. And on top of all that, he was a versatile player for the collegiate scene for League of Legends Wild Rift as well. And on top of all that, I'm also looking at Ryujin, and also a player, an amateur player in League of Legends PC, and a consistent challenger since 2015 to 2019 in League of Legends PC as well. So I think this sort of foundation can lead this team into a success story here against Omega Esports.
Yeah, and of course, the player spotlight. This is also one of the this as what Infinity shared as the same as the League of Legends PC experience, the one who's academically excelling or still getting there. So player spotlight is, if I'm not mistaken, this is cool. Am I right? I mean, I know that cool. Of course, we are. You know that cool is a chill guy. He is the one who's trying to look out for the team in terms of looking into the back line, checking in and jumping in. But Yuko, what are your thoughts about the statistics of the cool?
Right off the bat, I can label him as a very aggressive violator. He does have Fiora, he does have Renekton. KTA though is only 1.29, so most likely you can just trust him to be this initiator. Not gonna lock down champions, but more on he is gonna leave your opponents with blinking red lives, and then the ADC could just jump in. The jungler could jump in and finish off the kill. Kill participation is gonna be 45%, just goes to show how much map advantage, map awareness he has, despite the fact that he is in the topmost lanes. The damage per minute is less than 1,000. Like what I said, he is just there for the initiates. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing more of his Fiora. We only ever saw Fiora once today, which was in the first series.
Yeah, and he also got a close games or close 1v1 so with the yesterday match, and this time he is going to face a Ryzen. So this is a really good spotlight for the Baron laners, but as what Yuko told us, it always has been the junglers. You know, it's impressive, and Ryujin is going to fight with each other, and impressive knowing that this Phantom Thief, he can steal at any moment with all of those objectives, but Ryujin he is going to answer that or going to contest that pack with a punch. So yeah, I mean, overall it was Chasing Dreams, a fairly new team, but we are loving, of course, those jerseys. The violet. I am missing Mika in the panel. She is a fan of that violet, and I mean, so far so good. It was really a good breakdown, but we are going to check also our Globe Key player clash. And let's see who's going to face off. And yes, it is. You are seeing it right. Impressive himself and Ryujin. Really looking crisp on that stats. Infinity, what are your thoughts about this?
Impressive is known as a stealer, a hyper aggression player. And I think Impressive has that key characteristic coming into this game against Ryujin. And Ryujin, though, has a lot more kill participation and a bit less of KDA, but what I want to take note is the kill participation of Ryujin. So I think more on Ryujin can state the game in the early game, have that team fights early to try and punish Omega Esports, with Impressive sort of being the hyper-aggressive type of player. When it comes to mid-game, late game, you can expect him to deal this unorthodox type of movements where it is not expected, that can really just dominate Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, and you can see also that there may be a disparity on the damage per minute, but overall they are both healthy in terms of their gold per minute, which is a huge emphasis onto the items. And of course, it's time, guys. It's bad news for you guys, but you have to predict this time, and we are gonna read some of the tweets from this lovely viewers. I'll start with you, Yuko. Who is it gonna be?
All right, 2-0 in favor of Omega.
Well, that was quick. that was flat. 2-0.
No explanations whatsoever.
Yeah, that's how confident Yuko is looking right now. And how about you, Infinity?
Well, I will reverberate Yuka's prediction. It's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Omega Esports. It's just about how much more they have when it comes to experience in Wild Rift. They were at the playoffs in the summer season. And I think with just that, with just amount of knowledge with them and Glaciox as the brains of Omega Esports right now, they could dominate against Chasing Dreams.
I mean, it was pretty understandable if we are going all into a 2-0 of Omega because they are undefeated way back then and they are not going to let their guards down, especially that they are aiming for the fall championship and under the banner of Glaciox, which is respected coach, and having Horizon also, this is a good experience for him to adapt more into the Omega squad. So I'm going to go also, this is 3-2-0 from the panel. And I mean, am I right, Infinity? You got 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we are in line together. And of course, no tweets for now. But if you want to send out your message, you just have to jump into the Twitter and use the hashtag #CIconSeries and hashtag dominate the Rift. Of course, we are jumping into the Rift, of course, presented by our very good casters. And I'm really excited, even though this might be a one-way trip into a different side of Omega. But of course, Chasing Dreams, please do surprise us. We do love surprises here. So it's time. Casters, take it away.
Minions have spawned.
Dream on or dream over? Chasing Dreams versus Omega Esports. Kami po ang magiging shoutcasters para sa inyong gabi. GG Giang Gaming, and here with me is Berting Magiting. What's up, bro?
What's up, parang Giang Gaming. Very exciting para dito sa series number 3 natin for the day 2 of the fall season. Group stage, bracket C and bracket D. This is gonna be a bit a David versus Goliath, no? Because Omega Esports, we know naman na sobrang tindi netong team. So especially may bago silang players. They have a new coach as well, Ryzen, the 6-man player na I think maglalaro siya para dito sa unang laban of best of 3 series. While Chasing Dreams, kailangan maaabot ba nila? Ito yung pinakamalaking tanong maaabot ba nila yung pangarap nila na makapasok or manalo man lang dito sa series na to? Kasi sobrang laking challenge nito for the side of Chasing Dreams. Nakita na natin yung laro nila. Yes, ang ganda ng laro nila nung kahapon, but hindi enough pure para manalo dun sa series nila. Pero this is a different story. Parang Giang Gaming, Chasing Dreams, kakalabanin nila itong mga bigatin. Literal na mabigat Literal na mga bigatin. Omega Esports. And look at the lineup na meron sila. Ako nga, ang tawag ko nga dito, sila nga yung all-star team Kumbaga sa anime na basketball, sila ang Shohoku ng Wild Rift dahil kung mapapansin mo, itong Omega Esports, hindi sila nagpalit ng player. Nagdagdag pa sila ng isang all-star player. Diba? Nagaling mismo from the NXP na si Ryzen. So, ang laking tulog nun. So, pwede mong mind games talaga yung kalaban mo. And Giang Gaming, what do you think? Ano ang pwedeng gawin ng Chasing Dreams dito sa laban nila between Omega Esports?
Ito nga yung tama-tama ni sinabi mo, yung parang David versus Goliath situation tayo dito. Omega Esports, ang ganda na performance sila yesterday. I mean, kahit nga nung summer season ng PPGL, okay na sila. Nakaabot sila ng day 2 ng playoffs. Ang nakatalo lang sa nila, Liab Esports before. Ngayon naman, ang ganda ng start nila dito sa Group C and D. Kasi 2-0 sila kahapon against Jamie's Esports. Wherein, sa side naman ng Chasing Dreams, it's kind of the other way around. They had 0-2 against DR Esports, and ngayon pag ito-talk natin numbers, medyo mahirap nga. Medyo mahirap. Kind of unlikely or likely possible lang yung mga ganun unless may magawa silang switch talaga or mga surprise para sa atin ngayong gabi. speaking of surprises, both teams actually, yesterday's matches, wala silang wala silang nag-repeat na champion pick. So baka something to consider yan kapag nag-head down tayo sa ating game. Kasi kung walang repeating na champion, alright, what else ang pwede mo makuha na information? Siguro yung naging magandang performance lang nila yesterday for both teams. Pwede tong as we dive into the game itself. Andito na tayo sa pick and bans natin. Omega Esports and Chasing Dreams. Bans dito.
Yeah, man, look at the banning phase na meron tayo dito, ladies and gentlemen, no. Ari, Lee Sin, and the Ariella will be banned from the side of the Omega Esports while Chasing Dreams. Tatanggalin na kagad nila yung Lucian because we know naman ang impact nito, no, especially nung ginamit mismo ng Mirmooo Esports nung day number 1, and sobrang ganda talaga gamit ito. But I think there's a little mukhang may problema sa ban natin. Hindi pala na-ban si Lucian. Because ang naban dito is the Gragas Akali. I don't know kung sino yung isa, but Omega Esports, after nilang makita na hindi nakaban itong nasa metang ADC natin, so they will lock in while Chasing Dreams, they will go for the Twisted Fate plus a J4. So more on the rotation. So Camille pala ang unang ban dito ng Chasing Dreams. Ito, Giang Gaming, if ever na i-lock itong J4 plus the Twisted Fate, makakita tayo dito na mabilis na rotation, especially pag nag-level 5 itong Twisted Fate. Hindi natin alam kung mid lane ba to or the Dragon lane, pero for me, I think mas okay to sa gitna because of the new items din na meron tayo na nagbibigay ng movement speed plus the cooldown reduction na talagang pwede sa isang gantong klaseng champion. And look at this, the Braum plus the Kaisa, Omega Esports, they will go for the Renekton, Galio, and the Graves.
Oh, grabe. Balagbagan gusto dito ng ng Omega Esports, especially dahil meron sa kanilang Lucian. I mean, ang lakas niyan eh. Nakita na natin 'yan yesterday and all the other games na nakita natin na dahil sa bagong patch na ito kahapon. And ngayon, Chasing Dreams parang sinusunod nila yung sinabi ng panel kasi sabi ni Infinity kanina, okay, Chasing Dreams kay Ryujin versus Impressive. Ryujin, malakas pumatayan. Pero I see Impressive, malakas pumatayan. Ryujin naman pwede siyang kumbaga kumuha na agad ng buwelo sa early game. Especially kasama na dito si Motivate with the Twisted Fate. Pwede sila mag-rotate all over the map, give snowball potential onto Cool, and maybe move from that. Kasi kung makakuha sila ng early snowball, malaki yung chance sila actually matalo itong Omega Esports. That's in theory though. Ikaw, anong naisip mo dito?
Yep, agree ako sa inyo. Pag natalo talaga nila itong Omega Esports dito mismo sa series na to, sobrang laki ng pagbabago ang pwedeng mangyari sa side ng Omega. Pero Giang Gaming, bakbakan kagad dito sa gitna.
I know. Unang kala ko, Lucian mid, meron pero buntik na. Dito si Stronger agad. Chasing Dreams, mukhang gusto nila talaga ng early aggression as both teams actually. Nagpunta muna sa mid bago magpunta sa kanilang Dragon lane. This is actually good na pick up na ng most teams. Time loss though, tinamaan dito.
Yep, and with the Lucian ADC, we can say na medyo lalamang sila dito sa may bandang baba dahil may sustain siya ng Janna, also the knock-up, while the Baron lane, Giang Gaming are rising. Medyo nahihirapan siya dito kay Paring Cool dahil ito nga naman talaga isang Darius na nagbibigay siya ng more on the bleeding, more on the good at pagdating sa duel natin in the early game, pero bigyan natin kung anong pwedeng mangyari pagdating sa mga late game potential natin. And as of now, Giang Gaming, medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng safe play or stay lane or freeze lane dito sa may bandang baba, especially dito sa may bandang gitna natin dahil we know naman yung lineup ng Chasing Dream is more on the rotation, especially pag nag-level 5 itong si Motivate.
Yeah, this is good though on the side of Chasing Dreams kasi early game, tinitake advantage sila yung kalamangan nila ngayon. Range advantage in the mid lane. Top lane naman, is a Darius yung hemorrhage niya. So far nanalo siya sa trades, forcing JLC to forcing Arisen to respect him much to kind of give out the lane. Dito naman sa mid lane, it forces Impressive to actually gank dito sa ating mid lane. Kaya nabigay nila dito yung bottom lane Scuttle Crab, kaso mukhang susugod sila dito. 4 members dito ng Omega Esports ay pumupunta sa may blue side jungle ng Chasing Dreams, pero napatakasin nila. Point Seeker daw, pang poke.
Yeah, Void Seeker, pag-poke lang, pero di pa tapos yung laban natin. Giang Gaming, look at sa may bandang Baron lane natin, Arisen. Ito na yung sinasabi natin. Pag nagkaroon talaga ng onting kalamangan itong rolong na to, yun na talaga mas lalamang at lalamang siya sa'yo. And take note, 2 minutes pa lang to, nakikita na kagad natin yung changes sa mga lanes natin. There's a more on the rotation pagdating sa Omega Esports. Same for the Chasing Dream, but look at this Giang Gaming. A clash ay parating na sa may bandang Scuttler.
Naku, medyo delikado to. Pero Chasing Dreams naman ang makakuha ng Scuttle Crab. Good contest though on the side of Omega Esports. Looks like Chasing Dreams, they want vision. Especially dahil nakuha nila dalawang Scuttle Crab dito. And kahit pa paano nakakatulong to track down yung jungler ng Omega Esports. Or pwede mong ipatake dito si Impressive na long path para hindi siya makita. And that would delay yung intentions dito ng Omega Esports. And delaying them prevents them from having kind of the initial pressure na gusto nilang makuha. Especially Graves ito. Napakasakit niyan mamaya. Lalo na kapag nag-teamfight na tayo kasi yung composition dito ng Omega Esports, pang baalagbagan talaga. They have good damage agad, good engage, good burst as well kasi Graves and Lucian to, may sustain pa with the Janna.
May sustain pa, hindi lang yun. They have a initiation as well. Also the counter initiation because of the Monso na meron mismo yung Janna sa sustain na sinasabi mo nga kay Janna. At di lang yun, the hero entrance as well. Also the smoke screen. Dito ni paring Impressive. Talagang may pipilitan dito yung Chasing Dreams na sila dapat ang mauuna kasi if ever na mauna itong Omega Esports, there's a big problem para dito sa Chasing Dreams na makapag-kite sa side ng Omega Esports. Kasi kung mapapansin natin, 3 mili dito. So mas pabor na pabor yun sa Graves na mas magkaroon ng clash dahil nga pag nasa loob ka ng smoke, wala kang vision para kang naka-3 loop dagat at yun yung kalakasan ng isang Graves. Especially pag nagkakaroon tayo ng objective clash dito mismo sa mga DR, also sa may bandang Herald. Pero kung mapapansin natin dito, Gian Gaming, 10 seconds palabas na yung ating objectives dito. Ang Herald at ang Dragon. Infernal Drake ang lalabas dito sa unang objectives natin. While the Herald will go to the top lane. So tignan natin kung ano bang klaseng rotation, ano bang klaseng priority ang gagawin ng magkabilang grupo.
Okay, parang Chasing Dreams, yes, gusto nila ng early snowball, pero hindi nila ata gusto ibigay dito yung Infernal Dragon sa Omega Esports. Kasi pag binigay nila yan, ang laki damage ibibigay dito sa, especially sa burst composition na build dito ng Omega Esports. So far siguro, at most sa track lang muna nila para top lane. Grabe dito. Ryzen will try to back away. Taking some turret shots dito para kay Cool, pero pantay lang sila halos ng HP dito. Grabe yung pressure na binibigay dito ni Cool.
Medyo medyo safe play pa rin 4 minutes na going to the 5 minutes na Gian Gaming. Wala pa rin tayo nakikitang clash dito sa magkabilang grupo. Siguro ang ginagawa lang dito ng Omega Esports, they're just farming para magkaroon mismo ng physical damage, but no, sabi dito ni Chasing Dreams, Gian Gaming, they will start the Infernal Drake dito sa may banda baba, Arise and the rest of Omega Esports. There you go, that Destiny para dito sa Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, Destiny na ginamit dito, pero grabe na burst na agad dito si Kome, and now the Monsoon for the healing. That's 2 members down agad sa side ng Chasing Dreams. At nakuha naman nila yung Dragon, pero for 2 kills, that is a big advantage na nakuha dito ng Omega Esports. On top of that, they want to push this middle tier 1 Arise and damage. Ang sakit ng damage dito ng Chasing Dreams. Kailangan nila mag-back away, lalo kapag mahila sila dito ni Cool. So far, walang casualty. And pwede nila ma-pressure actually ito, Rift Herald.
Grabe talaga dito si Impressive. Literal na impressive talaga even though na Chasing Dreams sila yung nag-start ng DR doon, sila pa nakakuha ng objectives doon. Pero di pa tapos sa laban natin Gian Gaming. Chasing Dream, gusto nilang kunin ang ating Rift Herald. There go another 5-man tornado or knockup from Stronger and Omega Esports. Gian Gaming, there you go. The yellow card is andito na mula kay Motivated. Wala pang masyadong bakbakan. Glacial Fissure parang Giang, pero walang follow-up na nangyari doon.
Grabe yung ginawa dito ng Chasing Dreams. Alam nila, okay, nag-recall si Arise, nag-recall din isa, 3 lang ang members dito ng Omega Esports na steal nila.
Oh my God!
Pero hindi nila may dito. Ay, balagbagan agad ang Omega Esports. 2 na naman, napatay nila. 4-0 on the scoreboard.
Oh my God, Arise! Ladies and gentlemen, the 4-man Durant or 4-man taunt para sa kanya to get 2 kills dun sa gitna natin, and Chasing Dreams, unting-unting nawawala yung pangarap nila dito in the early game of game number 1. 6 minutes pa lang to, Gian Gaming, nakikita mo na kagad yung kalamangan, also the snowball ng Omega Esports dahil Chasing Dreams yung lineup nila more on the rotation, pero hindi sila nakakapag-rotate dahil gumagalaw sila or naglalaro sila sa kamay ng Omega Esports. Ganun kabindi itong teams na to.
Grabe din yung yung rotation sa ginagawa dito ng Omega Esports. Pati yung timing nila, yung engage kanina ni Arisen, it was on top. Grabe yun, hindi yun na-expect ng Chasing Dreams. Ngayon, 4-0 equal to 3K gold lead. Ang dami nilang plates din na nakuha early on. Kaya lamang na lamang sila sa items dito. Yung lead, onte na nakuha ni Cool sa may Baron lane.
Yup.
Parang parang napantayan na dito ni Arisen, kaya kahit pa paano, delikado pa rin dito, Chasing Dreams, kasi ito yung isa sa mga frontline members ng Chasing Dreams eh. Si Cool, si Ryujin, maybe Kome. Kaso so far, nakikita natin si Kome na nabu-burst down agad kasi grabe damage dito ng Lucian ni Timelapse.
Grabe talaga. Timelapse dito and the rest of Omega Esports. Look at this. Nagkaroon tayo ng konting Mexican standoff dito sa may bandang river natin, but look at yung kalamangan mismo, Giang Gaming ng Omega Esports. Talagang iniingatan nila yung snowball nila in the early game. Hindi sila masyadong nagko-commit, hindi sila masyadong usually pag lamang kayo, pinapasok mo na sa tower, no? But sabi dito ng Omega Esports, so respetuhin natin itong Chasing Dream. Pwede silang makapag-comeback dito. 8 minutes into the game pa lang naman. And look at the objectives na meron sila dito, Chasing Dreams. Parang Giang, even the tower, no? Parang Baron lane pa lang ata yung nababawasan ng Chasing Dreams dito sa side ng Omega Esports. And Destiny will use Giang Gaming. They will go for the top lane. Tignan natin kung ano mangyayari.
Oh, grabe yan. 2 versus 4. Yari ka, kaibigan. Cool is gonna get taken down. Nasama pa dito yung top lane, tier 1 tower, yung gold lead ng Omega Esports. It's ballooning so far. Grabe, chilling like a villain lang dito si Impressive sa mid lane.
Oh my God, Omega Esports. Hindi ko alam kung ano sasabihin ko. Kasi parang lang sila, alam mo yun? Para lang silang chill. Hindi sila masyado nagkakaroon ng pressure sa kanila. Look at Impressive, nakatayo lang siya sa gitna. While yung mga teammates niya nakikipagsuntukan dun mismo sa may bandang taas. And yun, dun pala makikita mo na talagang kampante itong mga players ito. And look at the items din, parang Giang Gaming of Omega Esports. Impressive with the Essence River plus the Charge Blades. So, sobrang tindi. Itong damage siya pwede niyang ibigay. Also, the movement speed na meron siya. Kasi Essence River is nagbibigay ng more damage sa mga skills niya. And plus the mana na meron pa.
And sino yung pwede makatanggap ng damage ito? So far, wala kasi kahit si Kome, kahit si Cool, kahit si Ryujin, nasasakitan sila sa burst damage dito ni Timelapse. Kaya ang way lang nila dito is try to sneak yung mga objectives ito. Pero paano yung may sneak yan? Kasi binabantayan na yan ng Omega Esports kapag na-stall out nila kayo, makakapag-rotate din sila. So far, nakakuha na sila 2 torre compared to nothing ng Chasing Dreams. 5-0 din on the kill scoreboard. How can they come back from this in Dragon? Ini-start na dito ng Omega Esports. Kailangan i-contesto ng Chasing Dreams kasi paano? Kapag kinontest nila ito, baka sila yung ma-engage dyan. Lalo nakapwesto na si Impressive. Nakapwesto na rin.
Ito na naman.
May flashes available. Yung Duran niya pwede nang gamitin. Pero nakuha na dito yung Mountain Dragon ng Omega Esports. Ngayon nagsisimula ng clash. O, Cassian Rain tumama, pero si Arisen on the backline, gold card will be used, and now Cool is very low, tries to go for the reset but it won't be enough. 3 members na ng Chasing Dream ang namatay. Destiny has been popped away pero hindi ka makakatakas and mapapatay ka ni Timelapse. It's only Shino remaining alive and Omega Esports flash in pa dito si Stronger. Impressive, mahabol ba niya?
Oh, no, hindi tumama yung malaking bala niya. Pero Omega Esports, look at Impressive. Siya pa yung nakakuha ng Mountain Drake doon sa ating gilid. And there you go, the Dragon Slain for the side of the blue team and presented by Globe. Chasing Dreams dito, Giang Gaming. Nakita natin na yes, they start the DR doon sa may bandang baba. Pero kung mapapansin natin yung position nila, nasa iisa position lang sila. So ang ginawa na lang dito ni Arisen, talagang dinerecho niya yung backline niya to the point na yung Omega Esports dumiretso na rin, sumabay sila doon sa buhaya in Chasing Dreams. Hindi nila alam kung i-burst ba nila si Arisen doon. And nakita naman natin, sobrang kunat netong lolong na to. And Chasing Dreams, hindi enough yung items nila or yung damage nila as of now sa side ng Omega Esports dahil isa pa lang yung napapatay nila sa totoo lang dito sa game number 1. Parang ang ginagawa na lang dito ng Omega Esports, talagang sige, i-late game natin. Kahit i-late game to, may lamang pa rin sila because of the lineup na meron sila .
Yeah, sobrang balance sa composition nila. They have good engage, good disengage, good burst damage, and DPS as well. Kaya ang hirap dito. Okay, andito na si Cool. Engaging, kaso kakayanin ba niya? Pulado na siya. Same din kay Arisen. Grand Heroes Entrance. Ginamit na dito. Forcing members ng Chasing Dreams to back away. And Omega Esports, mukhang gutom na sila. Gusto nilang tapusin agad ang mga pangarap dito ng Chasing Dreams. Sisimulan nila ang Baron Nashor. Paano kaya makaka-contest dito ang Chasing Dreams? Mapo-force sila to actually disengage. Dahil ginamit dito ni Motivate yung destiny niya.
Sabi nga nila guys, more hate to motivate. So ang ginagawa lang dito ni Motivate, kailangan niya ng inspirasyon. And in this kind of game, yung destiny niya, ginagamit niya na lang pangkita sa mga kalaban niya. Hindi siya masyadong makagalaw because of the rotation of Omega Esports. Lagi silang 5-man, wala nagsusulo eh. And Chasing Dreams, gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, nagre-react lang sila kung ano yung ginagawa ng Omega Esports. Dapat sila yung gumagawa ng tempo. Mag-post, look at sa may bandang gitna natin. Speaking of tempo, Giyang Gaming.
Killer Instinct, grabe naman yan, napatay na agad. Si Timelapse, that is going to be a big deal. Kaso problema ngayon, si Impressive na sa mukha na nila. Pinapasabog sila ng kanyang shotgun at andito na yung Shield of Duran onto 2 gold card. Ginamit dito ni Motivate para ma-stun si Arise. And ngayon, medyo bumabawi ata ang Chasing Dreams dahil nakakuha sila ng 3 kills in exchange for just Shino, and they're looking to push this middle tier 1. Kasi dito na si Arise, sumusugod na yung Crocodile na galit na galit. Glacial Fissure ginamit, kasama na rin yung Cataclysm, kaso umalis agad sila. Yung gold card tumama pero no follow up. At most Chasing Dreams nakakuha ng 3, pero mukhang in the game pa rin Omega Esports.
Yan ang sinasabi ko niya, guys, more hate to Motivate. Chasing Dreams, sila na kagading nauna pagdating sa clash nila. Alam nila na medyo kulang doon sa gitna, so talagang in-start kagad nila yung clash to the point na nagkaroon pa ng onting audition. Itong Omega Esports, at least nakakuha sila ng 3 kills doon, at di lang yun, nakabasag pa mismo si Motivate doon mismo sa may bandang Baron Lane natin. So ngayon nakikita na natin dito yung impact ng isang Twisted Fate sa game natin. Pero ang problema kasi ngayon dito ng Chasing Dreams, going for the 14 minutes, there is a DR, there is a Baron, and we know naman pagdating sa items, also sa gold, difference na meron tayo Omega Esports ay lamang na lamang pa rin sila dito, Giyang.
Yan, lamang na lamang sila, pero Chasing Dreams, hindi sila nagpapatalo. Sila yung nag-zone out dito sa Omega Esports, kaso kailangan nila mag-ingat kasi andito si Arisen. Nagpupush siya may mid lane, and kapag nakalimutan nila yan, pwede siya mag-flank procedure, pero ito na, sumugod na sila. Hero's Entrance, ginamit na din dito ni Arise. That is actually a big deal kasi wala din dito ng collateral damage. Si Impressive, dalawang ulti na ang nagamit dito ng Omega Esports. Destiny to go in. Andito na rin si Cool. Makukuha nila pa rin yung Dragon. Kaso yung laban nagsisimula ng Glacial Fissure. Yung Shield of Duran, nakukuha ng 4. Yung Monsoon. Grabe yung healing galing na ginagawa dito ni Stronger. And dahil dyan, nakakuha silang dalawa. For just Arisen. And cleanup crew is here. They are now going to finish everyone sa side ng Chasing Dream. Ang yung pangarap nila, dinurog ng Omega Esports dahil yan na ang Team Ace, brought to you by our official mobile partner, Oppo.
Wow, what a durand again mula dito kay Arise to get a 4 players sa side ng Chasing Dreams. Yun talaga yung iingatan mo dito sa player na to dahil kahit anong gawin mo, mahuhuli kayo. While impressive, talaga sinecure niya yung gusto nilang kunin, which is the Cloud Drake. Doon mismo sa may bandang baba natin and Omega Esports, isa-isa nilang inubos or kinilin up itong Chasing Dreams, and because of that, parang Giyang Gaming, unting-unti na nawawalan ng liwanag etong Chasing Dream. Mga kaibigan, look at the kills, look at the golds, look at the items as well. Omega Esports, ang laki na ng kalamangan nila dito. Also the items, so kung mapapansin mo yung items ng Omega Esports, also the GPM na meron dito yung Lucian natin or si Parin Timelapse, 16,000. Si Paring Shino, 11K pa lang. Ganun kalaki ang lamang nila sa isa't isa.
Sobrang laki ng gold advantage dito ng Omega Esports. Nakuha pa nila. Grabe naman, collateral damage para makuha yung Scuttle Crab kasi hindi pala. Ang nakukuha dito si Ryujin. Pero nice attempt pa rin. Omega Esports now, 12,000 goldie, 2 Dragon Stack. Yung Infernal Dragon nakuha dito ng Chasing Dreams. Kaso sapat ba yun para mahabol yung damage output na binibigay dito ng Omega Esports? Knowing na ang taas-taas ng gold lead nila, grabe. 4 items agad, going full build na si Timelapse dito. Kulang na lang ata sa kanya dito yung i-compretuin niya para sa kanyang BF Sword. And yan na, sobrang hapde ng Lucian na yan. And naman siya impressive. Grabe naman ang forcing the Killer Instinct na agad. Dito ni Shino, Heroes Entrance ginamit along with the Glacial Fissure. Kaso pulado na dito ibang members ng Chasing Dreams. Andito na rin ibang members ng Omega Esports. Motivate mo ka na mawalan na ng motibasyon dahil kailangan nila mag-back away. Sobrang pulado na rin niya. And ang mga base ng Chasing Dreams, both inhibitor towers may mid lane at bottom lane, nasira na dito ng Omega Esports. Yung top lane na lang ang natitira, and just in time pa to kasi pa-spawn na maya-maya yung Ocean Elder Dragon.
Yup, and chasing dreams dito mga kaibigan. Hanggang pangarap na lang ata talaga. Etong game number 1 natin because of Omega, because of the BR na meron sila dito. Nakuha kagad nila yung gitna. Look at the damage no, na pinakita mismo ng Omega Esports. Doon mismo sa third tower. Napilitan mismo dito si parang Shino na gamitin yung killer instinct niya kasi baka mamaya maging killed instinct yung mangyari sa kanya doon sa gitna. And look at the objectives, the gold as well. Omega Esports, they just waiting for the Elder Drake na lumabas dito sa ating game number 1 and they just waiting din sa Chasing Dreams na medyo magkaroon ng onting asim sa kanila dahil if ever na magkamali itong Chasing Dreams, for sure, pwede nang diretsuhin sa Nexus ng Omega Esports.
Grabe dito talaga. Guardian Angel pa binili dito ni Timelapse kaya kung kanina pa lang nahihirapan na dito patayin ng Chasing Dreams.
Mas mahirapan, no?
One death pa lang. And close to impossible na. Mas mahihirapan na sila dito. And what more? Ocean Elder Dragon is up for the table para sa Omega Esports. Sobrang laking spell bump or like a lifesteal na rin yan para sa Omega Esports. Lalo na dahil most sa kanila skill-based and increased damage pa ito. So, what are the chances na lang dito ng Chasing Dreams? Sobrang nawawalan na sila dito ng pag-asa sa game sa game number 1 natin kasi grabe dito Omega Esports, talagang pinupush nila dito yung Chasing Dreams sa limits nila. And ito, sisimulan na nila Ocean Dragon.
Tsaka hindi lang nun even Stronger, no? Yung support nila, sobrang ganda talaga ng pagkakasuporta dito ni Stronger. Even though na magkaroon ng onting initiation sa side ng Chasing Dreams, ang gagawin lang dito ni Stronger is nanakap niya ng tornado, nandyan yung kanyang barrier, nandyan yung kanyang monsoon, at buhay na kaagad yung Omega Esports. And there you go, Omega Esports, parang Gian Gaming, they will start the Elder Dragon. This is gonna be the Ocean Drake. Tignan natin kung anong mangyari. Katakoy si Parihiyang.
Teleport na rin, pupunta na dito si Arisen, kaya magkakaroon tayo ng 4v5 na laban at si Shino. Tinatry niya makatakas dito, Killer Instinct over the cliff kasi si Timelapse andito, humahabol na rin. Lucian to, pero frontline ako, triple kill na agad para dito kay Timelapse. And wala na po, Chasing Dreams. Dreams are over. That is a quadra kill by Timelapse and they will go with the final push after this team ace.
Grabe si Timelapse dito, hindi mapatay-patay. Akala mo Cardon naka-heso yam na cheat. Ganun siya katindi. And Omega Esports, pinaikot-ikot ang pangarap ng Chasing Dreams and they will get the game number 1. And look at them. Sabi dito, high five naman mga chong. Parang seryoso kayo masyado Arisen and Arise, the double A combination dito sa side ng Omega Esports. Take note, Gian Gaming, meron din dalawa dito, JLC na, si John Lloyd Cruz at si JLC. Yung isa si John Lloyd Cruz, pangalan niya talaga yun. With the triple A, with the AAA combination dito sa side ng Omega Esports. Grabe, no? Grabe pinakita nila Look at Timelapse sa last clash natin. Wala na siyang pakialam kung siya yung nasa harap. Ang ganda sana ng gagawin ng Chasing Dreams na makuha yung Elder, but the damage is not enough. Even though nakuha sila sa Cataclysm sa side dito sa side ng ating Chasing Dream, hindi enough yung damage dito ni parang Chino. Look at the stats na meron tayo dito, parang Gian Gaming. Timelapse with the Lucian. Look at the items. Seralda, nandyan yung IE, nandyan yung Storm, nandyan yung Charge Blade, nandyan yung SSC. So talagang dash lang siya, nanood to ng pash-pash. Ganun siya atin. Dahil lahat namin damage, parang 2 seconds lang hata yung
ang hapdi.
Ganun siya kabilis.
Parang maximizing damage, maximizing armor pen, may true damage ka pa, and you have the second life. Dahil sa Guardian Angel na to, how would you duel with this Lucian? Meron pa siya dito proto belt enhancement para sa kanyang boot, para talagang close na distance or like additional mobility para sa kanya, para may killer instinct na rin siya dito ni Shino ganun siya kaliksi dito. Ang hirap niyang habulin, ang hirap din takasan. And Omega Esports talagang sinabi mo na kanina pinaikot-ikot, kulang na lang doon dinurog-durog. Ganun yung nila, yung performance na pinakita dito ng Omega Esports. That was insane.
Yep, hindi pa naglalaro si JLC din Wala pa si JLC, yung isa sa OG ng Omega Esports. Pero this is gonna be the Oppo A94, mga kaibigan. Play of the game para dito sa series number 3, game number 1 between Omega Esports versus the Chasing Dreams. Ito yung una nating class. Yes, nakuha ng Chasing Dreams, parang giyang yung objectives. Pero ang kapalit nun is a lot of kills sa side ng Omega Esports. And look at this, yung mga Durand talaga ni paring Arise ayun na yung isa sa mga choke point sa side ng Chasing Dreams. Lagi sila nahuhuli, hindi isa, hindi dalawa, kundi 3, 4, minsan 5 pa. And look at that. Sa may bandang second tier natin.
Grabe. Grabe talaga dito yung mga set talaga ni Arise. Sobrang on point. And the rest of the Omega Esports, pile agad sila. Susugod agad si Impressive. Andyan agad si Arise and si Stronger. Ready agad yung monsoon niya. And nakita naman natin kahit yung howling gale niya tumatama sa multiple members ng Chasing Dreams. And the time-lapse is just going wild sa tuwing may clash. And it forces Chasing Dreams to actually back away or kahit pa paano na-disrupt yung formation nila. Kasi ang hirap dito parang yung formation nila 3-2. Dapat nasa likod lang si Motivate and si Shino to try nilang pigilan, nila Comic Cool and Ryujin, sumugod si Arise and si Arise. And kaso paano yun? Kapag sila na yung na-close, sila yung nagka-close ang distance kapag nagko-contest sila, ready pamalag dito yung Omega Esports. And tuwing nangyayari yun, just like here, what we're seeing right now sa may Elder Dragon, talagang Omega Esports, ready sila sa sa balagbagan.
Medyo malayo kasi yung Darius Wala kasi dyan si paring Cool Kung baga si Cool dito nagpapalamig muna. Masyado kasing mainit daw yung Omega Esports. So si Cool dito nagpainit siya. So late comer na siya dito. Yes, he used the Proto Belt just to go dun sa mismo sa clash natin. But pagdating niya doon, yung natira na, isa na lang yung natira niyang tropa in Chasing Dreams nga dito ay naubos na with a quadra kill mula kay parang time-lapse. Sayang hindi pa siya naka-pentakill dito sa game number 1 and that is a good performance for them. We can say na medyo almost one-sided itong Omega, itong game na to dahil Chasing Dreams usually sa totoo lang ito guys, personal opinion na pag meron kasi TF sa gitna pero mamaya na master of the match para dito sa game number 1 will be time-lapse using a Lucian na naka-cheat code. Sobrang daya. Ban nyo yung Lucian, ban this champion, sobrang OP with a damage of damage per minute 1,986. Tapos yung GPM niya 1,159. Ganun siya kabilis mag-farm. Also, yung damage niya na binibigay talaga sa side ng Chasing Dreams ay sobrang laki with the 90% killing participation. So talagang nakita natin almost clash Omega Esports yung nanalo di ba? Well, merong isa dun sa gitna na medyo huli, medyo magkakahiwalay yung Omega Esports.
Kaya kaya may reason kung bakit kung bakit 100% win rate ngayon kung sino yung pumili ng Lucian sa after the patch, kumaga since yesterday, 100% win rate pa ngayon yung Lucian either pick or ban or panalo. Ganyan ka insane yung performance dito ng kapag napipili yung Lucian. Kaya Omega Esports in-exploit nila yon. In-abuse nila yung advantage sa kung ano yung meron sa kanila and that's the necessary thing. Hindi nila pwede kasi naman na underestimate yung Chasing Dreams. That's not their thing. Laging binibigay nila yung todo nila. Kung ano yung advantage na pwede nila makuha, kukunin na nila agad. Di ba?
Tama. And speaking of Chasing Dreams na yun, ito guys, tuloy natin ang usapan natin. Yung lineup kasi, yung gaming ng Chasing Dreams is more on the rotation, which is hindi natin nakita nung game number 1. Ang ginawa dito ng Chasing Dreams is nagre-rely sila kung ano yung gagawin mismo ng Omega Esports. They're just waiting sa Omega Esports kung paano gagalaw ito. Then parang gagawin lang nila, magka-counter initiate lang sila, which is wrong for me dahil they have the Jarvan, also the Twisted Fate. Hindi nila nasulit yung Destiny sana ng Twisted Fate na to the point na kailangan mong gumamit ng Destiny para makagak ka sa other lanes. And ang nangyari doon, Omega Esports, parang sila pa yung nagdikta nung game number 1. Actually, sila talaga yung nagdikta nung game number 1 kung paano tatakbo yung laro natin. And it is what it is. Omega Esports getting the game number 1 para dito sa series number 3 of Best of 3 series laban dito sa Chasing Dreams. And look at the picks and look at the bans as well dito. Giyang Gaming, Ari, Lisin, and Corky sa side ng Omega. Ayaw nila yung double ADC composition kasi I think Omega Chasing Dreams there's a time na nagdo-double ADC sila kung di ako nagkamala or baka may ito sila na most likely gumagamit sila ng double ADC setup. Pero yung Lee Sin talaga, ito yung Lee Sin, even though na-nerf to, you still need to respect this blind monk kasi ang grabe rin talaga siya gumawa ng ng momentum sa mga teammates mo, especially pag nagkaroon na siya ng level 5 na ang bilis niya tumalo sa mga lanes. While the Chasing Dreams, yes, the Ban, the Akali, the Gragas, Camille, most likely champion to ni Arise ni Arise and Arise itong mga champion to talaga tinanggalan na nila, even though na wala si JLC. Yung naging problema naman dito sa side ng Chasing Dreams, almost yung lahat ng yung 5 player ng Omega Esports, guys, lahat ng trabahong nakadikta sa kanila gawa nila ng tama, kaya sobrang ganda talaga ng laro nila dito. And we didn't expect na ma-open din Giyang etong Lucian sa game number 1.
Nagulat nga tayo na, okay, available yung Lucian and first pick yung Omega Esports. Big deal agad yun. Matic yan. Pipiliin agad yung Lucian. So, siguro na nagulat din yung Chasing Dreams. Open pala yung Lucian. Oh no moment yun. And kaya siguro sila nag-draft ng composition na ganito, yung kumbaga snowball composition in a way, na may Darius, may Twisted Fate, and Kaisa yung kanilang pang late game para at least susubukan nila makakuha ng snowball or like ma-shut down agad yung Lucian. But Omega Esports, textbook playing lang talaga sila eh. They stick to what they are comfortable with. Hindi sila nagtitake ng too risky plays, kaya nakikita natin kanina, okay, after ng isang kill, re-respeto na sila, back away. Kapag nag-attempt sila magbara, nag-destiny si Motivate, okay, back tayo. Ayaw natin ng mga high risky plays. Baka ma-comeback pa nila. Ganun sila gumalaw eh. Hindi sila gagawa ng alanganin na movement. And kahit ano pala eh, Lucian available, take na nila. Ganun sila. Any signs of winning, take nila. Basta hindi sobrang risky. Hindi parang may chance na ma-turn around yung game or matalo sila sa isang team fight or something.
Yeah, and speaking of Omega Esports, pwede ko sabihin na parang nagbago talaga yung playstyle nila. Also, yung improvement nila dito sa Wild Rift, sobrang laki talaga. Especially, they have the new player, also the coach, na meron sila na more on the international coach yung meron sila dito. So, yung knowledge ni coach, nabibigay mismo sa Omega Esports, also Ryzen, ganda rin ang performance niya. Hindi pa naglalagay, nga sabi natin diyan, hindi pa naglalaro dito si Boss JLC, no? Si Boss JLC kasi most likely ang pinipick nito yung mga Singe. Siya talaga yung nagpa-uso ng Singe na Baron Laner. Siya yung unang-unang gumamit noon. Also, may mga champions din tong Omega Esports na more on the exotic lineup dahil parang pang surprise attack nila yun eh dito sa tournament natin. So we can say na Omega Esports, hindi pa sila talaga naglalabas ng bara dito. Most likely mga reserve, ito lang yung mga common picks na pwedeng i-pick mismo ng Omega Esports. Yes, Lucian is there, pero alam naman natin because of the 2.4 patch dito mismo sa Wild Rift, parang Giyang Gaming, ang laki talaga ng impact dito ni Lucian pagdating sa tournament natin. And look at what happened. Time-lapse, dominate all the players of Chasing Dreams dito. Unli dash si Cardo. Isipin mo si Cardo, sa episode ng Probinsyano, tumalon siya ng 3rd floor. hindi man lang gumulong, diretso yung pagkakalandin niya, hindi siya nabalian ng buto. Ganun din si Time-lapse. Parang wala siyang nararamdaman. Naka-hesoyam na cheat nga eh. Parang hindi siya isipin mo, naka-GA na siya kanina. Hindi siya namamatay. Puno nga yung buhay niya eh. Ganun katindi itong player na to. So, I think Chasing Dreams, they need to respect Ban, parang Giyang. Itong champion na to para magkaroon mismo ng onting labas ng champion itong Omega Esports or Chasing Dreams. If ever na meron silang plan to counter this champion, siguro kailangan na talaga nilang ilabas dito sa game number 2 dahil wala pa silang panalo if ever na mas 2-0 sila dito ng Omega Esports. No, parang Giyang.
Yeah. It's likely possible. I mean, yun nga yung predict dito ng panels natin. Pero we cannot discount dito yung Chasing Dreams. They are doing their very best. Kanina, ang dami nilang plays na kinuha. Meron pang clash na sila yung nanalo kanina. Yung 3-4-1 exchange sila in the mid lane. Ang problem lang siguro, they need to be able to find the weakness here of Omega Esports. So far, may nakita sila kanina. Pag na-disrupt information ng Omega Esports, kapag nabigla nyo sila, especially kapag hindi sila kompleto. Kasi so far, ang pinakamalakas mag-engage sa kanila si Stronger. Talagang grabe siya mag-engage using the Galio. Talagang parag Shield of Duran. Talagang ang daming members agad na nahuhuli. Kailangan nila ma-prevent yon. Maybe kung gusto nila ng ganong klaseng lineup ulit, maybe add a good disengaged champion. Maybe add a utility champion as well. Katulad ng kung sila yung makapili ng something like a Janna. Kasi kanina ni Arise pala. Si Arise yung Galio kanina, but also Stronger. Ganun yung composition nila. Meron silang engage, yung Shield of the Run, ang daming natuton, and then the Janna prevents the engaged members ng Chasing Dreams na makapasok sa backline members sila.
Ganda.
So, that balanced composition kind of builds them as a whole na kahit anong gagawin nila, meron silang way out, meron silang options kung paano sila a-attack sa Chasing Dreams. Kailangan ma-adapt din yon ng Chasing Dreams. It's gonna be hard for second game. I mean, it's only a few minutes to think of that kind of strategy or like paano mag-counter na ganun. Pero it's very likely na magawa din naman nila. I mean, anyone can do it, diba?
Yep, and speaking, I think ready naman siguro dito yung Chasing Dream na makapag-adjust kagad, no? In the game number 2 dahil this is a group stage. We know naman na sobrang hirap na pinagdaanan ng mga players na makapasok mismo mga players sa mga teams na makapasok mismo parang giyang dito sa group stage natin at onting hakbag na lang nandun ko na sa playoffs, and we know naman guys na every bracket, we have a 4 bracket A, B, C, D, and 2 teams lang ang makakapasok sa kada bracket. So sa 4 na kada bracket, ang daming team, tagdadalawa ang mawawala dito. And we know naman itong bracket C and D, ito yung tinatawag kong bloodbath kumbaga battle of the death kasi andito yung mga may potential talaga lahat to may potential pero sa bracket C and D, ito yung dun pa lang sa summer nakikita mo na itong mga player, itong mga teams na to na pagdating sa fall season parang giyang sila pa yung maglalaban-laban, no? So ang laking challenge nun para sa kanila, especially Omega Esports is here, DR Esports is here, nandito rin mismo yung mga Lakan Esports na former Execration and other teams, Jamie Esports na sobrang witty nung qualifiers na talagang aming na-hook dun sa, they are the former Alda Forever na team name, no? So na-acquire na sila ng Jamie Esports and maglalaban sila para dito sa last series natin between DR Esports versus the Jamie Esports. Laban pala yun ng Vinegar versus ng Chili Garlic, no? So, abangan natin yan, no? So, pero dito, Omega Esports, Chasing Dreams, kailangan mag-adjust ng todo netong Chasing Dreams. They need to respect ban the champions na most likely nagbigay sa kanila ng problema nung game number 1. Syempre, unang-una dyan yung Lucian. Kung pwede lang iba na itong 5 champion, gawin na nila. Dahil sobrang ganda ng nangyari. Sa totoo lang, hindi mo pwedeng i-sugarcoat yung Kasi,
ang ganda ng performance.
Ang ganda talaga ng performance ng Omega Esports. Kumbaga yung Chasing Dreams, ulit-ulit ko sinasabi, yung Chasing Dreams, naglaro sila sa kamay or sa palad ng Omega Esports. Ganun ang ginawa ng Omega. So we need to say na Chasing Dreams, they need to show kung ano man yung mga practice na ginawa nila, ano yung mga ace dun mismo sa mga bara na meron sila. Kailangan nilang ilabas na talaga para lang makakuha mismo ng panalo dito, especially this is the day number 2 of the fall season group stage. Ayaw naman natin na matalo sila dito 2-0, diba? Na kagaya ng Action PH nung sa bracket A and bracket C, they have a 0-3 standing. So sobrang hirap nun makaangat para makakuha mismo ng place sa papuntang playoffs. So yeah, we are just concerned sa kanila, no? So, especially yung isang player ng Chasing Dreams is kaibigan ko pala, no? Yung Ryujin, yung jungle. So, yeah. So, hope inaasahan ko na mag-adjust sila dito sa game or makapag-bounce back man lang dito sa game number 2. And lahat naman tayo na-expect ng game number 3 pero medyo mabigat talaga itong laban na to. Gaya nga nasabi natin, David versus Goliath, paring Giang Gaming.
I mean, may reason kung ba't andito sila, diba? Gusto ko yung sinabi mo all teams na nakasali dito sa ating fall season, malalakas yan. Problem lang, ang hinahanap natin ay yung malakas sa kanila. And I mean, every bracket sa C, 2 lang ang pwede maka-move on sa ating next stage. Kaya dito na sila kumbaga, ito na yung laban na mahirap kasi kailangan mo talaga exert lahat ng effort, lahat ng resources mo, studying the meta, adapting to it as well. pag-aaral sa kalaban nyo, mag-isip ng paraan kung paano sila matalo at ma-execute yun ng maayos. Pag natalo kayo, makaisip agad ng strategy or like change na gagawin nyo. And chasing dreams, the day is not over. The series is not done yet. Pwede pa sila makabawi dito. Yun yung gusto nila, yun yung ginugusto ng mga fans sila. On the side naman ng Omega Esports, syempre gusto nila 2-0. So, Omega Esports so far, okay yung performance nila. Nothing to change. Alam mo naman yung sinasabi nyo, di ba? Don't fix what is not broken, but you can also improve it as well. Kasi kanina, hindi naman super perfect ng playstyle nila. There were times na nahuli sila, they lost the Infernal Dragon a while ago, so maybe they can also solidify that. Chasing Dreams naman, lots of improvements, pero kaya naman. And I mean, lahat naman tayo, I mean, lalo sa mga casting aside, we love a game 3. Gusto natin ng madikit na laban, yung tipong hindi mo malalaman kung sino yung mananalo, so magwa-wild ka na lang. Pero gusto natin.
Syempre lahat naman gusto ng intense na laban, no? Actually, ang ganda nga ng logo, so, chasing, ganda pala ng logo nila. This is a wolf, no? Na merong moon. So, yung parang ang pangarap niya is makuha yung moon or makain man lang yung moon, no? So, yeah. So,
baka may buff yun.
And pag inano mo sa reality, yung sobrang hirap iyan sa reality ng pangarap na yun. So, yeah. Sabi nga nila diba? Parang kung gusto mo maraming pangarap, patulog ka. Patulog ka. Marami ka.
Patulog ng mahimbing.
Patulog mahimbing. Pero, yeah, we're just waiting, guys, no? Dito sa game number 2. Between Omega Esports and Chasing Dreams. Kung kayo ay fans ng Omega Esports, please do comment. Lagay nyo dyan kung ano ba yung enchant ng Omega. What do you think will be the enchant of the Omega Esports? And Chasing Dreams, feeling ko
Chase a Dream. Yun.
Dream Believe Survive Dream Believe Survive
yun. Parang
Starstruck. Starstruck. Diba? Eto guys, tatandaan nyo guys. Tatandaan nyo guys, kung meron kayong pangalap, Dream, Believe, and Survive kayo sa buhay nyo. Yun lang naman So pag nakasurvive kayo, yung pangarap nyo, magiging makukuha nyo, diba? Yun talaga yun, parang iyak, hindi ko na alam.
Sa Omega Esports, feeling ko, go, Omega, go. Parang gano'n, parang wala lang, kinda catchy, maybe corny, pag ako yung nagsabi, pero malam mo, lalo na kapag yung fans na nagsabi, laging big deal yun para sa team. Pero syempre gusto natin din pasalamatan ng ating mga viewers. Thank you so much for being patient. The game will start very soon. Ay makakita kayo na, syempre magiging worth it yung pag-antay na. So do take the time to share the stream, tag your friends as well na sa tingin nyo magugustuhan yung laban dito. Kasi syempre, magiging maganda yan for sure. And makikita natin kung kaka-comeback ba ang Chasing Dreams dito, reverse sweep kasi yan so far yung trend ngayon natin
Guys, hashtag mga hashtag natin dyan, hashtag Dream Believe Survive, supportahan nyo yung Chasing Dreams kasi sobrang laki talagang challenge nito. Omega Esports, no? One more win at makukuha na kagad nila dito parang giyang yung 75,000 Globe Cup points. And sobrang taas doon. Equivalent to 75,000 pesos. So may pambili ka na kagad ng if-ever na makash in na kagad, may pambili ka na kagad ng new phone na syempre ang bibili mong cellphone yung Oppo, yung A94 mismo na bagong-bago. So napag-hinihintay nyo. 5 pa. Tapos magpa-load ka na rin sa Globe na yung Riot na meron kang libre 15 meron kang libre 15 champions, meron kang emotes. Actually yung 15 champions hiram lang po yun. Pero yung emotes is a permanent, no? So pahihintay nyo guys, magpa-load na kayo sa Globe.
Magpa-load na kayo. And para sa mga teams na naglalaro dito, syempre, dagdag motivation na yan. I mean, that is additional 75,000 Globe Cup points. Ang ganda na. Nakita ko nga sa comment section yung sa sa Chasing Dreams, turn to reality, hashtag turn to reality yung kanila. When the dream becomes reality, it's more than a prophecy, di ba?
May ganon.
What? May ganon. I mean, ang ganda naman ng ginagawa nila. And so far, siguro they have yet to turn their dreams into a reality kasi hindi pa sila nakakuha ng kahit isang win on any of their games.
Series din natin, parang wala ata rin silang series.
Wala pa ngayon. And mas mahirap ngayon or like mas challenging yung obstacle na hinaharap nila. Kasi malakas talaga to Omega Esports. They are a well-established team. Sabi mo pa nga, on a already solid group, nadagdagan pa ng isa na solid din. Kaya parang, oh no. Parang, how do you battle that, di ba?
Yeah, and sobrang sobrang talaga sobrang hirap talaga. Pero ako, may tiwala ako, chasing dreams. Alam nyo guys, ang mga pangarap natutupad diyan basta wag ka lang titigil. Kay John Cena nga, never give up, di ba? Yun dapat maging mo rin yun never give up. So we're just waiting, by the way guys, sa mga nanonood dyan, we're just waiting dito sa game number 2 of the best of 3 series between Omega Esports versus the Chasing Dreams. And sa mga nanonood dyan guys, sa mga sumusuporta dito sa mga teams na to, supportahan nyo na sila Omega Esports plus and the Chasing Dreams. Game number 2, match point para dito sa Omega Esports, parang Giyang Gaming. And meron pa tayong huling series na naghihintay para sa araw na ito sa fall season group stage, and that will be DR Esports versus the Jamie Esports. Pag-usapan natin DR Esports, this is the first time na makikita natin sila parang Giyang sa ating Icon Series, pero mamaya na dahil nandito na kagad tayo sa ating drafting phase sa game number 2 of the best of 3 series, Chasing Dreams versus Omega Esports. And look at the bands na meron sila dito. Sabi dito ng Chasing Dreams, okay, nadala na kami. Hindi dapat talaga ina-open etong champion na to. Lucian, Twisted Fate, also the Galio, and Omega Esports, they will just stick sa Ari, Gragas, and the Camille, and they will go for the Corky. So most likely ang gusto dito ng Chasing Dreams, parang Giyang Gaming is mind games, dahil itong Corky is pwedeng mag-transition into the mid lane. And look at that, Wukong and Senna para dito sa Chasing Dreams, while Omega Esports, eto na, you don't give listen to him. Yup, actually nagsisend talaga si Arise. One of the best sa ranking pala, one of the best said player dito sa Pilipinas is Arise, no. But ang problema dito sa side ng Omega Esports, this is a comfort champion sa apat nila. Akali, Zed, Lisin, and Ziggs, and JLC is here. Sabi dito ni JLC, Arise, maupo ka na muna. Masyado kang magaling. Ako na muna. Anak, itabi mo. Kapatid, itabi mo. Ako naman. Ganon ang nangyari.
Yesterday, I'm not sure if Akali was played by JLC or Arise. Pero, or Arisen pala. Pero grabe dito. Si Arise on this Zed. That is scary. Ang ganda kahapon ng performance. I mean, ng whole Omega Esports, and now they are on their comfort champions. Yung kaninang binan ng Chasing Dreams ng game number 1 na Lisin, ngayon in-exploit naman ng Omega Esports. Although Chasing Dreams, they have a good draft. Senna can still be quite reliable kapag ma-pull off nila na maayos. Corky has a good poke and good team fight capability, the Fiora, for the split push, but they have to execute it hindi lang properly, even better than game number 1. Kasi kanina nakita natin, alright, Cool is winning in the lane, pero when Omega Esports got their momentum, nahirapan na sila. And in this game, makikita natin, mas jam-packed yung action kasi walang ADC. Ang Omega Esports, sabi nila, di na kailangan yan. All we need are the bombs, and the bombs here are ready. Kahit time lapse, talagang bilang mag-fade away na lang yan using the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yup, medyo mahirap dito sa side ng Dragon Lane, no? For the side of Chasing Dreams, because ang kalaban nila is the Alistar plus the Ziggs. After the headbutt plus the pulverize dito, you can burst kagad kung sino yung champion ang ika-crowd control ng Omega Esports. Pero sa may bandang kita natin, Giyang Gaming, a 4-man sa side of Omega Esports. Ito yung usually normal talaga na kumukuha lang ng XP. Then after nila bumalik sa mga lanes sila pa yung mauunang mag-level 2 dun sa player na nag-stay lane. And look at this, kalahati kagad yung XP dito ni Parent Timelapse.
Yeah, grabe dito. This is going to be quite crucial, pero Cool actually nag-invade lang din dito sa side ng Omega Esports, kaso malaking pagkakabali ata yan kasi nag-flash in na rin dito si Impressive. How can you dash out when you have a Sonic Wave on your head? And that's going to be the first blood here by Impressive, presented by Globe.
Yeah, medyo mainit si Paring Cool, so pinalamig kagad dito ng Omega Esports. Yung Fiora doon side, yung Chasing Dreams, medyo maliatan na pinasukan na liga do, pero sa may bandang blue maps natin, parang Giyang Gaming, there's a little bit invade, but but I think Impressive will fall down. Sa kamay dito ni Paring Cool, bumawi lang mismo si Paring Cool. So that is a 1-1 trade for the both teams. At hindi lang yun, for me, may kalamangan dito on Chasing Dreams dahil Fiora as a Baron laner, tapos nakuha mo pa yung red buff. Meron ka na kagad kalamangan pagdating sa duel. Especially, this is akali mula kay Paring JLC.
Yeah, maganda ito na ginawa din ni Nicole. Kailangan na 'yon kasi kanina ang malaking wave din yung nawala sa kanya na push dito ni JSC after invading, and ito yung kailangan gawin talaga ng na Chasing Dreams right now. Kinakamp actually nila dito si JLC, forced to back away, and there's a kill even in the mid lane. JLC medyo pulado na siya, gagamitin na niya yung bar niya pero hindi yung magiging sapat dahil siya ay mapapatay ni Ryujin, and 3-1 na tayo at 2 minutes into the game. Chasing Dreams doing good so far.
Yep, medyo maganda ang early game netong Chasing Dreams because of the early invade na nangyari mismo dun sa blue buffs na meron sila. Tawag dito impressive, no, na namatay siya, and Cool getting the red buff. So talagang ang laki ng tulong netong red buff para lumamang siya sa may Baron lane natin, pero hindi pa laban natin. JLC taking a lot of damage dito sa magkabilang grupo sa side ng Chasing Dreams. Look at this, parang giyang the Cyclone with the use.
Yeah, the Cyclone is enough actually to allow them to get that kill, and Chasing Dreams, this is one of the things na kailangan nilang gawin talaga kasi that Akali from JLC will hurt so much as we head into mid-game, late game.
Arise.
Ang hirap niyan kaso andito na si Rise, ginamit na yung kanyang death mark and instant assassination onto this Wukong ni Ryujin, pero andito na rin si Motivate, ginamit na niya ang kanyang ulti, but Arise flashing away, but no problem here for Motivate dahil maabot pa rin niya with the dash in, dash out, and Impressive will just force to back away.
Yap, hindi tumama yung Sonic Wave dito na Impressive sa isang player na Chasing Dreams, and because of that, napatay pa dito si Paring Arise na wala mismo siyang stamina, no, para makapag-shot, para makapag-mamba out dun mismo sa clash natin. And as of now, Chasing Dreams have the advantage dito mga kaibigan pagdating sa kills, also pagdating sa ating gold gate, pero for sure pag medyo nagkaroon ng oras or space itong Omega Esports, they can still bounce back pa naman dito, pero sabi din rin Paring Cool, hindi ka makakapag-bounce back. Paring JLC, look at the damage of Chasing Dreams dito. Cool. What a damage para dito kay Paring Fiora sa may bandang taas ng ating mapa.
Ang hapdi nun! What is that damage? I mean, may based on HP damage and some true damage, pero that hurt! Grabe yun! And medyo nahihirapan na dito si JLC. Flash na gamit din niya, and just in time to para sa Baron kasi hindi sila makakapunta dito. Rift Herald has spawned as well, and this is an Infernal Dragon. Ito na, gusto makuha to ng Chasing Dreams kasi gusto nila makapag-snowball, gusto nila sumakit lahat ng members nila. But also, there is the Rift Herald hanging in there sa may Baron pit, kaya I think Omega Esports, they need to get this Infernal Dragon kasi top lane medyo mahirap yan. JLC is having a hard time against this Fiora. At most, itong bottom lane na fight ang makikita natin, and big deal agad to kasi namatay na agad si Impressive, and this time Chasing Dreams holding on to the dream, getting that kill onto the jungle of Omega Esports, and also the assassin has been taken down. 3 members na patay na agad dito ng Chasing Dream. Makuha nila ito na Infernal Dragon.
Yap, naunahan kagad dito si Paring Impressive ng Cyclone ni Ryujin dito to the point na hindi na kagad siya nakapag-set up for the side of Omega Esports, at nagkaroon ng snowball for the side of Chasing Dreams to get a lot of kills dito sa side ng Omega Esports. After get a kills, they will go for the DR dito, and this is the first Dragon Slain presented by Globe mga kaibigan. And take note, Infernal Drake is sobrang lamang ganda dito sa side ng Chasing Dreams kasi more on the physical damage nila, especially they have the Fiora, the Corki, also the Wukong. Tsaka dito rin si Irelia natin, pero the 3-man rotation for the side of Omega Esports, parang Giyang Gaming. Flash!
Grabe yan, headbutt pulverize namin agad, pati na yung Mega Inferno Bomb para mapatay dito si Cool. That is 4 people investing their resources para lang ma-shutdown ito na Fiora ng Chasing Dream, and that is already worth it kasi magkakaroon sila ng priority para dito sa Rift Herald. And big deal to, Omega Esports, they want to secure some plates, they want to secure a tower of their own kasi yung top lane nila malapit-lapit na ma-push, katulad din ng bottom lane tier 1 tower nila, pero Chasing Dreams hindi nila hahayaan to. Sila pa actually ang magsa-start nito kasi nag-reset yung ibang members ng Omega Esports. This is going to be crucial
Yep.
Lee Sin is kinda near. Andyan siya sa may crowd sa, and Omega Esports, they're gonna give this Rift Herald away.
Yeah, actually, kailangan talaga ibigay ng Omega Esports dahil hindi naman sila lamang doon. If ever na i-contest nila yung referral, mas lalaki lang yung snowball ng Chasing Dreams. So, ginagawa
true.
dito ng Omega Esports, especially Arise, is nag-i-split push siya. Kahit paano makakuha man lang sila ng exchange objectives dito. At ang ginagawa na lang dito ng Omega Esports, I think, is nagpa-farm na lang sila. Sinasabayan na lang nila mag-farm kasi alam nila na pagdating mismo ng late game, they have the chance na ma-turn around yung laban natin. Pero ngayon, sabi dito ng Omega Esports, sige, oras nyo ngayon, Chasing Dreams, they're just doing their jobs, they're just getting a lot of objectives dito sa game number 2 dahil alam din nila na anytime na magkaroon ng onting misplay sa side ng Chasing Dreams, pwede maging ano yun pero ito na, parang yung gaming chance.
Donning Shadow ginamit na rin dito pero ang Mega Inferno Bomb ay masakit pa rin kahit paano motivate in the front line. Nandiyan pa sa may torre. Medyo malayo ata yung inabot niya dito. 1-for-1 trade so far dito sa clash na ito. Pero mid lane is still standing.
Yeah,
Cool, though, is split pushing sa may bottom lane. Kaya impressive, kailangan niya ata mag-rotate kasama ni GLC.
Hindi maganda yung trade na nangyari doon. Dati sa support for the side of Omega Esports at napatay mismo sa side ng Chasing Dream will be the carry or the one of the carry na meron dito sa side ng Chasing Dream. 2v1 parang giyang gaming. Look at this, sabi parang baba.
Yeah, Cool. Trying to make an outplay here against 2 members. Maybe 3. At tumama ni Hell but pulverize, allowing JLC masecure yung kill na yon. And kailangan nila yon. JLC, so far, nakahabol na siya sa goal dito. Kanina, around 1K to 1.5 ang lamang ni Cool sa kanya. Ngayon, halos pantay na. 50 na nga lang yung pinagkakaiba nila. Kaya nakakaabot ito. And 80 ang kalipot, actually. Ngayon ko lang nakita.
Yup, ito na yung sinasabi natin dito. Omega Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, JLC with the signature Tank Akali sa kanyang Baron lane. Which really ginagawa talaga to ni JLC na ginagawa niya pinapakunat niya yung Akali niya because he know na meron namang burst damage kahit papaano itong Akali using the perfect execution na meron siya dito. Pero kung mapapansin natin dito mga kaibigan, Omega Esports, nagkakaroon na sila ng time or nakakapalag na sila kahit papaano. Pero speaking of kahit papaano, look at this. Paring Giyang makakabasag ba? I think yes, but no pala ha. Dahil 2v1 under the turret bar will be used but he will fall down as well. JLC with a buy time. And the rest of Omega Esports, they will just go dito sa may bandang taas ng ating mapa.
Yeah, dito naman si Timelapse na try na makasecure ng tower. I mean, this is a Ziggs. Madali lang niya makukuha ito. Pero sa top lane, grabe dito. Si Shino wala ng mana. Dragon's Rage with a Sonic Wave. Enough na yan para mapatay dito si Shino and Omega Esports so far. Slowly but surely, nakakabawi sila dito. Chasing Dreams, they need to up their game if they want to take us to game number 3. And one of the ways, syempre, nakuha sila ng tower sa bottom lane, i-start na rin nila itong Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, for me, hindi ko gusto yung nangyayari dito sa side ng Chasing Dreams. Kasi kung mapapansin natin dito, Omega Esports, 9 minutes. Meron na silang mga items. So, ibig sabihin nito, pumapalag na sila sa side ng Omega, sa side ng Chasing Dreams. Even magkaroon mismo ng 5-on-5. Pero speaking of 5-on-5, dito may 1-on-1 na mangyayari dito. Paring giyang gaming.
Oh, grabe yan, na-flash in. Papunta sa launch yan, pero hindi mo maiiwasan na yung bomba. Mega Inferno Bomb by Timelapse, yan yung big deal. Kaso hindi na siya available para sa Dragon na to. Kaya Omega Esports, kailangan nila ibigay Mountain Dragon again for Chasing Dreams and Baron spawning in a few seconds.
Dalawang DR na nakukuha dito ng Chasing Dreams pero Omega Esports impressive with the trade objectives doon sa may bandang Baron lane natin and another Dragon's lane presented by Grow for the side of Chasing Dreams. And Ryujin will go in parang giyang.
Grabe yan. Cyclone, ginamit na dito. Dragon's Rage is still available but the Donning Shadow dito ni Kome gets the kill onto JLC. Impressive. Napatay na rin. Ito na ata yung naantay na timing ng Chasing Dreams. Baron, sinisimulan na nila. Rise andito sa labas ng Baron Pit. And ito na, sisimulan din nila. Ginamit na rin dito ng Unbreakable Will but motivate. Mapapatay sa dito ni Zed but Omega Esports, they need to back away right now. Mega Inferno Bomb though, sobrang sakit. Pero si Cool, chill lang. Pero ngayon, hindi na. Hot na siya at makukuha dito ng Chasing Dreams. Ang ace and
unofficial.
Ang laki na. Unofficial nga lang. Pero that is 5 kills in exchange for just 2.
Yeah, that is a 5-4-2 exchange in favor of the Chasing Dreams. Nauunahan kagad talaga eh. Ito yung naging problema sa side ng Omega Esports kanina. Ryujin Hino na magre-recall mismo dito yung ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports. So nakita niya kagad sa bush yung isang player ng Omega. I think that is JLC or Impressive. The Cyclone is there to knock up them. At di lang yun, na-burst kagad sila doon. And Chasing Dream getting a lot of objective as of now. Pwede nila ito pangawakan. When look at this, parang hindi pa tapos yung laban natin doon mismo sa may bandang taas.
Yeah, double ultimate ang ginamit dito ng Chasing Dream, pero makakatakas pa rin dito si JLC. Only investing the flash, barrier still available. Mega Esports, naka-slip through pa rin sila eh, kahit papano. Although Chasing Dreams nanalo sila sa isang clash na yon, it's still not a deciding factor eh, kasi wala sila makuha out of it. Hindi sila makakuha ng, hindi nila ma-translate onto a Baron, hindi pa rin nila napupush yung mid lane tier 1 tower, and that is one of the crucial structures dito sa Wild Rift, kasi yan ang magbibigay ng access sa blue and red side jungle ng Omega Esports. Pero right now, good job to eh, para sa ano eh. They're doing a really good job defending this tier 1 tower ng Omega Esports, kasi ayaw nila ibigay yung advantage sa yan sa Chasing Dreams.
Hindi lang yun medyo delikado dito. Arise, the stun mula dito kay Motivate. Parang gaming death mark, BBU splash out. Also the ignite as well. At nagkaroon lang tayo ng onting exchange blows pagdating sa magkabilang grupo. So sa may bandang baba, parang giyang one-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one once again. Cool here will try to parry, pero JLC hindi na siya makakatakas dito. This is a Fiora of Cool. Talagang ang ganda ng performance na pinapakita na dito with the Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruin King. Pero dito si Stronger, medyo delikado yung position niya. Gagamitin na agad yung kanyang Unbreakable Will, pero Mega Inferno Bomb napakasakit kahit papano. But he will be the sacrificial cow for the moment dito, si Stronger. At dahil dyan, dalawa na yung patay sa side ng Omega Esports. Nakakuha pa rin sila ng tower dito dahil kay Impressive, pero medyo delikado na siya. Tatlong Rembo, miyembro ng Chasing Dreams ang humahabol sa kanya. Pero grabe yan ang outplay pwede nang gawin dito. But Shino goes golden. Muntik na yun. That was close though.
Grabe, akala ko mapapatay niya or mababurst niya man lang dito si parang Shino. But Chasing Dreams, after mapatay mismo yung pinaka-jungle ng Omega Esports, this is the time na kunin mismo sa parang BR. Pero Gian Gaming, bakbaka na kagad dito.
Grabe yan. Ito na talaga. Omega Esports, hindi sila magpapatalo. Mapapatay na kagad dito ni Arise and si Motivate. Pero grabe yan. A double kill already para dito sa Senna. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb, napakasakit pa rin. Mapapatay niya dito si Ryujin. Hindi pa sila tapos. Kaso, isa na lang natitira. Makuha ba na yung Baron? The answer will be no. And Chasing Dreams, the dream is starting to turn into a reality slowly but surely as they take this Baron.
Yeah, and a Baron's Lane para dito sa Chasing Dream. So talagang ang ginagawa dito ng Chasing Dream is gusto na talaga nilang secured etong game number 2 and they want to extend etong series natin sa game number 3. And look at the items. Parang Gian Gaming of the Fiora with the Triforce plus the BRK. I think he's going for the Death Dance kung di ako nagkakamali, or baka mag-iba pa siyang item dito. Pero most likely Death Dance ang gagawin niya, sa more on the anti-burst para kahit paano kung tumagal siya sa laban natin, because of the lineup of Omega Esports is more on the burst assassin, especially the Akali, the Zeds, and after the BR, parang Giyang napasag na nila yung gitna, yung iniingatan ng Omega Esports. They will start the third dragon. Kompleto na ang agimat ng Chasing Dreams dito. Isa na lang ang natitira, and that will be the Elder Dragon.
Ito na yung pinag-usapan natin. Chasing Dreams, kanina sinabi natin kailangan nila mahanap yung weakness dito ng Omega Esports. Nahanap nila. So far, wala yung Lucian, wala silang ADC. Kapag nakakakuha sila ng pick-off dito, pag na-shutdown nila yung top lane, big deal na agad. But speak of shutdown, top lane dito, 4 versus 1.
4v1.
Ang hirap nito para kay Cool. Kahit may Dawning Shadow pa yan, hindi yan magiging enough. Pero enough na yon to buy them enough time para makapush dito sa inhibitor tower ng Omega Esports.
And Omega Esports, yes, nakuha na nila si Cool, but nakuha naman ng Chasing Dreams dito yung second turret dito sa gitna, also the third tower sa side ng Omega. So it's still a win sa side ng Chasing Dreams, mga kaibigan. And look at the items of GLC, up Deadman Plate, para sa kanya. So most likely talagang ginagawa niya is more on the survival capability. Pinapataas niya yung buhay niya dito para tumagal siya sa laban. Dahil kung di nyo lang iisipin guys, itong gantong klaseng item ni JLC, hindi na to bago sa kanya eh. Ito talaga yung build niya, more on the kunat factor. Dahil meron siyang burst damage, meron na siyang damage eh. Doon mismo sa mga skills niya, and even the Triforce, meron siyang konting damage siya binibigay sa'yo. So I think that's enough dito kay GLC kasi ang target niya lang naman talaga dito is the backline of the Chasing Dreams at manggulo lang talaga sa clash natin. Isipin mo meron na siyang smoke skin or shroud dito. Yun pa lang talagang tatagal ka na sa game eh. Doon pa lang sa clash tatagal ka na talaga sa clash natin eh. Paano pa kaya kung pinakunat mo itong champion na to? Pero speaking of kunat, tingnan natin yung kunat sa may bandang taas dahil the death mark will be used parang Gian Gaming.
Grabe yung Dawning Shadow din, ginamit na pero motivate, pulado na naman, kaso it's will be a trade kill, mid lane for mid lane, Ryujin is now trying to back away, kaso makakatakas siya, and then pa naman yung kanyang clone Stronger, ginamit na yung unbreakable will, but so far, it is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Chasing Dreams, and pwede nila ma-push itong tower na to, kaso re-respeto nila. Omega Esports are still up in this game. Mega Infer naman, malapit na rin mag-cooldown ulit. Gusto nila magkaroon ng reset kasi Baron is gonna spawn. Elder Dragon, magsuspawn na rin yan maya-maya. And Chasing Dreams, kailangan nila makuha to kasi kahit pa paano, Omega Esports, hindi pa sila tapos eh. Ito nga, susugod na sila.
Ang lambot ni Strong.
Okay. Grabe naman yan! Na damage dito ni Shino. Mega Infer naman, ginamit na rin pero hindi yun sapat. And now, time-lapse needs to back away. Si Cool, chill lang. Andito na siya sa may bottom lane. Binabasag na niya yung Nexus Tower dito. Pero papipigilan ba siya? Sinusubukan na dito ng Omega Esports. The backdoor is happening pero he's being chased down. Deathmark though, taga dito sa top laner ng Chasing Dreams. Pero ayan na naman, history has repeated himself. Kasi nag-buy enough time na naman sila. Makakuha ng Baron ang Chasing Dreams. Grabe yun.
Yeah, this is the second BR for the side of Chasing Dreams. So, ang laki na talaga ng chance na pwede na lang ma-close itong game number 2. Pero ito na yung pinaka-crucial dito. Parang Gian Gaming the Elder Dragon for this game. And Omega Esports, they need to get this one. Dahil if ever na hindi nila makuha to, for sure, 99%. Parang alcohol. 99.9 ay alcohol tayo. Parang Green Cross.
Yun?
99.9. Safeguard ba yun? I think safeguard yun. Safeguard pa lang.
Parang yung mga alcohol ganun din eh. Pero safeguard ang pinakasikat doon. Pero mas sikat pa rin yung Mega Infer na natatama dito ni Timelapse. That's a good outplay allowing Arise to actually survive
6 seconds
duel. And ayan na. Big deal, 6 seconds na lang at wala silang Dawning Shadow, wala silang support. 4v5 ang mangyayari dito kaso crucial rin kasi impressive na sa top lane siya ngayon. Although meron siyang teleport pero kapag mabilis dito ma-execute ng Chasing Dreams yung flash, pwede nila ma-outplay dito yung Omega Esports. 25 seconds bago magbuhay dito si Comet. Ito na, nag-headbutt pulverize na sila. 3v5 so far, pero Chasing Dreams now into a reality na nakuha na nila yung Elder Dragon and they are being monstrous right now. That is a legendary Corki. A triple kill by Shino and Chasing Dreams. They will now push mid lane. After that, Team Ace brought to you by Oppo, and they will take us to game number 3.
Yeah, Chasing Dreams mga kaibigan, still holding sa pangarap nila dito sa series na to. After getting the game number 2, nakita natin yung adjustment sa lineup nila. Gian Gaming, look at the stats na meron tayo dito. Ang ganda ng early nila because of the kills na nangyari doon sa may bandang blue buffs natin, which is namatay si Impressive dito at nakuha mismo ni Cool yung kanyang red buff. Yun yung naging reason kung bakit hindi rin makaporma si JLC or hindi man lang makalamang doon sa duel niya because of the red buff na meron siya. Di lang yun, talagang ginawa dito ng Chasing Dreams is inaraw-araw yung akali doon sa Baron lane at di nila tinigilan yun to the point na parang nalugi na dito si JLC. Also, the item build din talaga ni JLC is more on the tanky, hindi siya more on the burst damage na nakikita natin na gumagamit ng Leech Bane, diba, gumagamit ng Rabador or Peter or Liandris. Siya, ang ginawa niya dito is more on the tank or gaya nga nasabi natin, hindi na bago sa kanya yung gantong build. Ganito talaga yung binibuild niya as a Akali. And look at this, Ryujin. what a game for him. Talagang nakita natin dito yung impact ng isang Wukong dito sa game number 2. On point na on point, ang ganda ng mga huli niya. Lagi, pag may nahuhuli siyang player sa side ng Omega Esports, laging yung team na yon is kulang or malayo yung mga teammates niya. So yung cyclone niya dito, pagka knock up, talaga mabilis na burst damage mula dito sa side ng Chasing Dreams. And siya nga yung MVP for that game, even though na Shino na meron siyang 11 kills and 1 death.
Yeah, Ryujin, ang ganda kasi talaga. Tama yung sinabi mo, ang ganda ng performance niya. I mean, naka-Black Cleaver siya, pero after nyan, nag-Sunfire Aegis, nag-Grand Wind Omen pa siya, and Force of Nature. Talaga ang laking respeto niya para sa burst damage dito ng Omega Esports. And ito yung nagiging problema ng Omega Esports. So when Ryujin goes in, talagang mapo-force sila na atakihin siya, try siyang patayin, or else may second Cyclone. And as we see here sa Oppo A9 for play of the game, Chasing Dreams, ibang klaseng performance yung pinakita nila dito. I mean, it's kind of similar sa game number 1 but all the more improved kasi naging aggressive sila and mas nakakakuha sila ng mga tamang objective and timings and pick-offs as well. Kasi top lane, Cool was winning Baron lane. Motivate made some amazing plays and almost all objectives talagang sila yung nakakuha.
Yeah, para silang alam mo yung Chasing Dreams ito yung kung ang Omega Esports ang safeguard na 99.9 germs ay mapapatay, yung Chasing Dreams yung 0.1 na nakasurvive at ito the comeback is real. Parang Giyang Gaming mula sa kanila. Look at the replays. Look at the Oppo A94 play of the game. The replays. Doon game number 2 natin. Ang ganda sana ng ginagawa ng Omega Esports But the advantage, doon pa lang sa early game, nakita natin dito na minsan si Timelapse, sinahabol siya dito ni Cole na wala sa magawa. Ito yung isa sa mga clutch moment na ginawa ni Timelapse na ginamit niya yung mga landmines niya. But wala doon kasi si Impressive na una kasing mamatay dito si Impressive. If ever na nabuhay din si Impressive, there's a chance na Omega Esports pwede nila makuha yung BR doon. Ito pa yung sa mga nagawa dito ng ibang membro ng Omega. Yes, nakapatay kaagad nila si Motivate, pero yung hits or yung normal damage si Shino dito ay nandoon to the point na hindi na siya napapansin ng Omega Esports dito, parang Giyang. Last natin.
Pati nga si Kome, nakakakuha ng double kill. Yung mga Dawning Shadow niya, it was on point. At most, yung crucial, yung namatay siya before the Elder Dragon. But Chasing Dreams, they're already so ahead. 10,000, 12,000 gold lead ahead sa Omega Esports. All they needed to do is get a proper timing. One of the timing of which is nauna sila doon. And master of the match,
si Jeffrey.
No other than Ryujin. Talagang, ang ganda. Si Lori.
Si Lodi. Paring Ryujin with a 75% killing participation. Look at the items na meron siya dito, no? More on the tankiness, also the anti-magic burst din mula sa kanya with the force of nature plus the omen na nagbibigay ng slow dun sa kalaban. Also the armor kahit papano with the gargoyle. So meron siya Mindas Black Cleaver as well. Pero ganda rin talaga, deserve niya talaga maging MVP dito sa game number 2 because of the cyclone na meron siya. Lagi niyang nauunahan si Impressive, paring Giyang dito sa game natin. And we know naman, sobrang laking halaga. Take note tayo, bago niya mapatay lagi niya napapatay si Impressive na merong mismong objectives na naghihintay, which is yung mga DR, yung mga Herald. Bago mag-start yung DR, patay si Impressive sa side ng Omega Esports. So anong gagawin ng Omega kundi mag-bounce back, mag-bail out na lang sila, hindi nila nilalaban yon. So another 3 DR yun, also objectives. And with this game number 2, nakita natin parang Giyang, yung lahat ng dragon ay nakuha mismo ng Chasing Dreams. So talaga makikita natin dito yung galing ng jungle ng Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, paano na come to life yung sinabi din dito ng panel natin, particularly Infinity, kasi sinabi niya dito, Ryujin is more like a team player. Pag sa side naman ng Omega Esports, impressive naman, very aggressive. Talaga mas mataas ang KDA niya. But kill participation, it comes to show dito 71% kill participation. Talagang nagiging team player siya, making the necessary initiations para ma-allow yung team niya makapag-capitalize, getting some attention as well kasi minsan sa kanya ginagamit yung death mark, minsan siya yung tinatry i-burst down, pero nakakataka siya miraculously, especially with the help of Kome. Kapag nag-Dawning Shadow siya, ang ganda talaga ng play na nagagawa dito ng Chasing Dreams. And parang dito nga, the dream is not over eh. Kasi kanina game number 1 mukhang tapos na eh. Pero dito parang there's still light. There's still some hope.
Sabi ko nga sa inyo guys, dream, believe, survive. Yan ang motto ng Dream Chase, Dream Chaser. Chasing Dreams, Dream Chaser. Chasing Dreams,
Dream Catcher.
Diba? Dream Catcher. Yan ang motto ng Chasing Dreams, dream, believe, survive. And sobrang ganda talaga ng game nila. We have a game number 3, parang Giyang Gaming, nadala na sila, sa totoo lang, nadala sila nung game number 1, they ban the Lucian. Actually, they ban their own champion, which is yung ating Twisted Fate, diba? Kasi with the latest patch of 2.4 dito sa Wild Rift natin, talagang isa na rin sa mga tinamaan ng patch dito is Twisted Fate because of the new items na meron tayo na medyo okay rin sa kanya, diba? Dahil more on the cooldown reduction, more on the movement speed. Tapos, yung champion na pa to is parang hybrid din siya. Like Corky na pwede mong gawing half AD, half AP, diba? Half, parang Shih Tzu. Parang Shih Tzu lang, diba? So, yeah. So, sa mga nanonood dyan, guys, sa game number 2, this is our previous picks and bans as well. First pick, Corky for the side of Chasing Dreams. Akala dito ng Omega Esports, this is a 2-man ADC setup para sa side ng ADC. Ito yung isa sa maganda kung bakit isa sa maganda mong i-first pick itong kantong klaseng lineup dahil na mind games mo yung kalaban, paring Ryujin. At sinabayan pa yon ng Ziggs and the Lee Sin for the side of Omega Esports. What do you think dito sa lineup ng Omega Esports, paring Giyang, with the Ziggs Dragon Lane?
I mean, we saw the intention. Gusto nila yung jump start game talaga. They went for Lee Sin, they went for Zed, Akali nga rin. Kaso I think it kinda conflicted sa execution nila. Kasi JLC talagang natatank Akali siya. Kaso when they want to secure early game, maganda na correct me if I'm wrong, pero baka maganda na lang siya, nag-usual burst build para masabayan niya dito sila Impressive and Arise, as well as time-lapse din, na lalo na it's an Akali, mas mabilis siya makaka-pass through sa frontline members ng Chasing Dreams, and it would allow them to actually finish up yung mga targets sila early on bago pa sila ma-chunk down dito ni Shino, ni Motivate, and ni Cool. Kasi so far, nung sa game na yon, ang nakikita natin parang Arise, tinatry niya i-burst down agad si Motivate with the help of Impressive. After nun, pupunta sila kay Cool or kay Shino. But andun pa rin si Cool eh. Andun din yung ibang members. And Akali, si JLC, hindi sapat yung damage siya kasi, I mean, consistent damage, but the burst damage is not there. So, at the meantime, parang ini-ignore lang muna siya. Mas inuuna muna si Impressive, si Timelapse, si Arise. And on the long run, sa extended team fights, nagagawa ng paraan ng Chasing Dreams ngayon na manalo sa team fight. Kaya hindi rin sila makakontest gaano. Top lane, ahead ng sobra si Cool. Kaya ang dami naging weak spot doon ng Omega Esports. And ang maganda doon, para sa side ng Chasing Dreams, na-spot nila agad. But on the side naman ng Omega Esports, they need to patch that up kung gusto nila sila yung manalo sa Game 3. Kasi they're on the verge right now of being a victim of a reverse sweep na not so long ago, nangyari na sa ating first game sa Lakan Esports saka Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and hindi posible yon, parang Giyang Gaming, yung mga reverse sweep, hindi posible sa wallet. Tatandaan nyo, bilog ang bola, okay? So, ang dami pwedeng mangyari dito. Gaya na nangyari sa Omega Esports ito. Nung game number 1, ang ganda ng laban nila. Sinabi ko nga dito na almost one-sided yung game, pero pagdating ng game number 2, dito natin nakita na anytime, kahit sabi mo sobrang ganda ng laro nyo nung game number 1, pwedeng magbago yun. And Chasing Dreams, proving na pinauna lang etong Omega Esports, and we're here Parang Giyang, sa game number 3, the last game for this series number 3 between Omega Esports versus the Chasing Dream. Who do you think will win? Parang Giyang game. Meron ka bang onting nostra? Ikaw ba, tingin mo ba? Ano ba yung mga champions sa inaasahan mo lumabas dito sa ating series na to? Ako, mauna na ako yung mga Leona. Leona, ako Timo eh. Timo talaga ako eh. Gusto ko lumabas si Timo eh.
Yeah, ang cute nun siguro lumabas. I mean, ang cute na pag nagda-tumble. Like, whoa! Oh, cute eh. Gusto kong makakita ng Timo sa ano. One time lang ako nakita ng gano'n on a semi-pro scene. Hindi naman, siyempre, hindi dito sa PPGL. Sa ibang tournaments lang. Pero ang cute eh. Parang, asaya siguro makakita na, no?
Oo, masaya. Timo yun eh. Cute yun eh. Cute na Yordle yun eh, no? Pero yeah, ikaw ba, ano ba yung mga champions na tingin mong there's a chance na pwedeng mapasok dito sa series na to or sa buong fall season group stage natin, even sa playoffs?
So far kasi I have been impressed by Riven picks. And actually, I am checking as of the moment. So far, one time pa lang ata nagkaroon ng one or two times nagkaroon ng loss ang isang Riven. It has a really good impression of early game snowballing. Kapag nakuha mo yung momentum mo, almost guaranteed ka na ng pressure. And having that on Omega Esports kinda will allow them to equalize the pressure na binibigay ng Chasing Dreams. Kasi si Cool kanina, ang lakas mag-Fiora eh. Ini-expect ko nga na mababan yun eh. Kasi pag binan nila yun, ano mangyari sa twice na nilang binan talaga na Ari, Camille, and Gragas. So, at most, yun yung pumapasok sa isip ko ngayon. Yung yung Riven pick and yung ban ng Fiora. Tapos adjustment dun. Ikaw ba?
I think for the side of Omega Esports, they will not respect ban or they will not ban etong Fiora na to dahil for me, gaya nga nasabi ko kanina, nakauna lang talaga yung Fiora because of the red buff na mismo na nabigay ni Impressive sa kanya, and that is the reason kung bakit hindi rin talaga makapalag etong si JLC dun sa Baron lane natin, to the point na nag-snowball nga. Pero for me, if ever na mag-ban sila ng champions dito sa side ng Chasing Dream, I think Omega Esports, they will just stick dito sa ban nila na Camille, Ari, or and Gragas as well. Or if ever na sila yung magiging prospect dito, baka magkaroon tayo ng onting changes na ang Chasing Dreams pa rin na magbaban ng baka nga magkaroon lang tayo ng same bans dito sa magkabilang grupo. Pero mamaya natin pag-usapan niya parang Giyang Gaming dahil onting segundo na lang ay lalabas na etong drafting phase natin, and we are very exciting na makita etong resulta ng laban na to dahil if ever na manalo dito ang Chasing Dreams, this is the first series, first one nila dito sa ating group stage natin, first series rather. And if ever naman ang Omega Esports pa rin ang manalo dito, Chasing Dreams with a 0-2 standing, if ever dito sa group stage natin, medyo mahirap na yon. And 75,000 Globe Cup points lang naman parang Giyang ang naghihintay dito sa series na to, equivalent to 75,000 pesos. So, sobrang laki noon at sobrang dami niyong pwedeng mabili doon. Especially if ever na wala kang cellphone, bumili ka ng Oppo A94 at magpa-load ka na rin sa Globe. And yung Riot mismo, yung Riot, 100 pesos, 3 days, only Wild Rift ka na kagad.
Yeah, yun yung, ang ganda ng Riot to. Natatempt din ako. I mean, ako, hindi kompleto yung champions ko. Sometimes I wanna try. I mean, meron naman, mga trial, parang trial champion doon sa Wild Rift, and that is good. Kaso, I mean, ako, nakakatempt. Globe, ang ganda ng ginawa mo. Nakakainis. Gusto ko sabihin eh. Kasi, I mean, 210, you have only data for ilang days. Like 1 week ata yon, plus kompleto ka pa ng champions.
1 week ba? Akala ko 3 days lang eh. 1 week,
meron sila yung 7 days.
Meron sila yung 7 days.
210. Tapos lahat ng champion, hindi lang 15. Very tempting. Sobrang tempting nun. Lalo na para sa mga talagang G na G maglaro and you have the extra budget. Lalo na dyan kung manalo yung isang team na either team. Budget na yan agad. pang Oppo A94 saka Riot Go. Pero syempre, kailangan muna nila manalo. And para manalo dyan, titingnan natin yan dito sa game number 3, Omega Esports and Chasing Dreams.
Eto na paring Giyang Gaming dito. So sobrang lakas ng Fiora nung game number 2. 2 Fiora na yung binan ng Omega Esports dito. Pero joke lang, dati sa Ari, Fiora, and a Corki. So 2 champions for the side of Chasing Dreams. This is nasyak ako na i-respetuhin nila, ibaba nila yung Fiora, also the Corki dito. But look at this, Chasing Dreams, they will go for the Akali, Lucian, and Camille. And ito na yung sinasabi mo, paring Giyang, the Riven and Gragas for the side of Chasing Dreams. This is the first time may makikita ko nagagamit ang Chasing Dreams ng Riven sa side nila Omega Esports, Galio, Lisin, and Darius, plus a Wukong. If ever na mag-Wukong to, so this is a Riven Baron lane, a mid lane Gragas. So, Dragon lane na lang ang natitira sa kanila. So, ang natitira na lang ADC dito will be the Jhin. Nandyan pa yung Bane, nandyan pa yung Kai'Sa, Varus as well. So, Omega Esports dito, Giyang Gaming, they have the chance to pick a Braum and the Kai'Sa composition para sa kanilang Dragon lane, if ever.
Yeah, and ang interesting ng lineup ngayon. Mukhang talagang pushing to the limit yung both teams natin. Ang ganda nito kasi flex pick yung pinili din ng Omega Esports, Galio and Darius. Pwedeng ilagay sa mid lane yung Galio. I mean, anywhere yung Galio, mid lane or bottom lane. Pero ngayon na kinonfirm nila na magpipick dito si Stronger than Nami. Alright, this is going to be a mid lane Galio and then a Darius in the top lane. This is kind of a similar lineup ng ginawa nila. Instead of Renekton, Darius naman kasi mukhang nagustuhan dito ni Arisen yung Darius ni Cool. Kaya why not try this?
Yep. By the way, Arisen is back, mga kaibigan, dito sa game number 3 natin. So si paring JLC umupo muna, sabi ni Arise. JLC, umupo ka muna, ako na. Maupo ka muna, ako na. Kasi maganda yung laro ni Arisen nung game number 1. Siguro meron lang onting miscoms yung game number 2, pero this is the final lineup, ladies and gentlemen, for the side of Omega Esports. Darius, Lisin, Galio, Kai'Sa, Nami. Kung mapapansin mo, paring Giyang Gaming, they have the front, they have the counter initiation, the initiation as well mula dito kay Lisin. Nandiyan yung hero entrance, also the tidal wave. At pagdating ng late game, nandiyan naman yung paring Kai'Sa. While Chasing Dreams, medyo maganda to because of the anti-sustain na binibigay mismo ng Varus na meron siya because of the passive. And look at this, a Gragas, Riven, and a Wukong, more on the crowd control, chain CC ang Chasing Dreams dito, parang Giyang.
Yeah, Chasing Dreams, I like this composition kasi Omega Esports e-engage at e-engage yan. They have the tide from Stronger. They have impressive again on this Lee Sin. And Darius, Galio, gusto niya mag-initiate ng team fight. Yep. So Chasing Dream, they kinda are provoking Omega Esports. Sige, sugod kayo sa amin. Kami rin papalag. Meron kaming AP Gragas dito na kaya mag-burst down ng backline. Riven din kaya tumagos sa inyo as well as Wukong. And backline namin, safe yan. May Chain of Corruption naman si Shino, si Kome, andyan. Na-a-adapt namin yung pang game number 1 nyo dito sa game number 3 kasi kami naman ngayon yung may Janna.
Yup, kami naman yung Janna. We know naman yung impact dito ng Janna nung game number 1 is Stronger. Sobrang laki because of the bar na binibigay niya plus the damage as well. Hindi lang the movement speed and look at this impressive, the clear waves. Dito sa may bandang gitna, body slam from the Motivate. And we know naman, more hate to Motivate at mukhang nagkaroon ng boost dito kay Motivate yung ganong klaseng moto dahil kahit anong buti ang gawin mo, may mga haters ka na mapupunta sa buhay nyo and we know naman na pwede mong gawin yun as a motivation at mukhang yun yung ginagawa ni Motivate dito sa laro natin.
And talagang aggressive siya. Hindi siya takot kanina kay impressive. Binadis lang pa niya kahit andyan pa si Arise. Pero dito magkakaroon ata tayo ng laban kasi Chasing Dreams gusto nila makuha din yung blue buff nila kahit papano. Although kino-contest ng Omega Esports, respeto naman pero grabe top lane. Cool. Mukhang hindi na siya maka-chill dito sa may top lane kasi Arisen natuto siya parang I like this Darius from Cool. Papakitaan ko siya. Papatikim ko sa kanya yung sarili niyang medicina dito.
Yup, at di lang yun eh. Actually, labang medyo may kalamangan talaga dito. Parang Giyang yung Darius. Kahit, actually, para saan? Kasi kahit sino itapat mo kay Darius, parang yung Darius, may lamang talaga yung Darius eh. Because of the passing na meron siya dito. Especially yung life steal. But look at this, the explosive cast mula dito kay Motivate will not connect because of the justice punch of Arise. And that is a good dodge, no? Mula sa kanya. If ever na tumama yun, for sure, merong body slam Giyang Gaming na susunod sa kanya at pwede niyang mapatay etong si Arise sa gitna ng ating mapa.
Yeah, ang ganda ng ng interaction dun sa may mid lane na both summoners, both mid laners ginamit yung initial summoner spell nila. And Motivate, wala nga siyang flash so that's a little bit unfortunate para sa kanya. Pero Chasing Dreams, this is good yung ginagawa nila. Okay ito yung draft, yung composition nila. For Omega Esports, they need to do something. Impressive needs to camp top lane kasi isa sa mga intention nila is have this early game snowball eh. Kasi they want Arisen to come up on top and allow time lapse na parang hindi mapunta sa kanyang attention. Kasi snowballing, ang laki ng burst damage capability nila. Kapag hindi nila mabuff to, or hindi nila mapalakas agad si Arisen, magiging problema yan. Mahihirapan sila makapasok dito sa Chasing Dreams kasi grabe, no? Pati si Kome, 2-man Howling Gale agad. No look.
Yup, and kung mapapansin mo, Death's Dance, ata, pero ito parang Giyang Gaming nag-dragon.
Grabe naman yan! Dragon's Rage! Force agad dito yung Monsoon, Chain of Corruption daw. Ito na, yung sinasabi ng Chasing Dreams na talaga. Pag sumugod kayo, papunish namin kayo. Ryujin, ngayon, nasa harapan si Cool. Available na yung kanyang ulti, pero grabe si Motivate. Muntik na dito si Arisen. So far, magsisettle muna sila sa isang kill. That is first blood. Agad na nakuha dito ng Chasing Dream presented by Globe.
Yeah, presented by Globe and mapakagandang clash mula dito sa magkabilang grupo. Pero ang nakakuha ng kills doon, walang iba kundi Chasing Dream. They will just start for the cloud rate dito, ladies and gentlemen. Pero ang sabi dito ni paring Ryujin, yes, kunin nyo yung Dragon, kukunin namin yung Herald dahil mas gusto namin yung objectives pagdating sa mga towers natin. Pero nagiging problema dito ngayon ng Omega Esports, paring Giyang Gaming. Even doon na maganda yung Dragon Rage ni paring impressive doon kanina, yung crowd control ni paring Ryujin and the rest of Chasing Dreams is sobrang taas. And speaking of crowd control, look at the Durada, Aqua Prison will not connect. And look at this, body slam paring Giyang.
Yeah, impressive. Medyo mapapanish siya dito. Kailangan nila mag-safeguard away along with the hero's entrance. Pero hindi yung magiging sapat dahil naka-ignite na siya dito kay Motivate. And ngayon, 0-2 so far in favor of Chasing Dream. Nilagay na lang nila yung Rift Herald sa may top lane. Susubukan nila i-push. Kasi dito si Cool, medyo delikado yung kanyang sitwasyon. Redemption nga lang ay available. Killer Instinct gagamitin. Grabe naman yan na burst damage ng Kaisa. And masisecure nila yung kill dito. And that is huge.
Yeah, that is huge. And we know naman itong Kaisa na to, pag nakakuha kagad ng mga kills dito sa game natin, sobrang laki ng impact niya. Pero look at this, walang buhay si paring Ryujin. Paring Giyang Gaming. The Monsoon is there to dodge the damage na binibigay ni paring Arisen dito at mukhang mababasag pa nila yung yung kanilang Dragon Lane sa may bandang baba. And as of now, medyo may konting kalamangan pa rin naman yung ating Chasing Dreams pagdating sa objective.
Yeah, so first tower masisecure dito ng Omega Esports and mid lane. Ito, susugod na with the Dragon's Rage. Stronger is here, kaso sapat ba yung damage nila? The answer is gonna be no kasi makakatakas pa rin dito si Motivate. Chasing Dreams, so far, 1k deficit meron sa kanila. They need to start getting objectives na yung katulad ng ginawa nila kanina kung gusto nila manalo kasi Dragon is kinda valuable ngayon. Ocean Dragon yung kanila kanina, intention nila gusto nila mag-push. Kaso hindi nila nagawa yun nung unispawn nila yung Rift Herald eh. Alive pa rin. Buhay pa rin yung Torre sa may taas. Ngayon, kailangan nila ata talaga ng Dragon.
Yep, actually maganda rin naman yung cloud rate kahit papaano, 'di ba? Kasi saktong-sakto, they need movement speed para dito sa game natin. And we know naman yung cloud rage yung bibigay ng movement speed yan, especially dumodoble yung bibigay ng movement speed pag out of combat kayo. And look at this, sa may bandang gitna natin, nagkaroon tayo ng onting takutan, pero hindi kaagad nakuha dito or di man lang nakatak ni Arise ng ibang miyembro ng Chasing Dreams. Pero mapapansin natin dito parang Giyang Gaming, medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng onting safe play for the side of Chasing Dreams kasi alam nila anytime pwede silang mabaliktad dito sa kalamangan nila. Even impressive, no? Siya na mismo yung nagdidikta kung ano yung gagawin nila medyo malayo siya sa mga teammates niya. Pero ang ginagawa kasi ng Omega Esports dito, they just want to get a kills as soon as possible. They want to go to war. Ayaw nila bigyan ng time itong Chasing Dreams na makapagpahinga dito sa game number 3. Kasi alam nila na pag nagkaroon na ng pressure itong Chasing Dreams, especially na bagong salta sila sa tournament natin, ang laking impact nun sa kanila, parang Giyang.
Yung kanina nga, nag-try mag-push yung Chasing Dream sa may top lane. Nag-push agad yung Omega Esports sa may bottom lane. Ngayon naman, na Chasing Dream, nagpo-push sa may bottom lane. Trinade nila agad sa may top lane. And malaking factor dito, yung kanina may gamit ng Rift Herald, hindi na push yung tier 1 tower nila sa may Baron lane. Kaya ngayon nakita natin 1.3k gold lead. And Dragon is gonna spawn in the next 26 seconds. Chasing Dreams, kung gusto nila maka-catch up, they need to get this. Kasi pag nakuha to ng Omega Esports, lalo na kay Arisen, yung decimate niya, ang laki ng healing niyan.
Yeah, physical and magical bump itong Ocean Drake natin. So sobrang ganda talaga nito sa side ng Omega Esports. Take note, if ever nagawa nila to, this is the second time na makakuha sila ng ating DR buff. So medyo malaking kalamangan niya para sa side ng Omega Esports. But look at this, impressive. Nakapag-recall lang siya agad siya. They want to go to war. Dito mismo sa may bandang DR pit natin, parang Giyang Gamer. The tidal wave will be used. Walang tatamaan dito. Giyang, papasok na si Arisen.
Yeah, pumasok na siya. Sonic Wave na rin dito si Impressive na try na ma-steal at gagawa niya talaga. Ma-steal dito yung mga objective. Kaso ngayon, Chasing Dreams, kailangan nila mag-back. Monsoon, ginamit. Kaso napatay pa rin. Dito si Kome and Omega Esports. Ngayon, they are on the hunt. Everybody on the side of Chasing Dreams ay namamatay. Pati na ngayon, si Cool hindi na makagawa ng amazing plays kasi Omega Esports, they found their way to get back into the game. Grabe yung pagkuha nila. Impressive. That was a nice steal. And now, sila talaga yung lamang.
Yup, that is a good steal mula dito sa side ng Omega Esports. At di lang yun, parang Giyang, nakakuha pa sila ng kills for the side of Chasing Dreams. Nagkaroon tayo ng dual clash sa pagitan ng Omega and Chasing Dreams. Kanina si Riven or si Cooley, nahabol niya dito si Timelapse dahil one hit na lang mapapatay siya. Pero because of the movement speed na meron mismo si Timelapse, hindi niya nahabol to at di lang nyo, na-burst pa siya ng ibang miyembro ng Omega Esports. While impressive, same scenario from Riven, impressive naman yung hinahabol ng ibang miyembro ng Chasing Dreams. Pero ang naging problema naman ng Chasing Dreams, literal na naging Chasing Dreams dahil hindi nila napatay yung si Impressive dun papuntang mid lane. And as of now, Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they have the advantage. Impressive with the Sonic Wave. The title wave connected. Parang hindi yan nagkakaroon tayo ng onting stand-up dito sa may bandang gitna. But walang clash na mangyayari doon because of the redemption damage. Mapapatay or makiklear min yung ating mga minions sa side ng Omega Esports.
Yeah, nakakatakot to. Sobrang nakakatakot yung sitwasyon ngayon dito. Especially for the side of Chasing Dreams. Kasi so far hindi gumagana yung comp nila. It had a good intention. Kaso execution-wise, medyo na-outplay sila dito ng Omega Esports. Arisen is strong right now. Impressive has been making plays, especially dahil sa mga pag Sonic Wave
yung words,
and yung pag Dragon's Rage. And look at the vision. O nga, grabe,
kalat
talaga.
Ang tawag ko dyan, the L words Kita mo yung gitna, kita mo rin yung gilid niya. So basically ang ginagawa dito ng Chasing Dreams, pine-prevent nila yung positioning ng Omega Esports na pumunta sa isang sa place. So alam na kagad nila kung saan sila pupwesto dito. So nagiging maingat dito ang Omega Esports. Even Omega Esports, look at the warding na meron sila sa gitna natin, also dun sa jungle side of Chasing Dreams. Talagang more on the BR spot dahil wala namang objective dun sa bandang baba. So ang ginagawa dito ng Omega Esports, bago pa lang magkaroon ng clash dito sa BR pit natin, talagang sinusure nila na meron silang vision dito kahit paano. Pero ito at least parang Giyang the damage mula dito kay Timelapse, and Ryujin will use the Cyclone. So ngayon walang Cyclone ang ating Wukong dito, parang Giyang Gaming. This is the chance for Omega Esports to start the BR.
Yeah, ito na nga actually, malaking chance na ito para sa side ng ng Omega Esports. And ito na nga, sisimula na ng Omega Esports yung clash. Illusion. Pero nakakatakas pa rin naman dito si Eugene dahil sa kanyang clone. Pero nakakatakot na, sobrang crucial nito. Wala na rin kanyang Cyclone, kaya paano na sila makaka-initiate ng teamfight dito? And si Impressive, grabe lagi tumatama yung kanyang Sonic Wave. Kaya, grabe,
yun
scary
nakakatakot
situation.
Nakakatakot yun pag tumama yung Sonic Wave ng isang Lee Sin. Tapos alam mong nasa gilid siya. alam mo na kagad sa utak mo na anytime pwede itong pumasok even though na nasa loob kami ng aming tower. And as of now, Omega Esports, paring Giyang Gaming, getting the red buff dito kay Pyron Timelapse, 20 seconds bago lumabas yung pangatlong dragon natin. So potentially magkakaroon po tayo ng pangatlong clash. But look at the gold lead. Look at the gold difference sa magkabilang grupo. Omega Esports, they have the advantage pagdating sa gold, pagdating sa items as well. With a double cleaver for the side of Chasing Dreams, more on the armor pen ang ginawa nila dito. Pero the tankiness, parang Giyang ng Omega, especially Darius or Arisen with the Desmond Plate plus the Sterak. Ang hirap patayin nito.
Sobrang hirap na nito para sa side ng Chasing Dream. Lalo kung makuha pa dito ng ng Omega Esports yung Mountain Dragon, and ngayon magsisimula na agad yung clash dito. Arisen sinusugo pero may Heroes Entrance naman dito yung Omega Esports kaso flash out si Arise. Kaya so far that is an ultimate and a summoner spell na nakuha dito ng Chasing Dream. Kaso tatlo yung ginamit nila, Cyclone, yung Cast, and yung Chain of Corruption, pero wala sila nakuha doon. May isa na kill, kaya ngayon advantage pa rin ng Omega Esports, pero dito na sumugod na si Cool. Ginamit na rin kanyang ulti, pero Dragon's Rage onto 2, and now flash dito ni Arisen.
Wala yung jungle.
Monsoon is now online, pero sapat ba ito para sa damage ng Omega Esports? So far nagiging sapat ito, pero lumalaban pa rin naman yung Chasing Dreams, trying to get this outplay. 2 for 1 trade pa lang tayo dito, and a shutdown onto impressive.
Grabe yung dalawang jungle natin sa magkabilang grupo. Mapapansin nyo, that is a DR fight. Pero yung magkabilang jungle, parehas smiter na magkabilang grupo, nagawa one-on-one doon sa gilid. Maswerte yung Omega Esports dito, Giyang Gaming, dahil walang Cyclone si Ryujin. If ever na meron siyang Cyclone that time, for sure, mauubos ang Omega Esports dahil nandun na siya sa likod ng Omega Esports And dahil sida yung Cyclone niya, hindi na punish yung ibang membro ng Omega Esports. And as of now, Chasing Dreams, parang GG, they will start the third Drake of this game number 1. Omega will use the redemption para lang magkaroon ng onting vision dito sa may bandang gilid ng ating mapa. And Chasing Dreams, ladies and gentlemen, they want to get this third Drake dahil if ever na makuha to ng Omega Esports, sobrang ganda ng ambag dito sa side ng Omega dahil more on the kunat factor, kahit pa paano especially makunat talaga yung mga champions sila. Pero ang tanong kasi dito, mga kaibigan, ano ba yung priority ng Chasing and Omega? Is this the Drake or is this the BR? Pero sabi dito ng Chasing Drake, we will start for the Mountain Drake. Pero hindi tumama yung kanyang Sonic Wave para dito parang impressive. This gonna be a good jet para kay paring Chasing Dream. Pero look at this, the killing instinct. Mga paring kaibigan, patay dito ang Wukong. Ryujin will fall down. This is gonna be a 4v1 situation. And ang lamang na lamang ngayon ng Omega Esports dito, even though na nakuha paring Giyang etong ating BR sa may bandang baba.
Yeah, grabe dito Omega Esports, talagang pinupusyan nila dito yung limits ng Chasing Dreams. 6,000 gold lead. Ngayon, kukuha sila ng Baron kasi napatay nila si Ryujin kanina. Ito na, yung talagang life on the line. Chasing Dreams, take it or leave it. Contest it or let it go. Pero dito sasabihin nila, we won't let it go, sir. Kami yung susugod dito, pero magiging sapat ba yun? Napatay nila si Impressive dito, kaso si Motivate, napatay na rin. And ngayon, Omega Esports are piling on the damage, but Cool is not that cool anymore. Mapapatay siya dito anytime na sa force to flash away actually. But the damage is still enough dahil sa kanyang Death Dance. And ngayon, Omega Esports here with an unofficial ace, but will it be enough? Kasi so far ngayon, consecutively nananalo sila sa mga team fight. Pwede na nila actually end yung game. It's only Ryujin remaining alive here.
Yup, ito yung nakita natin yung game number 1 sa side ng Omega Esports. Ngayon, this is gonna be the game number 3. Paring Giyang Gaming. The Cyclone will be used para dito kay paring Ryujin just to buy some time para sa mga teammates niya na patay. Pero Omega Esports dito, tall. They want to go for the BR. They need to reset first dahil walang buhay dito si Stronger at wala rin silang mga spells na pwedeng iba to also the ultimate na meron sila dito. So they need to buy some time para makapag-reload kahit papano dahil if ever na pinorse nila itong BR, there's a chance that Chasing Dreams will have the advantage. And look at that, getting the Scuttler is one of the very important objectives dahil this is a very crucial game para sa side ng Omega and also sa Chasing Dreams dahil game of 3 na to, a best of 3 series. If ever naman, kung sino manalo dito, you will get a 75,000 Grove Cup points. Para ka nag-champion sa mga tournament, di ba?
Sobrang daming championship yung yung katumbas nun. I mean, that is 75,000. Hindi mo yan basta-basta mapupulot yan. Hindi yan parang tipong anywhere you can just get. Kaya Chasing Dreams and Omega Esports talagang binibigyan nila. They're pouring their hearts onto it. And look at it.
Nasa mo.
Omega Esports.
Nangamay ba niya?
Ito na sila. The Dragon Strike into the Sonic Wave. Omega Esports impressive with a more than just impressive outplay na ginawa dyan sa may mid lane to get that kill onto Shino. And ngayon, andito na sila sa may baran. Paano na dito mga contesti ng Chasing Dreams? Ryujin is still alive pero 4v5 na naman ang mangyayari ngayon. Void Seeker, ginamit. 3,800 health remaining and ngayon magtuturn yung Omega Esports cast has been used but that engage again the Shield of the Run and cool. Now, mag-isa sa may backline may steal pa nila. The answer is not gonna be enough here because Omega Esports they're just going for the cleanup. Arisen is too tanky for them. Grabe pa yan. Binabagsakan, dinadagdagan dito mga miyembro ng Chasing Dreams. The dream might have been lit for a while, but Omega Esports, they're gonna turn off the lights for now because they will take game number 3 and cancel that reverse sweep.
And that is our official Team Ace mula dito sa ating official mobile phone partner, Oppo. Ladies and gentlemen, after ng pass break ni Kyrie Irving or ni Impressive sa mga teammates niya, Shino is down. At kung mapapansin natin yung huling clash sa may bandang DR, ang ganda ng ginawa dito ng Omega Esports. Parang hindi nila tinapos yung BR kagad dito. They just wait na maging out of position ng ibang miyembro ng ating Chasing Dreams. Then nung nakita nila na medyo magkakalayo-layo sila, dun na nag-focus si paring Impressive and paring Timelapse sa may bandang DR. Dahil Ryujin is too far dun sa BR pit. Andun siya sa tri-bush. Kinaklas niya si Arisen. At kung mapapansin natin, the lifesteal of Arisen. Grabe. Ibang klase. Dinakdakan, the motivational slap mula dito kay Arisen. And look at the kills, look at the stats na magkabilang grupo, mga kaibigan. They deserve na palakpakan. Kahit sabihin mong natalo yung Chasing Dreams, parang playoffs yung laban ng magkabilang grupo, parang GG.
Sobra. Grabe. I mean, we asked for this. Nanghingi tayo ng close game. And pinakita sa atin ng close series actually. Back and forth action. Lalo na sa game number 3, dito pinakita ng both teams Omega Esports, they made some plays. Actually, Chasing Dreams, gumawa sila ng magandang plays. Omega Esports, na nagtuturn ng tide. Chasing Dreams, nakakahanap pa rin kahit paano ng ways to try and turn around the game. But again, Omega Esports, parang baliktad ng baliktad yung laban Dito na nakita natin. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be Omega Esports winning sa series ito. Congratulations. Grabe, napakaganda ng plays na ginawa nila dyan. Ano kayo impressive? That Dragon's Rage, ang crucial ng ginawa niya.
Yup, and this is the Oppo A94 play of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the game number 3 of best of 3 series between Omega Esports versus the Chasing Dreams. Ito yung pangalawang DR fight natin. Ang ganda ng pagkaka-steal na impressive dito. Also, kung mapapansin mo, yung positioning din ng Chasing Dreams is talagang talagang magkakadikit sila. Hindi katulad sa Omega Esports sa kalat-kalat. And even cool na medyo out of positioning siya, parang Giyang Gaming. Ito pa isa sa mga crucial, the third Drake of the game. Ang ganda ng Dragon's Rage. Look at Ryuji and Impressive. Nandun sila sa gilid. Wala sila sa mismong clash. May sarili silang gera. Pero dahil din doon, nagkaroon ng time etong Omega Esports na kahit pa paano na kayo magpalagan sa 3v4 clash doon sa river natin. And yeah, the snowball mula dito sa side ng Omega Esports. Look at cool again. Masyado na naman siyang malayo sa gera natin. Paring GG.
Yeah, grabe dito talaga. Omega Esports, they have taken most of the objectives. Chasing Dreams, nakakuha sila ng isa pero maraming times na napigilan nila dito yung Omega Esports. But whenever that happens, Omega Esports, natututo sila Dito sa huling clash na ito, they learned that okay, pwedeng hindi na natin i-take yung Baron. Let's just go for this let's just try to kill them and prevent them from actually contesting. And they went for the final push. Okay na sana ito, but good job here by Ryujin. stalling them out enough. Nakita nila, okay, motivate, pa-respond na, delikado tayo. They went for Baron again, and yung maganda dito, wala na si Shino kasi gumawa ng sobrang gandang play, si Impressive, and when they turn, dito na, nagkataon talaga.
Ito,
sobrang
yung
kunat ni Arisen.
Ito, nung nakita nila si Ryujin na medyo busy kay Arisen and Arise, the double A combination sa side ng Omega Esports, yun yung time mismo ni Timelapse and Impressive to focus fire Baron na Shore, and even Arise and with a gulit tayo na meron siya dito, talagang pinagpapalo niya, pinagpapalakol niya yung ibang membro ng Chasing Dreams. Pero guys, ang pinaka MVP dito for me will be Impressive with the acrobatic kick na ginawa niya kay Shino. Walang nagawa si Shino dito kundi panoorin sipain ng isang taekwondo player. And look at that, the master of the match para dyan sa game number 3. Walang iba kundi si Timelapse using the Kaisa with the IE execution calling, BRK and a charge blade pa, and the GA plus the stasis. And look at the damage per minute na meron siya dito, parang giyang 1,346. So talagang yung mga ikat yan rin niya. Also plus the second skin or yung passive niya, guys, second skin yung pangalan nun, yung passive niya, is sobrang laki talaga ng impact kasi more on the damage. Para siyang si Bane eh, diba? And take note, hindi siya masyadong napapansin din kahit paano dito sa side ng Omega Esports. Ang tanging pumupunta lang sa kanya, walang iba kundi si Riven or si Cool sa side ng Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, talaga nakakapag-free hit siya sa backline. And Omega Esports, they find a way for Timelapse to be able to do that free hit. Ang ganda yun eh. Kasi busy, lalo na sa last clash na yun, nagawan pa ni Timelapse na ma-finish up yung Baron with the help of Impressive kasi alam nila, yun nga, yung sabi mo, busy yung Chasing Dreams, atakihin si Arisen. And because of that, ang yung synergy nila, naging maganda talaga sa game na ito. It's I think yung sa game number 2, it kinda got rattled, especially dahil sa momentum na na-build ng Chasing Dreams. Pero dito, they were more calm and collected. And it was enough.
Tsaka si Stronger kahit sa, si Stronger hindi masyado kasi napapansin, but ang laki din ng impact dito ni Stronger. Even though yung mga tidal wave niya, hindi siya masyadong on point, but yun yung nagiging reason kung bakit nagsisimula yung Omega Esports lumamang sa game natin or sa mga clash na meron sa atin. Dahil after the tidal wave, ang mangyayari ang nagagawa dito ng Chasing Dreams is iilagan syempre yung tidal wave, pero after gumalaw ng Chasing Dreams sa mga gilid-gilid ng tidal wave, yun yung time mismo ng Omega Esports na gawing advantage na pag bigla silang papasok, especially Impressive, diba, using the Lee Sin, also Arisen and the rest of the Omega Esports, while Timelapse just busy na pag na normal hit etong mga players ng Chasing Dreams. And Chasing Dreams, parang giyang, they still don't have any series win dito sa group stage natin. 0-2 standing, but still hindi pa naman tapos itong ating all season group stage. We still have a lot of games para dito sa Bracket C and Bracket D. And Omega Esports, congratulations to them. Another 75,000, parang GG. Kung daw nagkakamali, 150k na ang nakukuha ng Omega Esports. Grabe,
undefeated pa sila so far.
Bigyan ng jacket, no? Humahakot ng papremyo ang Omega Esports. And what can you say dito sa series natin, parang Gigi?
Ako kasi it's kind of sad here on the side of Chasing Dreams, especially para sa mga fan base din nila. Pero Omega Esports, they are really a well-established team. Ang ganda talaga ng performance sila dito. And nakita pa naman natin kahit kahapon, okay talaga sila. Undefeated sila so far. Pero Chasing Dreams, they had a really good game number 2. Maganda na tingnan din yon kasi imagine having that kind of performance against one of the strongest teams dito sa Group C and D, tapos nakapalag sila ng ganon. They should not lose hope. What they need to do is try to look back at their games and look for more improvements. Nagawa nila yon mid-series. Na-correct nila yung mga ilang mistakes sila. Nakapag-adapt sila. Nag-adapt nga din sila for game number 3. Taking the Janna, taking a Riven, all on the execution side na lang. If they really want this kind of draft. Omega Esports, siguro sa kanila, okay na sila, but kung gusto nila na mas dominating performance, siguro don't let yung nangyari sa game number 2 happen again. Kasi that's something na kinagulat din ng karamihan. But, ikaw?
Yeah, same rin sa mga sinabi mo. Yun talaga yun eh. Pero I think meron tayong giveaway parang Giyang Gaming sa mga gusto makukuha. 790 wild cores.
Yun?
Sa mga nanonood dyan, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is make sure na naka-like and naka-follow po kayo sa PPGL page. And sa pangalawang step naman natin is make sure na naka-like and share the live stream with the hashtag #SISPH, #SISPH Playoffs, #CIconSeriesPH, #PPGL Wild Rift. And during the broadcast, comment your game analysis along with your Riot ID on the chat. So, titignan po yan ng mga PPGL mods natin at yun ay magiging entry nyo para dito sa ating giveaway sa wild course na 790 wild course. And the best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the broadcast week. So, ano pang hinihintay nyo guys? Libre lang. Sumali na kayo sa ating mga giveaways. At meron pa tayong isa na malupit na giveaway. Parang Giyang Gaming. Ano ba yung malupit na giveaway natin?
Yung malupit na giveaway natin. Kung gusto na guys, kung gustong gusto na yung Secret Lab Gaming Chair, be one of the 6 lucky winners ng ating brand new Secret Lab Gaming Chair. Ito lang naman, 3 simple steps lang mga kaibigan. Alam namin, memorize na ito. 1, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number 2, like and share yung live stream with the hashtag #SISPH, #CIconSeriesPH, #PPGL Wild Rift, and #PPGLX Secret Lab. Before the end of each broadcast day, pagbibigay kami ng link sa aming, of course, weekly Icon Series quiz. Yes, may quiz tayo para sa ating mga good fans out there na ito yung share natin sa stream chat. This will serve as your raffle entry. Kaya talagang kailangan masagutan nito ng maayos. And a total of 1 winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH Playoffs broadcast on August 29, 2021.
Yeah, 2021. So ano pang hinihintay nyo mga kaibigan? Sumali na kayo sa ating mga giveaways and congratulations again sa Omega Esports getting another series with the 75,000 Globe Cup points. Ito nga yung tinatawag kong the All-Star Team. Ang islang Shohoku ng Icon Series natin. Well, congratulations din sa Chasing Dreams dahil pinakitaan tayo ng magandang laban pero wag kayong mawala ng pag-asa dahil marami pang games na natitira para sa bracket C and D group stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more series left between the DR Esports versus the Jamie Esports, ang laban ng mga titos at ng mga new kids dito sa group stage natin. Kami nga pala nakasama nyo para sa series na yun. Ako nga pala si Berting Magiting, kasama ka naman si Giyang Gaming at magbabalik kami. Huwag kayong alis.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
And we are back here at the panel. Of course, we are the panel desk. I am Osiris. With me is Yuko and Infinity, and this will be the breakdown of the takedowns. And what a game. I mean, I was really happy that Chasing Dreams was able to snag one win. It's just that, of course, Omega came in close and they got 2-1. So can you break this down first, Yuko?
Do not fret, I got you. Alright, so it was basically Omega Esports. This is them being very strong in game number 1, but Chasing Dreams were able to turn things around in game number 2. They actually got their win conditions in check, but towards into the game 3, Omega Esports, their experience, their time, them being able to play Wild Rift and play together longer, it was the one that actually came above.
Yeah, how about you, Infinity? What's your thought about the game from 1 to 3?
Right, game number 2. Because Yuko focused on game 1, let's tackle on game number 2. I think this is where Omega Esports fell down just a little bit against Chasing Dream, and they fell down. Because JLC, Akali tank, this is sort of the untraditional type of setup, which is interesting to say the least. Because this is not what we see so far, and also AD scaling of Akali was already nerfed a few patches a while ago. So it's really not going to be the best thing ever for a build onto Akali. And on this particular fight wherein Chasing Dream was able to take down the Elder Dragon, Lee Sin was split pushing top lane. So I think that was just the fall down doom side of Omega Esports coming into game number 2.
Yeah, that was a bit odd that a jungler is going for a split push when there's an open objective. So there's a big of a question coming in from Omega that in terms of their decision making, I mean, we are expecting a 2-0 for someone who's going undefeated, and at the same time, it feels like they have the upgrade with Blazehawks and Horizon. Although yes, JLC was the one who's playing that, but it feels like they are everywhere in the map that kind of loses some of their momentum. And at game 3, it always has been Omega Esports, but they are trying to be patient this time around. They wanted to be sure that they're going to win this time, and of course, impressive on that. Lee Sin didn't really underperform. He is there. He is one of the Lee Sin players that we all respect. Team EA is also presented by Oppo. I really love how well that they cleaned up Chasing Dreams at game 3, putting a big statement. But of course, we're gonna stay past on that because this will be the last match of the day. Match 4, DR Esports versus Jamie Esports. And from what we saw a while from yesterday, DR Esports proving a lot that they are also a high caliber team. And Jamie's, they are coming in and close. It's just that they weren't able to finish the match or to close the match itself. So any thoughts about this match, Yuko?
Alright, so these are both new teams, and at the very least, Jamie's Esports, they actually came close up against Omega yesterday, so that's something I like to take note of. And on top of that, DR Esports, they are the kind of team rather that they just like to play around the draft. Mostly in the Dragonline duo. We did see a Soraka yesterday. We did see a Jin yesterday. So maybe expect more of that. Also expect Raucus being just going crazy on this Nami. But for the side of Jamie's Esports, they love their single target CCs. They love their late game damage. So maybe the fights will break out at the mid part of the game.
Yeah, and you can see on your screen, this is DR Esports. Of course, you have Devil J, ETAF, EDF, Gospel, and Rocks. What are your thoughts about this team lineup, Infinity?
Rocks, to be more specific, I think this is going to be a very, very dominant support coming in from DR Esports. This is the showmaker for this team because he is the one who plays in for his AD. Gospel to rescale out in this specific game, so we might look at the support role to be more specific. And also I want to take note onto Devil J. I think he is a very strong barrel laner coming in for the day number 1 up against their enemy team, which is Chasing Dreams, which they dominated 2-0.
Yeah, it's fairly different right now. The Devil J, when he was playing under Sunsparks, it feels like he doesn't have that kind of fire, and it feels like also that he doesn't have that kind of surprise factor. But right now, when he played under the banner of DR with his friend Fate or Etaf, they have this kind of synergy that showed a lot. I mean, they got spotlight, and always has been Devil J making plays. And right now, you can see the solo player highlight. That's gonna be Edaf. And in the mid lane, Yuko, what are your thoughts about his stats?
Alright, so you have the KD of 6.75. You also have the damage of 1,013. He is your typical mid laner that is just all about that burst. I also like how in the most used champions, we have Akali and we have Corki. So Akali, more of the assassin type. Corki leaning a bit more onto the ADC. A huge chunk of damage is gonna come from EDAF here. You can see 35%. Also, kill participation is 82%, which just goes to show that he loves their team fights. DR Esports, they do love their team fight. That is why most likely they're quite in the early game. They do have their peak of power towards the mid part of the game, which is probably why EDAF tends to pick up Corki more. Akali has a good wave clear, has good mobility, but yeah, that's just me. And DR Esports, they also love their double ADC lineup. They just really want to bank on damage and eventually just burn down their opponent.
Yeah, and Edaf also, you can see that he is a aggressive or a hyper aggressive mid laner, because we saw the Akali. It keeps on jumping in and out. Was able to secure their kills and the win from yesterday, as he's one of the MVP that really puts a lot of those surprise skills, making wonders on an assassin pick. But of course, on the other side of the spectrum, we got the new kids on the block, which is Jamie's Esports, a former team name, of course, that caught our attention, a Philippine pop culture, which is Alda Forever. So at that point, everyone was eyes on them, and then so they surprised us. Everyone is really surprised that they were able to qualify, and they had fun on their own run. And this time around, they're going to represent under the banner of Jamie's Esports for Ryukin, Lyra, Pago, Thair, and Papa Pig. Your thoughts on this, Infinity?
Yeah, I'm expecting them to have fun once again on this specific game. Right, they had a lot of fun in their previous games, and I think they will be something more dominant coming into the series as well. But it's gonna be very hard against our Esports. But rather, I'm looking at maybe Tur as the ADC role. I think this will be a heavy reliant coming into this series onto this team. He was previously a collegiate esports Wild Rift player as well. So I think, can that experience come into fruition against the our Esports in this lineup?
Yeah, and they really showed some close games. They have this kind of gold advantage, which is fairly big. But when it comes to some of the team fights and some of the macro rotations, there are questions rising in terms of the objective trading. So at this point, Jamie's Esports has a lot of room to grow, and being part of PPGL, being the one who's a competitive team right here, right now, this is the best trial by far that they can have, and have their improvements along the way. But this time around, this might be, as what Infinity told us, guys, this is gonna be hard because DR Esports, it feels like they are not going to leave any openings, and we saw that from yesterday. They got this pretty solid rotations, and all lanes are covered. So Jamie's Esports wanted to step up, and one of the key player highlights, of course, is Pago. So this guy is going to affect one of the factors that are going to affect the game. What are your thoughts about this guy, Yuko?
All right, so Pigo, he has a fizz in his lane, so that's surprising here in the fall season. We actually barely saw it. Looking at the stats though, he has 56% damage. Damage per minute is going to be almost 1k, 982. So it actually makes sense. Why? Because if you can see, he has a Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate definitely has a lot of damage in his pockets. The cards is going to hurt a lot on top of the golden or the yellow card. And a lot of damage, again, is going to come from the mid lane. So I'm actually happy that we get to see a head-to-head from these two teams.
Yeah, and you can see the KDA as a mid laner. It's not something as flashy as it seems, but considering that they are on the losing side from yesterday, it's kind of understandable. But the Globe key player clash is going to be Rocks and Pop-Up Pig. I want you panelists to break this down. I'm going to start with Infinity and followed by Yuko.
Right, so Rock as a support role has 9.67 KDA. And when was the last time we saw support have this high of caliber as a value on their kill that assist as a value, right? So I think Rox is just so hyper aggressive in the Dragon lane in terms of team fights in the mid game, late game. He is that present. Now, Papa Pig 1.44. That just means that he really wants to go for sort of the passive support for his teammates to support his team with 23% damage compared to 9% for Rock. So it's a killer support.
All right, for my opinions, I actually think that their stats are very, very close. Some stats are higher on Papa Pig, whereas some stats or some numbers are higher on Rocks. Overall, these two teams, they want to go 5v5, and these two players, they are at the back lines. They're literally supports. They just sustain their team, they make things happen, and I guess whoever pulls the trigger first, that's who's gonna win. But I'm looking at the damage percentage here down below. Papa Pig has the insurmountable lead though, so I guess that just goes to show that he tends to pick up supports that dishes out damage, whereas Rox is strictly on the enchanter, strictly on the sustain type of supports.
Yeah, and I think also it affected a lot that Rox is the one who used Soraka with a kill participation of 88%. Kind of affected of how this guy is making himself present from coast to coast. And yes, that was a pretty good KDA for Rox because he seems to avoid most of those deaths as he is using an enchanter. And enchanters functions well whenever that they prolong the team fights. And as compared to Papa Pig, it feels like he is more on the tanky or the initiator. So there are times that he is going to die. But of course, it's time for the do or die part for us panelists. And might be a few moments of do or die for their matches. I wanted to hear your predictions and why you gotta go with that certain team. Let's start with you, Yuko.
Yes. Just kidding. I guess it's gonna be a
Yes.
2-1. But I think it's gonna go over to DR Esports just because they have more of this tournament experience. Although again, it's all gonna depend on what is gonna happen in the game, in the Rift. I'm looking forward to being proven wrong by Jamie's Esports, but for now, I'm gonna favor DR Esports.
How about you, Infinity?
Yeah, and I have the same thoughts. I have the same thoughts as Yuko. I think DR Esports will win this, but it's a 2-1 in favor of DR Esports. Because we thought about earlier, right? Jamie's Esports stayed very, very close against Omega Esports. Yes, they lost 0-2, but still, that feat is just so hard to beat. So I think they are going to be matching it up against DR Esports in this series.
Yeah, quick maths coming in from the panelists. But of course, myself, and I want to go with 2-0 as DR Esports might be the one who's going to quickly finish this. But I do believe also, and once again, I wanted to prove it wrong. If Chasing Dreams was able to snag one win, why not Jamie's Esports? We are looking for a spicy match to the last to the last match or last time of the day, and this gotta be it. We want to witness this, and casters are the one who's going to state the game. Casters, you can take it.
Minions have spawned.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, para dito sa huling series ng araw na ito between DR Esports versus the Jamie Esports. Mainit ang laban natin. Parang Giyang Gaming, sabi ko nga sa comment section kanina, ang battle ng mga titos laban sa mga new kids. So basically, the experience mula sa DR Esports at ang mga gutom factor ng Jamie Esports ay maglalaban para dito sa Series 4 for this day of the group stage para sa fall season. Kami nga pala ang makakasama nyo para sa huling series ng araw nito. Ako nga pala si Berting Magiting. Kasama ko naman si Giyang Gaming and Giyang Gaming. What do you think will happen dito sa series natin?
Actually, this is kind of interesting kasi both teams, meron silang dalawa lang na champion na ni-repeat. For the side of DR Esports, it's Devil J and Etaf sa Riven and Jarvan. Tapos sa side naman ng Jamie's Esports, bottom lane naman, Corky and Lakan for Thur and Papa Pig. So it's kung ibaban ba ito ng both teams natin, or will they let it push through, or meron ba silang hinanda para sa atin ngayon na parang hindi namin gagamitin yan. We have may baon pa kami na talagang pang surpresa sa atin ngayong gabi.
Alam mo, DR Esports, isa sa mga kilalang teams dito sa Wild Rift natin. Actually, hindi lang in the Wild Rift, into the PC platform din talaga, especially Rox and Gospel. They are the OGs of the League of Legends Pro Sim dito, kasabayan ni paring Rebenga. Actually, nauna lang ata si Rebenga ng I think ilang season, or hindi ko alam kung ilang season. But Rox
century.
and Century, Rox and Gospel, they are the former pro player of players of the League of Legends PC. But look at this, DR Esports, they will go for the Lucian. Never. Labat ganoon, no? Pag game 1, laging open itong Lucian. Pero pag-usapan muna natin dito, paring Giyang Gaming ng bans ng DR Esports. They ban the Gragas, the K6, the Corky. Jamie Esports, they will go for the Olaf, Camille, and Akali dahil alam nila na si Devil J is one of a good player na gumagamit ng isang Akali. Also, ng isang netong Camille dito sa side nila. And we know naman, Jamie Esports, kahit bago sila dito, may mga arit to dito mismo sa tournament natin. And Jamie Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they will go for the Brom, Lee Sin, and Renekton. At ang sagot naman dito, kaibigan, di palaban si Corky, open pa si Corky. Parang Giyang Gaming, Nami ni Jordan Pamintuan, aka Rox Gaming, para sa side ng DR Esports, plus a Riven, Baron Lane, and Oriana mid lane. What do you think dito sa lineup nila?
That is very interesting. Kumbaga inallow nila both yung minention natin na na repeat na champion sila. Pero DR Esports, yun nga, it's confusing. Bakit hindi nababanto na Lucian, and itong maa-allow yung yung mga comfort picks nila. Siguro para ito yung head on na game. Best picks, ganyan. Parang walang hindi sa hindi respeto, pero komportable sila. Let's try it out on their best form. DR Esports and Jamie's Esports. May fizz pa dito on the side of Jamie's Esports para kay Pego. And kahapon kasi, they tried it out, although hindi, ang ganda ng performance niya. But hindi sila nanalo na against Omega Esports. Siguro ngayon, iniisip nila, maybe this will work this time against DR Esports.
Ito, Omega, Jamie Esports with a Renekton and a quirky lineup para sa or setup para sa kanila. More on the late game potential to para sa akin. Well, pagdating in the early game to the mid game, they have a champion sa kaya sumabay because of the P's plus a Lee Sin composition. Para ito na mga kaibigan ang hinihintay ng lahat, DR Esports versus Jamie Esports. Take note, paring giyang, no? And sa mga nanonood dyan, parehas first time na maglalaro na itong dalawang teams sa Icon Series natin. So talagang magiging balagbugan kagad sila dito. And look at this, Gospel and the rest of DR Esports will go for the mid lane. This is gonna be at 3 players for the mid, getting a lot of XP. Then babalik na kagad sila dun sa kanilang Dragon Lane para magiging level 2 kagad sila dito. While Jamie Esports, Layra will start sa may bandang red buff.
Yeah, sobrang interesting nito. Oriana and Fizz, madalas din natin makita yun on LoL PC kahit yung mga old days pa. So ngayon on Wild Rift, there is this setup. Rage advantage for Edaf, burst potential for Pego, and dito magmamato yan, lalo kapag nag-level 5 sila kasi pag available yung Chum the Waters, medyo deadly na dito yung Fizz, lalo na may ignite siya. But Edaf playing safe, may barriers siya, and pwede na kasi i-poke down agad si Pego down to half health or lower. Tapos may hirapan na siya. Pero mid lane.
Medyo mainit ang tarima dito. Paring Fuego. Wala na siyang buhay rito. Pero kung mapapansin mo rito, paring Giyang Gaming, no? Mainit yung parehas laning ng DR Esports sa gitna at sa may banda ba. Rocks with a prison, Aqua Prison. Talagang konektado. Pero sabi dito ng ibang miyembro ng DR, Edap. Kasama mo pa si paring Edap. Patay ata dito yung ibang miyembro ng Gaming Esports. Exos is there. Napagod si paring Edap. Pero makukuha dito ni paring Gospel ang first blood and presented by Globe and Pego. Wala siyang magagawa rito dahil Sir will fall down. But look at this. May konting trick. Pego will fall down as well. Sumunod siya sa kaibigan niya in Jamie Esports with a misplay. And that is a easy 2-0 paring Giyang dito sa side ng DR Esports.
Napakaganda ng ginawa din ng ni Rox. Ginamit na talaga yung heal niya and naging parang double heal pa yon to help and try to save the life of Etaf. And ngayon, 2-0 na agad sila. That is almost 2,000 gold lead at 2 minutes. Dahil sa mabilis na pangyayari na ngayon. And dito ma-jumpstart yung game nila. Knowing na okay din yung scaling nila. Especially for Gospel, having this Lucian na kanina pa natin sinasabi na para dapat nababan to. Pero bakit hindi nababan? Kaya ngayon, Jamie Esports, paano sila makakapasok ngayon?
Yep, medyo nahihirapan na yung Jamie Esports because of the early advantage of DR Esports. Nakakuha sila ng 2 kills. Ang laking tulong yun, especially kay Gospel to get his item. I think ang first item dito ni Gospel would be the Essence Reaver. Kung di ako nagkakamali dahil meron siyang hammer dito. So basically, ang gagawin dito ni Gospel is to get a lot of damage pagdating sa mga items na meron siya. Especially pag nakakuha na siya ng mga charge break, na Mori Blades, Giyang Gaming. So yung mga dash niya, only dash ang mangyayari sa late game. While sa may bandang barrel natin, look at this. Renekton versus Ariben, Devil J and Ryuken. Medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng parang freeze lane or safe play sa magkabilang grupo. Parang ang ginagawa na lang business dito is to get the minions, then reset kagad sila sa mga perspective towers nila.
Their esports, this is interesting kasi. Riven versus Renekton, pareha silang kind of mobile. Mas maliksi lang dito ng konti si Devil J. But Renekton has that sustain, especially kapag sumusugod siya. And ngayon, Devil has a shield. So, dito magkakaroon tayo ng medyo mainit. Feeling ko, malaking chances na gankan to ng jungler. Pero grabe yun.
Grabe, ang sakit ni parin Devil J. Wala na kasing distraction eh. Alam mo kasi si Devil J, naka-turn off notification na. Wala na siyang distraction. Talagang naka-focus siya sa kalaban niya, paring Giyang Gaming. Nakita mo yung damage ng isang Riven, broken sword. Yung gamit ng Riven, and look at the item na meron siya, a Death's Dance. So most likely anti-burst damage ang gustong gawin dito ng isang Devil J. And we know naman yung lineup dito ng Jamie Esports is more on the burst damage din talaga. So talagang gamit na gamit yung ating Death's Dance. But look at this, nakalimutin yung mula dito kay parang Gospel. Ito na yung ating patiing, kinagat yung isa. Eta with the low HP, katapuin si Bibius as well. Sino makakakuha ng DR, and that will be Renekton sa side ng Jamie Esports. Devil J will fall down. Ang 1-1 trade, Lerio will fall down as well, and Gospel pinagbabarel. The inspirational bang 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 from Gospel. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryuken will fall down as well. Ginawa na rin sapatos ang isang alligator or isang crocodile sa side ng Jamie.
Grabe, DR Esports, once na nakuha na ng Jamie's Esports. Okay, na-steal dito ng Jamie's Esports yung Dragon. Pero DR Esports, okay, punish namin. Andito kayo, magbakbaka na agad tayo. They get 3 kills, up their gold lead by 3,000 at nakuha pa nila dito yung tier 1 tower sa may bottom lane and Rift Herald, it's available to take.
Eto na, medyo medyo gangster sila Peppa Pig dito. Look at this, Etap will go in. This is gonna be a little bit disadvantage for the side of Jamie Esports dahil wala si paring Lolo. Peppa Pig getting a lot of damage but Lara will secure the Herald dito, mga kaibigan. Yung pagong, yung scatter ay nasa gitna. Hindi niya alam kung sino ang tropa niya, pero ito na yung Aqua Imprisonment mula kay Jordan. Pamintuan, on point na on point. Paring Kuya Giyang, yung mga knock-up or yung mga Aqua Imprisonment dito ni Rox.
Yan, hindi makahanap ng ng entry point dito ang Jamie's Esports. Yes, nakuha dito ni Lyra yung Rift Herald, pero after ng casualty na naman. And ngayon, their Esports, they are having the momentum. 4,000 gold lead at 4 minutes. Parang pataas yung gold lead nila eh.
Ganado, alam mo kasi paring Giyang si Gospel kasi, may nakita akong post ni Gospel sa isang Facebook. Binigyan daw siya ng dahilan para ganahan dito sa game na to. And look at him using the calling. Ginagangster niya na mismo even si Peppa Pig na you're supposed to block the damage of the ADC. Pero dahil sa item mismo ni Gospel, tumatagos na yung mga baril niya, yung mga normal damage niya sa pinto ni Brom or ni Peppa Pig. Pero kung mapapansin natin dito, Paring Giyang Gaming, there's going to be a clash dito sa may bandang gitna natin. Tinamahan dito si Paring Gospel. Papasok pa si Pego. I think he will not go. But Lara is there. The shockwave sa tatlo. Magandang cataclysm dito. Mapapatay yung ating J4. At susunod na ba si Paring Devil J with the low HP pero nakapag-dash pa. Kahit pa paano. There, Valkyrie out. And look at the sustain of Rock. Hindi kayang i-damage ang ibang miyembro ng Jamie Esports. Ang DR Esports. And the Aqua Imprisonment of Jordan is there. And patay na naman yung tatlo. Giyang Gaming.
Grabe, that's a triple kill by Edaf. Gospel na buhay pa sa at most. Etaf, yun namatay lang sa kanila. Yung sinabi mo kanina, grabe, ang laki ng damage na ni Gospel. Kahit si Papa Pig, hindi na niya kaya tangkihin yung damage. Forced to back away. Yes, the Glacial Fissure siya kanina, pero hindi sapat yun. Na-attract si Pego, na-try habulin si Gospel, pero naiwan yung mga kakampi na sa backline, kaya na-outplay sila doon. Si Edap, andun pala yung bola niya, getting the kill onto some of the members of Jamie's Esports. I mean, naka-triple kill siya sa clash na yun. Yung kaninang 3K, 2K, 4K, ngayon, papunta na 6K.
Saka hindi lang yun eh. Kanina, yes, tinamaan ng champ dito si Gospel. Nag-hesitate dito si Fuego na tumalon sa kanya dahil iniisip niya na baka pag tumalon siya dito, makill trade siya. We know naman malaki ang burst ng isang Fizz. But Lara, siya na mismo ang pumunta doon. Pero hindi ako nagkakamali. Gospel, nakasurvive siya doon because of the sustain na binibigay mismo ni paring Rox sa kanyang ADC. And we know naman, Gospel and Rock, sila yung mag-teammates dito sa side ng DR Esports. Sobrang tagal na nilang magkasama sa isang Dragon Lane. So talagang basang-basa nila yung mga galawan ng isa't isa. While Jamie Esports dito, nagkakaroon na sila ng konting hesitation pagdating sa clash. Especially pag sobrang crucial na. Speaking of crucial, paring Giyang Gaming, this is the second DR for this game number 2. Ay, game number 1. Tignan natin kung ano mangyari dito mga kaibigan. Edap plus Etap combination. The Glacial Piso may connect. Napakagandang Dragon Race. Dito na rin special. Bakit yung mapapatay dito si paring Gospel? And susunod dito si Etap. And they will go the paring DR dito. Hindi pa tapos ang laban natin. Aqua Imprisonment mula dito kay paring Rock. 7J with the low HP. Hindi tumama yung ating Shockwave. Napakatindig ikot dito mula kay Ryukit. Nasaan si Ket? Pero tignan natin anong gagawin pang ibang miyembro ng Jamie Esports. But they will bail out. Edap will go in. Samantalang si Rox ang sosuporta sa kanyang buhay. And as of now, Jamie Esports, paring Giyang, sila ang may kalamangan doon.
Yeah, Jamie Esports, they are not done on the game. DR Esports, okay, lamang na kayo. Pero sabi dito ng Jamie's Esports, hindi, papalag kami. Hindi namin bibigay lang ng ganong basta-basta ang Dragon. Nakuha pa nga nila yung Mountain Dragon and they get 3 kills on top of that. Reducing yung gold lead and ngayon, yung scaling capability na binibigay ng Dragon stacks ito, sobrang laki ng tulong. Lyra, nagiging threat na siya, especially on this Lee Sin. They can find a way to slip through DR Esports, kailangan lang nila tiyagain mahanap yon. Pero DR Esports, hindi ganun basta-basta. Susugod sila ngayon.
Hindi ganun basta-basta, pero napakagandang cancel mula dito sa Dragon Sage from Leira. Cataclysm Bibios, eto with the low HP, pero kita mo naman yung tidal wave from Rocks will not connect sa side ng ating Jamie Esports. Medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng onti kalamangan sa side ng Jamie dahil nandito na ang Shark. Eto na si Fuego, tinamaan ang kapwa isda. Cannibalism ang nangyayari dyan. Pinatay ang kapwa isda doon. Etap with the low HP. Look at Etap with the low HP as well. Pero Devil J, pinag-washing si paring Sir at susunod na yung isang Renekton. But the rest of Jamie Esports, tatlo pa ang natira while Gospel ay natitira pa rin dito sa side ng DR.
Grabe, para Jamie's Esports. Okay, hindi kayo naniniwala sa clash kanina sa Dragon. Let's do it again. This time with more casualties. Kanina nakikita natin, okay, 10-5, ngayon 12-9 na lang yung goal lead. At this point of the game, medyo negligible na yan eh. 1,000 goal lead na lang yan. Mas malaki pa yung value na nakuha ng Jamie's Esports kasi may Dragon stock sila. Eh ngayon, nag-split po si Pego. Kaso delikado yung position kasi dito na yung Dragon laner. Makuha pa rin yung tower.
Pero makukuha pa rin yung towers doon. Pero after the 2 clash na meron tayo dito, parang giyang, Jamie Esports have the advantage na dito sa game natin. Yes, DR Esports na lumabang sila doon in the early game. They have the advantage pagdating sa gold lead. But the objectives, paring giyang gaming nandito sa Jamie Esports. Getting at 2 Drakes ay sobrang laki niyan. Even Pego and Leira, ang ganda ng ginagawa nila dito para sa team nila. Talagang binibigyan nila ng space yung mga teammates nila para lumamang sa isang clash natin. Especially Leira, yung mga Dragon Rage niya tumatama sa 3 or 4.
Yeah. Grabe yung plays ang ginagawa dito ni Lira eh. And DR Esports, medyo naalog ata sila dito. Nahirapan sila kasi Pego, yes, nag-split push siya. Gusto nila i-contest yan, pero ang sakit pa rin ng bawas. Lalo na may Lich Bane na yan at Rabadon's Death Cap. Comparing naman dito sa dalawang Dragon laners natin, the ADCs, mas lamang naman dito si Gospel, especially building almost 3 items na siya comparing to Jamie's. Pero
tsaka
ano pa rin eh.
Ito yung mahirap eh. Parang giyang new bloods ang kalaban ng mga Tito Gaming dito sa game number 1 natin. So yung mga daliri dito ng Jamie Esports, medyo ganado pa, medyo buhay-buhay pa eh. Ang nagiging kalamangan kasi dito ng DR Esports is yung experience and the gulang as well. And take note, may mga buffs ito mga players, especially Gospel na binigyan ng motibo. Speaking of motibo, look at the Kaling ay nandito. Fuego will dodge some bullets dito. Pero ito na si paring Erap. Pero gumamit si Fuego na kanyang Stasis and think Fuego will Fuego. Grabe. Siya rito. And he will die just like that. And yung ibang miyembro ng Jamie Esports, mga kaibigan, after mapatay ng isang isda, kukunin nila yung DR, but sabi dito ng DR Esports, yes, kunin nyo na yung panatlong dragon. Kukunin namin si paring Baron. Nasa na sa bow. Eto nasa bow. Napakaganda tidal wave mula dito kay paring Rocks. And there you go. Eta will secure the BR dito, ladies and gentlemen. Glacial King na tatlo. Battle green para dito sa ating stair. Pero kita mo naman yung damage na binibigay mismo ni Carton Darisa. Bang, bang, bang. Patay dito si Peppa Pig. Ginawa na siyang bacon. Susunod na si paring Leira. Pero Ryuken, text na lang. And he will die as well. And 4 na miyembro sa Jamie ang wala. Isa ang sugatan.
Grabe, DR Esports. Ang laki ng outplay na ginawa nila doon. Starting from objectives, yes, nakuha yung Dragon. Pero ngayon, may Baron buff sila. Nakuha sila ng ilang kills and that is 3 kills in exchange for just 1. And ngayon, back onto the gold lead na sila. May pressure pa sila for split push kasi kaya mag-split push si Devil J. Kaya rin naman dito mag-split push ni Edaf kung gugustuhin niya. Although 3 Dragon stacks na to, they can still threat for Elder Dragon.
Tatlong chili garlic na ang nakuha ng Jamie Esports. Ito nakakatawa, no? DR Esports, sila, kung sino pa yung DR Esports, sila pa yung walang DR. Naku! Dito. Ano ba yan? Ano ba? Don't... Iba, no? Pero at least, dahil dun sa... Well, dahil dun sa exchange na nangyari sa atin sa may bandang BR pit natin, Giyang Gaming, lumabang lalo dito ang DR Esports, even though na Jamie Esports getting a 3 Drakes dito. Because of the BR na meron sila, there's a chance na makuha talaga nila yung mga outer torrents, gaya na nangyari dito sa may bandang gitna. And look at this, the pressure is on sa side ng Jamie because of the BR, parang Giyang, for the side of DR Esports.
Yeah, Jamie's Esports, pero DR Esports, they're hunting. 4 kills. Look at that, Papa Pig. Hindi kinakaya ng shield niya. Yung
Peppa
damage
Pig, si
ni
Papa Pig. Papa Pig pala
Oh!
pangalan niya. Akala ko Peppa Pig, pero the Dragon Rage is there. Lera, Gospel with the low HP. Tumama yung kanyang Sonic Wave. But look at this, yung ating Fuego. Fuego, mamamatay ba siya dito? Hindi. Meron siyang flash, paring Gospel, pero the Glacial Vision will connect sa isa. But the Cataclysm is there. Kinulong yung sariling tropa. J4! I think, kalaban niya pala yun. Kala ko tropa niya, but Gospel is still alive. Pati ako, nalilito na. And there, naging golden statue niya dito. And I think, this is it.
That is game.
Game number 1, paring Giyang Gaming. Ang mga tropa sa side ng DR. Ang mga ganado sa side ng DR Esports. Gospel with the clutch. One hit na lang siya doon, paring Giyang Gaming.
Grabe dito yung pinakita ng ng DR Esports, pero Jamie's Esports din, pumapalag-palag sila dito. Nakikita natin sa camera parang, alright, we're just chilling here.
Chilling like a villain. Yup, and DR Esports, take note, parang parehas silang first time. This is the first time of DR, also the Jamie's or former Aldab forever na team name. Sila talaga yung favorite kong team na nag-qualify dito is the Aldab, itong current Jamie Esports. Sobrang witty ng team name nila. Also, ang ganda rin ng performance nila sa qualifiers. Pero for this game number 1, gaya nga nasabi ko, pares silang first time, but the experience ay nasa side ng DR Esports. And look at this, the KDA, the stat as well. The broken champion, Lucian. Paring Giyang Gaming, what can you say dito sa laro natin?
Oh, it's back and forth action. Game number 1, pero sobrang daming bakbakan nakita natin sa game na ito. Pero, yes, slippery siya mag-fizz, pero there are times na talaga, nagbe-make siyang unnecessary na napapunish dito ng DR Esports. Edaf on this Oriana is a beast. Kanina nakita natin siya nakakuha ng triple kill and good shockwaves.
Ang ganda, yeah, the shockwave.
Oo, napakaganda.
Yup, ang ganda ng shockwave. Actually, hindi lang naman DR Esports talaga yung pwede mo i-comment dito. Even Jamie Esports,
yes.
The Glacial Fissure of Papa Pig. Ang ganda ng mga Glacial Fissure na ginagawa niya dito, and ginawa niya talaga lahat ng kaya niya. Ito lang yung naging early advantage of DR Esports, mga kaibigan, sa Oppo A94 player. Nakakuha sila ng 2 kills, and look at this, the DR. Dito lumamang yung ating Jamie Esports. Look at that, the Glacial Fissure. Even though na tumama sa isa, but the Cataclysm is there. Also, the damage mula dito sa ibang miyembro ng DR Esports is sobrang enough para ubusin sila. Pero kahit na nanalo dito yung DR Esports sa unang clash natin ng game number 1, parang yung after the next clash, Jamie Esports nakapag-bounce back sila doon.
Yeah, Jamie's Esports, pumapalag sila. Ang naging problem lang nila, nakakuha ng big opportunity yung DR Esports. It started from the trade actually sa Mountain Dragon, and then they came up from that, and ang hirap lang para sa Jamie's Esports kasi naghahanap sila lagi ng picks. Nagtatry din sila mag-split push. But when they are kinda separated, DR Esports sila yung laging unang nagre-regroup Kaya ang hirap nito para sa kanila. Lalo na kapag nag-scatter yung Jamie's Esports. Mas mabilis
si Papa Pig Si Papa Pig kasi, kahit sabihin mo meron siyang malaking pinto, hindi enough yung pinto niya. Ito yung isa sa magandang nangyari sa side ng Jamie Esports. They get a lot of kills. But pagdating mismo ng BR, medyo na-late sila doon. Yes, ang ganda ng package niya to the point na paghiwala niya yung dalawang grupo. But look at that. Peppa Pig. Ginawa siya, Papa Pig, Papa Pig, ginawa siyang bacon doon. And sobrang bilis nila mag-BR. I think wala pang 10 seconds sa tapos na kagad nila yung BR doon, Giyang Gaming.
Oo, ang bilis. And ito, nakikita natin dito, isa to sa mga reason kung paano na medyo nahirapan yung DR Esports. Ang ganda ng flank position ni Devil J. Naghiwa-hiwala yung Jamie's Esports, pero nakakapag-kite dito yung DR Esports. Devil J was just on fire. There's nothing that they can do, and buhay pa doon. Actually, buhay na buhay doon si what do you call this? Si Gospel. Kaya dito, master of the match. No other than Edaf. Ang ganda ng performance dito with Oriana. Yep. Shockwave God.
Para silang Omega Esports nung game number 1, especially Rox. Kung mapapansin natin dito, na-outshine lang siya ng ibang players sa side ng DR Esports, but Rox, yung mga sustain, yung mga aqua prison niya, on point na on point. Ilang beses nilunod, ilang beses nilagay sa isang tubig yung mga kalaban niya na talagang nagiging dahilan kung bakit nakakapag-kite ng tama or nakakapag-kite ng maayos etong si Gospel. But hindi rin natin pwedeng i-deny Edap with the shockwave after the cataclysm. Mas tumataas yung siguro yung sure na matatamaan talaga yung ibang miyembro ng netong Jamie Esports ang shockwave niya. And look at the damage na meron siya, parang giyang, no?
Sobrang insane damage yan. 1,630 per minute. I mean, AoE damage talaga yung ginagawa na dito. And talagang balagbagan yung performance dito ng ng DR Esports. They know when to go in, they know when to go out. They know yung nasa spot nila agad, yung weakness or like a weak point ng Jamie's Esports during a team fight, lalo kapag nagkalat-kalat na. And sila, magagawa nilang paraan, okay, regroup tayo ng ganito. Let's focus Lira, let's focus Pego kasi nag-overextend na siya. Try to prevent Ryuken from engaging or makalapit sa ating backline. And that creates conflict sa Jamie's Esports. And dahil dyan, yung mga small fights na nagiging big fights, slowly but surely turn around ng Jamie's Esports, ng DR Esports against Jamie's Esports.
Yep, it's because of procs yan eh. But for me, it's because of procs. The tidal wave, the knock-up, the aqua prison na meron siya dito. Sobrang ganda talaga. Especially, they had the cataclysm from J4, the shockwave from Oriana. Hindi lang yun, the move, the dash of also the damage mula dito kay Gospel. So lahat talaga ng side ng DR Esports is nag-shine dito sa game number 1 natin. Yes, Jamie Esports, they have the advantage in the mid game after magkamali dito ng DR Esports sa mga clashes na meron tayo. Pero pagdating mismo dun sa huling clash natin, yung BR over DR no? Kumbaga, yun yung naging reason kung bakit na natalo yung Jamie. Actually, that is the second to the last clash na meron tayo dito. Take note, this DR Esports without DR, no? Wala kaming pakialam. Meron kaming Baron na pwede namin gamitin pang-push sa inyo. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen, DR Esports, hindi tayo binigo. Also, the Jamie Esports, hindi nila tayo binigo na may magpakita na magandang laban dito sa series number 4. Game number 1 pa lang tayo. And look at the previous picks and previous bans na meron tayo dito, parang Giyang Gaming. The first pick, Lucian. We always say na kahit anong laban, you supposed to ban this champion kasi sobrang OP niya talaga pagdating dito sa 2.4 patch na meron tayo into the Wild Rift. Pero we didn't expect, no, parang Giyang na lalabas itong naka-dreadlocks na bumabaril na to.
Yeah, I mean, why would Jamie's Esports let this go free sa DR Esports? Hindi nga nila binan yung pinik naman nila yung Renekton, pero inalaw nila yung Jarvan dito sa side ng DR Esports na ginamit dito. Twice ginamit nila sa Chasing Dreams. So, that's more, I guess, that's formula. That's more ban-worthy other than the other picks na kinuha nila. Binan pa nga nila dito, Olaf. So, maybe kailangan nila i-adjust yun, especially ngayon sa output ng game na ito. Ang laking threat ng Lucian. Kung sila yung nasa blue side, yeah, they can leave it open kasi pwede nila i-pick yun. DR Esports yung magbaban nun. Pero when they are on the red side, they should ban it kasi it's a high priority pick as of the moment. Ang dalang na makita natin na natatalo yung isang Lucian na may Lucian pick.
Sobrang madalang lang talaga na may maban, no? I think if ever na gusto mo talaga talunin ng isang Lucian sa isang lane, kailangan yung araw-arawin dun sa clash sa lanes Pero yung nakita kasi natin dito in the early stage of the game, parang Giyang, bugbugan nga agad Alam dito ng DR Esports na they have the advantage because of the sustain na binibigay ng isang Nami. Also the crowd control. Take note dun pa lang sa 4 na miyembro ng DR Esports, problemado na yung lumalamang na sila sa clash. While Riven or Devil J, nakikipagsuntukan lang siya sa isang kay Godzilla or kay Renekton dun sa Baron lane natin. Nung sumama na si Devil J, also Renekton, doon na nagkaroon ng ng palitan sa magkabilang grupo. Lumalamang yung DR, lumalamang yung Jamie, pero in the end, DR Esports getting the game number 1 is sobrang taas pang boost ng momentum sa kanila, especially this is the day number 2 of our group stage dito sa fall season Giyang Gaming, and we know naman na Jamie Esports, same scenario sila from at Action PH, and yung kanina si Chasing Dream na wala pang panalo sa ating series dito mismo sa group stage natin.
Kaka-check ko lang ngayon ulit kasi nag-hesitate ako. Sabi ko kanina, almost 100% win rate. Ay, recheck again, it is 100% win rate as of the
wala
moment.
Pa silang talo. Yes. Wala pa silang talong game, isang game. Most likely puro 2-0 sila. So if ever naman I think they are the first team
Saka,
na merong 100%, no?
Saka,
the Lucian. Yung Lucian, wala pa rin talo yung Lucian dito. So, kailangan mo talaga i-respect ban eh. And take note, Giyang DR Esports, sila rin yung unang team na naglabas ng Jin and Soraka dito sa group stage natin. So, if ever na iban netong Jamie Esports, itong Lucian, Gospel still have a chance na i-pick yung Jin. Pwede niya pang gumamit ng Corky kasi most likely yung mga pinipick talaga ni Gospel na champion will be the Draven, nandyan yung Varus, nandyan yung Corky, nandyan yung ito yung Lucian nga bagong labas dito, Lucian, also the Jin. Yan talaga hindi siya most likely gumagamit ng mga Kaisa. Saya is a available pick din, gumagamit din siya ng same with Rox, Lakan, yung magyawang champion natin dito. Pero for this matchup kasi for this meta kasi more on the physical damage parang Giyang more on the physical damage, more on the mobility champions ang meron tayo dito. Kaya usually may mga players talaga tayo dito or the teams na binaban din yung Twisted Fate because of the patch, also the items na tumatama rin talaga sa kanya na nagbibigay ng buffs para dun sa mga champions na to. Pero what can you say dito sa side ng Jamie Esports? Peace. I think this is the first time, no? Tama ba ako na napipick itong Peace sa ating group stage?
No, actually yesterday nag-fizz si Pego against Omega Esports. Problem lang, it's kind of same situation, medyo same performance. May time na okay, may time na para high risk high reward. There are times na nare-reward na naman siya, pero even the slightest hesitation or overcommit sa pagsugod, napapunish And dito against DR Esports, it kinda led to ang laki ng casualty na nangyayari. Kanina kaya naka 2-0 agad yung DR Esports. Isa sa mga reason kasi na-catch off agad si Pego. Although malaki pa naman yung damage niya, especially nung na-secure na yung Lich Bane and Rabadon's Death Cup. Pero pa rin medyo nahihirapan sila kapag nag-scatter na sila or like naunahan na sila dito ng DR Esports. Especially kapag nananock up sila dito ni Rox.
And wala rin talaga silang pantakas doon sa Cataclysm. Ang ganda lang sa totoo lang parang perfect build yung DR Esports dito. Cataclysm plus the Shockwave, doon pa lang you will take a lot of damage sa side ng DR Esports. If ever na mag-go in ka, yes, nakukuha mo yung champ, yung pating ni Fish dito, but yun din yung nagiging reason kung bakit si Pego is nagiging dedo, di ba? Pego to dedo. Ganun kabilis yung nangyayari kasi you will commit yourself. Kaya parang isa-sacrifice mo yung sarili mo para maka-burst ng isang champion. What if mabuhay pa yung champion na yun, di ba? Which is na nangyayari nga. Even Nami or Rox, nakaka-survive siya dun sa burst damage ng Peace because of the sustain na meron siya, plus the redemption na meron din siya dito. So DR Esports talagang, even though na parang roller coaster yung clash na nangyari sa atin or yung game number 1, still DR Esports have the advantage doon. Kahit sabihin mong Jamie Esports is nakuha niya yung 3 dragon or 3 agim at sa jacket yan, di ba? So game number 1, Giyang Gaming, what a game, what a performance for both teams, but DR ang kukuha ng unang laro dito. We still have game number 2. This is a best of 3 series. And we know naman, maraming pwedeng mangyari dito sa mga ganitong klaseng game, di ba? We know naman, Jamie Esports, one of the witty teams or one of the
Chili garlic.
Chili garlic, one of the best chili garlic ever. Shoutouts, no? Shoutouts nga pala kay Madam
Baka
Jamie yan sa owner ng chili. Wala na ating chili garlic ko dito. Pero what do you think paring Giyang dito sa laro natin?
Alright, on the serious side, I like yung intention ng Jamie's Esports. But I think yung composition nila may onting pwedeng i-tweak. Kasi okay yung pag-phase niya, but I think Twisted Fate na available ngayon dito would have been a little bit better perhaps, lalo na maganda yon para sa intention nila na gank ng gank. Kasi si Lyra, sobrang aggressive na
Si Lyra. Actually, ang ganda yan. Actually, si Lyra, speaking of Lyra, ang ganda ng laro niya sa totoo lang eh. Yung leasing niya, yung mga leasing play niya. Ang ganda talaga ng mga Dragon Rage niya dito sa side ng DR Esports. Ang nagiging problema lang sa side ng Jamie Esports is they don't have a damage na pwedeng ma-burst o mabilis sa follow-up from that kind of the crowd control na binibigay mismo ni Lyra or the space. Even the Quirky, hindi enough yung mga phosphorus bombs niya kasi we know naman yung Quirky, you need to have Trinity Force or Essence River para mas lumakas yung damage mo. Pero dahil dun sa mga clash na mayroon tayo, tsaka dahil din mismo kay Rox, parang Giyang, no? Tumatagal talaga yung DR Esports dito. So I think si Rox for me talaga yung parang naging key player dito sa side ng DR Esports.
Playmaker, no? Playmaker din talaga
the playmaker.
And Jamie's Esports, if ever makuha nila yung Twisted Fate, medyo lang kasi I think si Lyra, ang laki ng threat din na binigay niya as the Lee-Sin, allowing them to secure so many objectives. At parang 4 yun na secure nila dun Rift Herald and 3 Dragon Stacks. Nahihirapan dun yung DR Esports, or at least tinatry nila i-trade for towers or like yung isang beses sa Baron kasi out of position na yung Jamie's Esports. Pero pag naban yung Lee-Sin, where do you go next? So far, yung past games nila, Xin Zhao lang yung napakita pa lang niya. And I'm not so sure if magiging sobrang comfortable sila gamitin yan against DR Esports.
Yeah, actually dami pa champions for the jungle na pwede mapick. There's the Bai, there's the Wukong. Xin Zhao is good dahil sa setup natin, the Crescent Guard, sobrang pwede mo talagang asahan pagdating sa damage, especially sa ADC talaga, no? Parang yan yung pinaka na buff for this patch. And speaking of jungle, ang dami. You can still use Riven as a jungle. Pantheon is there na pwedeng ma-pick, 'di ba? Na sobrang tindi rin pagdating sa rotation. And I think Jamie Esports, they need to adjust dito sa game number 2. Dahil gaya na sabi natin, if ever na manalo yung DR, this is a match point para sa DR Esports. Pag nanalo dito ang DR Esports, tapos ang boxing, 75,000 Globe Cup points para sa kanila, at wala pang panalo dito ang Jamie Esports. So they need to show kung ano ba yung mga practice na ginawa nila, kung ano ba yung mga champions na tinatago nila. Mga champions sa mga strategy na tinatago nila, kailangan nilang ilabas dahil kung hindi nila ilalabas yun, sayang naman yung mga pinagugulan yun ng oras.
And nakita naman natin, it's not impossible para sa Jamie's Esports to take us to game number 3. Nagawa yun ng Chasing Dreams against Omega Esports. Yes, sobrang lakas ng Omega Esports. Malakas din yung DR Esports. But if Chasing Dreams can do it, so can Jamie's Esports. I mean, there's a reason kung bakit nakapasok sila. Pupunta na naman tayo dun Kaya maganda yung mga ganitong klaseng matchup na, alright, there's the OGs, yung mga sobrang kilala niya. Yung parang mga David versus Goliath nga na sinabi mo previous game. It's interesting kasi some people will say na, okay, based on statistics, this team will win. Pero some people will say otherwise na it would be nice kung ito yung manalo. And they kinda cling to that. Kaya Jamie's Esports being new here, nagano pa nga sila I mean, I'll love forever to Jamie's crispy chili garlic na sobrang sarap, by the way, baka naman. Pero ngayon, pwede nilang magawa yon. Pag nagawa nila yun, mas may intensify pa yung moment. It's gonna be hard though kasi DR Esports, ang ganda ng nila, ng performance talaga nila.
Yeah, lahat naman sa totoo lang for me, even Jamie Esports, ang ganda rin talaga ng performance nila. There's a chance lang talaga na talagang nagugulangan lang talaga ng DR Esports. May mga certain point lang talaga na Kala mo lalamang yung Jamie, but no, the damage is there from the Lucian, and hindi lang Lucian yung mismong nagbibigay ng a lot of damage from the side of DR Esports, and dyan yung ating Riven na si Devil J na talagang ang trip dito na etap and edap, diba? The combination of double E sa kanila. Hindi lang yun na gusto ko sabihin na itong lineup ng DR Esports is sobrang synchronized na rin talaga. Para silang Omega Esports, na parang they know how to read kung ano man yung mga nasa utak ng mga players sila. Kasi yung lineup kasi dati ng DR Esports is sila Oni DR pa yan. Sila Oni DR pa yan. Mga sinaunang lineup ng DR Esports. So after mag-change roster dito, nakuha nila sila paid yan from Sunspark, so Devil J as well. So napakalaking changes nun sa teams nila. While Jamie Esports, hindi naman natin masisisi Jamie Esports dahil this is the first time na makikita natin sila into professional scene na ma-expose yung gameplay nila dito. So I think na medyo nagkakaroon pa tayo ng konting adjustment para dito sa mga players na to. Pero for sure in the future or the next series or baka nga sa game number 2 kagad makapag-adjust kagad sila na mas mabilis dito sa ating tournament.
Yeah, DR Esports ang ganda naman sinabi mo same sila sa Omega Esports. Both of them actually 2-0 kahapon against their respective opponents. And parang nagpalit lang sila ng kalaban. Omega Esports kinonfirm nila na kaya namin yung James Esports. Chasing Dreams kaya din namin. Dito naman ngayon, it's up to DR Esports turn naman na parang okay, we have to prove ourselves na matatapatan namin to sooner or later yung Omega Esports. So we have to beat their past opponents as well. Even a better performance kasi comparing them sa Omega Esports, naka 3 games yung Omega Esports against Chasing Dreams. Dito naman sa DR Esports, naka 2-0 naman sila. Kaya dito, kailangan hindi nila ma-push sa game number 3. They have to end this right now. But James Esports na natin. Kasi so far ngayon, finally, binan nila yung Lucian kasi sila yung blue side though.
Yeah, they have the blue side dito. Jamie Esports, mga kaibigan. This is the game number 2 of Best of 3 series. Ladies and gentlemen, the last series for this day. And look at the bans for the side of Jamie Esports. Even though na sila yung first pick, they banned the Lucian. That is a questionable ban para sa kanila or hindi talaga sila pumipick dyan. But Olaf and Nagalio is there as well. DR Esports, they will go for the Camille, Kha'Zix, and the Darius. But look at this. Ito na yung pinag-uusapan natin na Giyang Gaming na yung Corky. Yung Corky sa side ng DR Esports. Arakan for the side of Jamie plus the Riven and the Graga. So more on the CC chain ang gusto dito ng Jamie Esports, but DR Esports, ito yung mind games na tinatawag natin. Devil J using his comfort champion which is the Akali, and the Timo is there. Sana mapick yan dahil isa yan sa mga pinapangarap ko na mapick, but
pag yan sad.
Sabi ko sa'yo, nasa akin talaga yung kapangyarihan ni Miss Rudy Baldwin na-predict ko na yung Rakan and the Saya na mapipick dito. Kanina pinag-uusapan lang natin parang Giyang Gaming na Rakan and Saya is good Dragon Lane dito sa side ng dito sa game natin, but yeah, the Jamie Esports, they will pick. Renekton will go there, Riven, is this a Renekton mid lane tapos Gragas jungle. I think this is a Gragas jungle, then Riven Baron lane, but eto na Garen man ni Devil J. So ang mid lane nila si Etap.
Alright, jungle Riven. This is gonna be a jungle Riven. They kind of switched the
jungle
may
Riven,
mga
jungle
swap
Riven.
pa naman sila dito in a short while, but let's see later. Interesting picks so far. Jamie's Esports building good snowball composition, lalo naman yung Riven sila, but also team fighting capability. Malakas yung nila. On the side of naman, DR Esports though, meron silang pang penetrate ng backline. They have the Lee Sin, Garen as well kasi sa spin to win yan. And magdi-divine judgment na yan pag nagbagsak sa ng espada. But we have to take note dito kay Edaf, Akali, and Rox on one of its signature champions, Alistar.
The Alistar, no? Sa totoo lang, marami pa champions ang hindi pa lumalabas dito. Especially yung Thresh na lalabas dito sa mga future patch na meron tayo. That is a notable champion of Prox dito sa side ng DR Esports. Pero with this kind of lineup, paring Gian Gaming, no? Garen is back. Para dito kay Devil J. We know naman si Devil J, siya yung Baron laner na more on the bugbugan factor talaga. Pero dahil dito sa Garen, so pwede natin makita na baka medyo passive ang mangyari sa side ng Baron laner. Gaya na nangyari itong game number 1. But look at this. Medyo mainit ang bakbakan, no, dito sa may bandang baba natin. Ito yung kalamangan, paring Giyang, sa side ng Lakan and the Saya. They have the CC, they have the sustain as well. Anytime na pumasok si Roxita with the pulverize, headbutt pulverize, pwede ka agad ma-counter initiate to ni paring Papa Pig.
Oh, grabe yung dodge yun, nagulat lang ako, parang, okay, nag-first kill si Gospel and then na-dodge niya using this shield. And top lane, alright, let's talk about top lane kasi kadalasan nakikita natin kapag may Garen, alright, nagbe-build siya ng Bame Cinder onto a Sunfire Aegis and then may Bramble Vest, building some tank and all. Nagkaroon naman ng nerf sa Bramble Vest but still, on a AD heavy lineup, ano pa rin to magiging worth it pa rin to para kay Devil J. At most pego lang, pero mid lane,
medyo mainit dito si Etap and Edap, wag mo. Etong si Etap tsaka si Edap, parang silang si Upin at si Ipin. Kilala mo ba si Upin at Ipin?
Oo naman.
Parang niya. Yung dalawang bata na kambal, di ba? So, parang ang nakita kasi dito na Etap, binubuli yung kambal ko, kailangan kong putaan. Ganun katindi yung synchronization netong dalawang players na to. And as of now, DR Esports, they get the scatter sa may banda pa. Same for the Jamie Esports dito. And look at Ryuken going for the Triforce. So nagkakaroon tayo ng onting safe play or safe pace sa magkabilang grupo natin, especially for the side of Jamie Esports, parang Gian Gaming, dahil mas malakas ang lineup ng Jamie Esports pagdating ng level 5.
Yeah, especially dahil sobrang dami nilang crowd control. 5-man CCs yung yung build nila composition dito Their Esports, I think they will strive more on small skirmishes, lalo na kapag laning phase, kapag may napitas sila, may na-caught off guard, or habang nakakuha sila ng Dragon priority, tatry nilang mag-turn or something like that. Kasi Jamie's Esports papalagyan for sure. And it's hard to reach the backline kasi ang dami nilang pamprotect ang dami nilang frontline members. And syempre, Papa Pig on this Lakan na okay yung performance niya using this support. And since lovers duo pa ito mangyayari, additional range yan para sa shield niya. More access, pwede siya makagawa ng magandang in and out dito na ang laking tulong yan para sa team, lalo na kapag nag-quickness to grand entrance combo.
Yeah, talagang pag tinamaan talaga ng quickness dito, for sure may matatamaan talaga ng ibang follow-up mula sa side ng Jamie Esports. Pero mapapansin natin dito, parang Giyang, no? Devil J and Ryuken, even though na alam natin na lamang dito yung isang Garen pagdating sa duel, hindi masyadong nagkakaroon ng engagement sa taas natin or ng barrel natin. Dahil alam dito ni Devil J nakakayanin siya, but look at this, the Upin and Ipin combination. Samahan mo pa si Rox. Pinatay mismo si paring Pego at siya ay nadedo dito sa gitna, and the first blood ay mapupunta sa side ng DR Esports.
Yeah, parang pinapakita dito ni Etaf yung kung gaano ka-hassle yung Lee Sin nung game number 1 para sa kanila. But this time it's more of a killer Lee Sin rather than objective Lee Sin, and may Yomus Ghostblade na agad siya dahil sa kill na yon. Same for Edaf, Lich Bay na sumasakit na agad dito yung DR Esports.
Yeah, sumasakit na yung DR Esports dito, paring Giyang Gaming, and dahil sumasakit na sila, mas sumasakit din naman ang Jamie Esports. 4 minutes into the game, paring Giyang, nandito na yung ating DR, also the Herald. So mamimili dito yung DR kung ano ba yung priority nila. For me, I think it's okay to get the Mountain Drake dahil yung composition nila is more on the squeezy champion. So kailangan nila ng onting kunat factor dito, especially yung ating Corki and the Akali. And Devin J will go in the headbutt plus the pulverize. Eto na yung grand entrance. Nasaan yung quickness mula kay Papa Pig? Eto na si Papa Pig. Pero kung papansin mo, Lera will secure that DR, but he will fall down as well. Umamatay dito si Rock. Eto will fall down as well. Gospel with the flash out. Devin J with the low HP. At dito na yung ibang miyembro ng Jamie Esports. Mga kaibigan, nandito sila sa poste nila at mukhang magre-recall na niya and Jamie Esports. Again and again, paring Giyang Gaming, pag nagka-clash, sila talaga ang nananalo doon.
Yeah, ang ganda ng pasok doon ni Lira using the ulti para ma-chunk down, ma-burst agad yung dragon kasabay ng pag-smite niya. Kaya na-secure nila dito yung Mountain Dragon ngayon. Dahil napantayan na nila ng kills dito yung DR Esports, medyo napapantayan din nila on the items as well as additional sustain dito or protection dahil sa Mountain Dragon. Pero Rift Herald, they're gonna contest.
Pero Ryukin with the ground entrance. Pero tigurado ko na mangyayari dito sa side ng DR Esports. Look at the flash. And up in the shroud. Mamamatay dito yung Renekton. Pero lamang na kayo dito yung mga miyembro ng DR Esports. Lyra will fall down. Etap will secure the Herald. At ganun lang sila kagad bumawi sa lamang ng Jamie Esports.
Yeah, ito yung problem ng Jamie's Esports. Yes, maganda sila for team fight, pero sobrang reliant nila sa ulti nila. Rift Herald fight, wala silang ultimate. Everyone's ulti was on cooldown and alam nyo ng DR Esports, kaya pumalag na sila, alam nila mananalo sila, and now they punish the contest. Yung kaninang 700 gold lead ngayon, nagbalon na to almost 3,500 gold lead at 6 minutes. Now, DR Esports have the momentum. Jamie's Esports na let go nila yung kaninang paghabol.
Yeah, ang grabe yung initiation dun sa side ng DR Esports, especially kay Etap, no, to dash or to use the safeguard para lumapit mismo sa isang miyembro ng Jamie Esports. After the follow-up for the side of Jamie Esports, nandun na rin yung ibang miyembro ng DR to the point na naubos na nga sila doon at nakuha pa mismo yung Herald or yung Rift Herald natin sa may bandang taas. At di lang yan, parang yung nakakuha rin dito ng objectives yung DR. And that will be the first blood turret sa may bandang Baron lane natin. So, sobrang taas nun pagdating sa gold lead. And speaking of gold lead, look at the gold advantage of DR Esports. They have almost 4,000 gold advantage para dito sa game number 2.
Yeah. And ngayon, dito na papasok. Okay, DR Esports for small skirmishes built ang composition nila or like punish sa mga mali ng Jamie's Esports. Ngayon, komportable na sila. Ryuken cannot contest this Garen ni Devil J. Si Edap naman, kinakaya kahit papano dito si Pego. Kailangan lang niya mag-ingat sa burst damage kasi medyo malapit si Lyra. Pero mid lane, ayan na, dito na nagsisimula yung tension. DR Esports want to secure this 2-0. They are taking this cautiously as well. Ayaw nilang i-push yung masyado yung limit nila na magiging delikado. Gusto nila sure win dito. And as the Dragon is about to spawn in the next few minutes, nag-make ng reset agad dito yung DR Esports para handa na sila. Pwede sila makakuha ng prio. Pwede nila ma-burst down to kasi malaki yung damage nila on this kind of composition, unlike Jamie's Esports na medyo magre-rely sila kay Lyra and Thur para ma-burst down yung mga objectives like a Dragon or like Baron. Kaya ang hirap na. Medyo I'd start going dim on the side of Jamie's Esports. Tignan natin kung makaka-push through sila dito sa game.
Yup. Tignan natin kung makaka-push through talaga sila dito. Dahil as of now, DR Esports have the advantage getting a 1 tower dun sa may bandang Baron lane natin. Pero ang ginagawa dito ng DR Esports, parang Gian, they're just waiting sa second objectives, which is the Cloud Drake na nagbibigay mismo ng movement speed. Especially nagdodoble yung movement speed nyo pag out of combat kayo. So if ever na hinahabol nyo sila na merong Cloud Drake, sobrang bilis nga. Pero ito na, speaking of Cloud Drake, mabilisan din ang pagsipa dito ni Etap. The infection move mula kay Etap, getting a kill mula sa kanya in Jamie Esports. Pego ay muling na dedo and the emote is there. The question mark mula sa kanya. Bakit nga naman 4 ang paparada? Pero ito na si paring Papa Pig. Tingnan mo naman ang kanyang quickness dito pero umikot si Devil J. And the grand entrance plus the full price from Dr. Rocks is there. Napagad ang damage na binibigay dito ng ibang miyembro ng DR Esports and Sasna will fall down. Tatlo, gawin mo pang 4 and mukhang mamamatay na rin yung panliba and Jamie Esports. Ubos sila sa side ng DR.
Yeah, that is an unofficial ace na secure dito ng DR Esports. It started with a gank dito kay Pego sa bottom lane. And humabol dito yung Jamie's Esports knowing na okay, malayo pa naman si Gospel. Kaso may package siya eh. Yun yung problem eh. Nakahabol pa rin siya. And then, Etap, muntik na siya mamatay pero nakagawa siya ng outplay dahil meron siyang Zonia's enchantment. Same with Edap. Kaya nahirapan dito sa target selection ng Jamie's Esports. They get the Dragon. They spawn the Rift Herald pa dito sa may bottom lane. And eto na, nagsisimula na, tumataas na lalo yung pressure kasi available na yung Baron in the next few seconds and yung Rift Herald slowly pushing sa bottom lane. Ano gagawin ngayon ng Jamie's Esports?
Yeah, and kanina lang, no, ang ganda ng pagkaka-pulverize dito ni Rox. 4 yung tinamaan sa side ng Jamie Esports. Speaking of Rox, eto na naman! Yung kanya pulverize plus the flash. Patay dito yung Lakan. Ginawa siyang tinola, mga kaibigan. And DR Esports, they have the Herald dun sa may bandang baba. So nagkakaroon tayo ng onting mind game sa side ng DR Esports. Pero sabi dito ni ating etap, bulag ako pero nakakaamoy ako kung nasan ba yung kalaban. Leia will get the blue buff but no, etap with a smart, another pulverize from Rox. Dr. Rock is here and the cleanup for the side of DR Esports. Pero Lolo ay pumapalag pa. The flash in from Gospel at patay yung 4 dito. Pero buhay pa yung 2 manok. Napakagandang grand entrance with the quickness mula dito kay paring Papa Pig. But the damage is not enough para mapatay si Gospel na ganado. At DR ay nandito. 4 ang namatay sa side ng Jamie.
Yeah, 7,000 gold lead. It's a 2-4-3 exchange in favor ng DR Esports. And yung Herald andito pa rin sa may bottom lane. Although hindi nakakuha ng... nakakuha ng maraming kills dito in DR Esports. Pero Jamie's Esports, at least they got to stall yung pag-take ng Baron. Kaso ngayon, medyo mas mahirap kasi kanina nagtataka ako, okay, nakakuha na ng kill kanina sa mid lane. Napatay na si Papa Pig. But Lyra was still trying to secure the blue buff. Medyo questionable play na ginamit pa niya yung kanyang ulti para doon. Pero, etap.
Pero etap na isa siya dito. Ryuken, nandun na iba mo yabro ng DR Esports. Another huli na naman for the side of DR Esports. Mali ata na pinasukan na liga dito yung ibang miyembro ng Jamie Esports. Low HP si paring Edap dito. While Devil J just doing his job na makuha mismo ng onting speed push dito sa may bandang baba natin, which is the Dragon Lane. And I think kaya niyang pasagin to, or I think not, because Ryuken is here to defend the second tower for the side of Jamie Esports.
Ngayon, DR Esports, they're spreading across the map. Malaking pressure mabibigay dito ni Devil J kasi comparing Ryuken and Devil J, si Devil J yung may teleport. So, if i-contest yan ni Ryuken, kapag nagamit na yung stun niya, pwede mag-teleport pa rin yan si Devil J. And ngayon, DR Esports, sinisimulan na nila yung Baron. Ko-contest ba dito Jamie's Esports? Medyo mahirap to.
Medyo mahirap to. Papa Pig, sino ba ang baboy? Ito na yung isang baboy. Papa Pig will go in. Quickness plus the grand entrance. Pero walang masyadong follow up. Nagkaloko-loko na ang mga Jamie. At isa-isa silang pinapatay ng DR dito. Etap using the stasis. There with the low HP and Dr. Rox. Flash plus the Proto Belt. What a move mula sa kanya. And this is the official Team Ace mula sa DR Esports, brought you by Oppo. And what a game, what a clash, paring Giyang.
Yeah, pwede na ba nila i-end to? At least makukuha nila dito yung middle inhibitor tower ng Jamie's Esports. Pero ang laking difference on, yun yung play na ginagawa dito ng DR Esports. Okay, we go for the Baron, ginamit pa nila yung package. Pag nag-team fight, sige, palag, may teleport si Devil J. Si Ryuken, he has to walk all the way sa gitna pa ng bottom lane. Kaya ang hirap nun. Late na siya, around the 10 seconds into the clash pa lang siya nakadating. Pulado na zone out si Thur away from Papa Pig and Lyra kasi hinabol siya dito ni Devil J. Having that kind of play allows DR Esports to do anything they want. And ngayon, laki ng lead nila, 14,000, pwede na i-take yung Dragon.
Grabe yung proto belt dito ni Rox. Dito tapos ng laban natin. Papa Pig will fall down dito. Ginawa na siyang bacon. Yung ating manok, mapapatay siya dito. At susunod na si paring Saya. Tingnan natin kung masaya pa ba siya dahil 4 na miyembro ng DR ay nandito sa baba. At yung Saya ay naging malungkot. At mukhang Jamie Esports ay susunod. Dahil Nexus na lang ang natitira dito. The explosive gas will be used from Pego. But it's not enough to defend the base. And DR Esports with a 2-0, 100% win rate as of now.
Grabe naman yan!
Nakatulog pa nga ang mga...
Oh my
God! Gising! Ay, gising! Tapos na, pre! 2-0.
Grabe!
What a game! Humihikab pa, Rox and company, DR Esports. Ano yun? Parang Giyang, what can you say? Ano ba yung mga nangyari dun sa mga clash na meron tayo?
I think Jamie's Esports medyo na ano ata sila, na-rattle sila dito ng DR Esports. On that last clash, nung tinitake yung Dragon, Liro went in, Pego was all the way from top lane. Kaya medyo naging questionable yung pag-contest nila doon kasi there's a high risk already of the game ending. And yes, it was a desperate play, pero for a Dragon na hindi pa Elder, it's not kind of worth it to go in. If you wanted to kind of turn around the game, especially numbers advantage, nangyari na yon, one team fight before sa may Baron and having a numbers disadvantage dahil wala doon si Ryuken, ang galing pa siya sa bot lane. Natalo sila doon sila na ace. Kaya ang lalo naging mahirap as we see in the Oppo A94 play of the game, DR Esports, parang sila, mas calm, collected, and more sync
Yep, tsaka ang ganda ng laro ni Etap dito using the Lee Sin. Sobrang ganda ng rotation niya. Also the objectives na meron siya. Kung mapapansin natin dito, this is the first official team ace for the side of DR Esports. Ang ganda ng pulverize. That is a 3-man pulverize mula dito kay Rox. At di lang yun, the mabilisang respo for the rest doon sa side ng DR Esports ay nandun. And hindi kayang sustain yung damage ng Jamie Esports. Especially that is a Corky Akali mula sa kanila. Also the crowd control. And look at that. Etap with the shaken and bacon move after the Sonic Wave. Magsi-safeguard siya. And nakita mo yung 3-man Dragon Rage ni paring Etap doon.
Parang
siya katindi.
Parang pinapakitaan niya dito si si Lira na di lang ikaw yung kayang pull off ng isang amazing plays as Lee Sin. Kaya rin dito ni Etap. And ang ganda. Yeah, ito yung huling clash.
Namali kasi after the quickness, tapos mag-grand entrance dapat si Pego. I mean si Papa Pig. Ang nangyari, nagamit ni Pego yung explosive cast niya. So nagkahiwa-hiwalay yung ibang miyembro ng DR Esports, and that is the time na magkaroon ng space yung ibang miyembro ng DR at ma-clean up yung Jamie Esports. And look at this, the damage. Also the initiation mula sa DR, paring Giyang. Saya, nalungkot yung Saya dito kasi apat na makunat yung bumanat sa kanya. Wala nagawa
Brinaso na dito, parang wala na. Playing with food na lang dito ang DR Esports at the end of the match. Although commendable efforts pinakita dito ng Jamie's Esports, it's still ibang level, parang ibang level dito talaga yung DR Esports. And master of the match is no other than Etaf on this Lee Sin. Ang ganda ng performance. I mean, 92% kill participation. Oof. Ng 24 kills nila.
Hindi, ang hirap i-explain nung nangyari nung game number 2 because Jamie, nakakapalag sila in the early game, no? Pero after the clash dun sa may bandang DR lane natin, hindi doon na nag-snowball. Ang bilis mag-snowball talaga ng And isa sa mga pinaka-MVP pa rin dito is Rock. Kasi nakita mo yung mga stuns niya, yung mga proto belt, flash in, knock up, headbutt pabalik. Tsaka ang kunat dito, Giyang ni Rox, especially Corky or si Gospel, Etap as well. Devil J nga parang hindi natin siya masyadong napapansin because of the showtime na ginagawa dito ni Etap and Rox. Kumbaga sila talaga yung naging MVP para dito sa game number 2 natin, and that is our game number 2. Giyang Gaming, what a game for the Jamie Esports and DR Esports. But DR Esports will secure the 2-0 standing of best of 3 series dito. They have a 75,000 Globe Cup points, equivalent to 75,000 pesos. At kami nga pala ang yung naging shoutcaster para sa series na yun. My name is Berting Magiting. Kasama ko naman dito si paring Giyang. Huwag kayong babalik dahil meron pa tayong mga panelists. Diyan na kayo.
take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gon' take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
We are back here at the panel as that fight has been served spicy and hot. And of course, we are back here at the panel. I am Osiris. With me is Yuko and Infinity. And this is the time to break down the takedowns. And I want to hear your thoughts of what happened. It feels like Jamie's. I was thinking Alda forever. It feels like Jamie's is coming in closer, but there's a huge gap once again. So can you break this down, Yuko and Infinity?
All right, so I'm gonna start this. Almost is never enough. Whoa, but yeah, Alda Forever or Jamie's Esport is very, very good. It just so happened. I mentioned this before we jumped into series number 4. The experience and the comfortability will definitely push through, and that is one of the strengths DR Esports has. Aside from the fact that Rox in the late game, game number 2, already has a killing spree despite him being a support, despite him being an Alistar.
Right. And on top of all that, I think, as you stated, DR Esports really just had the type of aggression, support. I think the foundation of Rox was there. It was highlighted in this specific game. Though I want to commend Jamie's Esports though. I think in game number 1, they showed up big time in stealing those dragons. Pretty much every single dragon was in their favor.
Yeah, it feels like it was a no DR Esports, I must say, as how well the Jamie's Esports securing those objectives. And at that point, it was really, they are the ones who's calling all the shots. But at this point, it was just the DR Esports in terms of that knowledge, in terms of that sixth sense of the team's maturity or the synergy. It was them who's just trying to pressure Jamie's out of their comfort zone, and at that point they fell off, and it was being brought to game two as DR Esports. They got the momentum. They even got the first few kills. They started really strong and snowballing along the way. What are your thoughts on game two?
All right, for game two, it was Jamie's, of course, adjusting with their draft, but their esports, they know their, how should I say this? They know how to be in the zone. They know how to just turn things to their side, even though there were small skirmishes that wasn't in their lead or small fights that weren't in their lead. They still made a lot of things happen. And the fact that this season, as well as this Alistar, was just crazy jumping into game number two. Hats off, man. Hats off to DR Esports. I'm actually looking at the chat right now, and all of their supporters are chanting a no-lose run.
Wow. Do you agree with that,
Right.
Infinity? I mean, a no loss run for DR Esports.
A lot of potential, right? DR has shown us a very dominant game, very dominant group stages thus far, and I do agree with the game number two, wherein Jamie's Esports got the game number one, but when the early aggression came in, it was just too much for DR, that they were just dominating and impacting the game.
Yeah, and of course, the cherry on top for today, as we saw all of these spicy games, we are going for the dessert. Here comes the cherry on top. We're going to have the interview with one of the best support that we saw from League of Legends PC, also transitioning to Wild Rift. We have DR Esports Rocks, and let's welcome them, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hello Rocks. Hello. And yeah, of course, I want to congratulate you for winning your game against Jamie's Esports. So first, I want to ask, it feels like game one is a bit push and pull. There's a close gap between you guys. And what do you think is the reason that Jamie's Esports was able to come close to the dominance of DR Esports?
So, regarding po sa question niyo sa first game namin, nagkaroon lang kami ng mga errors, which is typical naman po para sa mga pro players. Hindi naman kami mga perfectong manlalaro at nagkakamali din paminsan-minsan. At sadyang, yun nga, nagpakita kami ng kahinaan nung panahon na yun. Pero, sinigurado namin na hindi na maulit ng pangalawang game.
Yeah. It was a pretty convincing game too. Yuko, you go ahead and ask Rocks right here.
All right, so I have two questions. First off, who usually does the shot calls when you guys are in a game?
Yung sa shot call sa team, lahat naman po kami kanya kaming shot call kasi lahat po kami knowledgeable about the game. At saka kada role namin may specific knowledge nga kami sa kung ano kailangan gawin. Kaya kung sino man mag-call po, as long as walang nagka-cancel out ng call na yun na isa or dalawa, tutuloy po kami doon. Magtitiwala kami doon because that's what we practice for. Yun yung kailangan namin sa'yo as a team. Pag na-perfecto nyo kasi yun talaga, yung better team talaga na may communication and trust with each other, yung nag-i-stand out.
That I have to agree with. All right, so my second question is, what made your team color your hair? I mean, you guys have a diverse color. Like, it's so cool to see whenever there's right after you take down your opponent's nexus. But what's with the color? Is it a DR Esports thing?
So, ang summary lang po ng nangyari is mga ingitero yung mga kakampi ko. Kasi ako lang may kulay dito. Tapos, out of nowhere last week, biglang nagpapabili sa akin ng pangkulay. Tapos, ayoko hindi ko pa ina-announce, pero ako yung nagkulay sa buhok nila eh. Tapos, nagkaganyan yung mga buhok po nila. And hindi pa final form yung iba.
I see, right? Well, again, congratulations. So, Infinity, throw your question.
Right, so, just one question. How was the transition from League of Legends PC with that foundation into League of Legends Wild Rift?
At first po yung transition papuntang Wild Rift was difficult because never naman po talaga kami nagsa-cellphone. Kahit dati pa talagang since season 2 ng LoL PC. I never tried grinding Mobile Legends. Ano lang, isang season lang tapos huminto na ako. Marvel Super Wars, like every other mobile game na cellphone, never po kami masyado nag-invest ng time. Pero since nga po yung Wild Rift has been released on yung LoL PC, nasa cellphone na basically. And nakita natin yung, nakita talaga natin pag-fluctuate ng pagbaba ng players na nasa LoL PC. Ever since quarantine, marami rin kasi nag-close down ng off shop. Talagang, yun nga, kailangan talaga natin matuto mag-cellphone. And at first mahirap nga po siya, pero kasama yung knowledge namin sa LoL PC, and we had training on different mobile games like ML and Marvel Super Wars before mag-release yung Wild Rift. Kaya hindi po kami ganung nahirapan mag-adjust on Wild Rift. At even though yung comparison lang namin with other mobile games is sobrang dami na ng pinipindot sa Wild Rift eh. Pero masasanay ka na lang din po over time.
Okay, I mean, it was a really lovely transition and we're happy to see you here. But last question for today, how will the team celebrate? What's your dinner or midnight snack, I must say, for tonight?
Ano po, depende pa namin sa kung ano pang bukas. Kasi anong oras.
Okay. Okay, so do you have any shoutouts or a greeting message from your supporters?
Nice ko magpasalamat unang-una sa Dear Esports for inviting me here, for making me a part of Dear Esports, and nakasama ko ulit yung mga veteran teammates ko like Gaspel and sila Etap, si Edap, and si Devil J, and every people na bumubuo ng Dear Esports. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat sa pagtulong sa amin na makarating dito. And also sa Globe, syempre, for making this tournament possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, you are also doing great in your informative stream, so you might want to plug in your streams. Go ahead.
Ako nga pala, streamer nga pala ako.
You deserve it.
He forgot he was a streamer.
Oo nga pala, no? Yung sa page ko, sa mga supporters ko sa page, thank you so much for supporting me on my journey from LoL PC to streaming and transitioning to Wild Rift. Until now, thank you so much, guys. Kaya nagagawa ko itong mga bagay na to, and I'm making you guys proud and support niyo sa akin.
Okay, thank you so much, Rox, and you as well for today. Congratulations once again. And that's the Trash Prince, guys. This time around, we are going to see him at Wild Rift. And of course, we are coming in sooner or later having the Trash as being released. So thank you so much, Rox, and hope to see you, and good luck, of course, to your future games. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, that was a lovely interview. It feels like, the genuine answers coming in from Rox, from the struggles as an Archangel from League of Legends PC, and now he is winning these kinds of tournaments, and the transition, I must say, it was fairly good. So, I mean, everyone right now did enjoy the game. There's so many things that happened, and I'm curious what will be the Globe Cup point standings of this team, as they really deserve those rewards. And some of the teams are coming in closer. They are closing in the gap, and that's what we want. We don't want the kind of one-sided story, as we are elevating the Philippine esports scene, or the Wild Rift scene itself. And of course, this is one of the best show that you want to watch in weekends. We still have tomorrow, but for now, we're still enjoying what we have. And Yuko, what's the best match that you have for today?
I guess I would have to give it to Omega versus Chasing Dreams. We all predicted it to be a 2-0, but surprisingly, Chasing Dreams was able to bag their first game win and pushed it to a game number 3. You know what? I think whenever we panelists predict a series to have a game 3, it only has 2 zeros.
Yeah, and how about you, Infinity?
Right, I'm actually having the same thoughts on going for Omega, and the 2-1 trade. I was expecting a 2-0, but it was just it's a magical series that we have just seen.
Yeah, so let's check out today's results, as we saw some really hot matches, really good matches, some close in, some somehow dominating, but this time you can see that even the first match, we started off as a 2-1, and in between, you can see Leonites was able to have a win. Iloilo Pride right here, of course, and Mirmooo Esports has to yet snag one win. Omega Esports and Chasing Dreams, as what Yuko told us, it feels like it's really that close already, and it's just that Chasing Dreams, they are still chasing that one series win. DR Esports on top of all that defeated Jamie Esports convincingly as they were able to dominate at game 2. But of course, for those team who hasn't got their points yet, they are close. We are seeing the improvements day by day. So I'm really excited for tomorrow. But let's see the standings, the Globe Cup points of everyone. And you can see Fennel Adversity sitting at the top with 150,000 in Globe Cup points, followed by Lakan with a 1 apiece. Leonite as well. Mirmooo has yet to score. On Group D, of course, Omega, the undefeated South from the previous season, are still showing undefeated. And followed by DR Esports 2-0 as well, and we have 2 undefeated. So this might be a big answer as who's going to stay at the top. Chasing Dreams and Jamie's Esports has yet to secure 1 win. We are getting closer by the end of the week, but we are also getting closer on knowing who is the undefeated, who is going at the top, who is going to score, who is going to stay the same, or who's going to have a three-way tie, because at Group A and B, we have that kind of approach. Yeah, I mean, that's possible, and everything is possible inside the Rift. And how about you, Yuko? Who are you looking at that's going to topple Group C?
Who is going to be on top of Group C? I guess I would just have to give it to Fennel and Lakan. I mean, they have a really good run so far, and they just need to tweak some things here and there. And yeah, they can just keep the momentum up.
Yeah, how about you, Infinity? How about you in Group D?
Yeah, I'm thinking actually about, Omega Esports and DR's Esports. They've showed us very, very dominant games, showed us very, very dominant series. It's down to tomorrow, I guess, to finish it all off. You know what? Having the first week done for both Group C and D to really just break out on the tie for both Omega and DR Esports with 2-0 as well, and Chasing in Jamie's Esports to have that distinction on who will be the one on the 3rd position in Group D.
Yeah, and we are looking at tomorrow's schedule as we are capping things off at Group C and D. But remember, this is a double round robin, and we are still going to see him the next or the week after. And after the rotations of Group A and B, Mirmooo against the Fennel Adversity, Leonites against Lakan, Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams, and for the fourth match, this is the cherry on top. DR Esports versus Omega Esports. So panelists, what are you looking forward in terms of the matches for tomorrow? Yuko?
Immediately, I would love to see series number 4. Why? Because that's 2 undefeated teams. One of these teams is bound to be defeated. I'm not gonna be surprised if we're gonna be seeing a game 3 in the 4th series.
How about you, Infinity?
Thinking of the same thing, right? You already have stated it. These 2 teams are undefeated. Maybe Omega Esports lost 1 game a while ago against Chasing Dreams, but I think overall this will be sort of the deciding factor in who is going to be the top placer here in Group D for the first week.
Yeah, and I think everyone agrees that match 4 will be the one who's going to finish this week's exciting matches, as we already know. Yes, that was a good point, Infinity, that there's a 1 point loss coming in from Omega, and that might be cracks that shows, and that's an candy for the eye. For DR Esports, they can exploit that weakness. They can play up against Omega, and they can just put that 1 loss, or is it gonna be the other way, because both of them are undefeated? But what I'm excited about, and unfortunately a bit sad, we are going to see Fennel. I mean, not Fennel. That was Chasing Dreams and Jamie's Esports. It's only one person or one team who's going to have 1 point for tomorrow. So that's gonna be their last last point for the week, and they need still to have that kind of momentum, or they have another 1 week to have that space in terms of fixing things and making sure that everyone is on or aligned with each other and can play at the top level as they're going to watch a group A and B for next week. So I'm really excited what will be on the table. And at this point, it was just all matches are exciting. So and I really love how well Wild Rift Philippines is working well right now here at fall season. And I think that's all for now. And yep, do not forget to like and follow PPGL's official channels. That's on Facebook for Filipino, and Filipino in English, that's PPGL at YouTube. And for English, you got also Twitch. And for TikTok, that's PPGL as well in Filipino. So for more info, check out www.wildrifticonseries.ph. Again, thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. With Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your game. Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your hashtag Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gig for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day.
And of course, be ready to live life at full speed with the Oppo A74 5G. Empower your daily gaming with 5G connection, 5000 mAh mega battery, and 18 watts fast charge. Go for that win streak and get that new Oppo A74 5G.
If you're thinking that Yuko is the one who's going to say the master, of course, it's gonna be me. At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG. Fresh pa rin, at para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil for 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
On top of his, of course, dashing looks, he also have the very good hosting and panel skills coming through from Osiris with the help of our master. And of course, help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort. Help every gamer secure that ace.
Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, heal bubbles, and more. Get it now via the Gcash app and Globe One app. So that's it, everyone. We really did enjoy having us, and we enjoyed all of the matches for today. But for now, we have to say goodbye and rest up, because tomorrow there will be more explosive matches. And of course, you can watch us here. You can watch Infinity, Yuko, and me, and of course the other casters, other panelists. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for having us, and we will see you tomorrow. That's it. GG, stay safe, and good night.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot,